Rebirth to 80s, the villain's mother raises her cubs daily. Chapter 191 to Chapter 390. The two children looked at each other. Their eyes, which were already not small, widened even more. Although Xianxia knew that these were children's words, she was still amused by their conversation. Xiaojing, say goodbye to the children. We're going home, Xianxia said as she tried to hold back her laughter. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Pei Jing nodded obediently. He waved his small white hand at Huang Qiaqiao and said, Huang Qiaqiao, I'm going home. Goodbye. Goodbye. Xianxia reached out and held Pei Jing's hand. The two of them turned around and walked toward the gate. Pei Huai naturally walked to Pei Jing's other side and held Pei Jing's other hand. The three of them walked out of the kindergarten. Xianxia then asked Pei Jing, Xiaojing, who is your best friend? When she asked this question, Xianxia already had a guess in her heart. She wanted to verify if her answer was correct. Best friend? Pei Jing tilted his head. After thinking for a while, he looked up at Xianxia and asked, Mom, what's a best friend? Xianxia was speechless. She had already thought of an answer, but she did not expect that it would be worlds apart from Pei Jing's answer. Although this was what she thought, she still had to answer. The best friend is the person you like to play with the most. This time, Pei Jing answered very quickly, it's Huang Qiaqiao. Sure enough, it was just as she thought. Then why do you like to play with Huang Qiaqiao the most? Because Huang Qiaqiao is the prettiest. Pei Jing answered very quickly, but his tone was firm and his voice was loud. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with his answer at all. Of course, Xianxia did not feel that there was anything wrong with this either. When two strangers became familiar with each other, it usually started from their looks. As for what the final result was, this was not necessarily the case. Pei Huai had been quietly listening to the conversation between the two of them. He didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. It was impossible for a family of three to sit on a bicycle without a front bar. Xianxia held Pei Jing's hand and walked. Pei Huai pushed the bicycle and followed beside them. The trio's speed was not very fast. After all, Pei Jing's legs were short. Even if he wanted to walk fast, he did not have the strength. Fortunately, the distance was relatively close, and they soon arrived at the snack shop. This was the peak period for the small food shop. After school, when the students passed by the snack shop, it was inevitable that they would buy some snacks to bring back. Ice porridge and shaved ice stalls had already been set up, and there were also people who came for these two dishes. Everyone liked the cold and sweet ice porridge and shaved ice, including Pei Jing. As soon as he arrived, Pei Jing raised his little head and looked at Xianxia expectantly. Mommy, can I eat ice porridge? Who would have the heart to refuse such a childish inquiry? Xianxia definitely could not bear to refuse. Of course you can. Mommy will make it for you. Go and wait. Noticing Pei Huai's gaze, Xianxia looked at Pei Huai strangely. You want to eat this? Pei Huai shook his head. No. Then you? Since he didn't want to eat, why did he keep staring at it? You already had a bowl at noon, Pei Huai said in a declarative tone. Hearing this, Xianxia blinked and continued to stare at Pei Huai, waiting for Pei Huai to continue. It's not good to eat too much ice. These words were still spoken in a declarative tone, without much fluctuation, and the expression on his face didn't change much. Xianxia was only stunned for a moment before he understood what Pei Huai meant. He was saying that it wasn't good for a woman to eat too much ice. This was the truth. Xianxia nodded. I know, that's why I don't eat too much. Her body was well adjusted, and she didn't have dysmenorrhea. For the sake of her health, Xianxia had always been controlling the amount of ice he ate. When Pei Huai heard Xianxia's words, he frowned slightly, but didn't continue to say anything. Although Pei Huai's frown was very subtle, Xianxia still noticed it. But Pei Huai didn't continue to say anything, which made Xianxia very satisfied. Pei Huai's words just now were out of concern. But even if it was out of concern, it would still be annoying if he said too much. Not to mention, the relationship between the two of them was quite special. If Pei Huai really said too much, it would only make Xianxia feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, Pei Huai was a very sensible person. This also made Jiang Ran breathe a sigh of relief. He scooped a spoonful of ice porridge and put it into his mouth. It was cold, soft, and had a hint of sweetness. Eating in the midsummer afternoon, he felt comfortable all over, and the dryness completely disappeared. As he was eating, he saw a car slowly stop by the side of the road. This car was really familiar. Even if the driver hadn't gotten out of the car, Jiang Ran already knew who it was. Chen Bing. Not long after, the driver's door opened, and someone got out of the car. It was Chen Bing. Chen Bing strode over and sat down beside Pei Huai. Boss Jiang, you guys are still better. Sitting here leisurely eating ice porridge, comfortable and cool, he had known Chen Bing for so long. And Jiang knew that he would never visit him without a reason. There must be something going on for him to come over at this time. Jiang Ran didn't take the initiative to ask. Instead, she asked something else. Boss Chen, do you want ice porridge or shaved ice? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, it was time to get down to business. Without Jiang Ran's urging, Chen Bing spoke first. I came here this time to discuss something with Boss Jiang. Jiang Ran's expression also became serious. Go ahead. I plan to open a dessert shop in North City. What do you think? Jiang Ran had already expected that Chen Bing would have such an idea. It was just that the time Chen Bing proposed this idea was earlier than Jiang Ran had expected. Not only was the timing earlier, but the location was also very different from Jiang Ran's expectations. Jiang Ran did not speak, but Chen Bing continued to speak his thoughts. During this period of time, the desserts you make have been selling very well in North City. I have also inspected the market. If you open a shop, your business will definitely be very good and you will definitely not lose money. That is what? Jiang Ran asked. That is, I want Boss Jiang to make a trip to North City. The location of the shop, the renovation, the purchase of things, the recruitment of workers, and teaching people to make desserts. Without Boss Jiang, I can't do this series of things. Don't worry, Boss Jiang. This shop is considered a collaboration between the two of us. You only need to be responsible for these. The rent, renovation, and other expenses will all be paid by me. We will each take 50%. What do you think? Only the technology, not a single cent, and in the end, 50% of the profits was already quite considerable. Even though he already knew that Chen Bing was a very honest person and would not lose out if he cooperated with him, after hearing his words, Jiang Ran was still a little surprised. First of all, a partner like this was something that could only be found by chance. Jiang Ran did not speak for a long time, and Chen Bing was a little anxious. Chen Bing had been thinking about this idea for a long time and felt that it was very good. But the premise of all this was that Jiang Ran was willing to cooperate. If Jiang Ran was not willing to cooperate, then all of this would be in vain. Because of nervousness, Chen Bing kept drinking shaved ice. After a while, he had drunk 2/3 of the shaved ice. The reason why Jiang Ran did not speak was not because he was unwilling, but because he was thinking about other things. If he went to North City to work on the opening of the store, it would take at least a month. If he had more time, it would be uncertain. Since she was going to be away for such a long time, she had to settle the matters here. Jiang Ran also had to think carefully. If she really left, would this place become chaotic? After thinking about it seriously for a while, Jiang Ran was sure that even if she left, things here would not be messed up. Since that's the case, let's go. Jiang Ran raised his eyes and looked at Chen Bing, who was looking at him expectantly and nervously. Okay. Boss Jiang agreed? Chen Bing was so happy that he showed a big smile. If it weren't for the fact that he had to care about his image, Chen Bing would have jumped for joy. Agreed. Jiang Ran nodded again. After hearing Jiang Ran agree twice in a row, Chen Bing's heart was finally at ease. Since Boss Jiang has agreed, then let's discuss the specifics and sign the contract. After that, we'll see when Boss Jiang has time to go to North City together. This time, it will probably take a long time to go to North City. Boss Jiang has to arrange the matters here. I think so too. Half an hour later, the simplified version of the contract had been written. As for the specifics, they still had to finalize the details, but it would be done very soon. After the contract was done, all that was left was to see when Jiang Ran would be able to settle the matters here and then set off. Although Chen Bing was a little anxious, he knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He would let Jiang Ran handle it slowly and he would come back in 3 days. After watching Chen Bing leave, Jiang Ran shook her head helplessly. This Chen Bing said that there was no hurry, but he said that he would come back in 3 days. He wanted her to settle the matters of the 3 shops in 3 days, and she also had to settle the matters at home. How could this not be urgent? However, Jiang Ran didn't reject it. 3 days was actually about the same. She also wanted to go there earlier. It wasn't just because she wanted to go there earlier. The main thing was that since she had decided to do business, she had to do it quickly. There were so many people in this world. You didn't know how many people would have the same thoughts as you. If you didn't do it quickly, others would beat you to it. When Jiang Ran and Chen Bing were discussing matters, they didn't pay attention to anything else. Pei Jing had been eating his ice porridge seriously. After he finished eating, he sat there obediently and didn't say anything. Later on, he even went to play with Pei Xianxia. On the other hand, Pei Huai had been sitting there quietly. He didn't leave and didn't speak. It was only now that Pei Huai spoke slowly. Bay City is far away. You're not familiar with the place. You can't go alone. Jiang Ran nodded. That's true. Although Chen Bing was going with her, Chen Bing was an outsider after all. Jiang Ran and Chen Bing only had business contacts. Although she had some understanding of Chen Bing, it was still limited. But who should go with her? Jiang Ran had already made preliminary arrangements for the 3 stores. The snack shop was handed over to Pei Yang, and the desserts were handed over to Pei Xianxia. The small wardrobe was handed over to Xia Qiufeng, and Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang went over to take a look from time to time. The 3 of them were capable and trustworthy people. Jiang Ran was relieved to leave the matter to the 3 of them. In that case, the 3 of them would definitely not be able to follow him to North City. But other than the 3 of them, who else could follow her to North City? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran subconsciously looked at Pei Huai on the opposite side. Just as he looked over, his eyes met with Pei Huai's. Looking at Pei Huai's appearance, Jiang Ran knew what he was thinking. You want to go with me? Asked by Jiang Ran, Pei Huai didn't deny it. He nodded and said, yes. Without waiting for Jiang Ran to say anything, Pei Huai said, I'm more familiar with Bay City. Hearing this, Jiang Ran suddenly remembered that Pei Huai used to go to university in Bay City. It was the best university there. Seeing how nervous Pei Xianxia was, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia, what are you nervous about? Am I nervous? I'm not, I'm just. Sister-in-law, why are you going to North City? How long will you be there? Jiang Ran stopped teasing her and answered her questions one by one. Boss Chen wants to work with me to open a dessert shop in North City, so he has to go there. How long will he be there? It'll be at least a month. A month? Pei Xianxia looked conflicted, and she wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing Pei Xianxia like this, Jiang Ran wanted to laugh. What's wrong? Pei Xianxia sat opposite Jiang Ran. Sister-in-law, if you leave, what will happen to the snack shop? The snack shop has your second brother. Pei Yang can take care of it, I'm not worried. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Xianxia thought about it and felt relieved. That's true, second brother can do it. Since it was handed over to second brother, she didn't have to worry. Looking at Pei Xianxia's expression, Jiang Ran could guess what she was thinking. I'll leave the snack shop to Pei Yang, and I'll leave the desserts to you. Leave it to me. Leave it to me? Pei Xianxia was shocked. Not only did she raise her voice, but she also almost jumped out of her chair. Sister-in-law, don't joke around, how can you leave it to me? I can't do it. Pei Xianxia said and waved her hand. Seeing her like this, Jiang Ran's expression became serious. What can you do wrong? You've been learning from me for so long, you know how to make these desserts, and you can make them as good as me. What can you not do well? Xianxia, you have to be confident, you can do it well. But, it's not just about knowing how to make desserts. Pei Xianxia's voice became softer. Not only do you have to know how to make desserts, you also have to know how much to make every day, sell it in front, get the ingredients, divide the work, manage. There are many things. Sister-in-law, I've never done it before. It doesn't matter if you haven't done it before. Look at you, don't you know what you need to do? I still have 3 days. In these 3 days, you can do whatever you want. I'll watch from the side. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. But what? Pei Xianxia frowned and thought for a long time. Finally, she shook her head. I don't think there's anything else. Jiang Ran was speechless. Although this Pei Xianxia looked a little silly, she was also a little cute. Being laughed at by Jiang Ran, Pei Xianxia didn't care. She quickly stood up and went to find Pei Yang. Of course, he had to tell Pei Yang about such a big thing as soon as possible. Pei Huai watched as Pei Xianxia trotted away. Then, he looked at Jiang Ran and said, "You're quite confident in the two of them." Jiang Ran nodded with a matter-of-fact expression. Of course I am. Although they weren't master and disciple, these two people had been groomed and promoted by Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran knew their character and ability very well. How could he not be confident? He had to tell Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan about such a big thing like going to North City. So that night, after the shaved ice and ice porridge were sold out, they returned to Yongxing village together. When they reached home, it was almost 9 o'clock. It was already late, but Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan were still awake. They had just knocked on the door when they heard footsteps approaching the door. Wang Xuelan looked at the people standing at the door and was a little surprised. Why are all of you back? Come. Come in and talk. With that, Wang Xuelan turned sideways to let everyone in. Mom, why do I feel like you didn't want us to come back? Pei Yang asked suspiciously. A look of embarrassment flashed across Wang Xuelan's face when Pei Yang asked this question. Fortunately, it was dark and there were no lights in the courtyard, so no one could see the expression on her face. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and go in. After being urged by Wang Xuelan, Pei Yang did not say anything else and followed Jiang Ran and the others into the central room. The Pei family's house was rather old and there was no place to install a ceiling fan. Jiang Ran and the others were not at home, so they bought a floor fan and placed it in the house. When Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan stayed in the central room, they placed the floor fan in the central room. When the two of them slept, they moved the floor fan to the bedroom. At this moment, the floor fan was in the central room. Obviously, Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan had been sitting there just now. There was a table in the middle of the central room with some bamboo strips and some half-finished products. Pei Baoshan was still holding the half-finished fan in his hand. When he saw Jiang Ran and the others enter, he stopped. The Pei family was not short of money now. There was only one reason why Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan were not sleeping at night and were sitting here weaving bamboo. They were a little bored. Before Jiang Ran and the others could sit down, Wang Xuelan said that he wanted to cut the watermelon. Jiang Ran and the others persuaded him to stop. It's already so late. Everyone can't eat much. Watermelon can't be eaten overnight. It's better not to cut it. With Jiang Ran holding his arm, Wang Xuelan was unable to break free, so he could only sit down beside Jiang Ran. The few of them chatted for a while before Wang Xuelan asked, Ran, why did you come back so late at night? Is something the matter? When he asked this question, Wang Xuelan could not hide the worry between his brows. Seeing Wang Xuelan's expression, Jiang Ran knew that she had misunderstood and hurriedly explained the reason for his return. It's like this. Chen Bing came to find me today and said that he wants to open a dessert shop in Bay City. He wants to cooperate with me, so I have to go to Bay City for at least a month. Pei Huai will go with me. No matter what, this is still a big matter, so I came back to tell you about it. After Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan heard Jiang Ran's words, they did not speak for a long time. After some time, Wang Xuelan finally said softly, Ran, are you saying that your desserts are going to be sold in Bay City? Bay City was the capital. Although Jiang Ran's desserts were delicious, Wang Xuelan had never thought that Jiang Ran would be able to sell desserts in Bay City. There was nothing wrong with Wang Xuelan's words. It would be too troublesome to explain in detail, so Jiang Ran simply nodded. That's more or less what I mean. After receiving Jiang Ran's affirmative answer, Wang Suilan nodded without hesitation. Yes. We definitely have to go. Xiaojing, don't worry. Your dad and I will take care of it. It's just the business in the county. Mom, second brother, and I will take care of the business. Pei Shanshan spoke up at the right time. Wang Suilan looked at Pei Shanshan suspiciously. You and Pei Yang? Can you do it? It was not that Wang Suilan looked down on Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang, but in Wang Suilan's heart, the siblings were still half-grown children. Mom, sister-in-law thinks that we can do it, Pei Shanshan said seriously. Wang Suilan, who had been looking at Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang suspiciously, immediately nodded when he heard this. Since Ranran said so, then you can do it. Work hard and don't disappoint your sister-in-law. Pei Shanshan nodded. Okay. Pei Yang nodded as well. Got it. The two of them looked at each other as they spoke and saw the same emotions in each other's eyes. If they weren't sure that Jiang Ran was their sister-in-law, they would almost suspect that Jiang Ran was Wang Suilan's biological daughter. Wang Suilan didn't believe them at all, but Jiang Ran's words were believed 10,000 times. Alright, they also believed Jiang Ran's words. Pei Baoshan hadn't said anything earlier. Now that everyone was silent, he looked at Pei Huai. Boss, you went to school in North City for 4 years. You must know North City well. When you get there, take good care of Ranran. Upon hearing this, Wang Suilan also hurriedly looked at Pei Huai. Yes. Boss, you have to take good care of Ranran. You have to take good care of her food, clothing, housing, and transportation, especially her food. Look at how thin Ranran is now. You have to look after her and make sure she eats well. If she gets thin when she comes back, I'll teach you a lesson. Pei Huai, who's the biological daughter? Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of her. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan didn't look at Pei Huai anymore. At this moment, they had already turned to look at Jiang Ran. Although Jiang Ran said that there were still 3 days before departure, the two of them kept reminding Jiang Ran. It was as if Jiang Ran was about to leave. Jiang Ran didn't feel annoyed at all as she listened to the two of them nagging. She knew that it was because they were worried about her. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan finally shut their mouths when the clock pointed to 10 and it was getting late. Alright, go to sleep. Xiaojing will sleep with me. Not long after they got home, Pei Jing fell asleep. Wang Suilan kept holding Pei Jing in his arms as he slept with the fan blowing on him. The children were fast asleep. Even though they had been talking, they didn't wake up Pei Jing. There was only one fan in the house. Of course, it was for the elderly and children. They all went to the bathroom to take a shower before returning to their respective rooms to rest. The other rooms in the house were not demolished and rebuilt, but the toilets and bathrooms were built in the corners. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to take a bath in summer. Jiang Ran returned to the house wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He saw that Pei Huai had already laid out a mat on the floor and was sitting cross-legged on it. Pei Huai only raised his head when he saw Jiang Ran enter. Jiang Ran was tired after a day and it was getting late. She didn't have the desire to talk. Jiang Ran exchanged glances with Pei Huai and went straight to bed. Turn off the lights. Pei Huai was speechless. The night was silent. The next morning, Jiang Ran wasn't woken up by the alarm clock. She slept until dawn. When she opened her eyes and saw that it was already bright outside, Jiang Ran was a little confused. Wang Suilan sat back down and continued washing clothes. Pei Yang and Xianxia went to the county early. Don't worry about the food stall. It'll be fine. When boss left, he took Xiaojing with him and sent her to kindergarten. Don't worry about that. Wang Suilan's words resolved all the doubts in Jiang Ran's heart. Even so, Jiang Ran couldn't help but ask, my alarm clock, boss said it's yours. He said that you should rest well and don't worry about the shop. Let Pei Yang and Xianxia do it. It's a good opportunity to see if they can do it. Hearing this, what else could Jiang Ran say? Jiang Ran could only go to the bathroom and wash up before coming out. Normally, the kindergarten should have been on holiday. However, while the students were on holiday, the parents weren't. In order to give the children a place to play and to allow the parents to continue working on their own careers, the kindergarten opened summer classes. Of course, summer classes had to be charged extra and were more expensive than a semester's tuition. When Xianxia found out about the summer classes, she signed Pei Jing up without hesitation. This way, Pei Jing could have children to play with and learn something. The adults could also relax a little. Otherwise, Pei Jing would have to be accompanied by someone all day long. After Xianxia had breakfast, she realized that there was only a tricycle at home. Her bicycle had been ridden away by Pei Huai. Just as Xianxia was thinking about whether to ride the tricycle or walk to the county, Pei Huai came back. It was almost 9 o'clock. Although it was only at this time, the sun was already high up in the sky. Pei Huai's forehead was full of sweat as he was basked in the sun all the way. When he saw Xianxia, before Xianxia could say anything, Pei Huai said, "Since you want to see if Xianxia and Pei Yang can do it, you have to let go. That's why I turned off your alarm." Xianxia glanced at Pei Huai. Wang Suilan had already said this. However, now that Pei Huai took the initiative to talk about it and gave her a reasonable explanation, Xianxia decided not to lower herself to his level. "Yes, I know. I've looked around. They're doing very well. You can rest assured." Pei Huai looked very calm on the surface, but the feelings in his heart were actually quite complicated. For years ago, when he left, Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia were still little kids. The most they could do was to help out with some chores. But now, even though the two of them were still young, they were already able to maintain the operation of a store. "My younger sister-in-law has just grown up. I am truly happy and gratified. But more than that, it was a complicated feeling. My younger sister-in-law's growth was not taught by him as an elder brother, nor was it taught by their parents. It was Xianxia who taught them." As Pei Huai thought about this, his eyes were fixed on Xianxia. Xianxia was confused by Pei Huai's stare. "Why are you staring at me?" Pei Huai retracted his gaze. "Nothing." Xianxia replied, "Oh." Xianxia turned around and went into the house. She packed up and could go to the county. Although Wang Suilan did not say anything and was washing the clothes, he was also paying attention to the interaction between Xianxia and Pei Huai. Xianxia quickly packed up and walked out of the house. "Let's go to the county town. I want to visit Qiufeng," Xianxia said to Pei Huai. After saying that, Xianxia felt that something was wrong and added, "Are you still going to the county town? If you don't go, he could go by himself." However, before Xianxia could finish his sentence, Pei Huai nodded and said, "Let's go." Pei Huai rode the bicycle and left the back seat for Xianxia. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before getting on the bicycle. It was a hot day and the sun was shining on him. If he could avoid riding the bicycle, he would sweat less. Why not? Xianxia was wearing a straw hat that Pei Baoshan had made for him. The design was simple, but it was very practical. The hat was light and had a large brim. Not only could it cover the face, but the shadow also covered the neck. Looking at Pei Huai without a hat, Xianxia tilted his head in confusion and asked, "Aren't you going to wear a hat?" There was not much else in the house, but there was a lot of knitted goods. Pei Baoshan and Wang Suilan were both restless people. When they were free, they liked to knit things. These things could be sold for money. However, the price was not high. Pei Huai did not move. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Help me get one." It was not a big deal to help him get a hat. Xianxia did not have any objections. He turned and went into the house. Soon, he came out with a straw hat and handed it to Pei Huai. Pei Huai stared at the straw hat for a while before reaching out to take it. However, before putting it on, Pei Huai gave Xianxia a meaningful look. Xianxia was confused by Pei Huai's look. Just as he was about to ask Pei Huai what that look meant, Pei Huai had already put on the hat. "Let's go." It was more important to go to the county town. Xianxia did not ask any more questions. He sat on the back seat and waved at Wang Suilan. "Mom, I'm leaving." Wang Suilan smiled at Xianxia. Go. Be careful on the road. Have your lunch on time." Pei Huai rode the bicycle and listened to Wang Suilan's instructions. A look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. However, Pei Huai was already used to this kind of thing, so he didn't feel much about it anymore. On the way, Jiang Ran finally felt the benefits of taking a car. Even sitting on the back seat of a bicycle was more comfortable than riding a bike. With the straw hat, the sun's was it, the wind was blowing gently. Not only was it not hot, but it was also quite comfortable. Jiang Ran felt that if she was wearing a dress now, he would probably see the hem of her dress flying. Unfortunately, she was not wearing a dress. The two of them did not speak along the way. Pei Huai rode the bicycle directly to the small closet. The bicycle stopped in front of the door. Jiang Ran got off the back seat. Go and do your work. You can ride the bicycle too. I think I'll be here for a day. Pei Huai was used to Jiang Ran's way of doing things. He did not say much. He nodded and rode the bicycle away. Jiang Ran had already started preparing for the new design. The sketches were already done, but the sample clothes were not ready yet. He came over today to make the sample clothes. When Jiang Ran got busy, he did not care about how much time had passed, nor did he care about what the people around him were doing. Jiang Ran would not stop until he was done with his work. After a busy day, the results were, of course, gratifying. Jiang Ran made several sample clothes. Looking at the sample clothes, Jiang Ran was very satisfied. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work and Xiaoqiufeng and the others were about to leave, Jiang Ran stopped what he was doing and told them that he was going to North City for a period of time. I'll be gone for at least a month this time. While I'm away, I'll leave the small wardrobe to you, Qiufeng. When Xiaoqiufeng heard this, she subconsciously shook her head and was about to refuse. Jiang Ran did not give her a chance to speak. You know that if I leave, the food stall will be left to Pei Yang and Xianxia. I can only leave the things here to you. But, Sister Ranran, I'm afraid I can't do it. Xiaoqiufeng still looked conflicted. She only knew how to make clothes. She did not know how to do other things. What's wrong with that? There's not much to do anyway. You just need to make the clothes and complete the order. Jiang Ran deliberately made things simpler. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiaoqiufeng's thoughts of rejecting him were not so firm. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that what Jiang Ran said was true. As long as the order was completed on time and the clothes were made well, there would be no other problems. In that case, okay. Sister Ranran, don't worry. I'll make the clothes well. I won't ruin our reputation. With Xiaoqiufeng's words, Jiang Ran was relieved. Of course I'm assured that you'll be able to do things. Don't worry too. I've already told Xianxia and Pei Yang to come over and help you when they're not busy. If there's anything you can't decide on, you can discuss it with them. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, Xiaoqiufeng's last bit of worry disappeared. In Xiaoqiufeng's mind, although Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia weren't as good as Jiang Ran, they had been following Jiang Ran for a long time. They must have learned a lot from him. With Jiang Ran gone, the two of them would come over often. If anything happened, there would be someone to discuss it with. Indeed, there was nothing to worry about. After that, Jiang Ran brought up another matter. As for the salary, don't worry. I've already told Xianxia about it. When it's time to pay, she'll come over on time to pay the salary. Jiang Ran would not delay the payment of wages because of his absence. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Xiaoqiufeng and the others all laughed. Everyone came to work for the sake of their salary. As long as their salary was guaranteed, they would definitely work hard. After saying what needed to be said, Jiang Ran didn't delay their time and let them go back to rest after work. When they first opened, there were a lot of orders. Xiaoqiufeng still needed to take the materials home to make clothes. Now that there weren't so many things to do, there was no need to do so at all. However, Xiaoqiufeng was used to being diligent. Thinking that she had nothing to do at night, she would still take the clothes home to make. Jiang Ran didn't care about this. As long as the clothes were made well, there was no problem. Jiang Ran didn't care whether she took the clothes home to make at night or not. After Xiaoqiufeng and the others left, Jiang Ran began to work. She still had a part of the sample clothes to make. These were related to the business for the next month, so she couldn't be careless. So Jiang Ran had to stay and work overtime. After Xiaoqiufeng and the others left, The workshop was quiet, except for Jiang Ran. As she worked, the room darkened. Jiang Ran looked outside and found that it was already dark. Just as she was about to take a rest, she heard Pei Huai's voice from afar. Jiang Ran frowned slightly, but still walked forward. After Xia Qiufeng and the others left, Jiang Ran locked the front door from the inside. Pei Huai came over and couldn't push the door open, so he could only shout for her. Who asked her to not have a cell phone now? Communication depended on shouting. Jiang Ran thought so in her heart, and had already walked to the door. When she opened the door, she saw Pei Huai standing at the door with a lunchbox. Although he might have waited for a while, Pei Huai didn't look impatient. It's time to eat. No matter how busy you are, you can't not eat. Pei Huai said and raised the lunchbox in his hand. Jiang Ran agreed with this. She originally planned to take a rest and go to the small food shop to eat, but she didn't expect that before she went back, Pei Huai would come with food. This would save her the trouble of making a trip, and it would save her a lot of time. After closing the door, the two of them walked to the back and went to the living room. Sitting down on the sofa, Pei Huai opened the lunchbox, and the fragrance of the food immediately spread. Sweet mung bean porridge, crispy onion pancakes, refreshing cold vegetables, and cold lemon boneless chicken feet. In summer, cold boneless chicken feet was a very appetizing dish. In fact, no matter when, this was a very appetizing dish, and Jiang Ran also liked it very much. This dish wasn't difficult to make, but it was a little troublesome. In particular, it was even more difficult to remove the chicken feet completely. And these boneless chicken feet in the lunchbox were all removed completely. One look and one could tell that this person had good knife skills and was very patient. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia didn't have such knife skills, and Zhang Hong was so busy that he didn't have time. So this was made by Pei Huai? Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai and asked, "You made this?" Pei Huai nodded. "Yeah, it wasn't troublesome. I made it." Jiang, if she did not know how to cook, she would have believed Pei Huai's nonsense. Although she was indeed a little busy, she wasn't so busy that she couldn't do other things. When she could do something, Jiang Ran never liked to talk much. Therefore, Jiang Ran didn't say anything. She snatched the bowl and chopsticks and walked out with them. Jiang Ran's series of actions weren't very fast. It was beyond Pei Huai's expectations. She didn't give Pei Huai time to react. By the time Pei Huai reacted, he could only see Jiang Ran's back. Pei Huai was speechless. Jiang Ran had washed the dishes countless times in the past. Now, it was very smooth. In a short while, the dishes and chopsticks were clean. When he returned to the house, Jiang Ran saw that Pei Huai was still sitting there in the same posture. Seeing Jiang Ran come in, Pei Huai's gaze was still a little complicated. "Your hands shouldn't be doing this." These words came out of nowhere. It took Jiang Ran a while to understand what he was talking about. After understanding, Jiang Ran sneered. "Then what should I do?" Pei Huai was confused. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai coldly. "No one is born with what they should or shouldn't do. It doesn't mean that whoever is better at one thing can't do other things. I'm going to get busy. You can leave." After giving the order to leave, Jiang Ran stopped looking at Pei Huai and started to get busy. Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran's back and frowned. He had been back for so long and spent so much time with Jiang Ran. This was the first time he saw Jiang Ran so angry. Most importantly, Jiang Ran seemed to be angry because of him. This realization made Pei Huai feel a little helpless. But Pei Huai didn't leave immediately. "I don't know how you understood what I just said. But I still want to explain. I just want to say that with me here, you can do your own things. Leave the washing of the dishes to me." Jiang Ran, who was busy, was speechless. Jiang Ran didn't turn his head, nor did he give any response. He didn't want to argue with Pei Huai. She just wanted to wait for Pei Huai to leave so that she could get busy with her own affairs. But it didn't happen. Pei Huai didn't leave. Instead, he walked over and said, "Let me help you. It'll be faster with two people." Jiang Ran was speechless. It turned out that not only was she good at cooking, she was also very thick-skinned. No wonder he was the male lead. Everything he wanted was the best. Jiang Ran was madly complaining in his heart, but he didn't say a word on the surface. She wasn't really angry at Pei Huai. It was just that sometimes, their opinions differed and it was just a dispute of words. Moreover, Pei Huai had already explained clearly, so Jiang Ran wouldn't be angry. It was just that she didn't know what to say. The street was very quiet, and there weren't many pedestrians. Everyone was walking on their own. So when she suddenly heard Pei Huai's voice, Jiang Ran was still shocked. Jiang Ran turned to look at Pei Huai. The bright moonlight shone on his face, and it seemed to cover his good-looking facial features with a layer of gauze. Although he was still good-looking, she felt that it wasn't very real. Staring at Pei Huai for a while, Jiang Ran shook her head. No. She wasn't such a petty person. After Jiang Ran answered, Pei Huai just nodded and didn't continue. The two of them walked back to the snack shop in silence. Although it was almost 9 o'clock, the snack shop was still lit up. However, when they got closer, they could see that although it was still lit up, there were actually only 2 people inside. They were Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. The two of them sat opposite each other and were calculating the accounts. When they saw Jiang Ran and Pei Huai coming, the two of them stopped what they were doing at the same time and looked up at Jiang Ran. Sister-in-law, big brother. After shouting this, Pei Xianxia stood up and hugged Jiang Ran's arm affectionately. Sister-in-law, come and take a look. This is today's water. Jiang Ran didn't say anything. She just listened quietly to Pei Xianxia. Pei Xianxia's voice was clear and crisp. She didn't speak very fast, but her thoughts were clear and her expression was clear. After listening to Pei Xianxia's words, Jiang Ran nodded in appreciation. Xianxia is very good. You did very well. She was really very good. Before transmigrating, when Jiang Ran was Pei Xianxia's age, she couldn't do these things. At that time, she was only obsessed with learning medicine. She didn't come into contact with things like management and accounts at all. Knowing that Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang could manage the snack shop well, Jiang Ran had nothing to worry about. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chen Bing came to the snack shop early. There were 2 ways to go to North City. One was by car, and the other was by train. Whether it was by car or by train, it would take a long time. There weren't any highways yet, so they had to take the national highway if they wanted to travel. The road was fine, but it was not so convenient on the road. If it weren't for Jiang Ran, Pei Huai and Chen Bing would have driven there. However, Jiang Ran also wanted to go with them. In order to take care of Jiang Ran, the 3 of them finally decided to take the train. Now was not the peak season for traveling, so it was relatively easy to buy a ticket. It would take 3 days and 2 nights to get from here to North City by train. It was not because the distance was too far, but because the speed of the train was really slow now. Before transmigrating, Jiang Ran had never taken a green car before. She had only occasionally seen it on TV. Now that she thought about experiencing it personally, she felt quite strange. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai were going to be away for so long. It was easy for the adults at home to talk to. After all, it was easier to communicate. But Pei Jing was different. Pei Jing was only 3 years old. He could understand some words, but there were many things that he still could not understand. When he knew that Jiang Ran would be gone for a month, Pei Jing only raised his head and looked at Jiang Ran with an ignorant but curious gaze. Seeing that Pei Jing was nodding so seriously, Jiang Ran looked at Pei Jing suspiciously. Xiao Jing, do you really understand? Pei Jing nodded vigorously. I understand, I understand. I'll sleep a few more times and a month will pass very quickly. Jiang Ran was speechless. All right, he didn't understand at all. Pei Huai had been sitting opposite them, quietly watching the mother and son talk. When he saw Jiang Ran's helpless expression, he waved at Pei Jing. Xiao Jing, come here. What's the matter, Daddy? As he said this, Pei Jing walked over to Pei Huai. Pei Huai's hand was very big. When it was placed on Pei Jing's head, it could easily cover the top of Pei Jing's head. Xiao Jing, a month doesn't count like that. Even if you sleep a few times in a day, it's still a day. Pei Jing tilted his head, looking puzzled. Then how long is a month? The sun rises and sets 30 times. That's a month. Even Pei Jing, who was only 3 years old, knew that the sun rose in the morning and set at night. After hearing Pei Huai's explanation, Pei Jing understood how long 30 days was. His eyes widened. Daddy, a month is a long time. You just have to eat, sleep, study, and play well. A month will pass very quickly. Pei Jing nodded and didn't say anything else. Jiang Ran didn't know if he understood. The train tickets were for that night. Fortunately, they had already packed their luggage in advance, so they didn't have to rush to pack their things now. Wang Zuelan had originally wanted them to prepare more food to bring along, but Jiang Ran and Pei Huai rejected him at the same time. It was still midsummer and the weather was extremely hot. The trains now didn't have air conditioning. If they put food in boxes and bags and put it on the train, it would probably change its taste in less than a night. If the taste changed, it would definitely be inedible. Rather than wasting it by throwing it away, it was better not to prepare it in the first place. However, Jiang Ran still brought some biscuits, walnut cakes and other things that could withstand this kind of weather. If the food on the train didn't taste good, they could eat these things to fill their stomachs. The train station wasn't far. It didn't take much time to get there in Chen Bing's van. The driver was a young man about the same age as Chen Bing. He was also doing business with Chen Bing, but Jiang Ran had never seen him before. This time, Chen Bing and Jiang Ran Pei Huai went to Bay City together. It was estimated that they would not be back for a while. Other than Wang Chuang, this young man named Wang Zhanqing was the only one who came to the snack shop to get snacks. Other than Wang Zhanqing, who was driving, and Jiang Ran, Pei Huai, and Chen Bing, who were going to take the train, there was also Wang Zuelan, Pei Jing, and Pei Baoshan. Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang originally wanted to come, but the snack shop couldn't leave people, so the two of them could only stay. This was Pei Jing's first time in a car. It was especially novel, and his eyes kept darting around. After looking at the situation in the car, he turned his head to look outside the window. When he saw the scenery outside flying backward, he exclaimed in surprise, "Mom, look, those things are flying backward." Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran tried to hold it in, but he still laughed out loud. Was this the cute way of thinking of children? Along the way, she answered Pei Jing's childish words. She felt that they had arrived at their destination before they had even exchanged a few words. Looking at this old train station, Jiang Ran was a little shocked. It couldn't be helped. Jiang Ran had never personally experienced such a train station before she transmigrated. She often took the high-speed rail. Even if it was a remote place or a dilapidated high-speed train station, it would be much better than the train station in front of her. Jiang Ran looked around curiously. Her expression was exactly the same as Pei Jing's. Pei Huai looked at their expressions and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Although they didn't come on time, there wasn't much time left for them. After a few words of farewell, Jiang Ran and the other two entered the carriage. The aisle of the train was narrow. Fortunately, after entering the sleeper compartment, it wasn't as noisy as before. After entering the compartment, Jiang Ran immediately put down the luggage in his hand and leaned over to the window to look out. Wang Zuelan was carrying Pei Jing and standing with Pei Baoshan. They were looking over. Seeing Jiang Ran look over, Pei Jing immediately waved his little hand and called for his mother. "Mom, I want to go too." As Pei Jing spoke, he used his left hand to pull the finger of his right index finger. It was clearly a subconscious action because he was nervous, expectant, and afraid. Before Jiang Ran transmigrated, she had actually allowed him to run around alone. Sometimes it was because of Chinese medicine, and sometimes it was because of delicious food. At that time, Jiang Ran left without any burden. He didn't let anyone send him off or pick him up. He was very carefree and didn't know how sad parting was. But now, looking at Pei Jing's red eyes and pursed lips, his eyes filled with tears but stubbornly not crying, and using a soft voice to tell him that he also wanted to go with him, Jiang Ran's defenses were instantly broken. Sad emotion surged up, as if there was a huge stone pressing down on his chest. This feeling made Jiang Ran want to turn around and get off the train. He wanted to hug Pei Jing in his arms and comfort him softly. But before Jiang Ran could do anything, the train whistled and started moving slowly. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan did not expect the train to move so suddenly. Seeing the train moving forward, the two of them subconsciously followed the train. Pei Jing probably saw that Xianxia was getting farther and farther away, so he couldn't hold back anymore. Bean-sized tears rolled down his white and tender cheeks. Mom. Mom. I want mommy. The train was getting faster and faster. Even though Xianxia tried his best to look back, he could only see the figures of the three people getting smaller and smaller until they completely disappeared. At this moment, Xianxia did not feel that the speed of the green train was slow at all. How was he slow? Isn't this very fast? She didn't even have time to say goodbye before she couldn't even see him. Xianxia could not see him anymore. He could only withdraw his gaze and sit down. Seeing that Xianxia's expression had eased, Pei Huai said, "Do you want to rest?" Before coming to the train station, they had already eaten dinner. It was an early dinner. Although the sky was still bright, it was because it was summer and the sky turned dark later. In fact, it was already past 7 o'clock. Even if they were to lie down and sleep now, it wouldn't be too early. Hearing Pei Huai's question, Xianxia nodded, yes. Their 3 tickets were 2 lower bunks and 1 upper bunk. Chen Bing meant to let Xianxia sleep on the lower bunk. After all, it was inconvenient for a woman to go up and down. Xianxia refused, "I'll sleep on the upper bunk." "Let her sleep on the upper bunk." "I'll sleep on the lower bunk," Pei Huai said almost at the same time as Xianxia. In this compartment, there were not 4 beds, but 6. In other words, not only were there upper and lower bunks, there were also 2 middle bunks. Xianxia didn't want to sleep on the lower bunk. Otherwise, people from other bunks would come and it would be noisy. She wanted to be alone for a while. Pei Huai's thoughts were the same as Xianxia's. Xianxia glanced at Pei Huai, nodded slightly at Pei Huai, and nimbly went to the upper bunk. It was inconvenient on the train. Xianxia didn't wear a skirt, nor did she wear cropped pants. Instead, she wore a pair of long casual pants. After going to the upper bunk, Xianxia took off her shoes, lifted the corner of the upper bunk's quilt, and put her shoes on it. Xianxia was 1.7 meters tall, and the length of the bed was 1.9 meters. It was just right for her to lie on the pillow. There were only the 3 of them in this compartment for the time being. Pei Huai and Chen Bing didn't speak. Xianxia closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep after a while. Although Xianxia didn't have the problem of choosing a bed, it was actually impossible for her to sleep too deeply on the train. At this time, Xianxia was half asleep and half awake. It wasn't until the noise in the carriage suddenly became loud that he woke up. The feeling of being suddenly woken up was actually not good. However, Xianxia knew that this was a public area and it was their freedom to speak. He just frowned and didn't say anything. In the carriage, the noise was still going on. "Put the luggage under the bed, take off the children's shoes, and let them sit. Io, we have 2 middle bunks. It's a little inconvenient. Can you change beds with us? You see. It doesn't matter where the adults sleep, but it's really inconvenient for the children to move up and down. I'm also a little scared. What if they accidentally fall down when they sleep at night?" It was a woman who sounded like she was in her 30s. If she was the only one talking, it wouldn't be so noisy. However, there were 2 other children talking. They were chattering non-stop, and she couldn't hear what they were saying. She could only hear them laughing. The carriage wasn't big to begin with, so when the 3 of them spoke at the same time, it became even noisier. Xianxia raised her upper body slightly and looked down. Just as she guessed, the woman looked like she was in her 30s or 40s. The 2 children were about 10 years old, a boy and a girl. There was also a man who looked much younger than the woman, about 30 years old. He didn't say anything, so Xianxia didn't notice his existence. When Xianxia looked down, the woman was still discussing with Pei Huai and Chen Bing about changing beds. She spoke very quickly, not giving anyone a chance to answer. It was just changing beds. It wasn't a big deal. With these 2 children around, it would be really annoying if they were allowed to jump on top of his head. So Pei Huai didn't hesitate and nodded. Okay. Pei Huai agreed, and Chen Bing didn't have any objections. The 2 of them took their luggage and went to the middle bunk. The woman was obviously very happy. She didn't urge the two children to go to bed and let them play by themselves. The two children were at the age where they liked to laugh and play. Not only that, but they were also very energetic. The two of them had been talking and laughing since they entered the carriage. They hadn't stopped until now. Xianxia raised his hand to look at his watch. It was already 10 o'clock at night. At this time, and they were on a train, everyone was tired. They should be quiet and sleep. Looking at the two children talking and laughing, the man lying down silently, and the woman who kept tidying up, Xianxia was speechless. People with children, especially people who were used to children being noisy, wouldn't think that their children were noisy. Just like the couple on the lower bunk, they probably didn't think that there was anything wrong with their children. Fortunately, no matter how energetic the children were, there was a limit to their energy. When it was almost 11 o'clock, the two of them were finally sleepy. At the woman's urging, they lay down on the lower bunk. The two of them were young. They lay down on the lower bunk, and each of them slept on one end of the bed. It was just right. However, that bed could only fit the two of them. If the woman wanted to rest, she could either climb up to the upper bunk and lie on the empty bed or squeeze with the man. The woman walked to the man's bed and sat down. She pushed the man and said in a low voice, "Lie down. I have to watch the two of them. It's not convenient for me to go up." The man didn't move or open his eyes. "If it's not convenient, you can sit down." With that, the man didn't speak again. It was as if he had fallen asleep again. Xianxia thought that the woman would slap the man awake. But unexpectedly, the woman didn't do that. The woman glanced at the man and sat at the head of the bed. She put her arms on the table and fell asleep on the table. Xianxia? Xianxia felt that either there was something wrong with her eyes, or there was something wrong with her brain. It turned out that there was nothing wrong with Xianxia's eyes. After all, it was someone else's family matter. They had never met before. Even if Xianxia couldn't stand it, he didn't intend to open his mouth. She got off the bed quietly and went to the bathroom. When she came back, she went back to sleep. His sleep was rather peaceful. The next morning, Xianxia heard the child's laughter before he even opened his eyes. Last night, Xianxia had already guessed that this would happen, so he forced himself to sleep. If he didn't sleep at night, it would be difficult to catch up on sleep during the day. With these two children around, it was really difficult to sleep. Before Xianxia could answer, the woman continued to ask, "I also want the two children to grow taller." Hearing this, Xianxia subconsciously thought of the pitiful hearts of parents in the world. It was reasonable for this woman to want the children to grow taller. However, how tall a child could grow was not dependent on what he ate, but more on the genes given by his parents. If the parents were tall enough, even if they ate chaff and vegetables, the child would not be too short. It would just be a little more bearable. However, if the parents were not tall, it was actually a little difficult to make the child grow taller through the intervention of the day after tomorrow. These thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind in an instant. Give him more meat and eggs, and he will grow taller. Even if it did not help the child grow taller, it could give the child some nutrition. These two children were actually a little thin. It was obvious at a glance that it was because they were undernourished. Hearing this, the woman nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, big sister." Being called big sister by the woman again, Xianxia's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Although he knew that this was a unique form of address in this era, he still felt a little weird. Xianxia did not say anything else. He rummaged through his toiletries and took them out. Even if he was on the train, he had to wash up. After Xianxia finished washing up, Pei Huai and Chen Bing came down from the middle bunk and went to wash up together. This small private room was really small. Thinking that he still had to eat breakfast later, Xianxia was not in a hurry to return to the upper bunk. However, he did not sit on someone else's bed either. Instead, he stood at the door. The woman had already tidied up the two children and was about to lead the two children to wash up. Seeing the three of them walk over, Xianxia stepped aside to let them pass. After they left, only Xianxia and the man sleeping on the bed were left in the small private room. Not long after, Pei Huai and Chen Bing came back with their things. The two of them put the things away. Pei Huai asked Xianxia, "What do you want to eat for breakfast?" Upon hearing this question, Xianxia asked, "What kind of food do you have?" Could it be that there were many dishes to choose from on the train? After being asked by Xianxia, Pei Huai remembered that they were now on the train, not at home. An awkward expression flashed across his face. He cleared his throat and said, "Then I'll go take a look and see what's there to eat." Xianxia nodded noncommittally and watched as Pei Huai and Bing left with their lunch boxes. Not long after the two of them left, the woman returned with the two children. After it was over, the two children were obviously more energetic. They didn't walk back, but instead, they skipped all the way. The woman led them to a private room and instructed the two of them, "Stay here and don't run around. I'll go buy you some food." After saying that, the woman looked at Xianxia. "Sister, are you going to buy food?" Xianxia shook his head. Seeing Xianxia shake his head, the woman's eyes instantly lit up. "Then can I trouble you to take care of them?" "You don't have to take care of them. Just don't let them run around." It was not a troublesome matter. The woman took the lunchbox and ran away in a hurry. It was obvious that she wanted to go and come back as soon as possible. The two children were probably used to this kind of thing. The two sat on the bed and chatted together, with no intention of going out. As long as they didn't go out, no matter what they did, it had nothing to do with Xianxia. Not long after, Pei Huai and Bing came back with the lunchboxes. As soon as they came back, Bing shook his head. "The food on the train is really as usual." Bing didn't finish his sentence. But when Xianxia saw the food, she understood Bing's unfinished words. Actually, it couldn't be called food, because there were no dishes and no rice. Instead of saying that the lunchbox was full, it was more like flour paste, and it was a relatively thin flour paste. Xianxia looked down and could almost see her face clearly. In addition to these, there were mixed flour steamed buns. It was quite big, but it was hard, and it felt a little shaky to the touch. Although she hadn't eaten them yet, Xianxia could already imagine how loud they were. This was outrageous. Xianxia looked at Pei Huai in confusion. Before she could ask, Pei Huai had already answered, "That's all." They brought a lot of money when they came out, so it was reasonable to say that they could buy anything they wanted to eat. But the fact was, even if they had money, they couldn't buy anything delicious on the train. Xianxia nodded and didn't continue to argue. She wasn't a person who couldn't bear hardships. These things might not taste good, but it was enough to fill her stomach. They also brought some soy sauce with them, which could be eaten together with the soup. It was more delicious than eating the mixed flour steamed buns. The three of them weren't picky, so they each ate a steamed bun with soy sauce and drank their own flour paste. While they were eating, the woman came back with a lunchbox. The food she bought was the same as what Pei Huai and Bing brought back. The three of them weren't picky. They didn't say anything and started eating. The woman was obviously very experienced, and she also brought soy sauce and pickled vegetables. They ate in silence. After the meal, Pei Huai didn't let Xianxia do it. He and Bing went to wash the lunchbox. The woman also washed the lunchbox herself. After she came back, she urged the two children to read. The two children were obedient. They each took out a book and sat on the bed to read. Naturally, they quieted down. Xianxia walked a few laps below, digesting the food in his stomach a little, and then climbed back up to the upper bunk. As soon as she lay down, she heard a sound. She looked down and saw that the man who had been sleeping had woken up. The man turned over and sat on the edge of the bed. He did not even look at the woman. "Where's my food? What do you want?" The adults were fine, but the children couldn't resist this kind of sweet smell at all. Xianxia was on the top bunk, right above the two children. She couldn't see their expressions at this moment, but she could hear them swallowing their saliva. Since this woman had malted milk powder and biscuits, why didn't she give them to the children just now? Even if she didn't think of it just now, shouldn't she give some to the children now? Just then, the man walked back. The man casually put the things on the table, picked up the malted milk powder, and took a sip. Then, he sighed in satisfaction. Comfortable. The man drank the malted milk powder and ate the biscuits, shaking his head from time to time and sighing. Looking at his head shaking from time to time, Xianxia only had one sentence in her mind: blow his dog head off. Jiang Ran also wondered if this man wasn't the children's father, nor the woman's husband, but a colleague or relative. But soon, she rejected this idea because the two children called him dad. When she heard the two children call him dad, Jiang Ran was already lying flat. She didn't have anything in her mind, only a string of ellipses. Looking at the way this family interacted with each other, it was obviously a habit formed over a long time. Although she didn't know why they formed such a habit, Jiang Ran told herself not to meddle in other people's business. Jiang Ran saw this strange scene for as long as they sat on the train. In this family, the woman worked hard without complaint, taking care of the children and serving the husband. Although the children were lively, they were still obedient. The husband was like an emperor who had to be served by others when it came to eating, drinking, and defecating. Other than himself, he didn't care about anyone else. No, to be exact, he didn't even care about himself. This woman was clearly not the mother of two children, but the mother of three. She was King raising a giant baby. When they finally arrived at the station, Jiang Ran couldn't wait to jump down from the top bunk. She packed her things and walked out of the private room. She couldn't meddle in other people's family affairs, but she could choose not to. Pei Huai and Chen Bing could see Jiang Ran's displeasure. In the past 2 days, unless it was necessary, they basically didn't talk to Jiang Ran. They were afraid that they would accidentally provoke Jiang Ran. The woman and her family had obviously stayed here as well. When Jiang Ran and the others walked out, they heard a woman's voice. Jiang Ran looked back. The woman and the two children were carrying big and small bags, but the man's hands were empty. He walked leisurely as if he was taking a stroll in his own garden instead of getting off the train. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran quickly withdrew his gaze. She was really afraid that if she continued to watch, she would not be able to resist the urge to rush up to that man and beat him up. When they walked out of the train station, Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran. "Don't worry, I won't do that." Hearing this, Jiang Ran looked coldly at Pei Huai. Huh. Even if Pei Huai dared to do that, Jiang Ran would teach him a lesson if he even had the slightest idea. Pei Huai, who was rewarded with a sneer by Jiang Ran, was speechless. Pei Huai rubbed his nose. Was he not supposed to speak? Chen Bing smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you to a place to stay and have a good rest. We'll talk about other things tomorrow." It was already past 5 p.m. Even if they really wanted to do something else, they didn't have the time. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai didn't have any objections. After they left the train station, the three of them got on the bus. Chen Bing often came to Bay City and Pei Huai had stayed in Bay City for 4 years. Both of them knew Bay City quite well. With the two of them leading the way, Jiang Ran didn't care about anything else. She sat on the bus and looked out of the window. The Bay City of this era was completely different from the Bay City that Jiang Ran had seen before she transmigrated. There were no countless tall buildings or neon lights that flashed all night. It was very old. As the bus drove, Jiang Ran could see many old buildings on both sides of the road. It was the kind of courtyard house in Old Bay City. Before she transmigrated, Jiang Ran also liked this kind of courtyard house. However, her family wasn't in Bay City and Jiang Ran only went to Bay City occasionally. So, no matter how tempted she was, she didn't think of buying one. Actually, according to her family's conditions, it wasn't that she couldn't afford it. Even Jiang Ran knew that she flew all over the country all year round. Even if she really bought one, she wouldn't be able to stay for long. But now, it was different. Jiang Ran wanted to come to Bay City to develop. Fortunately, the housing prices in Bay City weren't that expensive yet. There were still many choices. If she wanted to buy one, she could still buy a courtyard house that she liked. Bay City was very big. They changed buses twice before they reached their destination. After they got off the bus, Chen Bing led them forward. On the way, he introduced the place to them. "This is already the city center. We're not going to a guest house. It's a house that I rented. It's more convenient and comfortable to live in a house that I rented. When we arrive, let's put down the things. The two of you can wash your faces. Let's go out and eat. I'll bring you to eat hot pot. Even though it's summer, it's a must to have a hot pot in Old Bay City." Chen Bing didn't know that Pei Huai had stayed in Beijing for 4 years. He only knew that Pei Huai went to college outside and was a fresh graduate. As for where he went to college, Chen Bing didn't ask. This kind of thing, Chen Bing didn't ask, Pei Huai and Jiang Ran naturally wouldn't take the initiative to say. Listening to Chen Bing's words, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai had no objections. In the past 2 days on the train, they didn't eat anything tasty, even if they didn't eat anything. Now that they finally got off the train, of course, they had to have a good meal. The house Chen Bing rented was in a small alley. After entering the door, Jiang Ran found that it was a small courtyard house. It was very small and very simple. There were no corridors, no carved beams, and no painted rafters. It was no different from a normal house. Jiang Ran was speechless. It seemed that he had to save up more money to buy the courtyard house that he imagined. Although this small courtyard was very simple, it was enough for the few of them to live in. Chen Bing pointed to a room in the east wing. That room is bigger. You two can live in that room. It was indeed not suitable for Jiang Ran and Pei Huai to live separately. The two of them didn't say much. They carried their things and walked toward the east wing. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai put down the box. They were not in a hurry to take out the things inside. Instead, they asked Chen Bing where the washroom was. After going to the washroom, Jiang Ran was quite satisfied. There was a dry and wet washroom, a toilet, and a shower. That was enough. The three of them washed their faces and went straight out. Jiang Ran knew where they were going to eat. When they came over earlier, Chen Bing had already pointed them out. It was a hot pot restaurant at the end of the alley. The signboard of the restaurant had changed color. It was obvious that it was an old restaurant. For an old restaurant like this to be able to stay open for so long, the taste was definitely good. It was not far away. The three of them walked over quickly. It was summer and it was night time. The business of the restaurant was quite good. When they entered, they saw more than 10 tables. More than half of them were already occupied. When the three of them entered the restaurant, someone greeted Chen Bing. Chen Bing is here. When did you arrive? Chen Bing waved at the person who spoke. I just arrived with a friend. Give us a hot pot and a few pounds of mutton. Okay. Chen Bing was obviously a regular customer. He led Jiang Ran and Pei Huai to a table by the window. The window was open and the night breeze blew in. It was quite cool. There was no air conditioning in the restaurant, but there were a few ceiling fans that kept spinning. The three of them had just sat down when someone came over with a copper pot and placed it in the middle of the table. Old Bay City's hot pot was very famous. Naturally, Jiang Ran had eaten it before. It was just that when she went to eat it, she always went to a chain restaurant. She always felt that it was better to listen than to eat. Now, she had not eaten it yet. Just by smelling it, she felt that it was not wrong. Chen Bing was already introducing it with a smile. Don't judge this restaurant by its appearance. The taste is very good. Old Bay City people love to eat here. Jiang Ran glanced at Chen Bing. Did you rent a place near here because of this? In fact, Jiang Ran's words were mostly teasing. But what Jiang Ran didn't expect was that Chen Bing actually nodded. You don't say, it's true. The reason why I chose to live near here is so that it's convenient for me to eat shabu-shabu. Jiang Ran was speechless. Chen Bing had never concealed his gluttonous nature. While they were talking, someone else came over. This time, they were served bowls, chopsticks, and dipping sauce. The people of Old Bay City did not need any other sticky ingredients when they ate shabu. They only needed sesame paste and sesame oil. Looking at the big bowl full of sesame paste, Jiang Ran couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Although Chen Bing wasn't the landlord, he came here often and was very familiar with the place. Now, he was introducing the place one by one. Just as the three of them finished mixing the sesame sauce, the mutton was also cut and served. The reason why shuagua was called shuagua was because it was only delicious when it was boiled. How is it? Are you full? Chen Bing asked Jiang Ran and Pei Huai with a smile. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai both nodded. They had eaten quite a lot of food and were full to the brim. Although only a meal's time had passed, the sky outside was completely dark. Nowadays, there were very few shops with neon lights, so at this time, there were basically no lights outside. Fortunately, they were not far from where they lived, so it did not take long for them to walk back. Back at the residence, Xianxia opened the suitcase, tidied up the clothes inside, and put them in the cabinet. Then, he found his toiletries and went to the bathroom to take a bath. It was impossible to take a bath after staying on the train for 3 days and 2 nights. Even wiping his hair was an extravagant hope. Xianxia felt that even if he did not stink, he was not far from becoming stink. After a good bath, he felt that his body was 2 or 3 kilograms lighter. After drying his hair and returning to the room, Xianxia said to Pei Huai, "You go take a bath." Pei Huai nodded slightly, took his things and went out. When he went out, he closed the door. There was a ceiling fan in the room. At this time, the ceiling fan was whirring, so the room was quite cool. Xianxia dried his hair for a while and lay on the bed. He wanted to lie down and rest for a while, but he did not expect that he would fall asleep directly. In a daze, Xianxia felt that his hair was moving, but he was tired and sleepy. He could not open his eyes at all, so he did not care. He slept until dawn. The moment he opened his eyes, Xianxia's consciousness returned, and he subconsciously touched his hair. After a night, his hair was completely dry. Xianxia did not feel a headache, and he felt somewhat lucky. Sleeping with half-dry hair and not having a headache, this was a very lucky thing. Pei Huai was not in the room, and he did not know where he went. Xianxia didn't wait for Pei Huai to come back yesterday. He had already fallen asleep, so he didn't know how Pei Huai slept last night. But when she stood up and saw the mat by the wall, she understood. She must have slept on a mat on the ground. Xianxia changed his clothes and picked up the clothes he had changed last night. He was going to wash them and dry them. Xianxia had just finished tidying up when the gate of the courtyard was pushed open from the outside. Pei Huai and Chen Bing walked in together. Both of them were carrying lunch boxes in their hands. It was obvious that they had gone out to buy breakfast. The 3 of them came to the central room and sat around the table to eat breakfast. Breakfast in North City was actually quite unique. There were sugar pancakes, donuts, steamed buns, and so on. What they drank were tofu pudding, stir-fried liver, garbanzo greens, soy milk, and soy milk. Xianxia had heard of soybean juice in his previous life and knew that it was very famous. For Xianxia, who loved food, he had to try something that he had not eaten before. But when he really smelled it, Xianxia felt that some things were better not to taste. Just by listening to Chen Bing's description, Xianxia knew that Chen Bing was looking for a place based on the location of the snack shop. He was indeed a businessman. His eyes were sharp. Chen Bing didn't even ask Xianxia about this before. He already had a plan in his heart, and what he said was right. Xianxia nodded in appreciation. He still decided to go out with Chen Bing to take a look. Whether it was really that good or not, he still had to take a look to know. After exiting the main door, there was an alley. When they arrived here last night, it was already dark. Walking in this alley at night was completely different from walking in the day. After walking out of the alley and onto the street, there were more people. It was still early, only a little over 7 o'clock. It was also summer vacation. Students didn't have to go to school, so they couldn't see students carrying backpacks to school. However, there were still many children who woke up early to play on the street. Along the way, they really did see what Chen Bing said. At this time, they had been walking around for most of the morning. It was already 10 o'clock. The sun had risen to the top of their heads. The scorching sunlight was so blinding that they couldn't even open their eyes. At this time, there were no milk tea shops, dessert shops, or coffee shops for them to rest. It was still early to eat. The 3 of them had no choice but to find a shade to stand. Fortunately, standing under the shade of the tree, there was no direct sunlight. There was also a gentle breeze blowing, so it wasn't that hot. "How is it, Boss Jiang? Is this place suitable?" "Suitable." Xianxia nodded. "Is there a shop?" The place was suitable, but if there were no houses for rent, they could only stare. After walking around for so long, Xianxia didn't see any houses for rent. Chen Bing smiled proudly. "Boss Jiang, you don't understand. Since you've found a place, you should keep it. Otherwise, if it keeps hanging a sign for rent, how can it be left to us? Hearing Chen Bing's words, Jiang Ran's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Chen Bing was quite far-sighted. It seemed like they had already chosen a house and were just waiting for them to come over. With Chen Bing leading the way, they turned a corner and arrived in front of a shop. This shop no longer had a signboard, so it was hard to tell what it used to be. After entering the door, it was also empty inside, except that it was a little dirty. Chen Bing explained to them, this used to be a woodworker, but now that they've moved, the shop is empty. We're lucky. Jiang Ran agreed with this statement. His luck was indeed good. Not only was the location of the shop suitable, but the size was also suitable. It just so happened that they needed it, and this store just so happened to be vacant. How could their luck not be good? There's a place behind here? Jiang Ran saw the back door. Chen Bing nodded. That's right. There's also a small yard and a few rooms at the back. When the time comes, it doesn't matter if it's a warehouse or a place to live. Knowing that there was a small yard behind, Jiang Ran was even more satisfied. Seeing Jiang Ran's shocked expression, Chen Bing laughed. After all, this is North City. It's different from the small county in our hometown. Jiang Ran was only shocked for a moment. Just as Chen Bing said, this was North City. Even if it was North City in the 1980s, with such a good location and such a big place, it was reasonable for it to cost 3,000 yuan a year. Pei Huai's expression did not change much. After all, Pei Huai had been staying in North City for the past few years. Although he came to North City to study, he was not really a scholar who did not know what was going on outside. He still knew a lot of things. As the three of them were talking, someone walked out from the back door. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s. He was of medium build and was not tall. He was wearing gray suit pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. The hem of his shirt was tucked into his pants, and there was a black belt around the waist of his pants. Just by looking at his outfit, one could tell that he was a very particular person. There were pros and cons to working with such a person. Boss Chen. The man shouted as he walked over. Hearing his words, Chen Bing smiled and walked forward. Big brother Wang. As the two of them talked, they walked together and reached out at the same time to shake each other's hands. Long time no see. Boss Chen. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have been able to keep the shop. I knew that Big Brother Wang's shop was doing well, so I hurriedly brought people here. As he spoke, Chen Bing turned his head and said to Jiang Ran and Pei Huai, come over quickly. This is the landlord here. His surname is Wang. You can call him Big Brother Wang. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai walked forward and greeted Big Brother Wang. My surname is Wang. My name is Wang Jianjun. I'm 39 years old this year. Wang Jianjun introduced himself. Jiang Ran said. My name is Jiang Ran. Pei Huai. Wang Jianjun nodded slightly at Pei Huai, then looked at Jiang Ran with great interest. You're Mr. Jiang? You are indeed young and promising, a heroine among women. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran really didn't know how to respond to Boss Wang's words. Just as Jiang Ran was at a loss for words, Pei Huai said, Brother Wang, how much are you planning to rent this house? Pei Huai asked about serious matters, but Wang Jianjun did not look at Jiang Ran anymore. I think Boss Chen has already told you about the rent of my house. It's 3,000 renminbi a year. The rent starts at 1 year. Although the location of such a house was good and the house was big, the price was also high. Ordinary people really couldn't afford to rent it. Therefore, every time he rented it out, he would have to rent it for at least a year. Jiang Ran and the others really wanted to rent a house. They didn't mind renting it for a year. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have much confidence in the business in North City, they wouldn't have a problem renting it for a few years. Chen Bing had already agreed that he would be responsible for renting the house. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai only helped to look at the contract and acted as witnesses. This time, they finally had time to take a good look at the house. The house was a little dirty, but that was because it had been there for a long time. However, if one were to say that it was shabby, it actually wasn't. As long as they painted the walls, retraced the route, and repaired the ground, it would be more or less done. There were 3 shops, and one would be used as a kitchen. Jiang Ran did not plan to make the kitchen enclosed. Instead, he planned to use glass to replace the walls. Not only would the lighting be better, but it would also look better. The wall facing the street had to be made into visible glass so that the things placed inside could be clearly seen from the outside. Only then would it attract more attention. Jiang Ran not only made Chinese desserts, but also many Western desserts. There were also some desserts that Jiang Ran could not make due to time and materials constraints. But in Bay City, there was no need to worry about this. It was relatively easy to buy the materials he wanted in Bay City. There were more rich people in Bay City, so there was no need to worry about sales. In the other 2 rooms, in addition to making an L-shaped display cabinet facing the window, he also needed to make a bar counter. The rest of the place was to make some booths. Let people have a place to sit and rest. They were not in a restaurant, so the table did not need to be too big, but the environment had to be good. The environment had to be quiet, and it was best to have more privacy. If he wanted people to sit down, there had to be food and drinks. This was not a problem. Many kinds of drinks had already flashed through Jiang Ran's mind. Most of the time, Jiang Ran was the one talking. Pei Huai and Chen Bing were listening, nodding as they listened. Then, they went to look at Jiang Ran's sketches. After about an hour, they decided on the general renovation plan. This was only the beginning. After talking about the beginning, the 3 of them entered the backyard from the back door. There was a bathroom in the backyard, but it was a little shabby and dirty. Jiang Ran disliked it at first sight. He definitely had to redo it. In addition to the bathroom, there were 3 other rooms. The yard was not big, only about 20 square meters. The other 3 rooms were empty. He did not know what they were used for. Jiang Ran and the other 2 walked around the 3 rooms. They only planned to paint the walls and retrace the route. As for the other things, they would not do it for the time being. Anyway, they had not thought about what to do with these rooms. After planning how to renovate, they had to find people to do these things. At the same time, they had to put up a recruitment notice. Of course, they didn't do it here, but in the small courtyard that Chen Bing rented. It was impossible for Jiang Ran to stay here forever. He had to train these people before Jiang Ran left. It was actually quite difficult to master it within a month. Therefore, he would not consider people without any foundation. It would be best if they knew how to cook. It would be even better if they knew how to make some snacks. Looking at the food Jiang Ran cooked, Chen Bing's expression was still a little excited. Chen Bing was thinking that after returning, he would bring Jiang Ran and Pei Huai out for a meal. He didn't expect that when he returned, Jiang Ran had already prepared the food. Seeing the steaming hot food on the table, Chen Bing swallowed his saliva. Boss Jiang, it's fine if you cook first this time. Let's go out to eat later. I can't always let you tire yourself out. Jiang Ran was here to cooperate with him in business, not to be a chef. Even if Jiang Ran knew how to cook and made delicious food, Chen Bing was embarrassed to let Jiang Ran cook all the time. Upon hearing Chen Bing's words, Jiang Ran laughed as well. Only by understanding and respecting each other could people get along for a long time. It's not like it's a day or 2 or 3 to 5 days. There are still dozens of days. We can't go out for every meal. Yu Qiqi smiled and said, it's the same if we eat at home. Pei Huai and I can both cook. We can't help with the renovation, so we can only trouble you. This could be considered as dividing the responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Chen Bing agreed immediately. Don't worry. Leave the renovation to me. It's just that you have to go and take a look occasionally and give some pointers. Otherwise, if there's a mistake and you have to redo it, it will be a little troublesome. That's for sure. After discussing, the 3 of them happily started to eat. This meal was cooked by Jiang Ran and Pei Huai together. Needless to say, Jiang Ran's culinary skills were very good. Pei Huai wasn't bad either. With his help, Jiang Ran made this meal very easily. He felt that he didn't do much and finished the meal in one go. After the meal, Chen Bing rushed to wash the dishes. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai didn't fight with him either. From the second day onwards, the renovation of the shop began. Xianxia and Pei Huai didn't stay idle either. The two of them went to the department store in Bay City and began to buy everything they needed. After buying these things, they would first put them in the small courtyard that they rented. It was necessary to use it when teaching disciples. After the decoration of the store was done, they would be shipped to the store. The department stores in North City were the real department stores. The building had 6 floors, and each floor sold different things. Everything that Xianxia needed could be bought there, which saved him a lot of trouble. Because they had bought enough things, the department store even helped to deliver and unload the goods. Xianxia and Pei Huai didn't do much. Everything was neatly arranged in the kitchen of their small courtyard. In addition to the kitchen utensils, there were also various ingredients. He also bought 2 freezers, and they were the kind with a large capacity. Some ingredients had to be stored in the freezer, so they had to be bought. The things were bought back, but they still needed to be organized. When he was busy, Xianxia didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt very satisfied. By the time he was done, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The premise was to cook in a comfortable air-conditioned room with a complete set of modern kitchenware. Now, there was nothing, and it was so hot. Xianxia was speechless. No matter what she thought in her heart, she still had to do what she had to do. Xianxia and Pei Huai only blew the fan for a while before going to the kitchen again. Fortunately, everyone's appetite was the same in summer, and they didn't like to eat things that were too hot, so they were basically cold. In addition, the two of them were cooking together, so the speed was much faster. It didn't take too long for the dishes to be ready. Chen Bing came back a little late this time, and only came back when the sky was completely dark. In summer, the sky was completely dark, and the time was almost 8 o'clock. The main reason he came back at this time was to rush the work. He found workers to renovate the house, but Chen Bing couldn't really do nothing. Just by looking at Chen Bing's white body and the tired look on his face, Xianxia knew that he must be very tired today. When people were too tired, they didn't want to talk at all. The 3 of them nodded to each other, washed their hands and faces, and started eating. After taking a shower after the meal, they felt a little more energetic. The 3 of them sat together and talked about their progress, then went back to their rooms to rest. Pei Huai still laid out a mat on the floor, and the 2 of them didn't talk much. They closed their eyes and fell asleep after a while. Logically speaking, North City was bigger and had more people, so it should be easier to recruit workers. But in fact, this was not the case. Their recruitment requirements were more stringent, and it was not easy to recruit suitable people in a short period of time. There was no news about the recruitment, and Xianxia couldn't really stay in the rented courtyard and do nothing, so he went to the shop with Pei Huai and watched the people renovate. Xianxia was here, and there were many things that the workers couldn't figure out, so they could ask Xianxia directly. This way, the speed was faster. After 5 or 6 days, the wiring and ground were done, and the walls were replaced with glass. There was finally news about the recruitment. When no one came to apply, there was no one. Now that people came, it seemed like everyone was squeezed together again. In one day, there were more than 20 people who came to apply. Xianxia and Chen Bing had already discussed the number of employees. Their shop wasn't small, and there were at least 12 people in the shop, including the front desk and desserts, and there were 2 shifts. So it was a good thing that there were more than 20 applicants. After all, there was still room to choose. For every applicant, Xianxia told them to come at 8 o'clock the next morning. With so many people, it was naturally impossible for all of them to stay. They had to test their abilities first. Asking them to come at 8 o'clock the next morning was also a test. The basic requirement of an employee's basic requirement. Xianxia didn't want his employees to be late, but he wouldn't ask them to come half an hour early either. Arriving 10 minutes early, they would have time to greet their colleagues, change into their work clothes, tidy themselves up, and then get into work mode. This was just right. The first person to come over was a very beautiful girl. This was the first type of girl Xianxia had seen since he transmigrated. She wasn't tall, probably about 1.58 meters. She was petite and had fair skin. She wore a cotton linen white dress, her hair was shoulder length, and there were scattered bangs on her forehead. When she wasn't smiling, her eyes were wide and round. She looked quiet and delicate. When she was smiling, her round eyes curved into crescents, and there were two small dimples on her cheeks. She was sweet and cute. Whether it was her dressing or her aura, Xianxia felt that this girl didn't look like someone from a poor family. And if her family was well off, she would receive a good education and have better choices when it came to work. Why did she come here to apply for a job? Xianxia felt that it was strange, so he took a few more glances at her. Being stared at by Xianxia, she smiled sweetly at Xianxia and said, "My name is Xianxia, yuan as in 1 yuan 2 yuan. Xianxia nodded and said, "I'm Xianxia. I've liked to eat since I was young, and I also liked to cook with my mother. Later on, when I ate biscuits and cakes, I wanted to make them, but my mother didn't know how to. I just graduated this year and was looking for a job when I saw that your shop was hiring, so I came to apply." Xianxuan's voice was sweet, but it was clear and concise. From the way she spoke, it could be seen that she was a person who did things efficiently. Xianxia liked this kind of person. Xianxia did not like people who had too many twists and turns in their bellies and schemes. Whether it was cooking or making snacks, it was actually very simple. Xianxia hoped that the people around him could be a little simpler. As the two of them were talking, more people came. This time, there were 2 or 3 of them, but they didn't interact much with each other, so they probably didn't know each other. It was just a coincidence that they all arrived at this time. As time went by, more and more people arrived. When it was 8 o'clock sharp, there were still 3 people who hadn't arrived. Xianxia didn't wait any longer. Everyone's time was precious. There was no need to waste it here. "I'll take them and leave first. If those 3 people come later, tell them to go back. This place is not suitable for them." Xianxia said this to Chen Bing. Chen Bing nodded. "All right, I got it." They had already discussed before that they would listen to Xianxia regarding the recruitment of workers. Therefore, Chen Bing had no opinion on Xianxia's decision. Also, Chen Bing didn't like people who were late. Xianxia and Pei Huai led the 20 people away, and the group of people went to the small courtyard. Xianxia noticed the strange expressions on these people's faces, but he wasn't in a hurry to explain to them. The small courtyard wasn't far away. It only took them 15 minutes to walk there. "This is where we live. You've seen the shop situation. It hasn't been renovated yet, so all kinds of tools are placed here. If you can successfully stay, you'll have to learn how to make snacks from me every day. Of course, the premise is that you can stay." Xianxia already had a preliminary understanding of the general situation of these people. They had not systematically learned how to make desserts, whether Chinese or Western. Therefore, Xianxia asked them to make wheaten food. As long as it had something to do with noodles. Whether it was making steamed buns, dumplings, noodles, or something else, they had to make what they were good at. One by one, Xianxia watched them do it with his own eyes. With 20 people, if each of them made one, they might not be able to finish it in an entire morning. But it didn't matter. Xianxia felt that he didn't need this day. When recruiting, he must be serious and careful. Otherwise, if he regretted it later, it would be very troublesome to recruit new people again. No matter what these people were preparing to do, Xianxia only had one request, and that was to make one serving. Not only to not waste it, but also to test their grasp of the quantity. In making desserts, the grasp of the quantity of each ingredient was actually quite important. Things went a little smoother than Xianxia imagined. The main thing was that it was one serving, so it was faster to make it. 20 people made it, so it took 20 minutes. Xianxia only tasted 1 or 2 bites of each and didn't touch the rest. As for the rest of the food, they could eat it themselves or bring it home. Both were acceptable. When they were all done, Xianxia also selected 12 people from among them. For the remaining 8 people who were not selected, Xianxia gave each of them a small bag of biscuits and let them go. This was a fair competition. Everyone relied on their own abilities. Xianxia was more tactful in dealing with things. In the end, he even gave them something. Even if they didn't stay, these 8 people had no complaints. Before leaving, they said that they would come to support when the opening ceremony was held. Jiang Ran naturally welcomed them, regardless of whether they were just being polite or not. After sending those people away, Jiang Ran spoke to the remaining 12 people. I'm very happy that you can stay. I hope you're happy too. Let's talk about the salary first. From now until the opening ceremony, you have to learn from me. You can only be regarded as apprentices. Each of you will be paid 15 yuan. Let's talk about the working hours again. Before the grand opening, you have to be here every morning before 8 o'clock a.m., get off work at 12 o'clock p.m., start work at 2 o'clock p.m., and get off work at 6 o'clock p.m. You can't sell the desserts I taught you, nor can you teach them to your friends and family. These have to be written in the contract. Don't take it lightly. If anyone violates the contract, they'll have to compensate me for my losses. It's not something that can be settled with a few dozen yuan. Those are my requirements. There are still some details that will be written in the contract. You can take a look at them later. If you feel that there is no problem and that you can accept it, then sign the contract. If you think there's a problem, or if you can't do it, you can leave. Of course, I will also give you some biscuits. After hearing Jiang Ran's last sentence, the people who had become serious because of Jiang Ran's words all laughed, and the atmosphere became relaxed again. The contract was written by Jiang Ran and Pei Huai yesterday after these people left. Then, they went to print it. Now, they gave each of them a copy and asked them to read it carefully. The contract was not long. It was only 2 pages, so they could read it quickly. Xin Yuanyuan was the first person to sign the contract. After the contract was in her hands, Jiang Ran felt that she didn't read it much, so he picked up the pen and signed his name on it. Her speed was so fast that even Jiang Ran gasped in amazement. Aren't you going to read it carefully? Jiang Ran asked. Xin Yuanyuan smiled and shook her head. I can accept all the things you just said. As for the other small problems, I'm fine with it. Her answer really seemed to be fine. Jiang Ran nodded and handed her another contract. There are 2 copies of the contract. One for you and one for me. Jiang Ran wrote her name on the 2 contracts and stamped the snack shop seal. With Xin Yuanyuan taking the lead, the others signed the contracts one after another. At this time, it was almost 12:30 p.m. Jiang Ran looked at her watch and said, "It's already 12:30 p.m. Hurry up and go back to eat and rest. Just come back before 2:30 p.m. She wouldn't skimp on 2 hours of rest. When everyone heard this, they were all very happy and left happily. After sending them off, Jiang Ran heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the bench again. There was a ceiling fan in the central room. It was originally quite cool, but with more than 10 people in the room, even if there was a fan, it wasn't cool anymore. Now that they were all gone, the room became cool again. Jiang Ran leaned on the table and looked at the 12 contracts in front of her. Her face broke into a smile. After being in Bay City for so many days, things were progressing quite smoothly. Now that she had recruited the staff, she was just waiting for them to finish their apprenticeship and then open for business. Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran. When he saw Jiang Ran smile, the smile in his eyes disappeared. What do you want to eat for lunch? Pei Huai asked. When she heard about food, Jiang Ran shook her head. I don't want to eat anything. She had tasted 20 pancakes and steamed buns in the morning. Even if she only ate 1 or 2 bites of each, it was still quite a lot. They were all carbohydrates and were very filling. Jiang Ran wasn't hungry at all. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Huai nodded. Then I'll get you a bowl of ice porridge. Jiang Ran couldn't help but look at Pei Huai with admiration. It had to be said that Pei Huai was really smart. She wasn't hungry, but she could eat a bowl of ice porridge. There was no conflict. Pei Huai stood up with a smile and walked towards the kitchen. Jiang Ran leaned on the table and looked at Pei Huai's back as he left. He slightly adjusted his posture. From the second day onwards, Jiang Ran began a new round of teaching. This was not Jiang Ran's first time teaching. As for how to teach disciples, Jiang Ran could be considered to have the heart and soul to do it smoothly. Pei Huai didn't always stay in the small courtyard to accompany Jiang Ran. He basically left early and returned early. Jiang Ran didn't know what Pei Huai was busy with, but he didn't ask. In addition to teaching disciples, Xianxia would also go to the shop from time to time to take a look. After 25 days, the renovation of the small food shop in Bay City was finally completed. As for the disciples taught by Xianxia, they were already in their respective positions and could enter the work zone. But they couldn't open for business yet. They could only start a trial operation first. Everything was moved to the new kitchen in the shop. Xianxia also brought his apprentices to the new kitchen and rearranged their working hours. Xianxia had already thought about it before. They would have to work 2 shifts during working hours. The morning shift was from 6 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the night shift was from 1 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 o'clock in the evening. Both were 7 hours long. The reason why they opened so early was that Xianxia taught them how to make chicken rolls and sandwiches. These could be eaten with soy milk or juice as breakfast. It satisfied the needs of some students and people who needed to go to work early. Let me tell you the new working hours. For example, if you come to work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, you will get off work at 8 o'clock in the evening. Then the next morning, you will come to work before 6 o'clock and work until 1 o'clock. From 1 o'clock in the morning, you can rest until 1 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Do you understand? Although it was said to be a month of work, it was actually half a day of work and half a day of rest. The working hours were very relaxed. If anyone had something to do at the last minute, they could coordinate with their shift. As long as they found someone to work for them, they could do their own things. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the eyes of the 12 people began to shine. There was no other reason. The working hours really surprised them. But then they were also a little worried about how to calculate their salary. Salary was always the most important thing for people who went to work. Xianxia didn't keep them in suspense. After telling them the working hours, he started to talk about salary. As for salary, the basic salary for each of you is 20 yuan per month. Then, according to the turnover of the shop, you will be given a commission. The higher the turnover, the higher your commission. So you have to work hard to make the food taste better. In this way, people will buy it. The turnover will be higher, and your salary will be higher. The business of the shop is closely related to your own interests. No matter when, a fixed salary couldn't arouse the enthusiasm of the employees. Only when they understood that their own interests were closely related to the interests of the group could they work harder. After Xianxia finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. The working hours were not very long, and they could earn a lot of money. Who wouldn't be willing? Don't worry, Sister Ran. We'll definitely work hard. Don't worry, Sister Ran. The 12 of them opened their mouths and shouted at the top of their lungs. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their voices were deafening. Although it was a little jarring to the ears, Xianxia remained unmoved on the surface. He just looked at the crowd with a smile and nodded slightly to them. All right, I believe you. Pei Huai and Chen Bing stood outside the bar. Through the glass, they could clearly see the situation in the kitchen. Not only could he see them, but he could also hear their shouts clearly. After watching for a while, Chen Bing put his arm around Pei Huai's shoulder. It's not that I want to say this, but old Pei, with such a wife, you'll wake up smiling even in your dreams. If I had such a wife, I wouldn't even be able to sleep. After saying that, Chen Bing deliberately looked at Pei Huai, waiting for Pei Huai to ask him why he wasn't sleeping. However, after waiting for a while, Pei Huai didn't say anything. However, Chen Bing waited for a long time, but Pei Huai did not ask him why. He could not hold it in any longer, so he decided to say it himself. It would be bad if I woke up from my sleep and realized that I was dreaming, so I decided not to sleep. After saying that, Chen Bing laughed to himself. Pei Huai glanced at Chen Bing indifferently. You know yourself well. Chen Bing was speechless. Could they still have a proper conversation? Before coming to Bay City, Chen Bing and Pei Huai were just nodding acquaintances. After coming to Beijing, they had to meet every day and work together. Gradually, they became familiar with each other. Chen Bing was forthright and did not bother about trifles. He was also very meticulous in his work. Pei Huai was less taciturn, but he was very capable. The two of them complemented each other, and their relationship slowly improved. After saying what needed to be said, Xianxia arranged the 12 people to work. 6 people in a group. The group that did not need to go to work could go home directly. The rest of the people started to work under Jiang Ran's command. Once the shop opened for business, what they needed to do was not as simple as making snacks. Someone had to be the cashier and collect the cutlery. They also had to know how much of each type of snack they had to make every day. These things could not be done overnight. They also had to be learned slowly. Before all of them had a complete grasp of these things, they could not open for business. After making arrangements for the 6 people, Jiang Ran came out of the kitchen and sat down in a corner with Pei Huai and Chen Bing. If the shop had air conditioning, Jiang Ran would have chosen a seat by the window to bask in the sun. However, there was no air conditioning. She only wanted to sit in a corner and enjoy the fan. After taking a sip of water and organizing her thoughts, Jiang Ran looked at Chen Bing. You still have to find someone you can trust to stay in the shop and watch over it. He doesn't have to know how to make desserts, but he has to be good at planning and accounting. Now that there was no computer for cashiers, the accounts could only be written by hand. Cashiers had to be done by trusted people. Chen Bing also understood this point. I've already thought about it. My brother will probably arrive in a few days. When he arrives, I'll let him live in the room behind. He's here to look after the shop every day. He's studying accounting. Since Chen Bing had already found someone, Jiang Ran had nothing to worry about. He nodded and didn't say anything else. At around 11 o'clock, the first batch of desserts was made and placed in the glass freezer. This was a custom-made glass counter with a refrigeration function. Before Jiang Ran transmigrated, such a counter could be seen in any dessert shop or cake shop. It was just that there was no such thing yet, so it could only be custom-made. Fortunately, the principle was the same, but the shape was different. Those that needed to be kept fresh were placed in the freezer. "Io. What's in there? Do you have food? Are they all real or fake? Why are they so beautiful? I don't know about the others. But those walnut biscuits and whatnot, I can tell at a glance that they're real. Everything else must be real too. Why would they put the fake ones here? That's right. It's obvious that they're real. I saw that this shop had been renovated for a long time. I was still thinking about what to sell. Is it open now? Let's go in and take a look." Jiang Ran and the other 2 listened to these words and watched these people walk into the shop spontaneously. They had a subtle feeling in their hearts. The flyers had been printed, but they hadn't been distributed yet. In other words, they hadn't advertised yet, but these people had already come knocking on their door. Chen Bing smiled, revealing his big white teeth. I knew it would work. Although Jiang Ran didn't say anything, he also revealed a smile. No matter what, this was a good start. It was something to be happy about. Chen Bing and Pei Huai could continue to stand outside and watch. They didn't need to go in, but Jiang Ran had to go in. The 2 girls in charge of the cashier and packing had been rehearsing before. This was the first time they had experienced something like this. If Jiang Ran didn't watch, he wouldn't be at ease. Fortunately, these girls were quite smart. Although they didn't do things that quickly, they were very attentive. They had a warm smile on their faces and spoke in a soft voice. Even if they had to wait for a while because of the crowd, no one showed any impatience. Jiang Ran didn't speak the whole time. He just stood in an inconspicuous corner and watched all of this. For the whole day, the flow of customers couldn't be said to be constant, but people came and went. Overall, it was quite good. Jiang Ran secretly calculated. This was still without any advertising. On the first day of trial business, it was already the same as the daily sales of the snack shop. If there was advertising, the business would only be better. A big city was still the best, there were more people, and more rich people. The success of the first day of trial business made Chen Bing feel relieved. Chen Bing believed in his own vision and Jiang Ran's ability. However, when it came to doing business, these 2 things were not enough. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all indispensable for this business to succeed. Fortunately, from the looks of it, he had indeed succeeded. This was something worth being happy about. Because he was happy, Chen Bing didn't let Jiang Ran and Pei Huai cook for him. Instead, he took them to eat shabu. It was still the same restaurant they had eaten at when they first arrived in North City. The meat was still the same, and the taste was the same. However, when they ate it, the feeling in their hearts was different. At that time, the three of them had eaten here with exhaustion and uncertainty about the future. But now that they had achieved initial success, they were filled with joy. Chen Bing asked for a bottle of wine, which was an ordinary erguotu. Unscrewing the bottle cap, Chen Bing poured himself a cup before looking at Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. "Do you two want to drink?" If it had been someone else, they might not have even asked this question. They might have just filled their cups and said that they were happy today, so they should drink a little. Although there was so much to say, it still made people feel annoyed. For people like Chen Bing, who asked for other people's opinions first, it wasn't so annoying. Jiang Ran had also drunk wine before. He had drunk white wine, red beer, and fruit wine. However, that was before she transmigrated into a book. Now that she had transmigrated into a book, although she still looked similar to her original self, her body had changed after all. Jiang Ran wasn't sure how much alcohol this body could hold. In her memory, the original owner had never drunk alcohol before. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Ran's mind, but it was only for a moment. Soon, Jiang Ran nodded. "Then I'll just take a little." Chen Bing looked at Jiang Ran with admiration. "Ran Ran is indeed a heroine. She's so forthright." "Jiang Ran. Speak properly." After so many days of interaction, and now that they were working together to open a restaurant, their relationship was even better than before. If she still called them Boss Jiang or Boss Chen, it would seem like she was treating them as outsiders. Because Chen Bing was older than Jiang Ran, he called her Ran Ran. Jiang Ran, on the other hand, called Chen Bing brother Chen. "What big brother Chen?" Jiang Ran refused. The wine glass wasn't big to begin with. Jiang Ran said that she only wanted to drink a little, so Chen Bing poured a little for Jiang Ran, only covering the bottom of the glass. After pouring the wine for Jiang Ran, Chen Bing looked at Pei Huai. "Old Pei, do you want to drink some?" Every time she heard Chen Bing call Pei Huai Old Pei, Jiang Ran was afraid that Chen Bing would say something wrong and call him his wife. Of course, such a situation had never happened before. Pei Huai glanced at Chen Bing and nodded slightly. Pei Huai didn't say how much he wanted to drink, so Chen Bing poured a glass. Pei Huai looked at the full glass of wine and didn't say anything. Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Huai. According to her understanding of Pei Huai during this period of time, since Pei Huai did not say anything, it was obvious that he did not put this glass of white wine in his eyes. She didn't expect him to have such a high tolerance for alcohol even though he usually didn't drink. The three of them raised their glasses at the same time to celebrate the prosperity of their business. Jiang Ran only drank a little. The taste of erguotu was spicy, and Jiang Ran instantly grimaced. When Chen Bing and Pei Huai saw her like this, they both laughed. "Is it that spicy?" As Chen Bing spoke, he took another sip from his wine glass. Not only did he not frown, he even smacked his lips as if he was enjoying himself. It wasn't that Jiang Ran couldn't drink it. He could drink it, but he couldn't enjoy it. Every time he saw others drinking with a face of enjoyment, Jiang Ran had a subtle feeling in his heart. However, everyone's preferences were different. Jiang Ran herself didn't like it, but she wouldn't make any judgments about other people's preferences. Pei Huai and Chen Bing didn't let Jiang Ran drink anymore. The two of them clinked glasses from time to time. The two of them finished a bottle of erguotu just like that. After drinking and eating to their heart's content, they paid the bill and left. Pei Huai and Chen Bing's faces were red, and they reeked of alcohol. Jiang Ran looked at the two of them with some complicated feelings. She was not afraid of anything else, but she was afraid that the two of them would be drunk and couldn't walk back by themselves. Although she was strong, she couldn't carry both of them on her shoulders, right? Upon hearing Pei Huai's words, Jiang Ran looked at him with interest. "You know? Tell me then." With that, Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai calmly. She was a little curious about what Pei Huai would say. However, after waiting for a while, Jiang Ran saw Pei Huai winking at her. "I know, but I'm not telling you." Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran sized up Pei Huai carefully. Only then did she confirm that Pei Huai had drunk too much. He had drunk too much, but he still had to pretend that he wasn't drunk. Then, he would be exposed the moment he opened his mouth. If Pei Huai had drunk too much, then did that mean that Chen Bing had drunk too much as well? As Jiang Ran thought about this, she immediately looked at Chen Bing, who was beside her. Being stared at by Jiang Ran, Chen Bing smiled. "Why are you looking at me? I didn't drink too much. I didn't expect old Pei's alcohol tolerance to be so bad. Come, let's hurry back. Otherwise, he won't be able to get up from the ground later." Jiang Ran agreed with Chen Bing's last sentence. Fortunately, Pei Huai could still walk on his own. Chen Bing pulled Pei Huai's arm. Pei Huai followed obediently, but from time to time, he would look at Jiang Ran. It was as if he was trying to confirm whether Jiang Ran was going with him. The benefits of living close by were once again reflected at this time. It didn't take long for them to return to the small courtyard that they had rented. The three of them reeked of alcohol, so they definitely had to wash up. Pei Huai had drunk too much, so he couldn't wash up by himself. Jiang Ran couldn't help him either, so she entrusted this matter to Chen Bing. Chen Bing patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I will definitely wash him clean." In Chen Bing's heart, no matter how strong Jiang Ran was, she was still a girl. Pei Huai was a big man who was more than 1.8 meters tall, and he was a big man who had drunk too much. Jiang Ran definitely couldn't do it alone. At this time, his importance as a brother was reflected. Jiang Ran found Pei Huai's change of clothes and helped him carry them into the bathroom. After watching Chen Bing close the bathroom door, Jiang Ran then went back to her room. Sitting in the room, Jiang Ran's mind was also thinking quickly. Now that the food store's trial run of business, it wouldn't be long before it officially opened. After it officially opened, they could go back. It was just that before they came, they had said that they would go back in a month, but now 25 or 26 days had passed. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to go back in a month. It was easy to talk to others, but Pei Jing, a 3-year-old child, didn't understand much. He would probably think that she didn't mean what she said. The more she thought about it, the more melancholy she felt. Jiang Ran found a pen and paper and started to write a letter. On the second day of her arrival in Bay City, she had already written a letter back and received a reply from Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. The two of them were groomed by Jiang Ran, and in many ways, they were similar to Jiang Ran. For example, they only reported the good news and not the bad news. In the letter, they only said that everything was fine, but Jiang Ran didn't know whether that was the case or not. She could only believe in their abilities and hope that everything was fine. After taking a shower, Pei Huai's hair was still wet, and his whole body seemed to be covered in water vapor. His face was still red, and his eyes were a little more blurred than before. From the looks of it, it was as if the alcohol had kicked in and he was drunk and muddle-headed. Chen Bing followed behind Pei Huai and watched Pei Huai enter the room and lie on the bed. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ran, hurry and go take a shower. I'll watch him here. He couldn't let a drunk person be alone. Otherwise, if he vomited, it would be easy for an accident to happen. Jiang Ran also understood this point, so she didn't refuse. Thank you, Brother Chen. As long as he didn't wash his hair, Jiang Ran took a shower very quickly. It didn't take long for him to walk back. Chen Bing was also a little sleepy. His eyes were bloodshot, but he still forced himself to sit by the side and watch Pei Huai. Now that he saw Jiang Ran come back, he immediately became energetic and hurriedly stood up. Then you should hurry and rest. I'll go back too. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Jiang Ran to answer and quickly walked out. After getting along for such a long time, Jiang Ran more or less had some understanding of Chen Bing's temperament. He was clearly so sleepy that he couldn't care about anything else. Jiang Ran didn't say much and let him go. After Chen Bing left, Jiang Ran closed the door and looked at Pei Huai lying on the bed. She only frowned slightly, walked to the wall, took the mat, and spread it on the floor. Unexpectedly, just as she finished spreading it, Pei Huai, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. Suddenly meeting Pei Huai's red eyes, Jiang Ran was shocked. What's wrong? Pei Huai stared at Jiang Ran for quite a while before sitting up. That's my bed. Don't move. With that, Pei Huai put on his shoes and walked over. The distance wasn't too far. Pei Huai walked over in 2 or 3 steps. Then, he quickly lay down on the mat and closed his eyes again. Jiang Ran was speechless. Pei Huai's series of actions were really fast. Jiang Ran was still squatting aside when Pei Huai fell asleep again. Looking at the sleeping Pei Huai, what else could Jiang Ran do? She couldn't possibly carry Pei Huai back to the bed, could she? Jiang Ran lay on the bed and fell asleep without turning off the light. With the lights on, if there was any movement from Pei Huai, Jiang Ran would be able to see it immediately, and he would feel more relieved. However, nothing much happened that night. Jiang Ran slept until the alarm went off. When she turned off the alarm and opened her eyes, she saw that Pei Huai was still lying on the mat. His sleeping posture was quite good, lying straight. After a night of rest, Pei Huai's complexion had returned to normal. His breathing was steady, and his chest rose and fell rhythmically. He was obviously still asleep. This was very rare. Previously, every time Jiang Ran woke up, Pei Huai was already up. This was the first time Jiang Ran woke up and saw that Pei Huai was still sleeping. Pei Huai was already used to Jiang Ran's habit of getting straight to the point. Okay, I'll wash up and come back to write. After getting the answer, Jiang Ran did not continue to sit on the bed. Instead, he took his clothes and went to the bathroom. He washed up and changed his clothes. When he came out, he wanted to make breakfast, but Chen Bing came back with a lunchbox. Since Chen Bing had bought it, Jiang Ran naturally saved himself the trouble. The 3 of them sat down to eat. Chen Bing kept glancing at Pei Huai. Pei Huai was not blind. Naturally, it was impossible for him not to feel Chen Bing's gaze. "What are you looking at?" Pei Huai asked faintly. Chen Bing smiled first and then said, "Old Pei, do you remember what happened after you got drunk yesterday?" Pei Huai's expression did not change. "I wasn't drunk." Chen Bing nodded in understanding. "I understand. People who are drunk like to say that they aren't drunk. It's obvious that you don't remember." Pei Huai was speechless. "What do you know?" Pei Huai just glanced at Chen Bing and did not continue on this topic. Since Pei Huai did not say anything, Chen Bing did not continue. After breakfast, Pei Huai went back to his room to write the letter. He wrote very quickly. In total, he wrote a full page. After folding it, he gave it to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran took it and put it in an envelope. Then, he sealed the envelope and the 3 of them went out together. It was almost 8 o'clock. Chen Bing went directly to the snack shop. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai went to the post office together. When the 2 walked to the post office was just opening. After sending the letter, Jiang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. When they first arrived in North City, it was late July. Now, more than 20 days had passed and it was already the end of August. Although the weather was still hot, it was already getting colder in the morning and evening. In September, people would probably only feel hot in the afternoon. At the end of August, school started. It was also because they came out late today. If they came out earlier, they would have seen the students rushing to school. There were kindergartens, primary schools, middle schools, and high schools nearby. The university was a little further away. Therefore, as long as the food they made was delicious, they didn't have to worry about a lack of business. Along the way, Jiang Ran was also thinking about the publicity. It was necessary to distribute flyers. Otherwise, how could they let others know that they had opened a new store in this era without the internet? He couldn't just sit in the shop and wait for people to pass by. They had to go to many places to distribute the flyers, so there had to be more people to distribute the flyers. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran sighed. From today onwards, I'll have to let them work overtime. Pei Huai had been walking beside Jiang Ran. When he heard Jiang Ran's words, he knew what Jiang Ran was talking about without asking. Now standing at the door, the 2 of them could see that there were many people in the shop. Some were standing at the bar counter, choosing or paying the bill. Some were sitting there, eating and drinking. If one only looked at this scene, who would dare to believe that this was the second day of the trial business? Standing outside the window and looking at this scene, Jiang Ran was a little self-doubtful. Should he still distribute the flyers? Now that the business was so good, if he distributed the flyers, the business would be even better. Would he be too busy or something? But soon, this idea was thrown to the back of Jiang Ran's mind. He had never seen a businessman who was afraid of good business. If the business was good, he would hire people. He would be able to handle it. With this in mind, Jiang Ran walked in. It was already the end of August, and it was early. At this time, the room didn't make people feel hot at all, so there was no need to turn on the fan. After Jiang Ran went in, he didn't go to the bar counter. Instead, he walked to Chen Bing, who was sitting by the wall. Chen Bing's face was full of smiles. After seeing Jiang Ran and Pei Huai, his smile became even brighter. When I came here, the business was so good. I've been sitting here and watching. The business is getting better and better. People come and go. The flow of people is endless. When will your brother come? Jiang Ran asked about business. The better the business, the more they needed someone to take care of the accounts. Hearing Jiang Ran's question, Chen Bing also stopped smiling and became serious. Hearing Jiang Ran's question, Chen Bing also stopped smiling and became serious. He'll be here this afternoon. I'll pick him up in the afternoon. Hearing that he would be here so soon, Jiang Ran was slightly satisfied. Then, he told them about the flyers. At 1 o'clock, when it was time to change shifts, Jiang Ran told them about the flyers. This is overtime. 50 cents for half a day. If you're willing to work overtime, you'll get overtime pay. If you don't want to work overtime, I won't force you. The 12 people immediately said yes without any hesitation. Especially the 6 people who were just about to get off work, each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. After a busy morning, not only did it not make them tired, it even made them happier. First, it was because the products they made were liked by everyone. Secondly, it was because they could earn a lot of money doing what they liked. Seeing that they all agreed, Jiang Ran also laughed. In that case, you guys should get off work. Go back to eat and rest. Come back at 3 in the afternoon. Jiang Ran had already asked. The homes of the 12 of them were not very far from here. 2 hours was not only enough for them to eat, but also for them to rest for a while after eating. Not long after lunch, Chen Bing left. He is going to the railway station to pick up his brother. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai went to the backyard. After Chen Bing's younger brother came, he lived in the backyard. Although they had already prepared before, they still had to take a look to be more assured. In the backyard, other than the bathroom, there were 3 other rooms. One of them was the kitchen. Compared to the previous kitchen, this one was much simpler. It was just for cooking. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai came over, got a basin of water, and wiped all the places that could be wiped. This small courtyard was completely enough for one person to live in. If it weren't for the circumstances, this was actually where Jiang Ran wanted to live. When they were done tidying up, it was almost 3 o'clock. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai went back to the front together and saw that the 6 people had already arrived. Although they were going out to distribute flyers, they were still going to work, so they were still wearing their work clothes. They were wearing black embroidered pants and simple white shoes. Their upper bodies were also white. The white short-sleeved top was clean in the front, but there were 3 small cartoon words on the left chest. They were the words snack shop. But the back was more lively. The words snack shop were big, just like on the billboard, and there were colorful snacks in cartoon shapes beside it. Such clothes were very eye-catching even in a crowd. Not only could it be seen at a glance, but it could also leave a deep impression. Jiang Ran gave each of them a thick stack of flyers and asked them to go to different places. I don't expect you to distribute all of them, but it's best if you can distribute them to everyone. They didn't pay according to the number of flyers they distributed, so they wouldn't throw away the flyers just to distribute more. After they left, Jiang Ran also carried a stack of flyers and prepared to go out. She didn't need to look after the shop, so she wanted to go out and distribute the flyers and walk around the neighborhood. Except for when she first came, when she went around the neighborhood to look for a house and buy things, Jiang Ran basically stayed in the small courtyard. Now that she had a reason and opportunity to walk around, she still wanted to go. When Pei Huai saw this, he also carried a stack of flyers and said, "I'll go with you. You're not familiar with this place." What if she couldn't come back after walking around? Although Jiang Ran didn't hear what Pei Huai was thinking, He only heard Pei Huai's words and knew what Pei Huai meant. Glancing at Pei Huai, Jiang Ran asked, "Are you familiar with this place?" "Yes, I'm very familiar with North City." When he said this, Pei Huai's voice was indifferent, as if he was talking about something ordinary and not showing off. Jiang Ran did not doubt the authenticity of Pei Huai's words. Pei Huai was not a person who would boast, let alone exaggerate. "Let's go then," Jiang Ran said. Of course, it was better to have someone who knew the way. He didn't have to worry about not being able to make it back. He could look around at ease. Naturally, the leaflets were distributed along the way. Because he had Pei Huai by his side, Jiang Ran didn't worry about getting lost. He just followed his heart. Unexpectedly, as they walked, they reached the vicinity of the university. There were more people here. Whether it was holidays or school reopening, there would always be people who stayed in school. The North City University in front of her was somewhat similar to the university in Jiang Ran's memory, yet there seemed to be some differences. Just as she was engrossed in staring, she heard Pei Huai beside her speak. "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Jiang Ran turned her head and looked at Pei Huai with sparkling eyes. "Can I go in and take a look?" Pei Huai's eyes were also smiling. "If you want to go in, of course you can." Although when she heard this, it felt a little strange. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem wrong. This was what a male lead should say. "Then let's go." Jiang Ran finished speaking, but her feet didn't move. She just waited for Pei Huai to lead the way in front. They were so close to the main entrance, of course, it was impossible that they didn't know the way. She was just afraid that they couldn't enter, so she let Pei Huai lead the way in front. The two of them arrived at the main entrance one after the other. Pei Huai led them through the main entrance smoothly. Not only did they enter the main entrance, Jiang Ran heard many people greeting Pei Huai as soon as they entered the main entrance. "Senior brother. Senior brother Pei. Senior brother Pei, long time no see. Senior brother, what are you doing back this time?" Jiang Ran, who was just a step behind Pei Huai, was stunned when she heard the words "senior brother." Jiang Ran knew that as the male lead, Pei Huai must be a popular figure in school and must be very popular. But knowing and seeing with their own eyes were two completely different things. How was this like senior brother returning to school? This was simply like a scene of Chasing Stars. Jiang Ran was thinking about it when someone noticed her. "Eh? Senior brother, who's that behind you? Is she also from our school? Why haven't I seen her before? Are you stupid? If she's from our school, why haven't we seen her before? Could she be a freshman? Oh, I know. Senior brother, is she your relative? You're here to send her off this year? It must be. Otherwise, why would senior brother bring it here?" Listening to their words, Jiang Ran deeply realized that imagination was the most terrifying thing. She hadn't even said a word to Pei Huai yet, but these people had already imagined an identity for her. They even imagined the cause and effect of an incident. What he said really seemed to be the case. If she didn't know the truth, she would have believed that they were telling the truth. As these people talked, they came up to Jiang Ran and struck up a conversation with him. They even said things like, "Senior brother, don't worry, we will take good care of junior sister." Jiang Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Pei Huai's voice. "She's not a freshman, nor is she your junior sister." These seniors were waiting at the school gate. Of course, they were not here to join in the fun. They were here to welcome the new students. After Pei Huai finished speaking, he nodded slightly at the crowd as a form of greeting. Then, he left with Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran's five senses were very sensitive. Even after walking a distance, she could still feel that there were many gazes staring at her. It was not until they walked a distance and turned a corner that Jiang Ran felt the fiery gazes behind her disappear. No longer being stared at with such strange gazes, even Jiang Ran heaved a sigh of relief. Pei Huai had been paying attention to Jiang Ran. When he saw Jiang Ran's relieved look, he smiled and asked, "Nervous?" Jiang Ran shook her head. "No." What kind of joke was this? Was she someone who would be nervous? Before she transmigrated, she had traversed the Chinese medicine and culinary worlds. What kind of big scene had she not seen? Who knew how many people were staring at her? How could she be nervous? It's just that I feel that their gazes are a little strange. As Jiang Ran said, she frowned. At the school gate, everyone watched as Jiang Ran and Pei Huai gradually walked away. When they finally disappeared, they retracted their gazes. After everyone looked at each other, they instantly started discussing. That's actually senior brother Pei's wife? That's impossible. Could it be that senior brother is remarrying? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you hear senior brother introduce her and say that she's Jiang Ran? He can't possibly marry someone with the same name as his previous one, right? But that's too different from the photo we saw before. How is that a big difference? They're two completely different people. Didn't senior sister Yunyun say that senior brother Pei's old wife isn't good enough for senior brother Pei? When I saw them just now, I felt that the two of them were quite compatible. I think so too. They're both good-looking and tall. I heard that they grew up together and they even have a son. Speaking of their son, I don't think she's someone who has given birth to a child. Looking at her, I'd believe it if she said that she's a new student. That's right. Senior brother Pei is bringing his wife to tour the courtyard. Will senior sister Yunyun rush over when she hears the news? Forget it, forget it. This isn't something we can meddle in. Let's stop talking about it and get back to work. Jiang Ran didn't know about the discussions behind him. At this time, Jiang Ran was enjoying the campus scenery with Pei Huai. As the highest educational institution, the scenery of North City University went without saying. It was very beautiful. However, Jiang Ran had seen much more beautiful scenery, so he didn't care about it the most. If not for the lack of time, she really wanted to go to the library to take a look. As the highest institution of learning, there must be a lot of books inside. However, he didn't have time today. With this in mind, Jiang Ran said to Pei Huai, "Let's go." The girl had a gentle temperament and her long hair was draped behind her head. One look at her and one could tell that she was the campus goddess. While Jiang Ran was looking at the group of people opposite him, the group of people opposite him was also looking at him. They were not only looking at Pei Huai, but also at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran furrowed his brows when he saw the subtle and complicated look in their eyes. Before long, the group of people arrived in front of him. "Senior Pei." The long-haired girl spoke. Her voice was gentle and intellectual, which matched her looks very well. "Senior Pei, why didn't you tell us that you were coming back? We could have held a welcoming party for you." She sounded very familiar with him and it was obvious that she had a close relationship with Pei Huai. Jiang Ran looked at her quietly and did not react to her words. "I'm a little busy. I only took some time to show my wife around the campus. I'm leaving now, so there's no need to hold a welcoming party." Pei Huai's voice was cold. When he spoke, there was no special emotion, just like usual. The girl was not upset by Pei Huai's words. It was as if she was used to Pei Huai's attitude. However, when she heard Pei Huai's words, she turned her head and looked at Jiang Ran seriously. "You're senior Pei's wife. I've heard about you a long time ago. You're different from the rumors." Pei Huai was speechless. He knew that she was a green TB*TCH the moment she spoke. Jiang Ran nodded slightly. "That's true. Otherwise, why would they say that seeing is believing?" The girl was stunned when she heard this. She clearly did not expect Jiang Ran to say this. However, she was stunned for a moment before she smiled again. "Hello, I'm Su Ruyun. I'm senior Pei's junior and I'm 1 year younger than him. We're both in the student union and we often do things together. That's why we're closer." Jiang Ran replied, "Oh." Why was she telling her this? Was she trying to show off? She had found the wrong person. Jiang Ran didn't react at all, as if what Su Ruyun said had nothing to do with her. No matter how eloquent Su Ruyun was, she didn't know what to say in the face of Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran didn't care what else she could say. "I still have something to do. I have to go." With this time, who knows how many flyers he could have distributed. Why was he wasting his breath here with Su Ruyun? Jiang Ran was about to leave, and Pei Huai immediately followed. When passing by Su Ruyun and the others, Pei Huai only nodded slightly. Su Ruyun and the others turned to look at the backs of Jiang Ran and Pei Huai as they left. Then, they heard Pei Huai's voice drifting along with the wind. You don't have to listen to her nonsense. I'm not familiar with her at all. I've only seen her a few times, and the number of times I've spoken to her can be counted on one hand. Oh. Su Ruyun was speechless. When the people around Su Ruyun heard this, they exchanged glances and looked at Su Ruyun worriedly. Everyone knew that Su Ruyun liked Pei Huai. It was just that Pei Huai had said that he was already married and had a child, so Su Ruyun kept her feelings to herself. Usually, she would not do anything out of line when she was in love with him. The person in the photo was fat and ugly. She was worlds apart from Su Ruyun. Everyone who saw the photo felt that Jiang Ran was not good enough for Pei Huai. Many people even whispered that Su Ruyun and Pei Huai were more compatible. If Pei Huai could get a divorce, the two of them would definitely be together. Then, after that, Pei Huai graduated and returned to his hometown. He only returned after such a long time, but he brought Jiang Ran back with him. A girl standing beside Su Ruyun frowned in confusion. Was that really Jiang Ran? Is Jiang Ran really that good-looking? She was not the only one who was doubtful. Everyone present was doubtful. But thinking about Pei Huai's personality, he would not lie. Su Ruyun's eyes flashed. You guys go ahead, I have something to do. With that, she ignored the people around her and walked forward quickly. Everyone looked at Su Ruyun's back and guessed what she was going to do, but they did not say anything, nor did they chase after her. Su Ruyun was a person who knew her limits. Even if she did chase after her, she would not do anything out of line, so there was no need to worry too much. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai walked forward unhurriedly, neither of them saying anything along the way. The silence spread around the two of them, and was finally broken by a shout from behind. Hearing the voice, Jiang Ran did not need to turn around to know that Su Ruyun had caught up. It was not that she remembered Su Ruyun, but that she had a good memory. Even if she wanted to forget someone she had just met and talked to, it was impossible. The shouts came one after another, and as long as the two of them were not deaf, they would definitely hear it. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and then turned around at the same time. When the two of them turned around, Su Ruyun had walked up to them and was fiddling with her hair. Because of the sprint just now, Su Ruyun's hair was a little messy, but it did not affect her temperament. What's the matter? Pei Huai asked. Su Ruyun nodded. Senior brother Pei, I have something to tell you in private. As she spoke, Su Ruyun looked at Jiang Ran. Is it convenient for you? Before Jiang Ran could answer, Pei Huai answered first, there's nothing that can't be told to others. This is my wife. There's nothing that I can't let her know. Su Ruyun pursed her lips. What if it's about me? Upon hearing this, Pei Huai said without hesitation, why do you want to talk to me about your matters in private? Well done. Jiang Ran did not know how Su Ruyun felt when she heard this. She only felt happy, not for anything else, but because Pei Huai was actually a master of identifying the asterisk cheese. Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Huai with appreciation and then looked at Su Ruyun with red eyes. Since ancient times, when beauties shed tears, some men would feel pity for them. But obviously, Pei Huai was not part of this group of men. Pei Huai just looked at Su Ruyun quietly. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, we'll beat them up. Su Ruyun looked at Pei Huai with hurt. You weren't like this before. The two of them had entered through the main entrance. Now that they were leaving, they naturally had to leave through the main entrance as well. When they reached the main entrance, they naturally saw Pei Huai's juniors again. These people were still very enthusiastic as they greeted Pei Huai. They kept calling him senior brother. When they looked at Jiang Ran, their expressions became more complicated and they hesitated for a moment. After hesitating for a while, someone called out tentatively, sister-in-law? Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. She couldn't be blamed for this. What kind of address was sister-in-law? When Jiang Ran laughed like this, the person who had just called her senior-in-law also laughed embarrassedly. He didn't think about how to address her anymore. After scratching his head, he called out loudly, sister-in-law. Everyone had a herd mentality. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people followed suit and called her sister-in-law in order to show that they were very sociable and polite. With so many people shouting at the same time, one could imagine how loud their voices were. Jiang Ran agreed and glanced at Pei Huai. As a senior brother, he really had quite the reputation. After bidding farewell to these people and leaving the main entrance, Jiang Ran heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally out. This time, she had miscalculated. Next time, she definitely wouldn't come to North City University with Pei Huai. Otherwise, it would be really awkward to be surrounded by people calling her sister-in-law. Pei Huai, on the other hand, looked relaxed. He was even more relaxed than before. There was even an obvious smile on his face. One look and one could tell that he was very happy. Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Huai in confusion. What are you smiling about? They had been together all this time. Why didn't she know what had happened that made him happy? Pei Huai shook his head and didn't answer. Where are we going to distribute the flyers now? Seeing that Pei Huai didn't say anything, Jiang Ran didn't have the intention to continue asking. She had never been someone who forced others. There were a lot of people around here. It was the best place to distribute flyers. Jiang Ran pointed in a direction and the two of them walked over. Many people in this era had never received a flyer before. This was the first time he had seen a flyer with flowery drawings and attractive handwriting. Therefore, when they received the flyers, not only did they not throw them away, they even looked at them carefully and asked Jiang Ran about the specific situation. There were also some who were illiterate. She could only see that the pictures on the leaflet were pretty, but she couldn't understand what was written on it. These people were usually the older ones. Jiang Ran didn't get impatient and seriously explained it to them. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, everyone smiled. Some of them even said that they would go to the snack shop later to see if there were really so many delicious foods to choose from. Just as they were talking, an old man in his 50s or 60s suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground. While everyone was still in shock, Jiang Ran had already completed this series of tasks. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the old man lying on the ground had already stopped convulsing. Someone who knew a little bit about this saw this situation and said happily, "It's okay, it's okay." As he spoke, he turned to look at Jiang Ran. "Young lady, you know a lot at such a young age. It's all thanks to you just now." Jiang Ran smiled at him and said, "It's just a small matter. We still have to inform his family and see if they want to send him to the hospital or go home to rest." There were people around who knew this old man. When they heard Jiang Ran's words, they quickly said, don't worry, don't worry. We've already informed his family. They should be here soon." Since the patient's family was coming soon, there was nothing for Jiang Ran to deal with here. Jiang Ran stood up, slowly withdrew from the crowd, and turned to leave. Pei Huai followed Jiang Ran. When they were far away from the crowd, he asked, "When did you learn this?" The two of them grew up together. Pei Huai knew very well whether Jiang Ran had come into contact with this kind of knowledge. Jiang Ran glanced at Pei Huai and said faintly, "I learned it when you weren't at home." With such a simple answer, all of Pei Huai's remaining questions were blocked in his heart. There was really no problem with Jiang Ran's answer. Pei Huai didn't continue to ask because he remembered seeing those medical books on Jiang Ran's table when he first came back. When he saw them, Pei Huai didn't think much of it. But now it seemed that Jiang Ran not only read those books seriously, but also applied what he learned. It was easy to read a book, but it wasn't easy to apply the content that one had just read. Especially since Jiang Ran was self-taught. Even though during this period of time, he had already recognized Jiang Ran's ability. However, Pei Huai was still a little shocked when he saw the scene just now. Looking at Jiang Ran walking in front of him, Pei Huai couldn't help but be curious. How many more surprises could Jiang Ran bring him? It wasn't that Jiang Ran didn't know Pei Huai's doubts, but she couldn't leave him in the lurch. This was especially true for her, as it was as easy as lifting a finger. If she really did not save him in order to avoid Pei Huai's suspicion, it would definitely become her inner demon in the long years to come. Now that he had avoided this inner demon, even if Pei Huai stared at him with complicated and curious eyes, Jiang Ran didn't feel so unacceptable. Although there was an episode, the two of them did not forget their purpose of coming out, to distribute flyers. He handed them out as he walked. Just like that, before he even reached the street where the food stall was located, he had already used up all the flyers in his hand. Xianxia clapped her hands. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Pei Huai nodded. With so many flyers distributed, there should be a lot of people coming to take a look. Xianxia thought so too. The two of them talked as they walked, and soon they reached the door of the food stall. It was already past 5 o'clock, the time when school was over. Standing outside and looking in, they could clearly see that there were a lot of children inside. Whether it was Chinese pastries or Western pastries, they were very attractive to children, especially in this era where resources were not abundant. Therefore, when it was time to leave school, no child would not be tempted when they passed by the door of the snack shop and saw the beautiful snacks through the window. The children who could go to school nearby must not lack the money to buy snacks. It was precisely because of this that there were so many people here. Fortunately, the shop was big enough to accommodate so many people at the same time. Good business also meant busy. The two girls at the front desk were already busy. Fortunately, the two of them were quite capable. Although they were busy, they were not messy. Xianxia did not intend to go forward to help. If the promotion was good, this kind of busy would become normal in the future. She could go forward to help now, but what about after she left? Xianxia felt that if business was good in the next few days, he could recruit a few more people. This time, he could relax the requirements for new people. They did not need to know how to make snacks. As long as they had a good image, good temperament, and a strong affinity, it would be enough. They only needed to be responsible for the sales in front and did not need to help in the kitchen. Not long after standing outside, the 6 shop assistants who went to distribute flyers came back one after another. Similarly, their hands were also empty. It was clear that they had distributed the flyers well. After asking about their situation, Xianxia let them get off work directly. They would come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning to continue distributing flyers in the morning. The snack shop's business had been very good until all the things were sold out. The crowd gradually dispersed. It was only around 7 o'clock at this time. There was still an hour before they got off work. However, it was obvious that they could not continue to make new flyers now because they would get off work by the time they finished. Xianxia let everyone pack up their things. They could go back to rest early today. After all, they had been busy during the day. Naturally, no one was unhappy to be able to get off work early. After they left, only Xianxia and Pei Huai were left in the shop. The two of them sat down by the window. Most of the lights in the shop had been turned off. Only the one above their heads was left on. The light was not particularly bright. It was a little dim. Looking out of the glass window, they could see pedestrians coming and going. It was not yet 8 o'clock. The sky was already dark, but it was not completely dark. They could see pedestrians coming and going. After all, school had started. It was different from the summer vacation. These people seemed to be in a hurry. Compared to these people, Xianxia and Pei Huai were much more leisurely. The two of them were not sitting here to kill time. Instead, they were waiting for Chen Bing to come back. Xianxia did not intend to speak, but he did not expect Pei Huai to speak first. What happened at school today? Hearing Pei Huai mention this, Xianxia waved her hand before he could continue. You don't have to explain. I understand. Pei Huai raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia curiously. What do you understand? Xianxia felt that he wasn't that bored, and he wasn't that curious. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, Pei Huai didn't continue the topic. He could tell that Xianxia wasn't pretending to be indifferent. He really didn't care. For some reason, Pei Huai felt a little disappointed. However, he was very good at hiding his emotions. Even if he was disappointed, he didn't show it on his face. Pei Huai changed the topic. What have you learned? Hearing Pei Huai speak again, Xianxia had no choice but to turn around and look at Pei Huai. What? Medical skills. What have you learned? So he was asking about this. Xianxia had already expected that Pei Huai would ask about this, so he didn't find it strange. I've learned a lot. I even prescribed myself some medicine. Pei Huai didn't know about this. After hearing this, Pei Huai frowned slightly. What medicine did you prescribe for yourself? Why are you so nervous? I definitely won't take medicine for my own body. Jiang Ran said with a smile. I gave myself some medicine to nourish my body. Otherwise, how could I have lost weight? At this time, there was no such thing as diet medicine. After all, it hadn't been many years since everyone ate. Those with plump bodies were envied. If it wasn't for their good family background, even if they wanted to eat to gain some weight, they wouldn't be able to. For example, although the body of the original owner was fat and a little too ugly, some people were actually quite envious of it. They were envious of the original owner for having food to eat. Pei Huai's frown deepened. Can medicine be taken so casually? Do you feel any discomfort in your body now? Do you want to go to the hospital? After Pei Huai finished speaking, he realized that Jiang Ran was staring at him. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Ran said in a deep voice, you're doubting my ability. She knew that Pei Huai said that because Pei Huai didn't know that she had studied Chinese medicine for many years. However, being questioned by others, Jiang Ran still felt unhappy. Pei Huai shook his head. I'm not doubting your ability. I'm just worried about your health. That's the same thing. No. Pei Huai shook his head. Yes. No. Yes. All right. Pei Huai interrupted Jiang Ran and didn't continue to argue. Instead, he directly stretched out his hand and said, I've read your books. You should be studying Chinese medicine. Do you know how to feel the pulse? Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows. Of course. With that, Jiang Ran reached out his hand and gently placed his fingers on Pei Huai's wrist. Pei Huai had lived in North City for a few years and had seen all kinds of people. He had also seen some old Chinese medicine doctors. The reason why they were called old Chinese medicine doctors was because these people were older and looked convincing. Did this count as a special benefit for the male lead? Jiang Ran thought to herself as she looked up at Pei Huai. When she looked over, she realized that Pei Huai was also staring at her. His eyes were obviously full of suspicion. Jiang Ran immediately exploded when she was stared at like this. Why are you looking at me like this? You don't believe me? This was the first time Pei Huai had seen Jiang Ran like this. It was a little funny. His eyes were full of laughter, but he shook his head seriously. No, I believe you. Jiang Ran was speechless. Who was he trying to fool? His eyes clearly showed that he didn't believe her. Jiang Ran opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She finally understood that Pei Huai didn't believe that she could take his pulse, and he didn't believe that she was a good Chinese doctor. No matter what she said, it was useless. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste her breath explaining. Jiang Ran didn't say anything. She didn't look at Pei Huai sitting opposite her. Instead, she turned her head to look out of the window. Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran's side profile with a smile in his eyes. The smile in his eyes was almost overflowing. Why didn't he realize that Jiang Ran could be so cute in the past? Her angry look and her white and tender cheeks always made him want to reach out and poke them. Would that feel the same as poking Pei Jing's face? Of course, this was just a thought. Pei Huai didn't dare to reach out his hand. When he had just returned to the village, he had heard that Jiang Ran could send a strong man flying with a slap. He didn't want to be the second person to be sent flying with a slap. Pei Huai's gaze was fixed on Jiang Ran's face. Of course, it was impossible for Jiang Ran not to feel it, but she didn't turn her head and pretended not to know. Just as the atmosphere between the two of them was strange, Jiang Ran saw two people, one tall and one short, walking towards them. The taller one was none other than Chen Bing. Chen Bing was carrying two large luggage bags in his hands and a large backpack on his back. Seeing this, Jiang Ran immediately got up to help, but was stopped by Pei Huai. You sit here and wait. I'll go. After saying that, Pei Huai strode towards the door. After a while, he pushed the door open and walked out. At this time, Chen Bing also brought his brother Chen Xing to the door. Pei Huai reached out and took the luggage from Chen Bing's hands. Without exchanging greetings, he took the lead and walked into the store. Jiang Ran also walked to the door at this time. The three of them walked in one by one. Jiang Ran directly ignored the two in front and looked at Chen Xing, who was walking at the back. Chen Xing looked to be in his early 20s. Compared with Chen Bing, Chen Xing still had the strong aura of a student. At first glance, it was obvious that he had just come out of school. Thinking of this, Jiang Ran subconsciously looked at Pei Huai. Then, Chen Bing turned to Jiang Ran and said, "Boss Jiang, you can call her Sister Ranran from now on. This is Sister Ranran's husband. His name is Pei Huai. You can call him Big Brother Pei." Jiang Ran did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Chen Bing's introduction of Pei Huai was a little perfunctory. Looking at Pei Huai's expression, Jiang Ran was even more certain of his thoughts. It was not a little perfunctory. It was really perfunctory. Even Pei Huai felt that he was being perfunctory. However, this was not important. The most important thing now was to quickly put down Chen Xing's luggage and then close the door to eat. In the afternoon, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai walked for the whole afternoon in order to distribute the flyers. No matter how strong the two of them were, walking for such a long time was tiring and they were famished. Now that Chen Bing and his brother were finally back, of course, eating was the most important thing. Obviously, Chen Bing thought the same. The three men carried their luggage and went to the backyard together. Not long after, the three of them walked back empty-handed. After they closed the door, they went to the Shabu Shabu restaurant. Jiang Ran realized that Chen Bing had a special liking for this Shabu Shabu restaurant. As long as there was something important, he would definitely come here to eat. However, this Shabu Shabu restaurant was really delicious. Even though Jiang Ran had been here twice, he still found it delicious and did not feel bored. The four of them found a table and sat down. While waiting for the dishes, they chatted and got to know each other. Probably because he had just come out of school, Chen Xing was not as talkative as his brother Chen Bing. He seemed a little reserved. While Jiang Ran and the other two were talking, Chen Xing just listened with a smile. His eyes moved back and forth between the three of them, looking at whoever was talking. Watching others talk was a basic form of etiquette. Obviously, even though Chen Xing had just graduated from the school, he still had this kind of etiquette. Not long after, the pot was served. The mutton was also cut and placed on the table. With something to eat, Chen Xing seemed much more at ease than before. When the three of them were talking, he would occasionally interject a sentence or two. They ate for nearly 2 hours. Rather than saying that they were eating, they were actually talking the whole time. Seeing that it was getting late and that they had to wake up early the next morning, they stopped talking, paid the bill, and left. After leaving the Shabu Shabu restaurant, Chen Bing said to Jiang Ran and Pei Huai, "You two can go back and have a rest. I won't go back tonight. I'll accompany this boy, so that he won't be scared alone." Hearing Chen Bing's words, Chen Xing felt a little embarrassed and called him brother. Chen Bing smiled and patted Chen Xing's shoulder. "What's there to be embarrassed about? They're all on our side." Jiang Ran thought to himself, this has nothing to do with whether they're on our side or not. However, he only thought about it in his heart and did not say it out loud. Jiang Ran nodded. "Okay, then we'll go back." The four of them said their goodbyes and went in 2 different directions. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai returned to the small courtyard and went to wash up. After washing up, Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai. "Chen Bing won't be back tonight. Why don't you sleep in his room?" After living together for so long, Jiang Ran knew that Chen Bing's room was not locked. They were all familiar with each other, so there was no need to guard against each other. Sleeping on the bed would definitely be more comfortable than sleeping on the floor. However, what Jiang Ran didn't expect was that Pei Huai shook his head decisively after hearing her suggestion. "Although his room isn't locked and I won't touch his things, it's still not good to sleep in his room without his consent. I'd better sleep on the floor." "It doesn't matter. I'm already used to it." Although Jiang Ran knew what Pei Huai meant, she felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. She glanced at Pei Huai suspiciously, but when she saw his honest expression, she threw the doubts in her heart aside. It was getting late. She had to rest early. Lying on the bed, Jiang Ran closed her eyes. After a while, she fell asleep and her breathing became long. Pei Huai, who was lying on the ground, didn't close his eyes until he heard Jiang Ran's breathing gradually become long. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Ran's sleep quality had always been good. This time, she still slept until dawn. When she was woken up by the alarm clock, Jiang Ran was the only one in the room. Jiang Ran had long been used to this kind of scene. It would be strange if she woke up one day and saw Pei Huai still lying on the ground sleeping. Jiang Ran changed her clothes and walked out. She saw Pei Huai, who was busy in the kitchen opposite. Because the kitchen window was open, Pei Huai looked up and saw Jiang Ran. "You can have breakfast after you wash up." Jiang Ran agreed and went to the bathroom. When Jiang Ran came out, Pei Huai was already standing at the door of the central room. Seeing Jiang Ran, Pei Huai smiled and said, "Come and eat." Before she went to wash up, he was still cooking. When she came out after washing up, he had already put the food on the table. He was a little fast, Jiang Ran thought to herself. She didn't stop walking and walked towards the central room. She followed Pei Huai into the room and saw that breakfast was already on the table. There was a variety of food, but there wasn't much of each. Jiang Ran. At first glance, it was obvious that these were made at home and were not bought. Jiang Ran also knew how to cook. She could tell at a glance that it wasn't difficult to make these, but it was a little troublesome. So when did Pei Huai get up? More importantly, these were all steaming hot. It was obvious that he had controlled the time. He had to prepare a variety of food at the same time and control the time to ensure that the food was on the table after she washed up. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him a master of time management. At the same time, Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai with a puzzled expression. "Why did you prepare such a sumptuous breakfast for no reason?" Previously, when Chen Bing was around, the three of them didn't see Pei Huai prepare such a sumptuous meal. Why did he prepare so well when Chen Bing wasn't around? If Chen Bing saw this, what would he think? Pei Huai looked indifferent. "No reason. I had nothing to do, so I just did it." After that, the two of them didn't speak anymore and quietly finished their breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Ran didn't let Pei Huai wash the dishes. Instead, he very forcefully carried the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. Pei Huai had already cooked. It wasn't very good to let Pei Huai wash the dishes. He cooked and she washed the dishes. It was more fair that way. Pei Huai probably thought so too, so he didn't argue much. After Jiang Ran finished washing the dishes, the two of them tidied up and went out together. They still had to go to the snack shop to take a look. This time, there was no hangover. Jiang Ran woke up at 6:30 a.m. After eating and washing the dishes, it was only a little over 7 o'clock a.m. At this time, it was time to go to school. As soon as the two of them left the small courtyard, they saw students carrying school bags and hurrying to school. After leaving the small alley and reaching the main road, they met even more students. Looking at these students carrying school bags and wearing red scarves, Jiang Ran felt quite emotional. As he walked, he felt emotional. It didn't take long for them to reach the snack shop. Before they entered, they saw many people sitting inside eating breakfast. There were students and some people who worked. Regardless of gender, these people all had one thing in common, and that was that they were young. Generally, older people preferred to eat steamed buns, porridge, tofu pudding, and fried dough sticks. As long as they didn't cook breakfast at home, they would basically eat these when they came out. After looking outside for a while, Jiang Ran went inside. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen Bing sitting in his usual spot. The reason why he said it was their usual spot was because the three of them liked to sit in that corner from the day the snack shop was renovated. After sitting there for a long time, it seemed to have become their usual spot. Chen Bing was eating breakfast. When he saw Jiang Ran and Pei Huai, he waved to the two of them. Come quickly. Have you eaten?" "Yes," Jiang Ran said. Chen Bing looked at Jiang Ran with pity. "You have? That's really a pity. I think the breakfast we sell is very delicious. If you don't want to cook in the future, you can just come here to eat. It doesn't matter who you pay for breakfast. It's better to earn money for the store." Hearing Chen Bing's words, Jiang Ran gave Chen Bing a thumbs up. As expected of Chen Bing, he actually had such thoughts and such awareness. However, Jiang Ran still preferred to eat a hot breakfast. Some of the people who were eating in the restaurant came because it was convenient to eat this kind of food, while others came purely because of the novelty. But no matter why they came, Jiang Ran didn't care. What she cared about the most was that the shop's business had improved because of this. Jiang Ran looked at it for a while with satisfaction, then went to find a pen and paper. She wrote down the recruitment notice, then pasted it on the sign that she had made before and put it at the door. Their business was so good, and there were people coming and going at the door every day. Soon after the recruitment notice was posted, there would probably be people applying for the job. Although Jiang Ran knew that there would be people applying for the job soon, she didn't expect it to be so soon. She had just put down the sign, and before she had time to turn around and enter the shop, someone called her. As she spoke, Su Ruyun even covered her mouth with her hand to express her shock. Su Ruyun probably felt that her performance was not bad. But in Jiang Ran's eyes, this acting was really not good enough. Although Jiang Ran himself did not know how to act, he did not have much research in this area. But no matter what, he was still someone who had watched countless TV dramas and movies. If the person in front of him had a real reaction, it would have been fine, but she was acting, and this clumsy acting was seen through by Jiang Ran at once. Jiang Ran looked at Su Ruyun with interest. Why? You want to apply for the job? Su Ruyun put down her hand, smiled at Jiang Ran and nodded. Yes, I want to gain some social experience. Can I come? Do I have any requirements? Jiang Ran patted the sign beside him. The requirements are quite simple: good image, good temperament, and approachable. You meet all 3 requirements. But I still want to ask, how long do you plan to work? We don't hire temporary workers here. I don't want to apply for a temporary job. Su Ruyun smiled and touched her hair. Since I want to gain social experience, of course I have to be in contact with people for a long time. I see. Jiang Ran nodded and told her the working hours. Can you accept the working hours? According to what Jiang Ran knew, Su Ruyun would be in her 4th year after school started. A 4th-year student should be very busy, right? The working hours of the snack shop were a kind of benefit and enjoyment for office workers, but for Su Ruyun, who was going to be in her 4th year, it should be a little harsh. Unexpectedly, Su Ruyun did not think too much and directly nodded. I can do it, no problem. Since Su Ruyun said so, Jiang Ran did not say anything more. All right then, let's go, follow me in. After saying that, Jiang Ran turned around and took the lead to walk inside. Looking at Jiang Ran's back, Su Ruyun's eyes flashed with a touch of pride. Fortunately, it went smoothly, and she did not have to think too much. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruyun followed Jiang Ran into the snack shop. After entering, Su Ruyun subconsciously walked towards the corner where Pei Huai was. When she was outside, she had already seen Pei Huai sitting in the corner. If Jiang Ran hadn't insisted on talking to her outside, she would have come in long ago. Where are you going? Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Su Ruyun subconsciously looked at Jiang Ran. She saw that Jiang Ran was standing in front of a door, looking at her in confusion. Su Ruyun subconsciously touched her hair. I'll go say hi to senior brother. No need. Jiang Ran rejected her idea directly. This matter is not under his control. Just come with me. With that, Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai and Chen Bing. Brother Chen, come here. Hearing that, Chen Bing immediately stood up and walked over. Although Su Ruyun felt a little strange, she still followed the 2 of them to the backyard, and the 3 of them sat in the living room. Jiang Ran took out 2 contracts. This is the contract, take a look. If you think it's okay, sign it. Su Ruyun did not expect that such a shop would have a contract. Although she was surprised, Su Ruyun still read it seriously. Boss, Jiang Ran, Chen Bing. Su Ruyun's eyes widened. The 2 of you are the bosses? Jiang Ran didn't say anything, but Chen Bing looked at Su Ruyun strangely after hearing her words. Yes, the 2 of us are the bosses. Is there a problem? There was a problem, of course there was a problem. Su Ruyun took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. What about Senior? Isn't this the shop of Senior? Even if it wasn't opened by Pei Huai, it should be opened by Pei Huai and this man named Chen Bing, right? Why was the boss Jiang Ran and not Pei Huai? Hearing Su Ruyun's words, Chen Bing was even more puzzled. Are you here to apply for the job? What does it have to do with you who the boss is? Besides, why do you think this shop is opened by some senior? Oh right, who is your senior? Seeing that Su Ruyun wanted to say something but couldn't, Jiang Ran answered for her. Her senior is Pei Huai. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing looked at Su Ruyun with a subtle expression. He was wondering why this person didn't look like she was here to work. It turned out that she was here for Pei Huai. Pei Huai didn't have a name, she kept calling him senior. Huh. Woman, Chen Bing wasn't a young boy who hadn't seen the world. He had seen a lot of things and had seen all kinds of women. Su Ruyun wasn't ranked high among all the women Chen Bing had seen. Chen Bing's face turned cold. The only relationship between this shop and Pei Huai is that Ran Ran is his wife. Since you're not here to apply for the job, then hurry up and leave. At this time, Su Ruyun also calmed down. When she heard Chen Bing's words, she quickly said, I am sincerely applying for the job. Even so, I won't hire you. Chen Bing flatly refused. Why? Isn't your recruitment notice the purpose of recruiting people? Now that I'm here, what right do you have to say you don't want me? Seeing that Su Ruyun was so persistent, Chen Bing looked at her with a playful expression. Sure, you can come if you want. But I have to say that Ran Ran and Pei Huai will go back to their hometown in a few days. They won't stay here forever. What? Why? Su Ruyun looked at Chen Bing in shock. She couldn't believe that what he said was true. Chen Bing laughed. Why? What other reason could there be? That was their home. Their parents and children were all at home. If they didn't go home, were they going to stay here? Sister, have you read too many books to the point that you've become stupid? If she hadn't become stupid from reading too much, why would she be thinking about someone else's husband? Chen Bing's eyes were full of naked contempt. He had been in the underworld for so many years. What kind of woman had he not seen before? He had seen women like this who were thinking about someone else's husband before. But those who were thought about had nothing to do with him. At that time, he just laughed it off and didn't take it to heart. But it was different now. Su Ruyun was thinking about Jiang Ran's husband, who was Jiang Ran. Although she wasn't his biological sister, he was closer than his biological sister. Why didn't you tell me that you're going home in a few days? You did it on purpose. Jiang Ran shrugged. This is our business. Why should we tell you? When we were outside just now, I already asked you if you were sincere about coming to work. You said you were. Since you're here to work, it's fine as long as you can go to work peacefully. What does it have to do with you whether we're going home or not? Jiang Ran's questions came one after another. Su Ruyun's face turned pale and she was speechless. Su Ruyun had lived for so many years, but she had never been in such a sorry state before. At this moment, she was like a clown. Su Ruyun glared hatefully at Jiang Ran before she turned around and ran out of the house. At first, Chen Bing watched her leave with great interest. However, Chen Bing's expression soon turned serious. Old Pei is still sitting in front. She kept calling him senior brother. Now that she's running out, will she say something to Old Pei? Ran Ran, why are you still standing here? Hurry up and take a look. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran did not continue standing. Instead, she sat down leisurely. If she wants to say something, let her say it. Pei Huai was a master at identifying B** cheese. She did not need to worry at all. Seeing that Jiang Ran had made up her mind not to go to the front, Chen Bing decided to do it himself. No, I have to go and take a look. I can't let Old Pei go down the path of no return. With that, Chen Bing ran straight to the front. He looked so anxious that it was as if the person sitting in front was his man. As soon as this thought popped up in her mind, Jiang Ran smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Just as she was smiling, she saw Pei Huai walk out of the small door and stride over. What are you smiling about? You look so happy. Pei Huai had already walked into the house and sat down opposite Jiang Ran. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Jiang Ran blinked in confusion. Why are you here? At this time, shouldn't Pei Huai be at the front? Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran and said indifferently, Su Ruyun came crying to me just now, saying that you bullied her. Jiang Ran's expression remained unchanged. He stared straight at Pei Huai. And then? I said. Pei Huai deliberately paused. Seeing that Jiang Ran did not respond, he continued, I said you bullied her well. Jiang Ran? If my wife bullies someone, then that person must be in the wrong. She was bullied by my wife, and she even ran to tell me. Does she want me to help my wife bully her? Jiang Ran didn't know what to say. At this moment, Chen Bing also walked back with large strides. When he reached Pei Huai's side, Chen Bing reached out and patted Pei Huai's shoulder hard. Old Pei, well done. Fortunately, Pei Huai's mind was clear and he did not walk down the path of no return. Otherwise, he would have to give up on this brother of his. After speaking to Pei Huai, Chen Bing looked at Jiang Ran. Ran, I just asked the woman in front. Old Pei made her cry and she ran away crying. Jiang Ran, who had not believed Pei Huai's words, completely believed in Pei Huai after hearing Chen Bing's words. Although there was an accident like Su Ruyun in the recruitment process, it went relatively smoothly in the end. The next day, some people came to apply for the job. After Jiang Ran inspected them, she selected 4 people. These 4 people were also divided into 2 shifts and went to work with the other 6 people. They didn't need to know how to make snacks. They just needed to help box and pack them in front. After arranging all this, after a week of trial business, they could prepare for the official opening. Seeing that the opening day was getting closer and closer, Chen Bing became more and more nervous. After all, it was the first time they opened a shop. Even if they were sure that business would be good, they couldn't help but worry. It wasn't that Chen Bing couldn't get rid of his feelings. Whenever he was worried, he would look at Jiang Ran and Pei Huai. Because he found that no matter when, these 2 people's expressions were incomparably calm. It was as if they knew everything in their hearts and victory was in their hands. As long as he saw the expressions of the 2 of them, Chen Bing didn't feel any tension in his heart. When Jiang Ran knew this, she thought it was a little funny. She didn't expect that not showing her emotions would give the people around her such an illusion. Jiang Ran wasn't nervous about the upcoming opening. It was just that when she thought about being able to go home after the opening, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Time passed day by day. During the trial business, they had to go out and distribute flyers every day. Because of the good publicity, coupled with the word of mouth of customers who had eaten there, their business was very good. At this rate, by the time they opened, it was estimated that they would reach a peak. As for how long this point wouldn't last, it wasn't known. In these few days, Jiang Ran didn't idle. In addition to distributing flyers, Jiang Ran also inspected Chen Sheng. After a few days of observation, Jiang Ran was quite satisfied. Although Chen Sheng had just graduated, he still seemed a little inexperienced in some aspects. But in terms of professional ability, there was no doubt about his ability. After only a few days, he had already sorted out the accounts in the shop so neatly that people could see it clearly at a glance. With him here to manage the accounts, Jiang Ran was more relieved after leaving. Under everyone's anticipation, the opening day finally arrived. On the opening day, Jiang Ran woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Ran thought she had woken up early enough. She didn't expect that when she opened her eyes, Pei Huai was no longer in the room. Obviously, Pei Huai had woken up earlier than her. Jiang Ran changed his clothes and went out. As soon as he went out, he smelled the aroma of food. It was only 5 o'clock, but breakfast was already prepared. Was Pei Huai crazy? Jiang Ran thought to himself as he walked toward the kitchen. When she walked to the kitchen door, she saw Pei Huai busy inside. Pei Huai was scooping rice. When he saw Jiang Ran, he turned around and smiled at Jiang Ran. "You're up. Go wash up and come over for dinner." Thinking of this, Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai suspiciously. Pei Huai was doing this on purpose, wasn't he? She was staring at Pei Huai when Pei Huai suddenly turned to look at her. Their eyes met. Pei Huai blinked. "What's wrong?" Seeing Pei Huai's blinking action, Jiang Ran felt that it was slightly familiar. After thinking carefully for a while, she realized that this was something she often did. So Pei Huai was copying her just now. Jiang Ran was speechless. "Can't you eat properly?" She roared in her heart, but on the surface, she calmly looked away. "It's nothing." Not to mention that she was fine, even if she was, she wouldn't say it. After breakfast, Jiang Ran immediately cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. She didn't give Pei Huai any time to react. Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran's back as she left in a hurry. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 15 minutes later, the two of them went out together. Unlike usual, there weren't many passers-by outside because they went out earlier today. Moreover, it was Saturday. Even if they went out later, they wouldn't see the children carrying their school bags to school. The two of them walked for a while and arrived at the entrance of the snack shop. It was only 5:40 a.m., but the door of the snack shop was already open. The lights inside were on. In the morning when the sky was still dark, it made people feel warm just by looking at it. Especially when they could see the various snacks in the freezer through the glass window, it made them feel even warmer. Because they were opening for business today, the sign of the snack shop was hung with red satin. After dawn, they would set off firecrackers, arrange flower baskets, and play music. Nothing else was important. They had to make it as lively as possible. Xianxia only stood outside for a while before walking in. Although there were no customers yet, there were already many people in the shop. Because today was the opening day, it would be very busy. So, all 14 employees came. Including the two brothers, Bing and Xing, there were 16 people in the store. Now that Xianxia and Pei Hui had also come, there were 20 people in the shop. Not only would everyone be here today, everyone would be here for the next few days. Xianxia felt relieved when he saw that the people in the shop were busy but orderly. After so many days of trial operation, everyone was already familiar with the various procedures. There shouldn't be any accidents. Time passed by little by little. At 7 o'clock, the sky was bright and there were more pedestrians outside. He lit the firecrackers at the right time. As the sound of firecrackers rang out, people gradually gathered around. Some of these people were attracted by the sound of firecrackers. There were also some who came early because they knew that they were going to open for business today and that there would be discounts. After all, everyone knew how good the business of the small food shop was. There were many things that couldn't be bought if one came late. Could it be that someone really picked a day like this to pick a fight? Xianxia thought to herself and looked at the person who spoke. With one look, Xianxia realized that the person in front of her looked familiar. It was just that she had seen too many people in the past few days. She had interacted with quite a number of people, so she couldn't remember who the person in front of her was. Before Xianxia could remember, the person standing opposite her had already spoken. Boss Jiang, I suddenly had a seizure on the street that day. If it weren't for your quick reaction and saving my life, this old man's grave would probably be covered in grass by now. Hearing this, Xianxia finally remembered who he was. This was the old man who had a seizure on the street that day. At that time, she was so focused on saving his life that she didn't take a closer look at what he looked like. After that, Xianxia didn't leave her name and left quickly. She didn't take this matter to heart. In addition, many days had passed, so it was normal that she didn't remember. However, the old man's words just now really made her not know whether to laugh or cry. What did he mean by the grass on the grave? Even if he was old and didn't have any taboos, he shouldn't talk about himself like that, Xianxia thought to herself, but didn't continue the topic. Sir, your body has recovered, right? The old man nodded repeatedly. It's all thanks to your timely treatment. My family also came quickly. After resting for so many days, I've recovered. Without waiting for Xianxia to say anything, the old man continued, at that time, you left without saying a word. My family came, but they couldn't find you even if they wanted to thank you. In the end, they heard that you were going to distribute flyers, so I found out that you opened a shop here. I heard that you're opening for business today, so I specially sent you a flower basket. As he spoke, the old man turned his body sideways and pointed behind him. Xianxia looked in the direction he was pointing and was instantly stunned. She saw 10 to 20 men, each holding a flower basket as tall as a person, walking over. Xianxia? The old man chuckled. This is a small token of my appreciation. I also wish you a prosperous business. Oh right, I heard that your shop sells snacks, right? In a while, give me 2 caddies of your desserts. I'll also support you. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the system. It took him a while to sort out his thoughts. It couldn't be helped. This was the first time she had met such a person in both her previous and current lives. Although he knew that this old man was only here to express his gratitude and was not here to cause trouble, this was the first time he had seen such a way of expressing gratitude. Although the desserts here are very popular, everyone buys them separately. After all, no matter how delicious the desserts were, they couldn't be eaten as meals. Sir, the moment you opened your mouth, you said 2 caddies of each item. Are you planning to take them back and eat them? Xianxia smiled at the old man. Sir, I know you have good intentions, but you really don't have to do this. Desserts can't be eaten as rice. We have many varieties of desserts here. If you really want 1 kilogram of each, you'll have to buy dozens of kilograms. How long will it take to finish all of them? Wouldn't that be a waste? Xianxia liked to cook and liked the food she made. However, she did not want to see it go to waste. The old man waved his hand. Boss Jiang, don't worry. It won't go to waste. Do you see them? They all have families. That's only a portion of them. There's still a portion that hasn't arrived yet. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have enough pastries to sell, we could have finished them all by ourselves. Xianxia was speechless. What did it mean to be domineering? This was called being domineering. Sir's words fully demonstrated what it meant to have more people. Afraid of wasting, it was impossible to waste. With so many people, no matter how many there were, they could finish them all. At this point, Xianxia thought about it and said, Sir, let's go in and buy them. Remember to line up. There were so many people. When it was their turn, it was still a problem whether they could buy 2 pounds of the pastries. Xianxia thought about it and felt that he had solved this problem. Unexpectedly, Sir waved his hand. You're opening for business today, so I won't join in the fun. Your shop is so big, can't I place an order? I'll place an order. Send it to me when you're done. Chen Bing's eyes lit up when he heard this. This was only the first day of business. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since they opened for business, and such a big order had already come in. How could he not be excited? Xianxia looked at Sir, who had a smug look on his face, and could only nod in the end. He had to admit that Sir was still Sir. Sir was very happy. He didn't follow Chen Bing in himself. Instead, he let an honest-looking man follow Chen Bing into the shop to confirm the order. They were standing at the side of the shop and didn't block the way. There was no problem standing outside and talking. Sir stared at Xianxia for a while. When he saw that Xianxia's expression didn't change, he nodded approvingly. Boss Jiang, have you studied medicine before? Xianxia nodded. Yes. No wonder. Sir nodded slightly. I wonder if it's convenient for Boss Jiang to take my pulse. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Taking the pulse couldn't be done outside, so Xianxia led Sir to the backyard. Pei Huai stayed by Xianxia's side the whole time. There were also 2 men by the old man's side. The others stayed outside. When they reached the backyard and entered the living room, Xianxia and the old man sat opposite each other. Xianxia casually took a towel, rolled it up, and placed it under the old man's wrist. Seeing Xianxia's action, the old man smiled but did not say anything. Pei Huai had been looking at Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia's casual movements, he frowned slightly. Xianxia didn't care what other people thought. He put his hand on the old man's wrist and felt his pulse seriously. After a long while, Xianxia withdrew his hand. Your body is actually in good condition. I think there should be someone to nurse you back to health. Epilepsy is a neurological disease. The main thing is to take medicine on time. Acupuncture can also be used as an auxiliary treatment to reduce the frequency of the disease, but it can't cure it completely. Xianxia's words were clear and logical. Sir listened and nodded. Only Pei Huai looked at Xianxia as if he was seeing Xianxia for the first time. He actually, really knew how to take the pulse. So, why did he come looking for her? Was it because she had saved him once on the way here? Xianxia did not hide her puzzled gaze, but the old man saw it clearly. The old man smiled at Xianxia. Boss Jiang, are you wondering why I came looking for you? Actually, I think you can probably help me relieve some of my pain. I've been receiving treatment all these years, but my condition did not get better. Instead, it took a turn for the worse. Before you saved me, I had already had several relapses. If this goes on, I don't think I'll live long. When people are about to die, they always want to struggle, don't you think so? It was said that a bad life was better than a good death. Who wouldn't want to struggle if they could live? Xianxia nodded. If you believe me, I can give it a try. Hearing this, the old man's eyes immediately lit up and he nodded. I believe you. Of course I believe you. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Since the old man had said so, Xianxia did not waste any more time. I don't have acupuncture needles, so I think you should have an easier time buying them. The old man nodded. Don't worry, I'll get someone to buy them immediately. There's no hurry, Xianxia stopped the old man. Since you're going to buy them, you can buy the medicine along with them. As Xianxia spoke, she stood up, took a pen and paper, and quickly wrote down the names of the medicine. Xianxia's handwriting was very beautiful. It was different from the graceful handwriting of ordinary girls. Her handwriting was majestic and imposing. If one only looked at the handwriting, one would think that it was written by a man. The old man had been watching Xianxia write. When Xianxia stopped, he praised sincerely, good handwriting. Xianxia smiled and handed the paper to the old man. The old man did not look at it and directly passed it to a man behind him. Go buy it, and buy everything needed for acupuncture. The man took the order and left. There was one less person in the room. Sir System was very talkative and did not let the atmosphere become awkward. Instead, he kept talking to Xianxia. He talked about acupuncture and moxibustion, then he talked about various methods of nourishing the body and medicinal cuisine. There was a huge age gap between the two of them, and this was only the second time they had met, but they seemed to be friends who knew each other very well, talking non-stop. Pei Huai sat at the side and quietly watched the two of them talk. The look in his eyes became more and more complicated. He had never spoken so much with Xianxia before. In front of him, Xianxia was always a man of few words. But now, Xianxia was like a different person. Why did she talk so much? Pei Huai's eyes had been falling on Xianxia's body. Xianxia naturally couldn't not notice it. He could only pretend that he didn't see it. On the other hand, Sir System finally shifted its attention away from Xianxia and looked at Pei Huai. This is? I'm the child's father. Xianxia really couldn't say the words my husband, so he could only say it like that. Sir System looked at Pei Huai from head to toe. He's a good match for Boss Jiang. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Xianxia smiled awkwardly and not politely. Did the two of you open this shop together? Before Xianxia could answer, Pei Huai shook his head. No. She worked with someone else. Oh. Although the old man said that, both Xianxia and Pei Huai could tell that he was not surprised or impressed. He was just saying that out of politeness. In the early 1980s, university students were not everywhere. Many people had a natural respect and admiration for university students. But obviously, this old man was not among these people. However, it was normal when they thought about it. This old man's identity was not ordinary. A university student could not make him emotional. The few of them did not say anything else and quieted down. Fortunately, they did not wait long before the people who left came back with bags of various sizes in their hands. They were all things that Xianxia wanted. Acupuncture needles were divided into steel needles, silver needles, and gold needles. The difference was that steel needles could be easily pierced into a person's skin. However, while silver needles were relatively soft, gold needles were even softer. Not everyone could pierce into a person's body. Acupuncture was not a secret and did not require others to avoid it. Moreover, the two people beside the old man would not listen even if they were told to avoid it. Xianxia did not care about them. She lit up the alcohol lamp, put the silver needles on it to warm them, and prepared to insert them. Seeing that Xianxia was about to insert the silver needles into the old man's head, Pei Huai's reaction was bigger than the two men behind the old man. Pei Huai was not sure how capable Xianxia was. Seeing her do such a dangerous thing, he could not help but worry for her. Although he was extremely worried, Pei Huai also knew that he could not disturb Xianxia at this time. Therefore, he did not make a sound. His eyes followed Xianxia's hands closely. He watched as Xianxia inserted the needles into the old man's head and neck. After a while, the old man became a hedgehog. Pei Huai was speechless. Although it was not him who was being pierced, his head and neck still felt uncomfortable. After the insertion, the needles had to be removed. It made one's scalp tingle. Jiang Ran had just removed the needles. When she turned her head, she saw Pei Huai's indescribable expression. "What happened to you?" Pei Huai shook his head. "I'm fine." Even if Pei Huai didn't say it, Jiang Ran could guess what he was thinking. He smiled at Pei Huai. "You don't have to be afraid. Acupuncture isn't that scary." It just looked a little scary. If one really understood acupuncture, they would know that if acupuncture was used well, it could save lives in critical moments. However, there was no need to tell Pei Huai about these things. Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran, thinking that he wasn't comforted at all. However, before he could say anything, the old man with the silver needles on his head spoke first. "Young man, don't be afraid. Your wife's skills are something that many old Chinese doctors don't have. You have married such a daughter-in-law, you must cherish her." For someone like Sir System who had been ill for a long time, some words could be trusted. Just like now, if he said that Jiang Ran's skills were good, then it was really good. After all, he was the one who was being pricked. He felt it the most. Jiang Ran was good. This was indeed a good thing. However, Pei Huai's feelings became more and more complicated. After removing the used needles, they had to be carefully cleaned and disinfected before putting them into the needle bag. After doing all this, Jiang Ran handed the needle bag to the old man. "Keep it well." Jiang Ran sat down as he spoke. "I'll probably stay here for another week or so. If you have time, you can come over every day. I'll give you acupuncture and medicine every day. Although a week isn't a long time, it should be enough for you to recuperate." After hearing Jiang Ran's words, the old man looked at Jiang Ran in surprise. "You're leaving in a week? Where are you going?" "Home." Jiang Ran replied with a smile. "My family doesn't live here. I'm just opening a shop here with some people. Now that things are almost settled, it doesn't matter if I'm here or not. Naturally, I'm going home. Since you can open a shop in North City, why don't you just bring your family over to stay here?" "Because I don't have the ability to settle down in North City yet." At this point, the old man didn't know what to say. He couldn't possibly ask Jiang Ran not to go home and stay to treat his illness, could he? Just thinking about it, he knew that Jiang Ran would definitely not agree. Moreover, he wasn't that kind of person himself. After a moment of silence, the old man finally nodded slowly. "That's true. No matter what you do outside, you have to go home eventually. From now on, I'll come over every afternoon. I think you'll be busy in the morning." In fact, the morning and afternoon were the same to Jiang Ran. However, since the old man said so, it must be because he himself was free in the afternoon. Since that was the case, Jiang Ran nodded. "Sure." Jiang Ran instructed them on how to use the medicine and then politely sent them off. As soon as the old man left with his people, Chen Bing came over with a smile on his face. Ran, where did you find this old man? Do you know how many pastries his people ordered just now?" He ordered 3 caddies of each kind. There was a wide variety of pastries in their shop. 3 caddies of each kind was not a small number, and it would cost a lot of money. Even if their business had been good since the start of the trial, this was still considered a relatively large income. Jiang Ran nodded. "Since they've ordered it, do it well. Don't ruin your own reputation." Chen Bing of course understood this and quickly nodded. "That's for sure. Don't worry. By the way, why did you lead them to the back just now?" "He's here to see me for treatment," Jiang Ran said simply. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Chen Bing looking at him suspiciously. Ran, I know you can cook, make desserts, and make clothes, but I never knew you could treat illnesses." Jiang Ran smiled and said, "You didn't ask either. It's not a big deal. Am I supposed to run up to every person I see and tell them that I know how to treat illnesses?" Chen Bing quickly shook his head. "There's no need for that." His question was a little broad. Jiang Ran thought seriously for a while and then said, "I can treat all the diseases I've seen." Chen Bing was speechless. Looking at Chen Bing's expression, Jiang Ran knew that Chen Bing did not believe her and thought that she was joking. Seeing this, Jiang Ran did not explain further. It was not important whether he believed her or not. Pei Huai sat at the side and did not speak. He only glanced at Chen Bing with a complicated expression. In the past, when Jiang Ran said that she knew how to treat illnesses, he did not believe her either. He even thought that Jiang Ran was spouting nonsense. Then, not long after, he was severely slapped in the face. Now, Chen Bing did not believe Jiang Ran's words either. Then, in the near future, Chen Bing would definitely be slapped in the face too. As an experienced person, Pei Huai did not want to remind Chen Bing at all. He knew that even if he did, Chen Bing might not believe him. Since that was the case, he might as well just watch. How could he be the only one who was slapped in the face? It was better to be slapped in the face than in the stomach. With that thought in mind, Pei Huai lowered his eyes. Coincidentally, at this moment, Chen Bing looked at Pei Huai. "Old Pei, tell me the truth. What were you talking about just now?" When Pei Huai heard this, he glanced at Chen Bing and said, "Treating illnesses." It was a simple word, but it was definitely the truth. However, Chen Bing did not believe him at all. "Well, old Pei, I thought you wouldn't lie. I didn't expect that I was wrong about you." Pei Huai, "No, you didn't." Pei Huai shrugged helplessly. "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Jiang Ran agreed with Pei Huai's words. "Brother Chen, let's not talk about this. How's the business in front?" As soon as business was mentioned, Chen Bing's entire being became lively. "Do you even need to say that? Of course it's good." He had traveled extensively for so many years, and had seen all kinds of businesses and shops. "I've never seen anyone with such a good business, especially when this was his own business." Just thinking about it made him very happy. Looking at the smile on Chen Bing's face, Jiang Ran also smiled. "It's good that business is good. In that case, we'll go back in a week." Suddenly hearing Jiang Ran say that he was going back, Chen Bing's smile immediately froze on his face. "Why are you going back now?" Jiang Ran looked at Chen Bing with some amusement. "Look at what you're saying. Didn't we agree before we came here? We'll be back in a month, but we've already exceeded that time limit." "Of course, that's not important. The main thing is that there's nothing I can help with here. I've already done what I need to do. You can do the rest." Chen Bing also knew that Jiang Ran was not like him. He was full and the whole family was not hungry. Now, he even brought his younger brother here. Jiang Ran had a family to feed. Not to mention other things, Pei Jing was so young. His mother could not be by his side all the time. With this thought in mind, Chen Bing nodded. "In that case, let's go back. There's nothing else. Ran, it's not easy for you to come to North City. You should take a look around North City. There are many places worth visiting," Chen Bing said. Jiang Ran knew what places Chen Bing was talking about. Although she had already been to those places. Chen Bing looked at Jiang Ran, then at Pei Huai. His expression was particularly helpless. "You two are indeed a couple. Even the way you speak is the same." Jiang Ran was speechless. Come to think of it, she had indeed said the words that Pei Huai had said earlier. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai suspiciously. She suspected that Pei Huai was deliberately imitating her and had evidence. Jiang Ran stared at Pei Huai for a while. Seeing that he was still calm, she could only look away. Chen Bing looked at the two of them. He felt that it was unnecessary for him to continue staying here, so he simply said, "You two discuss and decide when to go. I'm going to the front." After saying that, he did not wait for the two of them to answer and hurried to the front. Those who did not know better would think that something was chasing after him. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai discussed for a while and decided to go early tomorrow and come back at noon. It would not delay the treatment of the Sir in the afternoon. For the next day, the itinerary was the same as what the two of them had discussed. As the days passed, the Sir clearly felt that his condition was improving. The more it was like this, the more he was reluctant to let Jiang Ran leave. Not to mention that he was completely cured. If Jiang Ran could stay here for a while, his body would definitely be nursed back to health. It should be possible that he would not have an attack in a short period of time. Unfortunately, Xianxia had to go home. Xianxia did not leave immediately. She left a lot of medicine for the sir to treat his illness. As long as he followed this method for a period of time, he would definitely get better. Besides, she would still come to North City in the future. When that time came, she could continue to treat the sir. When the staff in the small food shop knew that Xianxia and Pei Huai were leaving, they all looked reluctant. Especially Xin Yuanyuan. When he looked at Xianxia, his eyes were red and tears were rolling in his eyes. Although Xianxia did not allow them to call her master, in their hearts, Xianxia was their master. Now that his master was leaving, other than reluctance, he also felt uneasy. Even though Xianxia said that they had made some progress, and even if Xianxia was not around, there would be no problem, Xin Yuanyuan still felt uneasy. But no matter how reluctant he was, Xin Yuanyuan couldn't ask him to stay. She knew that Xianxia's family was still in their hometown, so he would definitely go back. The train left at noon the next day, which happened to be the time when the shift at the small food shop changed. Xianxia had to admit that she had deliberately chosen this time. Her goal was to make sure that the staff in the store didn't have the time or opportunity to send her off. He could stop others, but he couldn't stop Chenbing. After all, whether or not Chenbing was in the store would not affect the normal operation of the store. Beside the train, Chenbing kept reminding the two of them to pay attention to their safety on the way. After repeating some words several times, Chenbing finally stopped. Although he stopped talking, his eyes were full of worry. If I had known, I would have bought an extra ticket and gone back with you. I'll come back after sending you home. Xianxia was speechless. She knew that Chenbing was worried about them, but she still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had said so many things to reassure Chenbing, but Chenbing didn't really feel reassured. Were they looking down on women? She was going to take on both of them alone. Xianxia kept nagging in her heart, but her face was expressionless. She just looked at the two of them quietly. Pei Huai and Chenbing only stopped talking when the train's whistle sounded and urged them to leave. Xianxia and Pei Huai carried their luggage onto the train. When they reached the compartment, they looked out and saw that Chenbing was still standing in the same spot. The two of them waved at Chenbing through the window. As the train slowly moved forward, they started to pack their luggage. When they came, each of them had a small suitcase, so they brought all their luggage. Now that they were going back, each of them still had a suitcase and a carry-on backpack. As for the other things, they directly put them in the post office and sent them back. Although it cost some money to send them back from the post office, it saved time and effort. After putting the suitcases away, the two of them went directly to the top bunk. Although it wasn't particularly convenient to go up and down in the top bunk, it was much better than the bottom bunk in other aspects. It took 2 days and 3 nights to get to the train, and it was still the same when they went back. With the experience, it wasn't much better. It was noisy on the train, but they couldn't rest or eat well. Then, when they were in the front, no other passengers came to their compartment. A day later, other passengers came up. When she heard people coming to the compartment, Xianxia was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. When she heard the movement, Xianxia got up slightly and looked at the door. She was shocked to find that 8 or 9 people had come in. Were there people who were sending them off? However, this idea was quickly rejected. Because until the train left, these people didn't go out. In this compartment, there were a total of 6 beds. Even if the adults could bring the children together, it wouldn't be able to squeeze in so many people. Xianxia and Pei Huai took 2 of the top bunks. The remaining 4 bunks could accommodate 8 people. Among them, there were only 2 children. These 2 children were relatively speaking. In fact, both of them were in their teens. The others were about the same age as Xianxia, and Wang Zuelan's age. The oldest of them all had white hair. She was an old lady. Although her hair was white, she was still full of energy. When she spoke, her voice was unusually loud. As they talked, Xianxia quickly understood their relationship. It wasn't very accurate to say that. After careful observation, Xianxia realized that this family of 8 was divided into 3 classes. The old lady, her son, and her grandson were the highest class. Then there were her daughter-in-law and granddaughter. Finally, there were the old lady's 3 daughters. Xianxia was speechless. Jiang Ran decisively retracted her gaze and stopped looking. At a glance, it was obvious that this old lady favored boys over girls. That was why the family was divided into 3 classes. Such a thing was very common in this era. Not to mention now, even in the era where Jiang Ran lived before transmigrating, there were many people who favored boys over girls. Lying on the bed, Jiang Ran's feelings were quite complicated. She didn't know what kind of luck she had. When she went to North City, she met that family of 4 on the train. Now that she was going home, she met this family of 8 on the train. Fortunately, she was on the upper bunk. No matter how noisy this family was, it wouldn't affect her. Just as Jiang Ran was thinking this, he felt the bed being slapped with a bang. At first, Jiang Ran thought that it was just the people on the lower bunk making the bed. But soon, she heard the old lady's voice. "The woman on the upper bunk, I'm talking about you. I know you're not asleep. You were looking down just now. Get up, I have something to tell you." The person sleeping on the upper bunk was a woman. Other than Jiang Ran, there was no one else. Knowing that she was talking about her, Jiang Ran sat up and looked down. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ran asked. The old lady nodded. "She must have called you for something. You're asking nonsense." Without waiting for Jiang Ran to say anything, the old lady continued, "Change beds with us. Let my son sleep on the upper bunk." Jiang Ran was speechless. Was this old lady crazy? What kind of crazy thing was she talking about? Even if she really had other reasons to change beds with her, she shouldn't have such an attitude. Jiang Ran couldn't be bothered to say anything more to the old lady. She rejected her directly. "No." Jiang Ran's rejection was straightforward, but the old lady didn't stop there. "No? Why not? Do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young? I told you politely, but you didn't listen. Don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, Jiang Ran sneered, "Impolite? Then I'd like to see how you're going to be rude." The old lady probably didn't expect that Jiang Ran's attitude would be so tough. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, the old lady was very angry, but she did not climb up. Instead, she ordered her 3 daughters around her, Go up and pull this bitch down for me." "I gave her face, but she doesn't want it," the old lady cursed and scolded. Her 3 daughters were eager to try and climb up. Looking at the 3 people who were climbing up, the last bit of pity in Jiang Ran's heart disappeared. Jiang Ran did not really intend to break her wrist. He just wanted to teach her a lesson and let this family know that he was not to be trifled with. Hence, he held back a little. Even so, the woman screamed in pain. Her face turned pale and bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. The other 2 women were so frightened that they stopped what they were doing when they saw the woman in such a state. The old lady, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment before she scolded angrily. "Useless thing, what are you screaming for? Hurry up and get down. You're making a fool of yourself." The woman wanted to get down from Jiang Ran, but Jiang Ran did not let go. She did not even dare to move. She was afraid that the slightest movement would break her wrist. Jiang Ran's cold gaze swept across the family. "Don't look for trouble. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." After saying this, Jiang Ran let go of her. The woman was finally free. She did not care about the pain and quickly retreated. She staggered to the ground. When she raised her hand, everyone saw that her wrist, which had been grabbed by Jiang Ran, was already bruised. It was obvious that Jiang Ran had used a lot of strength just now. However, when they looked at Jiang Ran just now, they only saw Jiang Ran's relaxed expression. Although this family had a strange way of getting along with each other, and they were ignorant and arrogant, they were not stupid. After this incident, they could naturally see that Jiang Ran was not someone to be trifled with. The old lady glared at Jiang Ran angrily, but she did not dare to say anything. Seeing that they were obedient, Jiang Ran took out a handkerchief with satisfaction and carefully wiped his hand. Seeing Jiang Ran's action, the old lady and her family were stunned for a moment. Then, they realized what Jiang Ran meant. Jiang Ran did not care about them. After wiping his hand, he lay down. The train was too slow and too troublesome. He hoped that there would be another way the next time he went to North City. Pei Huai, who was sleeping opposite, watched from beginning to end. He only lay down when he saw Jiang Ran lie down again. From the beginning to the end, he realized that not only did he not have a chance to make a move, he did not even have a chance to speak. Pei Huai didn't know how to describe his current mood. Before boarding the train, Chen Bing kept reminding him to take good care of Jiang Ran and protect Jiang Ran. In fact, Jiang Ran did not need his protection at all. Pei Huai, who recognized this fact, was speechless. Forget it, even if he couldn't protect her, he could still take care of her. Whether it was buying rice or washing the dishes, Pei Huai didn't let Jiang Ran do it. Other than going to the bathroom, Jiang Ran basically didn't need to get down from the top bunk. It was also at this time that the old lady and her family realized that Jiang Ran was not alone on the train, but with a man. After understanding this, the old lady's feelings became more complicated. The reason why she wanted to change her bed with Jiang Ran was because she thought that Jiang Ran was a woman and would be easier to bully. She did not expect that Jiang Ran was with someone. She also did not expect that Jiang Ran, a woman, was so strong. Without waiting for Jiang Ran to wonder for a long time, he found out how this family was allocated. The old lady, her son, and her grandson each had a bed. The remaining bed was for the daughter-in-law and granddaughter. As for the three women, they skillfully opened their respective bags, took out the bedding, spread it on the ground, and lay on it. Jiang Ran, with this level of proficiency, it was obvious that they had done this many times. The private room was not big, and the space between the two beds on the left and right was even smaller. It was only because the three of them were very thin that they could lie down by squeezing together. If it were the old lady's figure, it would probably be a problem for two of them to lie side by side. Jiang Ran did not look at them anymore and lay down to sleep. However, Jiang Ran did not sleep well. It was said that if you were not a family, you would not enter the same house. This family was indeed a family, all of them were snoring when they slept. Listening to the loud and low snoring, Jiang Ran's closed eyes finally opened. As soon as he turned his head, he met Pei Huai's eyes. Although the lights in the private room were turned off, there was still an emergency light. In addition, the moonlight outside was very bright, so his vision was not too affected and he could still see people's faces clearly. Looking at Pei Huai, Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows. Was he also unable to sleep because of the constant snoring? Although this was what Jiang Ran thought in his heart, he did not ask. Instead, he calmly turned his head and faced the wall of the car. Although there were snoring sounds in the car, people's habits were also very scary. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ran actually fell asleep in the midst of the snoring sounds. When he woke up in a daze, it was already the next morning. However, he was a little tired from the sleep. He had just woken up, but his body was as tired as if he had just finished a long-distance run. Jiang Ran rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up. Early in the morning, the car was unusually quiet. He looked down and found that the family below was not there. Looking at the time, Jiang Ran knew what they were doing. He was going to eat. He didn't know when they left. Otherwise, he could lie down and sleep again. As Jiang Ran was thinking, he saw Pei Huai come in with a lunchbox. On Pei Huai's face, there was no sign of exhaustion. It was unknown if he had slept last night. Before Jiang Ran could speak, Pei Huai had already spoken. Awake? Go wash your face, it's time to eat. Jiang Ran didn't sleep well and wasn't very hungry, so he didn't really want to eat. When this family walked in, it was still quiet. The old lady glanced at Jiang Ran, who was lying on the upper bunk. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she suddenly opened her mouth to speak loudly. Jiang Ran had just laid down, but he didn't really close his eyes. When he suddenly heard this, although he was shocked and frowned, he didn't say anything. After all, this was a public area. Everyone had the right to speak. But after waiting for a while, the old lady raised her voice and spoke nonsensical words one after another. Later, she even started to act out a big play. Jiang Ran couldn't take it anymore. This old lady was doing it on purpose. Jiang Ran was about to turn over and sit up when he heard the old lady suddenly scream. Jiang Ran quickly turned over and looked down. He saw Pei Huai holding a knife in his hand, and the tip of the knife was pointed at the old lady. The old lady was frightened by the knife in Pei Huai's hand, so she suddenly screamed. Looking at the knife in Pei Huai's hand, Jiang Ran was also shocked. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't really use a knife. This old lady's death wasn't a pity, but if Pei Huai was involved, then it wasn't worth it. Jiang Ran was about to speak, but he saw Pei Huai raise his other hand. Then, Jiang Ran saw that Pei Huai was holding an apple in his other hand. Jiang Ran? Not to mention Jiang Ran, even the family below was stunned by Pei Huai's series of actions. They all looked at Pei Huai in a daze. Pei Huai's expression was still incomparably calm. He had already taken the knife to peel the apple. As he peeled the apple, he spoke casually. This knife is really sharp. It can peel off the apple skin so easily. I wonder if it can peel other things so quickly. Peel other things? What else could it be? The old lady's face had already turned the color of pig liver. She looked at Pei Huai as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. That expression of wanting to say something but hesitating was very funny. The person who was laughing was Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran understood that Pei Huai was doing this on purpose. He was just trying to scare this old lady. But looking at the results, it was pretty good. The old lady was really frightened. The old lady was the most arrogant one in the family. Since she had quieted down, the others naturally quieted down as well. Jiang Ran was very satisfied with the result. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, Pei Huai cut the peeled apple in half and handed it over. Have some apples. When a person was in a good mood, their appetite would also improve. Therefore, Jiang Ran happily took the apple and put it into his mouth. Chen Bing had specially bought the apples for them before they got on the bus. It was still quiet in the carriage. Jiang Ran even felt that there might be no one in the carriage at all. However, when Jiang Ran looked down, he saw old Madame Fu and her family. This family was either standing or sitting, but not a single person made a sound. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ran nodded to himself. This family was really good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They had thought that she was easy to bully because she was alone. Now that she had taught them a lesson and Pei Huai had threatened them, this family had become obedient. Although Jiang Ran was full of emotions, in general, he was still very satisfied with the current situation. Without old Madame Fu and her family causing trouble, other than not sleeping well at night, the rest of the time was not too torturous. After wandering on the train for 2 days and 3 nights, the train finally arrived at the station. The moment the train stopped, Jiang Ran looked at the familiar platform outside and heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived at the station, they were home. Because he was in a good mood, Jiang Ran had a relaxed and joyful smile on his face. Jiang Ran was not someone who could not carry things with his hands. He did not need Pei Huai to help him carry his luggage. He picked up the luggage easily and walked out with light steps. Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran's back view as he walked out. A look of helplessness flashed across his eyes, but he could only carry his luggage and follow after him. She did not know when Jiang Ran would realize that he could help her with this. The two of them got off the train and took a deep breath at the same time. It was already September and it was a cloudy day. Although it was already noon, their breath was still chilly. The cool air circulated in his lungs, making him feel a little more energetic. Let's go, Jiang Ran had just said one word when he was interrupted by an excited shout. Sister-in-law. This voice sounded very familiar. Jiang Ran looked in the direction of the voice and saw Pei Xianxia, Wang Zuelan, and Pei Baoshan, all smiling. When she wrote the letter previously, she did say that she would be back today and the exact time. But at that time, he didn't think that they would come to pick him up. Telling them this was just to make them feel at ease. Now that he suddenly saw the 3 of them, Jiang Ran was stunned for a moment before running towards them. The distance was not far to begin with, so Jiang Ran quickly ran up to them. Dad, Mom, Xianxia, why are you here? Sister-in-law, father, and mother knew that you guys were coming back today. They've been talking about it since a few days ago. They even came over early this morning, Xianxia. Why are you talking about this? Wang Zuelan said and glared at Pei Xianxia. Ran, are you tired from the journey? Let's go back and rest. Are you hungry? The food is ready. We can eat when we get back. Come, give me the box. Jiang Ran wanted to carry the box herself, but before she could refuse, Pei Baoshan had already walked over and took the box from her hands. Pei Baoshan didn't talk much, but he did things very quickly. Not only was the box taken away by Pei Xianxia, but even the bag that she carried with her was also taken away by Pei Xianxia. Jiang Ran was relaxed. She held Pei Xianxia in one hand and Wang Suilan in the other. The group of them left the train station and went to the parking lot. When they came, Pei Xianxia rode a bicycle, Wang Suilan rode a tricycle, and Pei Baoshan also rode a bicycle. Now that they were going back, Jiang Ran rode a bicycle with Pei Xianxia, Wang Suilan rode a tricycle with their luggage, and Pei Huai rode a bicycle with Pei Baoshan. The group of a few people could be considered to be majestic. Not long after, they arrived at the snack shop. It was lunchtime and the snack shop was bustling with noise. Jiang Ran only took a glance and did not go there. Instead, he followed Wang Suilan back to the courtyard. When they reached home and entered the courtyard, a few young ladies came up to them with smiles. They were none other than the 5 young ladies who were making desserts. Girls of their age who did not grow taller should not have changed much since they had not seen each other for more than a month. However, even if their appearance did not change, there would be changes in other aspects. Jiang Ran looked at them and felt that they had matured a lot. Whether it was talking or doing things, they appeared to be much more capable and experienced. Just by looking at their mental state, Jiang Ran knew that nothing had happened in the past month. If there had been even the slightest accident, they would not have become like they were now. After chatting with them for a while, Wang Suilan urged Jiang Ran to wash up and change his clothes. Go take a shower and change your clothes. When you come out, you can eat. Have a good rest after eating. Wang Suilan had never left the courtyard or taken a long-distance train. However, after getting off the train, she knew clearly what to do and how to relax and rest. Hearing Wang Suilan's words, Jiang Ran agreed without hesitation. It felt good to have someone worry about everything for him. Jiang Ran carried the suitcase back to the house. However, he did not open the suitcase. Instead, he took out clothes from the closet. When they went to North City, it was still midsummer, and they were still wearing summer clothes. However, it was now September, and the weather had turned cold. They had to wear autumn clothes. Of course, Jiang Ran did not have autumn clothes. The clothes of the original Jiang Ran had already been disposed of after she lost weight. Now, Jiang Ran took out the trousers and long-sleeved shirt that she had made for herself before summer. Just by looking at them, Jiang Ran felt that the clothes were big. After she took a shower and put them on, she realized that they were extraordinarily big. The waist of the trousers were big, so a belt would do. It didn't matter if the trouser legs were big. He could just wear it as a pair of wide-legged trousers. Jiang cleaned herself up and came out of the bathroom. Her hair was still wet. This was the bad thing about long hair. Even if she rubbed it hard, it would not be dry in a short while. Jiang Ran was about to return to her room when Wang Suilan came out of the living room. Seeing that Jiang Ran's hair was still dripping with water, she frowned. Ran, why didn't you dry your hair? It's not summer anymore. The weather is cold, and when the wind blows, you'll have a headache. Come on, let's go inside. Wang Suilan said as he led the way into the house. After entering the house, Wang Suilan found a dry towel and let Jiang Ran sit on it. He stood behind Jiang Ran and helped her dry her hair. Wang Suilan was still worried. Before he left, he instructed Pei Huai, dry your hair well. Change the towel later and dry your hair. Don't let Ran catch a cold. Okay. Pei Huai stood behind Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran could not see Pei Huai's expression. She could only hear him agree in a low voice. Seeing Wang Suilan quickly walk out of the door, Jiang Ran said, I'll do it myself. No. Pei Huai refused directly. Mom asked me to dry your hair. If I let you do it yourself, Mom will definitely scold me when she finds out. You don't want me to be scolded, do you? Jiang Ran was speechless. Did Pei Huai get something wrong? That was his biological mother, but thinking about Wang Suilan's attitude towards Pei Huai, Jiang Ran felt that he might really be scolded. Of course, Jiang Ran did not care if Pei Huai was scolded. But Jiang Ran did not want Pei Huai to be scolded because of her. That would make Jiang Ran feel a little embarrassed. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ran stopped moving and let Pei Huai dry her hair. Pei Huai was a big man, but his movements were actually very gentle when he dried her hair. If it were not for the fact that she felt her hair swaying gently behind her head, Jiang Ran almost could not feel Pei Huai's movements. Probably because Pei Huai's movements were too gentle, Jiang Ran felt a little drowsy. When she finally could not take it anymore and was about to fall asleep, she heard Pei Huai's voice above her head. Done. Jiang Ran, who was still drowsy just now, immediately woke up when she heard these two words. Done? Because she was about to fall asleep, when she spoke now, her voice was a little hoarse. Jiang Ran cleared her throat, stood up, and smiled at Pei Huai. Thank you. Let's go and eat. With that, Jiang Ran turned and walked out. When she left, Jiang Ran touched her hair. It was almost dry. She estimated that it would be completely dry by dinner time. In the main room, a sumptuous meal was already laid out on the dining table. When he saw Jiang Ran coming over, Wang Zuilan immediately smiled. Ran, have you dried your hair? As he spoke, he walked to Zhang's side and reached out to touch Zhang's hair. Looking at Wang Zuilan's actions, Jiang Ran only felt warmth in her heart. It was something to be happy about. After Wang Zuilan touched Jiang Ran's hair, he nodded in satisfaction. It's almost done. Come. Quickly sit down and eat. Ran, you don't know this, but Pei Yang has been learning how to cook for more than a month. This kid is quite talented in this area. Although he has only been learning for more than a month, his cooking is already quite decent. He knew that you would be coming back today, so he specially prepared his signature dish. Hearing Wang Zuilan's words, Jiang Ran's interest was piqued. Really? Then I'll have to try it properly. Pei Yang's hands-on skills were quite good. It was just that she had been too busy previously, so she didn't have the time to systematically teach Pei Yang how to cook. If what Wang Zuilan said was true, and Pei Yang was really talented in this area, then she could teach him. With that thought in mind, Jiang Ran became even more determined after tasting Pei Yang's dishes. She had to admit that Pei Yang was quite talented in cooking. It was a pity that Pei Yang did not join them for lunch. He was busy working in the shop in front. This was the busiest time for him. However, since Jiang Ran had already returned, then no matter what, there was no need to be anxious. After lunch, Jiang Ran did not intend to rest. She had slept all morning and was now full of energy. She was not sleepy at all. I'll go take a look at the small wardrobe, Jiang Ran said to Wang Zuilan. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wang Zuilan nodded and said, Go ahead then. Although she felt sorry for Jiang Ran and wanted Jiang Ran to rest, she also knew that Jiang Ran must be concerned about the small wardrobe since she had been away for so long. Now that she was back, she had to take a look at it no matter what. As Jiang Ran was about to leave, Wang Zuilan looked at Pei Huai. Upon seeing Wang Zuilan's gaze, Jiang Ran knew what she was thinking and hurriedly spoke to stop her from saying anything. Mom, it's not far. I can go there myself. He doesn't need to come with me. Seeing that Wang Zuilan still wanted to say something, Jiang Ran hurriedly continued, He's a grown man. Why is he following me around all day? He should be busy with his own things. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wang Zuilan suddenly understood and said, That's right. While Wang Zuilan was looking at Pei Huai, Jiang Ran hurriedly ran out. Jiang Ran's hair was not completely dry. It was casually draped behind her head. As she ran out, her hair swayed back and forth behind her back. Her slightly curly long hair swayed like seaweed, attracting people's attention. Pei Huai looked at Jiang Ran's back as she left. He did not pay attention to Wang Zuilan's words. It was only when Jiang Ran's back view disappeared that Pei Huai retracted his gaze and looked at Wang Zuilan. Mom, I have to go. Wang Zuilan, who had been chattering non-stop, paused when he heard Pei Huai's words. He looked at Pei Huai suspiciously and asked, What are you going to do? Busy with business. Pei Huai was taller than Wang Zuilan by more than a head. At this moment, he lowered his head and looked at Wang Zuilan with a solemn and serious expression. This successfully made Wang Zuilan swallow the question that was about to come out of her mouth. Then go. After Wang Zuilan finished speaking, Pei Huai nodded, turned around, and strode out. Pei Xianxian, who had been sitting quietly by the side, looked curiously at Pei Huai's back as he left. When he was out of sight, she turned to look at Wang Xuelan. "Mom, what's Big Brother going to do?" Wang Xuelan glared angrily at Pei Xianxian and said, "How would I know what he's going to do?" This child really could not compare to Jiang Ran at all. No matter what Jiang Ran was going to do, he would always tell the family. Unlike Pei Huai, if he did not want to tell her, so be it. She could not be bothered to listen. In any case, with the family's current situation, she did not expect Pei Huai to support the family. As long as Pei Huai did not do anything that would drag them down, it would be fine. Pei Huai did not know what Wang Xuelan was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely feel helpless. Big Sister Ran Ran. You're back. Big Sister Ran Ran. You're finally back. Big Sister Ran Ran, why aren't you resting at home? There were only 3 of them, but they were talking at once. Jiang Ran smiled at them and said, "I've already rested. I came back after dinner. Have you guys eaten?" "Yes, we have." Yang Jingyun said, "We heard from Xianxia a few days ago that Big Sister Ran Ran would be back today. We were wondering if you would come today." Yang Jingyun had just finished speaking when Li Susu quickly added, "Big Sister Ran Ran has been talking about it for a few days. If it weren't for the clothes, she would have waited in the front. Now that she knows that Big Sister Ran Ran is back, she must be very happy. Not only is Big Sister Chofeng happy, we are happy too. Big Sister Ran Ran, you don't know how good our business has been in the past month." Jiang Ran smiled as he listened to the 3 of them. Then, he followed the 3 of them to the back. Just as he entered the backyard, he saw Xia Qiufeng rushing out of the house. Compared to Yang Jingyun and the other 2, Xia Qiufeng was more excited. To be exact, she was not just excited. She was also relieved. Jiang Ran had left the small wardrobe not long after it opened for business. He had left everything in the store to Xia Qiufeng. Although Pei Xianxian and Pei Yang would come over to help from time to time, Xia Qiufeng was still under a lot of pressure. For more than a month, she had been cautious and conscientious, afraid that she would make a mistake. Now that Jiang Ran was finally back, she was completely relaxed. It was as if she had suddenly found her backbone. When Xia Qiufeng hugged him, Jiang Ran was a little surprised. Xia Qiufeng was a shy person and was somewhat introverted. But obviously, more than a month of experience had changed her personality a lot. This was a good thing. Jiang Ran patted Xia Qiufeng's back. All right. I'm back. It's all right." Hearing Jiang Ran's coaxing words, Xia Qiufeng blushed. She loosened Jiang Ran and smiled shyly, "Sister Ran Ran, how was your trip? Did it go well?" Jiang Ran nodded. "It went smoothly. The small food shop over there has already opened for business, and business is pretty good. With Brother Chen keeping an eye on things over there, we came back." When Jiang Ran said this, not only Xia Qiufeng, but the others also looked at Jiang Ran with burning eyes. Bay City was so far away that they didn't even dare to think about it, let alone go there. Now, not only did Jiang Ran go there, but he also stayed in Bay City for more than a month. He even opened a shop there, and the business was very good. Jiang Ran was clearly standing in front of them, but they always felt that the distance between them and Jiang Ran was somewhat far. After briefly talking about what happened in Bay City, Jiang Ran asked about the small wardrobe in the past month. Xia Qiufeng first went to get the account book and handed it to Jiang Ran. Then, she told him everything in detail. Multitasking was not a big deal for Jiang Ran. As he listened to Xia Qiufeng, his eyes also moved quickly. By the time Xia Qiufeng left with Jiang Ran had also finished reading the account book. In the month that she had been away, business in the shop was really good. As for the daily turnover, Xia Qiufeng handed it over to Pei Xianxian. She only kept an account book of how much she handed over to Pei Xianxian every day. It was said that talking about money hurt feelings. In fact, it would not hurt feelings if one calculated the money clearly. After looking at the accounts and the clothes that Xia Qiufeng and the others were making, Jiang Ran decided to go back. Autumn is here. I will draw some autumn clothes as soon as possible. Hearing Jiang Ran say this, Xia Qiufeng quickly nodded and said, "Yes, that's what I wanted to say." Although it's still warm these few days, once it rains, the weather will turn cold very quickly. We'd better take advantage of these few days to make some samples of the autumn clothes. If there were samples, others would see them and want them, and they would place orders. Xianxia thought so too. I got it. I'll draw them in the next 2 days. With this in mind, Xianxia returned home. Without caring about anything else, she went straight to her room, sat down, and started drawing. There were actually more styles of clothes for the 4 seasons, spring, autumn, and winter. Because there were more clothes to wear, inner lining, outer lining, and thin accessories like hats, scarves, gloves, and so on. It would be more troublesome to make than summer clothes. But on the other hand, the price would be higher and the profits would be higher. Xianxia had a plan in mind, so she started drawing very quickly. Although she was focused on drawing, Xianxia was also paying attention to the time. When it was almost time for the kindergarten to end, Xianxia stopped drawing and prepared to go to the kindergarten to pick up Pei Jing from school. Pei Jing must have heard the news that she was coming back. If she went to pick up Pei Jing from school, the little guy would definitely be happy. Xianxia had just walked into the courtyard when she saw Pei Huai walking in from the main entrance. Are you going to pick up Xiao Jing? Pei Huai asked. Xianxia nodded and said, yes. Let's go together. Okay. Most of the time, Xianxia was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. If she could use the simplest words to settle the matter, Xianxia did not want to say more. Because it was close to the kindergarten, they did not need to ride a bike. The 2 of them could walk there. On the way, Xianxia kept thinking about the design. Because they didn't walk very fast, when the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten had just finished school. The 2 of them walked side by side to Pei Jing's class. As soon as they reached the door, they heard Pei Jing's surprised voice. Both of them were relatively tall, taller than the average person by quite a bit. Even if he was standing in a crowd, he would still be discovered at a glance. Pei Jing was probably too surprised. He kept jumping up and down on the spot, calling out for his parents. He was so excited that the children in the class and the parents standing at the door waiting to pick up their children all looked at Xianxia and Pei Huai. Fortunately, even if the 2 of them walked on the street, it was easy to be stared at. They were already used to such a scene. Xianxia waved at Pei Jing. Xiao Jing, come here. Pei Jing ran towards Xianxia with his short legs. Pei Huai's outstretched hand frozen midair. Fortunately, no expression could be seen on Pei Huai's face. Hence, Pei Huai calmly retracted his hand. Okay. Pei Jing was very happy to be able to continue lying in Xianxia's arms. A bright smile appeared on his face. Mommy, is North City fun? Hearing Pei Jing's question, Xianxia felt that it was a little strange. Why do you ask? Why would a child who was not even 4 years old ask such a question? Did he know what fun was? Is it fun like the toys in kindergarten? Otherwise, why haven't Mommy and Daddy come back? When I play with toys, I always want to play with them. At the end of his sentence, Pei Jing pursed his lips in embarrassment. Xianxia tapped Pei Jing's little nose. It's not fun. Then what is it? Facing Pei Jing's curious gaze, Xianxia did not intend to fool him. Instead, she thought about it seriously before giving an answer. We are like people who make toys for you. We have to do it well before people like you can play with it. Pei Jing's eyes lit up when he heard that. Mommy, you actually know how to make toys? Xianxia, no, I don't. Xianxia frowned and thought for a while. Then, she reorganized her words and explained it to Pei Jing again. This time, Xianxia did not give any examples. She just said what she did. Although Pei Jing was very young, as long as he was careful and serious, he would be able to understand what she said. Even if there were some things that he still could not understand, at least he knew what his parents were doing in North City. Xianxia felt that for Pei Jing, who was already so old, this was enough. As they spoke, they walked. When they were done, they had arrived at the courtyard. Just as they entered the courtyard, they saw Wang Xuelan sitting at the door of the central room. When he saw the 3 of them enter, Wang Xuelan immediately stood up. Ran, your package has arrived. Xianxia did not expect that the package that she had sent in advance would only arrive now, even though she had been back for a day. "Mommy, where is it?" "It's in the room," Wang Zuelan said as he stood up, turned, and walked into the room. Xianxia carried Pei Jing and hurriedly followed him. Pei Huai followed at the back. In the central room, there were 2 large parcels on the table where they had been eating. They were both in large gunny sacks. Just by looking at the size of the package, one could tell that there was a lot of stuff inside. Pei Jing stared at the 2 big bags, turned his head, and looked at Xianxia strangely. "Mom, what's inside?" "A present." "Present? Is it delicious?" The rope was very tight, and it would take some time to untie it. Xianxia glanced at it and gave up on untying the rope. He got up and went to look for scissors. After cutting the rope and taking out the things inside one by one, Xianxia slowly remembered what he had bought. He had bought shoes for everyone in the family. The shoes were all packed in boxes. The box was bigger, so it naturally took up a lot of space. The day before they returned, Xianxia and Pei Huai went to the department store together to buy autumn shoes for everyone in the family. If it wasn't for the fact that the autumn shoes had just been released and there were no winter shoes, Xianxia would have bought more. Xianxia could make his own clothes, but he still had to buy most of the shoes. Handmade cloth shoes were comfortable, but they couldn't be worn when the weather turned cold. Especially when there was a lot of rain and snow in autumn and winter, handmade cloth shoes couldn't be worn. When he took out the shoes he had bought for everyone, the first sack was already deflated and the bottom could be seen. The last thing he took out was also a box. But this time, the box didn't contain shoes. Instead, it contained small toys that Xianxia bought for Pei Jing. The box was bigger than a shoe box, and there were many small toys in it. Xianxia thought that Pei Jing would like some of them, and Xianxia thought that some of them were interesting. The box was full of toys, and it was enough for Pei Jing to play with for a long time. Xianxia gave the box to Pei Jing and asked him to open it one by one. When he didn't know what was inside, it was like opening a blind box. It was very happy. Xianxia put the empty sack aside and opened the second sack. There were many kinds of things in this sack. There were snacks that were unique to Bay City. Xianxia bought some of each kind. The packaging was tight, and they didn't break much. The texture was good. In addition to the snacks that were unique to Bay City, there were also some well-packaged foreign snacks. This was actually just to eat something new. They didn't sell any snacks here. Xianxia had seen all kinds of snacks before. Of course, he wasn't very interested. However, Xianxia felt that Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia would be interested. Needless to say, Xianxia only bought the good stuff that they didn't have here. Pei Baoshan was hardworking, capable, and honest. He didn't have any special hobbies, but he liked to smoke after finishing his work and drink a glass of wine during dinner. In the past, he only bought cheap alcohol and cigarettes from his own tobacco leaves. After drying them, he rolled them himself. After taking all of these out, there was only one box left. It was a big red velvet box. One look and one could tell that the things inside were expensive. Wang Zuelan was very curious. Ran, what's inside?" Xianxia smiled. "This is the jewelry I bought for you and Xianxia." It had been more than 8 years, and everyone was free to dress and dress up. But half a year ago, the Pei family wasn't doing well. They couldn't even eat well, let alone buy jewelry. In the past half a year, Xianxia was so busy that he didn't have time to care about this. When the first box was opened, there were a few pairs of earrings in it. Yes, just a few pairs. If one box only contained a pair, there would be too many boxes. Xianxia simply put them all together. Anyway, the box was big and the earrings were small. It was more than enough to fit a few pairs. These earrings were about the same size, but there were some differences in their shapes. The more mature ones were bought for Wang Zuelan. The cuter ones were bought for Pei Xianxia. In the other boxes, there were gold necklaces, gold rings, gold bracelets, and gold bracelets. Xianxia chose different styles according to the age of the 2 people. Actually, it didn't cost much to buy so many. Anyway, to Xianxia now, buying these jewelry was really nothing. Xianxia didn't think much of it, but Wang Zuelan's eyes were already wide open. Ran. Ran, why did you buy so many? How much did it cost? Jiang Ran smiled and said casually, it didn't cost much. Besides, buying gold is also an investment. If I need it in the future, I can buy it and exchange it for money. Jiang Ran's words calmed Wang Zuelan a little. As the old saying goes, in times of prosperity, in times of chaos, gold. No matter the time, gold was a hard currency. These jewelry could be worn normally. At critical times, it could also be used as money or exchanged for money. Wang Zuelan breathed a sigh of relief. You're right. You can wear these. You're still young. You should dress up. I'll wear them? Jiang Ran immediately waved his hand. I won't wear them. These are all for you and Xianxia. You can wear them. Jiang Ran liked gold, but he didn't like to wear it. Now, the conditions didn't allow it. When the conditions allowed in the future, Jiang Ran prepared to buy some small or large yellow croakers to keep at home. When he was free, he would take them out and wipe them. Just thinking about that scene made him happy. Jiang Ran was laughing when he realized that the room was a little quiet. Before she could say anything, Wang Zuelan smacked his lips and said, Ran, don't worry. We'll definitely be able to buy small or large yellow croakers in the future. Jiang Ran? Did he accidentally say what was in his heart? Looking at Pei Huai's expression, Jiang Ran knew that she had spoken her mind. This was simply a scene of social death. Fortunately, she was thick-skinned. Jiang Ran coughed softly. His expression was still calm. Yes, of course. Jiang Ran stood up. Everything that should be given to everyone had been taken apart, and Jiang Ran stood up. I'm going to draw. It's time for the autumn clothes. I have to hurry up and draw the drawings. But this time, apart from her face, Jiang Ran's ears were red. Jiang Ran refused to raise her head. She pretended to be serious about drawing, but in fact, the drawing was a mess. Pei Huai, who was standing in the yard, stared at Jiang Ran for a while. With a smile in his eyes, he turned and left. Listening to Pei Huai's footsteps gradually fading away, Jiang Ran still didn't dare to raise her head. She was really scared. What if Pei Huai walked to the window when she raised her head? Looking at the messy drawing she had drawn, Jiang Ran took a deep breath, put the paper aside, and began to draw seriously. Because she had already drafted a draft in her heart, now that she had calmed down, she wrote very quickly. Gradually, she sank into the painting, and her originally red face returned to its original color. Occasionally, Jiang Ran could hear Pei Jing's laughter. Pei Jing was playing with the toys Jiang Ran brought him. The window was open. There was no summer heat, and there was no need to turn on the fan. The autumn wind blew in from time to time, blowing Jiang Ran's hair and adding a touch of gentleness. The years in this small yard were peaceful, but in the backyard of the small food shop, which was far away in North City, the atmosphere was completely different. The old man who had come to Jiang Ran for treatment before was sitting at the table in the living room. Beside him was an old man of about the same age, but more energetic. Opposite the two of them was Chen Bing, who looked helpless. Chen Bing looked at the two old men and didn't know what to say. He could only repeat what he had just said. Ran has already gone home. She probably just got home a day ago. It's impossible for her to come back in a few days, let alone now. Ran's family still has a business. It's a small food shop. There's another one at home, and the business is very good. There's also a small wardrobe for making clothes. Those clothes were all designed by Ran herself. She even had to make the samples herself. Ran still has a son. He's only 3 years old, less than 4 years old. He's in kindergarten and can't leave her. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't do it myself, Ran wouldn't have come to North City. So, sir, what you told me to find an excuse to make Ran come to North City again won't work at all. After saying so much in one breath, Chen Bing only felt that his mouth was dry. He picked up the enamel jar on the table and drank the warm water in one gulp. When the water was poured, it was boiling hot. It was already warm now. It was evident from this that they had been sitting here for a long time. Chen Bing, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you. Jiang Tongyuan smiled and said, "Do you see this old man beside me? Don't you think he looks a little like Ranran? Chen Bing?" Chen Bing looked carefully at the old man beside Jiang Tongyuan. After looking at him for a long time, he shook his head and said, "I can't tell. How did they look alike?" Ranran was so good-looking. Although this old man's face was rosy, it was full of wrinkles. Jiang Tongyuan looked at Chen Bing with disappointment. "What are your eyes for? Is it true that you can't see anything other than food? Look at these eyes, this nose, this mouth. Don't they look a lot like Ranran's?" Chen Bing didn't like to hear this. "Sir, you're an elder, that's why I address you as sir. We can talk, but you can't make personal attacks." "My eyes. You don't say. I like to look at food. Even if I don't eat, I'll be in a good mood when I see it." As he listened to Chen Bing's long speech, Jiang Tongyuan was speechless for a long time. He could only stare at Chen Bing, dumbfounded. After a while, Jiang Tongyuan shook his head in disappointment. "Alright, Chen Bing, I won't waste my breath on you. The man beside me is also surnamed Jiang. He has a granddaughter who went missing more than 10 years ago. All these years, he has been trying to find her, but to no avail. The first time I saw Ranran, I felt that she looked a little familiar, but I really couldn't remember where I had seen her before. It wasn't until a few days ago, when this old friend of mine came back from overseas and we sat together drinking tea, that I remembered that Jiang Ran looked like him. Maybe you still don't think they look alike, but that's mainly because this old man is old. His skin is loose and his facial features aren't as good as they used to be. If you had seen him when he was young, you wouldn't have any doubts." Chen Bing sat up straight and listened quietly to Jiang Tongyuan's speech. The expression on his face didn't change from beginning to end. "You're making it up? I'll just watch you make it up." Seeing Chen Bing's expression, Jiang Tongyuan was furious. Just as he was about to fly into a rage and roar, the old man beside him, who had been silent all this time, finally moved. Jiangji took out a photo from his shirt pocket and placed it on the table. Then, he pushed it towards Chen Bing. When Jiang Tongyuan saw the photo, he quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. There's a photo. Look, this is the old man when he was young." Chen Bing looked at the two of them suspiciously, but he still picked up the photo. In the photo, there was a young man. He was wearing a white shirt and his hair was neatly combed. His skin was fair and his facial features were exquisite. If it weren't for the fact that the photo looked very old and that the person with short hair was indeed a man, Chen Bing would have thought that the person in the photo was Jiang Ran. It was really, very similar. Seeing the change in Chen Bing's expression, Jiang Tongyuan finally regained his confidence. "See, I told you. The two of them really look alike. It's as if they were carved from the same mold. If it wasn't for this, why would I casually bring someone to look for you?" Chen Bing stared at the photo a few more times and finally shook his head. "Even if they really look alike, I can't trick Ranran into coming back. I can only write a letter and tell Ranran about it. As for whether she wants to come back, it's still up to Ranran." Jiang Tongyuan frowned and didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Jiangji and asked, "What do you think?" Jiangji nodded. "I'll write a letter too. You can send it over together." Helping to send a letter wasn't a difficult task. Chen Bing didn't even think about it and agreed immediately. There was a pen and paper here. Chen Bing got up to get a pen and paper and gave one to Jiangji. He took the pen and paper and went to the other side to write quickly. Chen Bing wrote very quickly. He was long-winded and wrote a lot. But when he finished writing and came back, he saw that Jiangji was still writing. Jiangji was sitting upright. The hand holding the pen looked strong and vigorous. He didn't write quickly. Chen Bing casually glanced at the letter. The handwriting on the paper was very beautiful. Could it be that they were really grandfather and grandson? Not only did they look the same, but even their handwriting was equally beautiful. Of course, Chen Bing only thought this in his heart. He didn't really say it out loud. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Jiangji finally stopped writing. After waiting for such a long time, Chen Bing thought that he had written a long letter. When he took it, he realized that there were only 2 pages. Wasn't this writing too slow? Chen Bing looked at Jiangji suspiciously, but he did not ask anything in the end. He put the 2 letters into the envelope at the same time, sealed the envelope, stamped it, and wrote the address. I'll go and mail the letters now. Do you want to come with me? Chen Bing asked the 2 of them. The reason why Chen Bing asked this was actually because it was convenient for him. But what Chen Bing did not expect was that when the 2 of them heard this, they actually stood up and followed him to the post office. They watched him mail the letters with their own eyes. Chen Bing was speechless. Even if they did not trust him, they did not have to make it so obvious, right? When Jiang Tongyuan saw Chen Bing's expression, he laughed and patted Chen Bing's arm. Young man, don't mind us old guys. We do things meticulously. That's our character. Chen Bing was speechless. Although he was careless sometimes, he was not a fool. Jiang Tongyuan came over to treat his illness every day. From the way he acted, he did not seem like a meticulous person at all. Jiang Tongyuan did not feel embarrassed at all when he was stared at by Chen Bing. After living for so many years, he did not have anything else but a thick skin. Alright, young man, we'll be leaving first. If there's a reply, let us know. As long as there was a reply, Chen Bing would definitely inform them. Jiang Tongyuan still believed in this. Seeing Jiang Tongyuan and Jiang Ji leave together, Chen Bing shook his head and returned to the snack shop. Jiangding County. It was said that autumn rain was followed by winter. This saying was not wrong at all. When Jiang Ran and Pei Huai came back, the sky was gloomy, as if it was going to rain. After 2 or 3 days of gloomy weather, the rain really began to fall. The autumn rain was not as fierce as the summer rain. The raindrops were not as big and the sound of the rain was not as loud. However, as the rain pitter-pattered down, bringing with it a slight chill, it was impossible not to wear a coat. Even if they were wearing jackets, a gust of wind would still make them shiver from the cold. The weather was cold, and if she wanted more clothes, it was time to buy new clothes. Even though it was raining, the small wardrobe welcomed many guests. Outside, the autumn rain continued and the autumn wind rustled. However, there were many people in the small wardrobe and the atmosphere was very lively. As soon as the people who came to buy clothes entered the shop, they saw all kinds of autumn clothes hanging on the wall. There were blouses, trousers, long skirts, and windbreakers. They came in all kinds of colors and styles. There were only things they couldn't think of, and nothing they couldn't see. When they saw so many clothes hanging in the small wardrobe, they were shocked. For such a small county, bicycles were actually very useful. The county wasn't big, so one could go anywhere by bicycle. It wouldn't take much time. But that was only if the weather was good. Once the weather was bad, such as today's rainy day, bicycles wouldn't be so useful. Although one could wear a raincoat, one's face would still be wet, and one's pants would also be wet. Therefore, Jiang Ran didn't ride a bicycle. Instead, she chose to walk. The rain wasn't heavy, so she walked slowly with an umbrella. She wouldn't get wet at all, and it wouldn't take too long. Jiang Ran closed the door of the small closet, held the umbrella, and was about to leave when she saw Pei Huai standing not far away. Pei Huai stood there with an umbrella and a flashlight in his hand. However, the flashlight wasn't aimed at Jiang Ran, but at the side of him. This way, when Jiang Ran looked over, she wouldn't be blinded by the flashlight. She could also clearly see that the person standing there was Pei Huai. Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows and walked forward. "Why are you here?" Before she came in the morning, she had said that there was no need to pick her up. It wasn't far, so she could walk back by herself. Pei Huai's expression didn't change, and he replied calmly, "I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk and picked you up on the way." Jiang Ran was speechless. "Like hell I'd believe you." Although she didn't believe it at all, Jiang Ran didn't expose him. At this time, the best way to deal with it was to see through it and not say it. Jiang Ran nodded. "In that case, let's go back." The autumn rain continued, and it was a little cold during the day. At night, the temperature dropped, and it was even colder. A gust of wind blew, and the wind was mixed with fine rain. It blew on one's face, hands, and neck. Jiang Ran shivered and quickened her steps. Pei Huai held an umbrella in one hand and a flashlight in the other, illuminating the road under Jiang Ran's feet. He also saw Jiang Ran's trembling movements. Although he saw it, Pei Huai did not go forward, nor did he take off his clothes for Jiang Ran. Because he knew that Jiang Ran would definitely not accept it. Rather than being stuck in a stalemate, it was better to walk faster and reach home earlier. The two of them walked one after the other, and neither of them spoke along the way. Actually, it wasn't very late now. It was only 7 o'clock. But because it got dark early and it was raining, it got dark even earlier. There weren't many people outside, so it looked like it was already very late. The two of them walked for more than 10 minutes and arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard. The girls who were making snacks had already returned home from work. The courtyard was very quiet. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the central room that Jiang Ran heard Pei Shanshan and Pei Jing talking. Pei Jing's voice was soft, and Pei Shanshan's voice was crisp. The two of them talked one after another. Accompanied by the sound of the rain outside, it gave people a warm feeling. Chen Bing always came to the small food shop, so Pei Jing had seen him many times. In addition, Jiang Ran and Pei Huai had followed Chen Bing to North City. To Pei Jing, Chen Bing was the person who took his parents away. Even though he had not seen Chen Bing for a long time, he still remembered him clearly. Jiang Ran took the letter from Pei Jing and patted Pei Jing's head with his other hand. "Thank you, Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing is great." After saying that, Jiang Ran looked down at the envelope in his hand. The handwriting on it was indeed Chen Bing's. This letter was quite thick to the touch. But he had only been back for a few days. Why did Chen Bing's letter arrive? Could it be that something had happened? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran's hands moved faster and he directly opened the envelope. When he opened the envelope, Jiang Ran realized that there were 2 letters inside. No wonder they were so thick. When he opened the first letter, the first thing that came into view was Chen Bing's handwriting. Chen Bing's handwriting could only be considered average. Fortunately, it was neat and didn't look like it took much effort to write. Jiang Ran read the letter word by word. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. After he finished reading Chen Bing's letter, his gaze fell on the second letter. Jiang Ran's feelings became even more complicated. Jiang Ran didn't expect that a trip to North City would lead to the appearance of the original owner's family. In the original article, there was no mention of the original owner's family. Come to think of it, in the original article, the original owner had never left this small county until her death. If her family really lived in North City, it was normal that she hadn't met them. If she hadn't gone to North City and happened to save Jiang Tongyuan, this probably wouldn't have happened. Although his feelings were a little complicated, after a moment of silence, Jiang Ran still picked up the other letter. Jiang Ran unfolded the letter and glanced at it. His first impression was that the handwriting was good. The handwriting was like the person. Although this statement couldn't be said to be completely correct, it could be seen a little. To be able to write such beautiful handwriting, the person must be extraordinary. This letter wasn't very long. It only used a total of 2 pages. Only half of the second page was written. Although Jiang Ran was reading each word and sentence at a slow speed, he finished reading it quickly. The content of the letter was very simple. He suspected that Jiang was his granddaughter who had been abducted. He wanted to meet Jiang Ran and asked Jiang Ran to go to North City when she had time. After reading the letter, Jiang Ran sighed and folded the letter back to its original position. From the moment Jiang Ran started reading the letter, Pei Shanshan noticed that Jiang Ran's mood was different, so she pulled Pei Jing and told him not to speak. Now that she saw Jiang Ran's expression, Pei Shanshan was a little curious about what was written in the letter. She was also a little worried about Jiang Ran. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Is there a problem with the snack shop in North City?" Hearing Pei Shanshan's words, Jiang Ran immediately looked up at Pei Shanshan and shook her head at her. "No, Brother Chen is talking about something else." Pei Shanshan looked at Jiang Ran in confusion. She wanted to ask but didn't know how to. Jiang Ran thought about it and decided to tell him about it. "Brother Chen said that an old man came to look for me and said that I might be his granddaughter who was abducted many years ago. He wants to meet me." "Pei Shanshan?" Because she was too shocked, Pei Shanshan began to stammer when she spoke. Eldest sister-in-law, have you found your family? Then, are you going to go home? Will I be able to see you again?" Hearing Pei Shanshan's series of questions, Jiang Ran finally understood why Pei Shanshan had such an expression just now. It seemed that this little girl was afraid that she would leave. Jiang Ran smiled and shook her head. I won't. Not to mention that it was still uncertain whether Jiangji was her grandfather or not. Even if it was true, Jiang Ran would not go back. She was not the original owner of the body. She had no feelings for the original owner's family, nor did she want to reunite with them. The feelings between people needed to get along with each other, and it was mutual. Even blood-related relatives who saw each other every day might not be particularly close to each other, let alone people whom they had not seen for more than 10 years. Therefore, Jiang Ran did not intend to make a trip to North City specifically for this matter. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Shanshan was relieved at first, but soon she frowned again. But eldest sister-in-law, what if they are really your family? Jiang Ran smiled. So what? We haven't seen each other for so many years, so there's no need to be anxious, right? Pei Shanshan frowned and thought for a while. She felt that Jiang Ran's words seemed to make some sense. But when she thought about it carefully, she felt that something was wrong. Pei Shanshan could not figure out what was wrong at the moment. Pei Shanshan tilted her head and looked at Jiang Ran without asking further. Jiang Ran put away the letter and stopped talking about it. What are we eating tonight? Hearing Jiang Ran's question, Pei Shanshan immediately became interested and started to talk about it. Hearing Pei Shanshan say what they were going to eat tonight, Jiang Ran's face also showed a gentle smile. Instead of wondering if her relatives were really in Bay City, it was better to listen to Pei Shanshan's nagging. After dinner, Jiang Ran took the letter back to his room. Although he had decided not to go to North City, he still had to write a reply. Sitting in front of his desk, Jiang Ran pondered for a while. Only then did he organize his words and prepare to write a reply. Before she could start writing, there was a knock on the door. The sound was not loud, and it was rhythmic. Jiang Ran had already guessed who was knocking on the door when she heard the knocking sound. She got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Sure enough, she saw Pei Huai standing outside. Jiang Ran was not surprised at all. In the whole house, only when Pei Huai knocked on the door would there be such a rhythm. What's the matter? Jiang Ran asked. Pei Huai nodded. Are you really not planning to go to North City to take a look? Hearing Pei Huai's question, Jiang Ran was not too surprised. He nodded. I don't plan to go. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Jiang Ran didn't know how to answer for a moment. Could it be that she had to tell Pei Huai that she wasn't the one who was crying and looking for her family back then, not to mention that she couldn't say this, even if she really did say it, Pei Huai definitely wouldn't believe her. So after thinking about it, Jiang Ran said bluntly, people change. Pei Huai stared at Jiang Ran. He really wanted to ask if it was because people changed that Jiang Ran became like this today. The words were already at the tip of his tongue, but in the end, he still didn't ask. Pei Huai nodded slightly. After all, this is your business. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Rest early. Seeing that Pei Huai had left, Jiang Ran closed the door and returned to the table to sit down. Sitting at the table, Jiang Ran was in a daze for a long time before she regained her train of thought. She picked up the pen and began to write a reply. Not only did she have to reply to Chen Bing, but she also had to reply to Jiangji. Both letters weren't long, so it didn't take long for her to finish writing. After writing the reply, Jiang Ran tidied up a little and lay on the bed. It was still raining outside. The rain fell on the tiles and made a slight sound. Listening to the rain made it easy to fall asleep. After a dreamless night, Jiang Ran woke up at the same time the next day. On the way to the small wardrobe, she sent the letter to the post office. After sending the letter, Jiang Ran temporarily put this matter to the back of her mind. Jiang Ran didn't take this matter to heart, but far away in Bay City, there was someone who kept thinking about her reply. Every day felt like a year. After waiting for a reply, Chen Bing finally finished reading his letter and took the rest of the letters to Jiang Tongyuan's residence. Jiang Tongyuan lived in a courtyard house not far from the food stall. This courtyard house looked ordinary from the outside, but after entering, one would discover that there was something else. It wasn't that it was luxurious, but the scenery inside was exceptionally good. Even someone as boorish as Chen Bing felt his heart calm down when he saw this courtyard. He wanted to stay here for a while. Jiang Tongyuan didn't open it immediately after the results were shown. Instead, he sent someone to inform Jiangji. While the two of them were waiting, Chen Bing kept looking at the courtyard. After looking at it for a while, he finally nodded. Ran has always wanted to buy a courtyard like this. If she sees it, she will definitely be reluctant to leave. Jiang Tongyuan laughed when he heard this. That's great. She'll definitely like family Zhang's courtyard. When she comes home, she can stay as long as she wants. When he heard Jiang Tongyuan's words, Chen Bing looked at him with a complicated gaze. Jiang Tongyuan could say this because he hadn't read Jiang Ran's reply yet. Chen Bing had already seen the reply, so he naturally knew Jiang Ran's decision. Although Jiang Tongyuan wasn't happy yet, he was old and had experienced a lot. When he saw Chen Bing's gaze, he immediately understood what Chen Bing meant. Jiang Ran doesn't plan to come to Bay City? When he heard Jiang Tongyuan's question, Chen Bing was slightly surprised, but he still nodded. Yes, she won't be coming for the time being. What do you mean she won't be coming for the time being? Ran said that she just went back and had a lot of things to do at home. It's not particularly important, so she won't be coming to Bay City for the time being. After a pause, Chen Bing added, but if there's a chance in the future, Ran will definitely meet Old Master Jiang. As soon as Chen Bing finished speaking, before Jiang Tongyuan could respond, the door was pushed open again. Jiangji walked in from outside. When Jiang Tongyuan saw Jiangji, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The letter is here. Take a look first, Jiang Tongyuan said to Jiangji as he picked up the letter and handed it to Jiangji. Jiangji took the letter and sat down on the stone bench on the other side. She unfolded the letter and began to read it. He wrote less than 2 pages to Jiang Ran, and Jiang Ran only replied with less than 1 page. The handwriting on the letter was very nice. It didn't seem like it was written by a girl. The letter was very short, and the content was also very simple. Jiang Ran said that they hadn't seen each other in so many years, so there was no need to rush. Since we were fated to meet, then we would definitely meet again. There was no need to rush. The wording was very polite, but if one thought about it carefully, they would be able to see the alienation in it. Jiang Ran's words also conveyed another meaning. There were many people in the world who looked alike. Just because they looked alike didn't mean that they were relatives. So there was no need to force it. Just let fate take its course. After reading the letter several times, Jiangji folded the letter. Although Jiang Tongyuan had never read a book before, he knew about Jiang Ran's decision from Chen Bing. Jiang Tongyuan looked at Jiangji worriedly and said, Old Jiang, there's no need to rush, right? Jiangji didn't follow Jiang Tongyuan's words. Instead, she looked at Chen Bing. Do you know where Jiang Ran lives now? Chen Bing nodded subconsciously. Of course I do. Give me her address. Chen Bing looked at Jiangji warily. What do you want? Why did he suddenly want Jiang Ran's address? If she doesn't want to come, then I'll have to go find her. Chen Bing? To find Jiang Ran? Chen Bing looked at Jiangji in shock. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Just as the two of them were staring at each other, Jiang Tongyuan spoke up. Chen Bing, what are you worried about? I'm going with him this time. Even if you don't trust him, can you not trust me? Chen Bing looked at Jiang Tongyuan suspiciously. Although he didn't say anything, the suspicion in his eyes was obvious. Seeing the look in Chen Bing's eyes, Jiang Tongyuan was so angry that his hair stood on end. You stinking brat, why are you looking at me like that? Without waiting for Jiang Tongyuan to continue nagging, Jiangji interrupted him. I just want to meet her. Why would I harm her? What are you afraid of? Chen Bing frowned and thought for a moment. That won't do. I'll write a letter to ask her first. We'll talk about it when her reply arrives. After all, this was Jiang Ran's own business. He couldn't secretly reveal Jiang Ran's address to an unrelated person in the name of Jiang Ran. Even if this person could really be Jiang Ran's relative. Now, he could also send an urgent letter. Just in case, Chen Bing sent the letter out in an urgent manner. From the moment the letter was sent out, Chen Bing anxiously waited for a reply. However, it was not because he was anxious that the reply would come back quickly. This wait lasted for 10 days. 10 days was not a long time, but for Chen Bing, who was eagerly waiting for a reply, 10 days was quite long. Finally, a reply came. Chen Bing did not care about anything else and immediately opened the envelope. Jiang Ran's reply was still not long. Chen Bing finished reading it quickly. Jiang Ran meant that if Jiang Ji was willing to go, then let her go. As long as a person really wanted to go to a place, no one could stop her. Even if Chen Bing did not say it, Jiang Ji would always have other ways to find out her current address. Instead of this, it was better to tell Jiang Ji directly. Because of Jiang Ji's insistence, Jiang Ran became a little interested in Jiang Ji. But it was only a little. Jiang Ran did not wait for Jiang Ji's arrival every day. She was still busy with her own things. Time seemed to pass quickly in autumn. Before they felt anything, it was already the end of September. In the whole of September, except for the rainy days, it was considered to be autumn and cool. Autumn was a good time to climb high and look far. It was also suitable for traveling. They were relatively busy this year, but they still found time to climb a nearby mountain. This was an unknown mountain. People from other places did not know about it. Only the locals occasionally went to the mountain for a walk. This mountain was not developed, so there were no later buildings on it. It was all natural scenery. There was no road on this mountain, so there were no stairs. However, because there were many people going up the mountain over the years, there was naturally a path for them to take. The mountain was not high or steep. Walking slowly along this road, even a child like Pei Jing had no problem. When they went up the mountain, they also prepared a lot of food in advance. There was no need to mention how happy they were to climb the mountain and have a picnic, especially when they were together as a family. The happiest one was Pei Jing. The little guy didn't need anyone to carry him. He walked quickly on his own. One moment, she would hold Jiang Ran's hand. The next moment, she would run to the front and hold Wang Xuelan's or Pei Baoshan's hands. Other than the laughter of the crowd, the most common thing they said was to remind Pei Jing to be careful. It took them more than half an hour to climb the mountain. When they reached the highest point, they could vaguely see the county town. It was just that he couldn't see it clearly because he was too far away. There was a flat area at the top of the mountain. Although the grass had turned yellow, it did not prevent them from sitting down and having a picnic. They spread out the cloth they had brought and laid out the lunch boxes one by one. Everyone sat on their respective praying mats and chatted as they ate. The autumn sun was not glaring, and the autumn wind blew from time to time, making it even less hot. Jiang Ran sat cross-legged. He didn't say much, but there was a smile on his face. They stayed on the mountain for more than 2 hours before they packed up and went down the mountain. "Looking for me? Who is it?" As Jiang Ran spoke, she also looked in that direction. At this moment, an old man with white hair walked out from behind Aunt Wang. When Jiang Ran saw the old man's face, he knew who he was. It was Jiang Ji. Although Jiang Ran always knew that Jiang Ji was coming, he didn't expect Jiang Ji to come so soon. Jiang Ji was wearing a light gray tunic suit. His hair was already yellowish white, but it was combed neatly. He was already very old, but his back was straight. His body was old, but his soul wasn't. When Jiang Ran was staring at Jiang Ji was also looking at Jiang Ran. The two of them looked at each other, and after an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ran was the first to speak. "Oh, you're a guest. Let's talk inside." Jiang Ji nodded and walked over. As he walked over, Jiang Ran noticed that he was carrying boxes in both hands. There were 2 rattan boxes of the same size, which probably contained his luggage. Before Jiang Ji walked over, Pei Huai had already walked up to him. "Let me take it." Jiang Ji glanced at Pei Huai and handed the boxes to him. "Thank you." The few of them entered the courtyard. Wang Xuelan walked beside Jiang Ran and whispered to Jiang Ran, "Ran, this is..." Wang Xuelan didn't finish his sentence, but Jiang Ran knew what he wanted to say. Jiang Ran nodded. "Yes." Upon hearing Jiang Ran's answer, Wang Xuelan became even more nervous. From time to time, he would turn back to peek at Jiang Ji. But he was afraid that Xianxia would discover him, so he quickly retracted his gaze after taking a glance. Seeing Wang Zuilan's actions, Jiangran wanted to laugh, but he also felt a little sad. Patting Wang Zuilan's shoulder lightly, Jiangran comforted her softly, "Mom, it's okay. You don't have to be so nervous." I'm not nervous. Wang Zuilan said as he waved his hand, but his brows were still furrowed. Seeing her like this, Yuchichi also knew that she couldn't be comforted with a few words, so she didn't say anything else. After entering the courtyard, Wang Zuilan pulled Pei Shanshan, Pei Jing, and Pei Yang. Pei Huai went in instead. He was still carrying Jiangxi's 2 rattan boxes in his hands. After entering the central room, Jiangran asked Jiangxi to sit on the sofa. He wasn't in a hurry to sit down. Instead, he went to get a hot water bottle and poured a cup of hot water for himself and Jiangxi. After finishing all this, Jiangran sat down on the other sofa. He happened to be facing Jiangxi. The two of them were separated by a rectangular coffee table. The distance between them couldn't be said to be far. Jiangxi looked at the coffee table in front of her. Then, she looked up at Jiangran. "Your name is Jiangran." She didn't use a questioning tone, but a declarative tone. Jiangran nodded slightly. "Yes. You were abducted." "I think so. I can't remember clearly." "Don't you want to see your family? Don't you want to see your blood relatives?" Jiangran looked at Jiangxi with interest. "You came here alone?" "Yes." Jiangxi frowned slightly. She didn't seem to understand why Jiangran suddenly asked this. "Then can you tell me about your family?" Hearing Jiangran's question, Jiangxi's expression became slightly better. "My wife passed away a few years ago. I have 2 sons and a daughter." At this point, Jiangxi glanced at Jiangran. After pausing for a while, she continued, "My eldest son is called Jiang Zhonghua. He has 2 daughters and a son. My eldest daughter was accidentally lost when she was a few years old." Hearing this, Jiangran understood. If she was really a member of the family Jiang, then Jiang Zhonghua should be her father. "Excuse me, do your eldest son and daughter-in-law know about this?" "Yes." "What's their attitude?" Jiangxi didn't answer immediately this time. Instead, she stared at Jiangran. By now, he had already understood what Jiangran meant by that. Although she was silent for a while, Jiangxi still said, "No matter what their attitude is, if you are a child of the family Jiang, you will eventually return to the family Jiang. How can the bloodline of the family Jiang be left outside?" Jiangran was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that it was inappropriate, Jiangran really wanted to ask whether the family Jiang had a throne waiting to be inherited. The bloodline of the family Jiang couldn't be left outside. So what if it was really left outside? Although Jiangran didn't say it, Jiangxi still saw the sneer at the corner of his mouth. Although she knew Jiangran's attitude from the beginning, after meeting Jiangran, she also confirmed Jiangran's attitude. But when she saw Jiangran's disdainful smile, Jiangxi was still a little unhappy. In life, a fallen leaf should return to its roots and acknowledge its ancestors. How can you have such an attitude? When Jiangran first saw Jiangxi, he had a good impression of Jiangxi. But that was just a moment ago. After hearing Jiangxi's words, Jiangran's impression of her had fallen to the bottom. Jiangran looked at him coldly. The feelings between people are always mutual. Even between family members, the feelings are also mutual. If I'm really a child of the family Jiang, no matter if I was accidentally lost or abducted by human traffickers, I was still young at that time. After I was lost, what did your family do? Did they ever think of looking for me? If they really cared about me, they would probably come to me immediately after learning about me, right? But it's been almost a month since you suspected that I was your granddaughter. You just showed up now, and your eldest son and daughter-in-law haven't shown up until now. Don't tell me that they're busy. I just used such an excuse. They're not that busy. They just don't care because they don't care at all. It doesn't matter whether they see them or not. That's why they said they were busy." Jiangran said so many words in one breath. Only then did he feel a little stuffy in his chest. It was not as stuffy as before. Jiangran knew that those emotions didn't belong to her. They belonged to the original owner. The original owner had been separated from her family for so many years. She must have some expectations for her family. Xianxia wasn't the original owner of the body, so she didn't have any thoughts about finding her family. If the original owner's family was looking for her, then she had taken over the original owner's body, so she had to fulfill the original owner's responsibility. But if there was such a family, then there was no need for that. Xianxia wouldn't care about the bloodline, let alone the illusory kinship. Saying what was on her mind was her character. After Xianxia finished speaking, Jiangxi's eyes widened, and she looked at Xianxia in disbelief. Before seeing Xianxia, Jiangxi had thought of countless reactions and words Xianxia would say. But she didn't think of this. Xianxia sat up straight, looking straight at Jiangxi, without any intention of dodging. She wouldn't dodge, nor would she be embarrassed. She wasn't the one who owed others. Jiangxi looked at Xianxia for a long time and finally said, "You are very different from what I thought." Xianxia raised her eyebrows. This was inevitable. No one would be like what the other party thought. But thinking about it, I'm not surprised at all. It's normal for you to be like this. If you didn't have such a personality, you wouldn't be able to do such a big business. You run a small food store, a small wardrobe, and have good medical skills. Such a person won't be cowardly, and she has her own thoughts. Xianxia, you are very good. Xianxia listened to Jiangxi quietly, and didn't give any response. Jiangxi continued, but no matter how strong a person is, he or she still needs a family. Xianxia nodded noncommittally, you are right, but I have a family. The people living here are all my family. They took me in, provided me with food and clothes, and let me study. They are my support and my harbor. She already had a family that was really good to her. Even if there was no bloodline between them, their relationship was still indestructible. A relationship that could only be maintained by blood was the most fragile relationship. Jiangxia's words obviously dealt a big blow to Jiangxi. To be exact, he wanted to make Jiangxi angry. Jiangxi stared at Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia was fearless, she shifted her gaze and looked at Pei Huai. Are you Jiangxia's husband? Pei Huai nodded. Yes. I heard that you just graduated from university and haven't been back for the past 4 years. Xianxia had children and started his business all by himself. After that, Jiangxi stopped looking at Pei Huai and turned to look at Xianxia. This is the family you were talking about? Is this the reliance you were talking about? This is your harbor? If you rely on him, he might not be able to save you even if you drown. Xianxia wasn't angry and replied calmly, I'm not talking about him. Pei Huai was speechless. I can trust them. Xianxia said with a smile. Besides, I don't like to rely on others. I'm someone else's support. I can be someone else's harbor. If someone else had said this, Jiangxi might have scoffed. But when Xianxia said this, Jiangxi could only remain silent. Because Jiangxi knew that Xianxia was telling the truth. Before Xianxia and the others came back, Jiangxi had been there for more than an hour. During this hour, not only did she sit in the small food shop and wait for Xianxia, but she also inquired about Xianxia. She knew that Xianxia started from scratch and was busy from dawn to dusk. She knew that Xianxia's current achievements were all due to his own 2 hands. Xianxia was right. She didn't need to rely on others. She was someone else's support. Facing Xianxia like this, Jiangxi didn't know what to say for a moment. Use family affection to move Xianxia, family affection was not enough. Use other things to move Xianxia had his own way. Jiangxi felt a little frustrated, and her body was not as straight as before. Xianxia glanced at Jiangxi and didn't intend to continue arguing with her. You've been on the train for such a long time. You must be tired. Take a rest first. We can eat later. They could talk about it later. The food still had to be prepared. Although Xianxia didn't intend to acknowledge his ancestors, Jiangxi was an old woman. She couldn't let her go hungry after taking the train for 2 or 3 days and nights to come here, right? After chatting with Jiangxi for a while, Xianxia understood that although Jiangxi's views were old-fashioned, she didn't have a bad heart. He didn't have any family Jiang feelings for her. Just like what he said, he came all the way here because he didn't want his family Jiang's bloodline to wander outside. Jiang Ran got up and left, but Xianxia stopped Pei Huai. Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran's back as he left. Then, he sat down where Jiang Ran had just sat. Xianxia stared at Pei Huai with burning eyes. Why didn't you come back for a few years? She's just a girl. Even if she's really powerful, you can't really think that you don't have to do anything, right? After Jiang Ran left the central room, he let out a long sigh. As soon as she exhaled, Pei Jing ran over with his short legs. Mommy. Jiang Ran bent down and picked up Pei Jing. Xiao Jing, what's wrong? Mommy, is the great-grandpa inside here to take you away? Pei Jing was so young, so it was impossible for him to figure out the seniority in the family. Wang Zuelan must have told him that he could call out the words great-grandpa so accurately. This was what both Pei Jing and Wang Zuelan wanted to ask. Jiang Ran tapped the tip of Pei Jing's nose. Mommy's not leaving. Mommy's not going anywhere. Really? Pei Jing smiled as he said this. His eyes were as bright as the stars. Of course it's true. Mommy won't lie. Jiang Ran nodded. Mommy believes in Xiao Jing. With that, Jiang Ran placed Pei Jing on the ground and watched as Pei Jing ran into the room. Jiang Ran no longer cared about what was going on in the living room and headed to the kitchen. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she saw Wang Zuelan and Pei Xianxia, who were busy. Wang Zuelan must be worried. He was worried that she would leave with Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught Pei Jing those words. However, no matter how worried Wang Zuelan was, he didn't delay what he needed to do. Just like now. Wang Zuelan was clearly worried, but he was still cooking. Not only was he cooking, but he also prepared a sumptuous meal. When Jiang Ran stood at the door and looked in, Wang Zuelan also noticed Jiang Ran. When he saw Jiang Ran, Wang Zuelan stopped what he was doing and called out nervously, Ran, why are you here? Jiang Ran walked into the kitchen and smiled at Wang Zuelan. I've said what I needed to say. I'm here to take a look and help you cook. You're done? Wang Zuelan was getting more and more nervous. He looked at Jiang Ran anxiously. It was obvious that he wanted to ask something but didn't dare to. Jiang Ran had already walked to Wang Zuelan's side. When she saw Wang Zuelan's expression, she patted Wang Zuelan's shoulder. Mom, don't worry. I won't leave. This is my home. Where can I go? Besides, I'm not a child anymore. If she was as old as Pei Jing this year, no one would listen to her when her family came looking for her. When the time came, she would be taken away whether she was willing or not. However, she had grown up and was an adult now. She had her own independent thoughts and no one could influence her decisions. Seeing Jiang Ran's resolute gaze and confident tone, Wang Zuelan, who had been extremely nervous, seemed to have calmed down. Okay. Pei Xianxia had been looking at the two of them. At this moment, she also laughed and said, Sister-in-law, you're not leaving. That's great. Wang Zuelan glared at Pei Xianxia. What nonsense are you talking about? Your sister-in-law won't leave. Mom, that wasn't what he said just now. However, just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, Wang Zuelan glared at him, and he swallowed them back down. Jiang Ran looked at the interaction between the two and just laughed without saying anything. The three of them were all familiar with cooking, so their cooking speed was naturally very fast. Not only was the delivery fast, but the dishes were also very delicious. Half an hour later, the dishes were ready. By the time all the dishes had been served and placed on the table, it was just about time for dinner. Xianxia went out to wash her hands. When she came back, she found a random seat and sat down. Xianxia sat down, but the others did not sit down for a long time. It was almost time for dinner, so they could not all stand. Jiang Ran had no choice but to say, Xiao Jing, go sit next to great-grandpa. I'll sit next to you, okay? Pei Jing immediately nodded when he heard this. He walked over and sat next to Xianxia. Pei Jing glanced at Jiang Ran and sat on the other side of Jiang Ran. Pei Baoshan was the oldest person in the Pei family, so he simply sat on the other side of Xianxia. Wang Zuelan sat next to Pei Baoshan. Just as Pei Xianxia finished speaking, she smiled and retorted, "Dad, you're wrong. Sister-in-law's cooking is so delicious. Even if it's cold, it's still delicious." Pei Baoshan immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Xianxia is right. It's delicious." Pei Baoshan was looking at the father and daughter as they conversed. He listened to their conversation and looked at their expressions. There was no trace of acting at all. It was obvious that they were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. These two people really treated Jiang Ran as family. Xianxia cast her eyes down and did not speak. She only picked up her chopsticks and slowly ate the food. When they were in North City, Xianxia had already eaten the snacks from the snack shop. Xianxia knew that those snacks had been made by Jiang Ran. The snacks were delicious, but they had not been made by Jiang Ran. Now the dishes on the table were also very delicious, even more so than those snacks. Xianxia tasted every dish. Although every dish was delicious, she could still tell that these dishes had not been made by one person. Some of the dishes were so delicious that it was enjoyable. Xianxia's gaze and chopsticks frequently fell on the dishes. Of course, everyone at the table noticed. No one else said anything, but Pei Jing, the child, said whatever was on his mind. Pei Jing's face was full of pride as he said, "Great-grandfather, do you also think that Mom's cooking is especially delicious?" When he heard Pei Jing's words, Xianxia looked at Pei Jing and asked, "How do you know which dishes were made by your mother?" Just now, Pei Jing had clearly been talking to him and had not gone to the kitchen. When the dishes were brought over and placed here, no one had said which dishes were made by Jiang Ran. Faced with Xianxia's confusion, Pei Jing's chubby little face was full of pride as he said, "I'll know once I try it." His mother's cooking was different from others. He knew at the moment he tasted it. Hearing Pei Jing's answer, Xianxia thought about it carefully. It seemed that it wasn't just Pei Jing. Most of the others were eating Jiang Ran's dishes. This meant that they all knew which dishes were made by Jiang Ran. If one didn't have a special understanding of the dish, it would be impossible to know who made it just by tasting it. Although Xianxia also tasted the difference between those dishes, she was not sure that they were made by Jiang Ran. He knew that this was because he didn't know Jiang Ran well enough. Xianxia's heart was filled with all kinds of thoughts, but there was no expression on her face. Because they weren't familiar with Xianxia, they didn't know what to say, so the atmosphere at the table was a little dull. Fortunately, although the atmosphere was a little gloomy, it didn't affect everyone's meal. By the time everyone put down their chopsticks, the food on the table had already been eaten clean. Someone who always cooked would be able to control the amount of food. Even if it wasn't perfect, it wasn't too far off. They had all come from poor days, so no one would waste food. Jiang Ran didn't like to eat leftovers, so she could only control the amount of food at each meal. Fortunately, the effect was not bad. If Jiang Ran knew what Xianxia was thinking at this moment, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia was thinking too much. Was she putting on an act for him? There was really no need for that. Not long after, Pei Huai and the others packed up and walked back. It was already dark outside, and the alarm clock on the wall was real. It was already 8 o'clock. In this era, there were not many entertainment activities. Moreover, there was no TV at home, so there was nothing to do at night. After dinner, they rested for a while and fell asleep. When Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan lived in the county town, one slept with Pei Xianxia, and the other slept with Pei Yang, so they could live together. Now that there was one more Xianxia, they did not know how to arrange it. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai. He could only ask Pei Huai to give up his room. Although Jiang Ran did not say anything, Pei Huai quickly understood what he meant. Before Jiang Ran said anything, he took the initiative to say, "I'll go and tidy up the room." Just by listening to Pei Huai's words, Jiang Ran knew that Pei Huai understood his idea. It seemed that Pei Huai was very sensible, that was, if Pei Huai gave up his room to Xianxia, where would Pei Huai stay at night? Thinking of this problem, Jiang Ran could not help but frown. While Jiang Ran was still worrying, Pei Huai moved quickly. He had already tidied up and told Xianxia that she could go to rest. After all, Xianxia was an old person. Although her body was still strong, she also needed a good rest after such a long train ride. Hearing Pei Huai's words, she stood up and followed Pei Huai to the room. Although the weather was a little cold now, it was not impossible to take a bath. After telling Xianxia the location of the bathroom and the switch of hot and cold water, Pei Huai went to Jiang Ran's room. In the room, Jiang Ran was worried. Pei Jing had already left with Wang Suilan and Pei Shanshan. The little guy had always been sleeping in several rooms, so he left happily without any reluctance. He left happily, but Jiang Ran could only look at the bed and worry. In the summer, she could even let Pei Huai sleep on a mat on the floor. Anyway, it was already hot in the summer, so sleeping on the floor would be cooler. But the situation now was different. Now that the weather was cold, if he let Pei Huai sleep on the ground, not to mention whether Pei Huai was willing or not, his body would not be able to take it. Jiang Ran was worried when he heard footsteps. He turned his head and saw that it was Pei Huai who came in. Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran and knew what Jiang Ran was thinking. Wait a minute. After saying that, Pei Huai turned and left. These 3 words made Jiang Ran confused when he heard it. Everything was fine, and he wanted her to wait. What did he want her to wait for? However, Pei Huai left too quickly. Even if Jiang Ran wanted to ask, it was too late. She could only wait. This simple single foldable bed was not big. Pei Huai had no problem lying on it. However, after lying down, he could not turn over casually. Otherwise, there was the risk of falling off the bed. Jiang Ran did not say that she wanted to sleep on this bed. Anyway, Pei Huai would not agree. Jiang Ran took out the bedding, sheets, and pillows from the cabinet. Together with Pei Huai, they quickly made the bed. Looking at the bedding, sheets, and pillows that Jiang Ran took out, Pei Huai also stared at Jiang Ran a few more times. Being stared at by Pei Huai, Jiang Ran did not feel embarrassed. Just like how Pei Huai knew how to nip things in the bud, Jiang Ran would do the same. Just in case, Jiang Ran made new bedding in advance. It was not long before it was used. After the bed was made, Jiang Ran did not care. She went to her own bed and put down the bed curtain. The bed she slept on was a simple wooden bed from the beginning. There was no bed curtain. This bed curtain was made by Jiang Ran after the weather turned cold. It was also very simple. It was just a few bamboo poles fixed at the 4 corners of the bed. Bamboo poles were also tied to the top of the bed to fix it. Then, the finished bed curtain was put on the bamboo poles. The reason for making this bed curtain was also simple. It was to keep the bed warm. This kind of old house had a relatively high roof. In summer, it was not easy to be exposed to the sun, so it was more shady. However, when the weather turned cold, this house was empty and big, so it would be colder. With a bed curtain, when sleeping, the curtain could be put down. At least it would be warmer and would not be cold to the point that the nose would turn red. The weather now was not very cold. Sleeping could make the nose freeze. Jiang Ran did not dare to imagine what it would be like when winter came. However, that was a matter for the future. She could only talk about it later. Now, Jiang Ran lay on the bed, hugged the quilt, and turned over comfortably. With the bed curtain as a cover, Pei Huai couldn't see what she was doing on the bed, so she didn't have to be so restrained. Just as he was about to close his eyes and sleep, Jiang Ran heard Pei Huai's voice. Old Master Jiang told me a lot about family Jiang. Jiang Ran, who was about to close his eyes, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard this. Turning around to face Pei Huai, Jiang Ran lifted the bed curtain a little and put it over his head, only revealing his face. What did he say? Jiang Ran wasn't very curious, but Jiang Ran understood that Xianxia said this to Pei Huai because she wanted Pei Huai to tell her. He had taken such a big detour just to let her know. She really wanted to hear what Xianxia had to say. Family Jiang is not a small family. They have always been in business. During a special period, they used up all their assets. So now, family Jiang is considered a respectable family in Bay City. Their family mainly sells jewelry, but they also do some fashion and some overseas business. Old Master Jiang said that if you are willing, he can open a better and bigger closet for you in Bay City. Jiang Ran said, "Go to sleep." After saying that, Jiang Ran put down the bed curtain, turned over, and closed his eyes. Although he had closed his eyes, Jiang Ran did not fall asleep immediately. Did Xianxia see that it was useless to persuade her with emotions, so he planned to use fame and wealth to attract her? He also said that if you really like Chinese medicine, he can also let you go to university to study. It's better than self-studying. Jiang Ran said. Go to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Ran had just opened her eyes when she heard the pitter-patter of rain. Even if she was still lying in the warm quilt, Jiang Ran still pulled up the quilt when she heard the sound. She felt a little cold. Jiang Ran didn't have the habit of staying in bed. After a while, she turned over and sat up. As soon as she opened the quilt, the cold air rushed in from all directions. Jiang Ran shivered from the cold and quickly put on her clothes. After putting on her clothes and opening the bed curtain, Jiang Ran saw that the single bed that Pei Huai slept on yesterday had been put away and placed by the wall. The bedding and other things should also be put in the cabinet. Pei Huai's movements had always been fast. Jiang Ran wasn't surprised at all. It was said that autumn rain was followed by cold. This rain was obviously colder. Jiang Ran opened the door and stood at the door. The wind blowing in her face, mixed with the rain, slapped her face and drilled into her neck, causing her to quiver in an instant. Then, she decisively turned around and entered the house. No, I still have to wear a coat. Jiang Ran quickly walked to the side of the wardrobe, opened the wardrobe, took out a knitted coat from inside, and put it on. All of Jiang Ran's clothes were made by herself. This knitted coat was no exception. It was also made by Jiang Ran herself. In fact, Jiang Ran thought that it was actually quite easy to make clothes. If one was familiar with it, the speed would be very fast. Jiang Ran was familiar with it. Not only did she make a coat for herself, but she also made a coat for everyone in the family. Jiang Ran saw that the knitted coat was white with a few light yellow flowers on it. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. After tidying herself up, Jiang Ran walked out of the room. Because of the rain, the yard was quiet and there was no one. But Jiang Ran had already smelled the fragrance. Obviously, someone was cooking in the kitchen. Jiang Ran didn't go to the kitchen. Instead, she walked to the bathroom with an umbrella. She had just taken a few steps when she saw Pei Huai walking out of the bathroom. Pei Huai was also wearing a knitted sweater. It was also white, but there were no flowers on it. Not only Pei Huai, even Pei Jing had one of the same color. When he first made it, Jiang Ran only thought that the white color looked good and didn't think much about it. But now, why did it look like a couple outfit? Pei Huai didn't know what Jiang Ran was thinking. Seeing Jiang Ran staring at him, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at me?" Jiang Ran came to his senses and shook his head. There were no matching outfits yet, so Pei Huai should not have thought of this. As long as she was calm enough, Pei Huai would not suspect anything. Both of them were holding umbrellas. When they passed each other, the distance between them was more than a meter. By the time Jiang Ran finished washing up and came out, the food was already on the table in the central room. Jiangji was already sitting down. His complexion looked much better than yesterday. He must have had a good rest last night. When Jiang Ran was looking at Jiangji, Jiangji was also looking at Jiang Ran. The undisguised surprise on Jiang Ran's face successfully pleased Jiangji. Jiangji put down her hand and stopped asking about her neck. Wang Zuelan was already asking Jiang Ran for breakfast. On an autumn morning, especially on a rainy morning, a bowl of piping hot 8-treasure porridge and a few meat buns was enough to make one feel very comfortable. In addition, Wang Zuelan had also cooked 2 side dishes and brought tea, eggs, youtiao, sugar cakes, and vegetables from the front. This breakfast was even more sumptuous. Jiangji ate breakfast. Although she did not say anything, the expression on her face showed that she was very satisfied. Jiang Ran did not care whether she was satisfied or not. She still had a lot of things to do today and could not stay at home all the time. After breakfast, Pei Huai went to send Pei Jing to kindergarten. Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia went to do their own things. Jiang Ran was also preparing to go out. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan's original plan was to return to the village after breakfast this morning. However, Jiangji's arrival disrupted their plans. Seeing that Jiang Ran was about to leave, Wang Zuelan was a little anxious. He hurried to Jiang Ran's side and said, Ran, if you leave too, then," although Wang Zuelan did not finish his sentence, Jiang Ran understood that Wang Zuelan wanted to ask what would happen to Jiangji if she left too. The relationship between the two families was a little awkward. In addition, there was still a gap in seniority between them and Xianxia. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan were not good with words. If there were only the three of them left, they could only stare at each other helplessly. Jiang Ran didn't want to upset Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan, so he patted Wang Zuelan's hand and looked at Xianxia. What are your plans for today? Jiang Ran actually wanted to ask when Xianxia planned to return to Bay City. But he had just arrived yesterday, and he was still young. It seemed a bit excessive to let him rest for a day and then take the train back. Not to mention Xianxia, who was so old, even Jiang Ran himself couldn't take the continuous train ride. That kind of exhaustion, those who had never experienced it, would not understand. Xianxia stood up. Are you going to the small closet? Jiang Ran nodded. Yes. Then I'll go with you to take a look. The small closet was not a shameful place, and there was no need to keep it a secret. Since Xianxia wanted to go, Jiang Ran agreed. If she took Xianxia with her, Pei Baoshan and Wang Zuelan would be more at ease. The tricycle was in the yard. Jiang Ran wanted to ride the tricycle and take Xianxia there. Xianxia would be holding an umbrella and wouldn't get wet. But Xianxia refused. Although I'm old, I'm not so old that I can't walk. Let's go. The autumn rain was not heavy. The drizzle was long and thin, so there wasn't much water on the ground. It just made people feel cold. Since Xianxia said that she wanted to walk, Jiang Ran didn't insist. He immediately nodded and agreed. The two of them went out together with an umbrella. They didn't walk very fast. From time to time, Jiang Ran would introduce the scenery on both sides to Xianxia. It was raining. Although the shops were open, there didn't seem to be much business. It was still early. Although there were people on the streets, most of them were people who were rushing to work or school. There weren't many people like Jiang Ran and Xianxia, who walked slowly and talked at the same time. The two of them were really not in a hurry. They walked slowly. As they were moving and wearing warm clothes, they didn't feel cold. When they arrived at the door of the small wardrobe, Xianxia didn't rush in. Instead, she raised the umbrella a little and looked up at the billboard of the small wardrobe. After staring at it for a while, Xianxia nodded. This billboard is interesting. Did you design it? It's the same style as the small food store. Since Xianxia saw through it, Jiang Ran didn't intend to deny it. She immediately nodded. Yes, I designed it. Let's go in first. It was wet outside. Even if it wasn't cold, Jiang Ran still wanted to go in. Xianxia didn't hesitate this time and followed her in. When Yang Jingyun and the other two saw Jiang Ran, they immediately smiled and called her sister affectionately. When they saw Xianxia coming in behind Jiang Ran, Yang Jingyun and the other two didn't expect the two to come together. They only thought that Xianxia came to buy clothes because the weather was cold. It wasn't strange that the three of them thought so. The main reason was that there were many people like that during this period. Because the weather was cold and they needed to buy clothes, they came to the small wardrobe to have a look. Some people just came to have a look and didn't really intend to buy. However, when they really walked around in the wardrobe, none of them left empty-handed. Yang Jingyun had already walked to Xianxia with a smile. Hello, what clothes do you want to buy? Do you want to have a look by yourself, or do you want me to introduce them to you? Xianxia had just put away the umbrella when she heard Yang Jingyun's words. She looked at Yang Jingyun with undisguised surprise in her eyes. When Jiang Ran heard Yang Jingyun's words, she knew that Yang Jingyun had misunderstood. Jingyun, you're not here to buy clothes. You came with me. Ah, Yang Jingyun said, then showed an embarrassed expression. She smiled at Xianxia. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Yang Jingyun's attitude before and after did not change much. It made people feel that she was friendly and did not feel uncomfortable. This kind of salesperson was fundamentally different from those in the department store. Although in the past 2 years, the attitude of the salespeople in the department store was not as arrogant as before, and they would greet customers, their attitude was not warm. Sometimes, they wouldn't even avoid customers when rolling their eyes. Yang Jingyun's attitude was something that could only be found in dreams. Before he came, he had heard from Chen Bing that the business of the small wardrobe was doing very well. At that time, Xianxia did not feel much. Although she hadn't seen how good the business was, Xianxia knew that the business of the small wardrobe wouldn't be bad just by looking at the attitude of Yang Jingyun and the other two. Jiang Ran didn't stay in the front for long. He led Xianxia to the studio behind. Xia Qiufeng and the other two were already there. The lights in the room were on, and there was a table lamp beside each of their sewing machines. Even if it was a little dark outside because of the rain, it wouldn't affect their vision and wouldn't delay their work. The workshop was relatively large. Although there were many things piled up, it was still very spacious. In addition, there were only 3 people in the room. The door was still open, and the air was flowing. In fact, the room was not warm at all. It was still tolerable now, but if the weather continued to be cold, it wouldn't be able to continue like this. The most important thing in making clothes was a pair of hands. If the hands were frozen, the clothes would definitely not look good. This problem was imminent. Jiang Ran had to find a way to solve it. As Jiang Ran thought about these things, her expression gradually became serious. She let Xianxia do whatever she wanted as she walked to the workbench and sat down. Although Xia Qiufeng and the other two were curious about who Xianxia was, they knew that Jiang Ran was thinking about something serious when they saw Jiang Ran's expression, so they didn't disturb Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran sat by the workbench, frowning and thinking about what to do. After thinking about it, she decided to install an air conditioner. There was an air conditioner now, but it was a little expensive. In such a big workspace, the air conditioner had to be powerful if she wanted to warm up the room. Otherwise, the temperature wouldn't go up at all. Even though she hadn't asked for the price of such an air conditioner, she knew that it definitely wouldn't be cheap. But it didn't matter. The small closet had been open for so long and business had always been good. Other things aside, she should have already earned enough money to buy an air conditioner. After thinking of a solution, Jiang Ran's mood improved. Her tightly knitted brows also relaxed. As soon as she relaxed, Jiang Ran thought of Xianxia. What was Xianxia doing at this time? With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran turned around. There weren't any obstructions in the workspace. If she wanted to find someone, she could find them at a glance. As soon as Jiang Ran turned around, she saw Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was standing beside Xia Qiufeng. She was leaning sideways and tilting her head, watching Xia Qiufeng make clothes. Being stared at like this, Xia Qiufeng was a little nervous. Although she didn't make any mistakes, her movements slowed down. Xianxia quickly noticed this as well. She retracted her gaze and stood up straight. When she stood up straight, she saw Jiang Ran looking at her. Xianxia walked towards Jiang Ran with her hands behind her back. She looked at the various things on the workbench and then looked at Jiang Ran. "You have so many things to do every day. Aren't you tired?" This question made Jiang Ran somewhat at a loss as to how to answer. Wasn't she tired? She was not a robot. How could she not be tired after working non-stop? But being a little tired was much more interesting than being idle and doing nothing. Jiang Ran thought so in his heart, so he answered as such. It might be more tiring if you're idle. Once people got busy, they didn't have time to indulge in idle thoughts. Although his body was tired, his mind wasn't. But when one is idle, one's imagination will run wild. At that time, even if he were to lie down for an entire day, he would feel both physically and mentally exhausted. Hearing Jiang Ran's answer, Xianxia nodded slightly. She didn't say whether she agreed with Jiang Ran's answer or not. Jiang Ran didn't care what he thought. Since he had asked, she had to answer him. That was all. Jiang Ran didn't come to the studio to chat or stare blankly, but to make an example. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, Jiang Ran began to get busy. Upon hearing Xia Qiufeng's words, Jiang Ran finally looked up from his busy work. Go ahead. It's still raining outside. You don't have to walk so fast with an umbrella. Why don't you ask one of them to go with you? That way you won't be able to carry them all by yourself. Xia Qiufeng waved her hands. No, I can do it myself. Upon hearing Xia Qiufeng's words, Jiang Ran only nodded and didn't say anything else. After Xia Qiufeng left with the umbrella, Xianxia asked Jiang Ran, "Do you guys provide lunch?" Jiang Ran nodded. Yes. Xianxia looked at Jiang Ran and didn't say anything for a while. It was just a small shop, yet they still provided lunch. She didn't know what Jiang Ran was thinking. But looking at Jiang Ran's expression, it was obvious that he felt that this was a matter of course, so Jiangji didn't say anything. Xia Qiufeng came back half an hour later with a basket in her hands. The basket was covered with a plastic sheet to ensure that the lunch boxes inside wouldn't get wet. They left the workshop and went to the lounge next door to eat. The rain was pitter-patter, and the air was damp, but the food was steaming hot. There was still a box of rice for everyone and seaweed and egg soup. After the hot soup entered their stomachs, they felt warm all over. After eating, they chatted for a while and rested for a while. After a while, they returned to their respective workstations. Jiang Ran wasn't in a hurry to go back. He and Jiangji continued to sit in the room. Looking at the continuous rain outside, Jiang Ran couldn't help but frown. Autumn rain was different from summer rain. Summer rain came and went quickly, and the sky would soon clear up. But autumn rain didn't stop. Although the rain wasn't heavy, it could last for a few days. The rain didn't look like it would stop anytime soon. It was too much of a delay. Jiang Ran was staring outside when Jiangji suddenly said, "Did Pei Huai tell you what I asked him to tell you yesterday?" Suddenly hearing Jiangji's words, Jiang Ran was not surprised. He nodded and said, "Yes." "Then what do you think?" "What thoughts?" The truth was, he had no such thoughts. Regardless of whether it was before or after transmigrating, Jiang Ran always believed that only the things that she worked hard for were the things that truly belonged to her. Before she wore it, she could peacefully enjoy everything her family brought her. Because her family loved her and she loved her family too. It was a way of expressing love, not a transaction. But now, even if Jiangji was really her biological grandfather, she would not accept anything from Jiangji. It wasn't a relationship between them. It was just a transaction. Although Jiang Ran was a businessman, he didn't want to make such a deal. Jiang Ran shook her head again. "No, I'm not. As you can see, I'm very busy. There are a lot of things that I need to do." Although she knew how Jiang Ran would answer, Jiangji still couldn't help but sigh when she heard Jiang Ran's reply. Hearing Jiangji's sigh, Jiang Ran shrugged. She couldn't possibly let herself suffer because of Jiangji's opinion. Fortunately, although Jiangji was an old-fashioned person, she wasn't an overly stubborn person. Jiang Ran's attitude was already very clear, so Jiangji didn't insist. "In that case, I'll go back. If either you or Pei Huai has time, help me buy a ticket back." Of course, Jiang Ran was happy that Jiangji was leaving. But was it really okay for Jiangji to go back alone? Just as Jiang Ran was thinking about this, she saw Jiangji smile and say, "I can take the train here by myself, so I can go back too. Although I'm old, I'm not so old that I can't move." People didn't like to be old. Since Jiangji had said so, Jiang Ran didn't think too much about it and said, "Okay." Jiangji glanced at Jiang Ran and said, "Before I came, that old man Jiang Tongyuan wanted to come with me, but as you know, his body can't take the slightest blow. Before I came, there was also a rain in Bay City. He fell sick. Although it wasn't a serious illness, he couldn't take the train with me, so he didn't come." When she heard that Jiang Tongyuan was sick, Jiang Ran was shocked. She instinctively wanted to ask if his illness was serious. Before she could ask, Jiangji had already said it. Jiang Ran was relieved. Grandpa Jiang has an old illness, and his body isn't as good as the average person's. He should stay at home to recuperate. It's better not to take the long-distance train if you can. Hearing Jiang Ran address Jiang Tongyuan as master, Jiangji laughed. "Although he's a few years older than me, he's still from the same generation as me. Isn't it inappropriate for you to call him grandpa?" Jiang Ran was speechless. "Don't ask. It'll be awkward if you do." Embarrassment flashed across his face, and Jiang Ran hurriedly said, "I'll pay attention next time." When Jiangji heard this, she only smiled and did not say anything. Because of Jiangji, Jiang Ran didn't stay in the small closet for too long in the afternoon and went back in the afternoon. After all, it would get dark earlier if it rained. The roads were slippery in the dark, and it would be bad if something were to happen. When they returned to the small courtyard was filled with the fragrance of pastries. One smell was enough to tell that the pastries had just been made. Now that there were more people making pastries in North City, the pastries sold near North City could be shipped directly from there. As for here, the pastries were sold to the nearby counties and cities, so the workload was not as heavy as before. This also made Xianran heave a sigh of relief. No one would be able to stand high-intensity work. It was good to be a little more relaxed. Anyway, they didn't make much less money. Xianran went to the kitchen. When he came out, he was holding a tray with all kinds of freshly made pastries. Xianran carried the pastries to the central room. Have a taste. These are freshly made pastries. See if they're the same as the ones in North City. Xianxia tasted them and nodded. They taste the same. They're delicious. Xianxia only said half of her sentence and didn't continue. She probably felt that what she said was a little inappropriate. Xianran could guess what Xianxia was going to say. It was nothing more than her resemblance to someone. As for the someone, it was probably her cheap younger brother or sister. Although Xianran knew in his heart, he didn't continue the topic. There was no need for that. She wasn't interested in family Jiang, and she didn't think she would resemble anyone. She was herself, and she was only herself. Xianran planned to go to the train station the next day and buy a sleeper ticket for Xianxia. But when Pei Huai came back at night and found out about this, he told Xianran not to worry about it. He would buy the ticket. Xianran wouldn't be too calculative with Pei Huai now. Since Pei Huai said so, Xianran didn't refuse and left this matter to him. The next morning, Pei Huai sent Pei Jing to school and went to the train station. It didn't rain today, but the sky was still gloomy, as if it would rain again at any time. Thinking that Xianxia might leave today, Xianran didn't go to the small closet, but stayed at home. Wang Zuilan and Pei Baoshan were in a hurry to go home. After breakfast today, the two of them left in a hurry. After all, they still had poultry and land at home. They couldn't just leave them all alone. Everyone went to work, and Xianran and Xianxia were left staring at each other. Xianxia didn't talk about family Jiang this time. How's your relationship with Pei Huai? When he heard this question, Xianran almost thought that he was hallucinating. After all, people in this era, especially the old people in this era, rarely talked about relationships. Many people in this era were actually shy about expressing their feelings. With Jiangxi's age, even if she wasn't an antique, she wouldn't. Well, in Xianran's heart, Xianxia was an antique. Old antique Jiang looked at Xianran with a smile and a hint of ridicule in his eyes. You two don't have a good relationship. This was not a question, but a statement. Obviously, Xianxia was very confident when she said this. However, thinking about it, Xianxia was already so old. What had she not seen? It was not normal for her to see that Xianran and Pei Huai were seemingly united but actually divided. Besides, Xianran and Pei Huai weren't interested in acting like husband and wife. Even the members of the Pei family were used to Xianran and Pei Huai sleeping in separate rooms. Xianran also smiled at Xianxia. Just so. In fact, it wasn't even considered average. Of course, Xianxia couldn't hear Xianran's ridicule in his heart. Xianxia stopped smiling, sat up straight, and said to Xianran, no matter what the relationship is, feelings need to be nurtured and maintained. I can see that you have a good relationship with the Pei family. Seeing that Xianran didn't say anything, Xianxia sighed. I heard that Pei Huai is doing engineering design? Xianran shook her head. Not only that. After Xianran and Pei Huai returned from North City, Pei Huai stopped following Xianran around. Obviously, he wasn't just saying that he wanted to come back and develop. Coincidentally, the county city was developing and needed to build a building. She didn't know how Pei Huai did it, but he actually took on this matter. From drawing to construction, Pei Huai was fully responsible for it. Pei Huai was quite busy with such a big matter. However, Pei Huai didn't know how he did it. As long as Xianran was at home, he would definitely be at home. Every morning, he would send Pei Jing to kindergarten and pick up Pei Jing from school in the afternoon. Xianran felt that if this was before she transmigrated, Pei Huai would definitely be a good husband. He had his own career and even knew how to adjust his time to accompany his parents and pick up his children. He was really a master of time management, Jiang Ran was letting her imagination run wild while Xianxia was still trying to persuade her. I know that he graduated from North City University. What he's doing now also proves that he's not just for show. He's good-looking and takes care of his family. Don't be too picky and get along well. Jiang Ran. Okay. Just based on the old man's earnest advice, she should give a response. After all, no matter what, he was doing this for her own good. Although she didn't really need it, it wouldn't be troublesome to respond. In the middle of the morning, Pei Huai came back with a ticket. It was around 5 p.m. It was not bad to get on the bus at this time. After eating dinner, she could get on the bus and have a good rest. Coincidentally, I know someone who's also going to North City. I discussed it with him and bought the tickets together. He's on the top bunk of yours. If there's anything, you can tell him. Jiang Ran didn't expect that Pei Huai would actually be able to find a companion for Xianxia. This was the best. With someone together, whether it was safety or anything else, it would be better. Jiang Ran could also be more at ease. After lunch, Jiang Ran didn't stay idle. Instead, she started to cook. The good thing about taking the train now was that the weather was cold and the smell in the train. Not only that, because the weather was cold, the food wouldn't go bad so easily. When the time came, it would be much better than the food on the train. In addition to these foods, Jiang Ran also packed a lot of snacks for Xianxia and the other person to eat together. After checking it over and over again, he found that there was nothing left behind. Jiang Ran packed it up. I've hooked a scarf for you. As Jiang Ran spoke, she handed a scarf over. The scarf was dark brown. It was suitable for someone of Xianxia's age. After Pei Huai gave a few instructions, the young man and Xianxia boarded the train together. They arrived at the right time. Almost as soon as they boarded the train started sounding its whistle and soon, it was moving forward. Watching the train gradually disappear into the distance, Jiang Ran let out a long sigh of relief. She had finally sent them off. Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Ran felt that someone was staring at her. Now that there were only the two of them here, she didn't need to look to know that it was Pei Huai who was staring at her. Jiang Ran looked towards Pei Huai and happened to meet Pei Huai's gaze. Jiang Ran raised her eyebrows and asked, "What are you looking at?" "You." Jiang Ran was confused. Without waiting for Jiang Ran to say anything, Pei Huai had already turned around and said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." It was indeed time to go back. Jiang Ran lifted her feet to catch up, but as she walked, she couldn't help but think about the conversation just now. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Pei Huai's words just now were teasing her. Did Pei Huai have the guts to do that, or did Pei Huai have such thoughts? Jiang Ran thought for a while and threw this matter to the back of her mind. After leaving the train station, the two of them got on their respective bikes and headed back. Just as they were halfway back, it started to drizzle again. The raindrops weren't heavy, but they were fine and dense and fell very quickly. After a while, the ground that had been dried for a day became wet again. Jiang Ran wanted to ride faster, but it would take more than 10 minutes to get home from here. Even if she rode faster, the result wouldn't be too bad. Just as she was thinking about lying flat and letting the rain fall, she heard Pei Huai's urging voice. Looking towards the direction of the voice, she saw Pei Huai frowning and looking at her. "What are you thinking about?" "It's raining, go take shelter first," Pei Huai said as he pointed to the side of the road. There were shops by the roadside where they could take shelter from the rain. As for the car, they could only leave it outside in the rain for the time being. Jiang Ran was not a person who valued the car more than himself. Besides, the car was drenched in the rain. Apart from the rust, there would not be any substantial damage. Therefore, Jiang Ran didn't hesitate and drove the car in the direction that Pei Huai pointed at. After stopping the car, the two of them quickly ran inside. Jiang Ran didn't pay much attention to it before, but now that he had run in, he realized that it was actually a small restaurant. On the wall was a piece of red paper with the menu and prices written in black. There were not many dishes on the menu. Jiang Ran glanced at it and saw most of them. The two of them ordered a dish and a bowl of rice to eat separately. They could have a taste of the food without worrying about being stuffed or not being able to finish it. It was just right. Jiang Ran didn't know what was going on with her. Anyway, when she came back to her senses, she was already sitting face to face with Pei Huai. The two of them sat face to face. There was already a casserole on the table. There was braised mutton in it, and it was still bubbling. A bowl of rice was divided into 2 bowls by Pei Huai. Pei Huai gave half of the bowl to Jiang Ran. Eat, don't be in a daze. We'll go back after eating. The rain outside was no longer as heavy as before. Perhaps the rain would stop by the time they finished eating. Jiang Ran picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of mutton into her bowl. The mutton had been stewed until it was extremely soft and tender. With a gentle pinch of the chopsticks, it could be divided into 2 halves. The soup was also fragrant and thick, and it was crimson red. When the gravy touched the rice, the originally ordinary rice became tempting. Jiang Ran was a chef herself. When she ate, she would always think in the same way as a chef. First, she smelled the aroma, then looked at the color, and finally tasted its taste. After staring at it for a while, Jiang Ran picked up a piece of mutton and put it into her mouth. When the mutton entered her mouth, she didn't need to chew much. It fell apart with a sip. When the mutton was stewed to this extent, it was really soft. This mutton was not only soft, but also very tasty. With just one bite, Jiang Ran narrowed her eyes in enjoyment. After eating the meat, she ate a mouthful of rice with soup. It was indescribably comfortable. Jiang Ran ate in enjoyment and tasted the food wholeheartedly. She didn't notice Pei Huai sitting opposite her at all. Pei Huai glanced at Jiang Ran several times. Seeing that Jiang Ran didn't even look at him, his eyes were full of helplessness. Although his eyes were helpless, the corners of his mouth were smiling. There was only 1 dish and 1 bowl of rice in total. Both of them had a big appetite. Although they had just eaten, they still finished everything. After they finished eating and paid, the sky outside was almost completely dark. Although the rain had not completely stopped, it had become a fine drizzle, which was within the tolerable range. The two of them didn't say much. They each got on their respective mounts and headed for the small courtyard. 10 minutes later, the two of them returned to the courtyard. Before they set off, Pei Jing had already been picked up and left at home to play with Pei Xianxia. When Jiang Ran and Pei Huai entered the courtyard, Pei Jing was sitting on a small stool at the entrance of the central room. His hands were supporting his chin as he stared intently at the entrance. As soon as he saw Jiang Ran and Pei Huai riding in, his dull eyes instantly lit up and he stood up. "Dad, Mom, you're back." When Pei Xianxia heard Pei Jing's words, she also walked out of the house. When she saw Jiang Ran and Pei Huai, Pei Xianxia smiled and said, "Xiao Jing has asked so many times why you're not back yet. Now you're finally back." Jiang Ran and Pei Huai parked their mounts under the canopy and then walked over to Pei Jing's side. Jiang Ran squatted down. Before she could say anything, Pei Jing said, "Mom, sit here." He was pointing at the small stool that he had just sat on. Of course, she had to wipe it, but she couldn't do it now. Jiang Ran shook her head and said, "Mommy got caught in the rain. I need to take a shower." "Mommy, hurry up and take a shower then." When she heard Pei Jing urging her to take a shower, Jiang Ran wanted to tease him. "Aren't you waiting for Mommy to come back so that you can talk to her? Mommy wants to talk to you for a while before you take a shower." When Pei Jing heard this, he shook his little head like a rattledrum and said, No, I can continue to wait. I can wait until Mommy is done with her shower." When he said this, Pei Jing's expression was extremely serious. Seeing Pei Jing like this, Jiang Ran didn't tease him anymore. She nodded and stood up. "Okay, I'll go take a shower then. Wait for me here for a while." There was only 1 bathroom in the house, so they could only shower one by one. Jiang Ran stood up and looked at Pei Huai. Before she could say anything, Pei Huai beat her to it and said, "You go first. I'll play with him." When she heard this, Jiang Ran didn't say anything. She nodded and walked towards the bathroom. Pei Jing's gaze followed Jiang Ran. He watched as Jiang Ran entered the room and then watched as Jiang Ran took something out of the room and went to the bathroom. It wasn't until the bathroom door closed that Pei Jing reluctantly withdrew his gaze. When he turned his head, Pei Jing saw Pei Huai standing next to him. "Daddy, why did you and Mommy come back so late?" Although he had walked into the courtyard with Jiang Ran, Pei Huai felt that Pei Jing might have really only noticed him now. After experiencing this kind of thing so many times, one would get used to it. Pei Huai moved a small stool over and sat down with Pei Jing. I took your mother out to eat something delicious, so we came back late. After saying this, Pei Huai looked at Pei Jing, wanting to see how Pei Jing would react. After staring at Pei Jing for a while, Pei Jing's eyes widened. Eat something delicious? What did you eat? Did mommy like it? Was it delicious? Pei Huai was silent for a while before he asked, why didn't you ask why I didn't take you out? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Pei Jing ask why he didn't take him out? But this kid had asked a few questions, and none of them were the questions he had expected. Pei Jing blinked her bright black eyes and said, Mommy will be fine after eating it. When Pei Huai, mommies, and of course, mommies. Now, mommy too's course has to eat, too. Of course, Pei Huai wouldn't know this. In order not to let Pei Jing wait for too long, Xianxia took a quick shower. After about half an hour, she was dressed and walked out. Pei Jing rested his chin on his hand. Although he was talking to Pei Huai, the moment Xianxia opened the bathroom door, he knew and called out to his mother in a clear and loud voice. Pei Huai was speechless. Pei Huai stood up and said, I'm going to take a shower. He felt that he shouldn't be here. He should be in the bathroom. Pei Jing didn't seem to hear Pei Huai's words at all. He was still staring at Xianxia. She knew that Pei Jing's hands were small and he didn't have much strength, so he wouldn't be of much help. However, since he wanted to help, she couldn't discourage him. As Xianxia sat there, she could feel Pei Jing's little hands grabbing the towel tightly and wiping her hair. Although it wasn't very effective, it was still somewhat useful. As she dried her hair, Xianxia also asked Pei Jing some questions. There were too few things to talk about with a 3- or 4-year-old child. The most she asked was whether he was happy in kindergarten, what he ate, and what he learned. Although it was often these 3 questions, every time Xianxia asked them happily, Pei Jing would also answer them happily. As the mother and son asked and answered, time passed quietly. Xianxia changed 2 towels and wiped her hair until it was half dry. Next, she just needed to let it dry. She turned to look at the clock hanging in the central room. It was only 7 o'clock. It was still early, but the sky was already completely dark. It was raining and the sky was completely dark. It was really a little boring. Xianxia touched Pei Jing's head again and said, Xiao Jing, let me bathe you. After the bath, I'll tell you a story and then you can go to sleep, okay? Pei Jing nodded vigorously and said, okay. At this time, Pei Huai also came out of the bathroom. When he heard that Xianxia was going to bathe Pei Jing, Pei Huai said, I'll bathe him. You can dry your hair. Xianxia didn't argue with Pei Huai. Pei Huai wasn't someone who didn't know how to take care of children. On the contrary, Pei Huai was very patient and attentive to children. When he was with children, he was more talkative than usual and his voice was gentler. This was his son. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't worried about letting him bathe his son. Xianxia got up and went back to her room. She found a dry towel to dry her hair. Fortunately, there were enough towels. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to dry her long hair. After Xianxia dried himself, Pei Huai came in with Pei Jing in his arms. Pei Jing, who had just washed up, was only wearing long johns. His short hair had already been dried. Pei Huai carried him and put him on the bed. Hurry up and get into bed, Xianxia urged. It was still a little cold at night, and they had just taken an awkward shower. If they didn't quickly get into bed, they would easily catch a cold. Pei Jing smiled and crawled under the blanket. After lying down, only his small head was exposed. Mom, Dad said he wants to hear your stories too. Pei Huai was speechless. Xianxia looked at Pei Huai. You want to hear it too? How old was Pei Huai? He was already an adult and a university student. What kind of story couldn't he read by himself? Why did he want to listen to a bedtime story that she told to a 3- or 4-year-old child? Seeing that Pei Jing had fallen asleep, Xianxia also stopped. Closing the book, Xianxia turned to look at Pei Huai and raised an eyebrow at Pei Huai. Still not leaving? Although Xianxia didn't say anything, Pei Huai felt that he already understood Xianxia's meaning. Pei Huai stood up and said in a low voice, I'm leaving. You should rest early too. Hearing this, Jiang Ran pursed her lips. If Pei Huai wasn't here, after Pei Jing fell asleep, she could just close the book and go to sleep. Seeing Jiang Ran's subtle movements, Pei Jing also understood what Jiang Ran was thinking. It had been a few months. He always felt that in Jiang Ran's heart, he should be a little different. But now, it seemed that there was no difference at all. Jiang Ran still despised him. Recognizing this fact, Pei Huai could only accept his fate and walk out. Jiang Ran also followed Pei Huai to the door. Of course, Jiang Ran didn't want to go out. She just wanted to close the door. Hearing the sound of the door closing behind him, Pei Huai still turned his head to take a look. After seeing the closed door, he shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Jiang Ran listened for a while. She didn't hear the sound of rain. The rain should have stopped. Before Jiang Ran could do anything, she heard Pei Jing's voice. Mom, what are you listening for? Jiang Ran looked at Pei Jing and smiled at Pei Jing. I'm listening to whether it's still raining outside. I want to listen too. Pei Jing said. Imitating Jiang Ran, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the movements outside. As he listened, his eyeballs were still moving. Seeing Pei Jing like this, Jiang Ran wanted to laugh but held back. Since Pei Jing wanted to listen, then let him listen. It was better not to disturb him. After listening carefully for a while, Pei Jing turned to Jiang Ran and said, Mom, I didn't hear the sound of rain. It must have stopped. Jiang Ran thought so too. Jiang Ran helped Pei Jing put on his clothes. He also dressed himself neatly and laid out the bedding. Only then did he open the door and go out with Pei Jing. When he opened the door, he saw that not only was it no longer raining outside, even the sun was out. It was early in the morning. Although the sun was bright, there wasn't much warmth. Jiang Ran looked up and urged Pei Jing to wash up. When it wasn't raining, she felt that the autumn rain was very romantic. But when it really rained, they realized how beautiful the sunny day was. When they woke up in the morning, it was still a little chilly. In the middle of the morning, the sun was warm and the sun was gradually rising. Jiang Ran was still seriously making samples in the small wardrobe studio. Other than the sound of the sewing machine, there was no other sound in the studio. Just as the studio was quiet, a sound came from the front. In front of Jiang Ran, who was more than 1.7 meters tall, this woman was half a head shorter than Jiang Ran. She was probably less than 1.6 meters tall. Jiang Ran glanced at the shoes this woman was wearing. They were probably worth about 3 or 4 work points. Jiang Ran didn't hide his gaze, and the woman saw it too. Because she saw it, her face became even uglier. After taking a few deep breaths, the woman said, Are you Jiang Ran? Jiang Ran didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Who are you? An inexplicable person rushed into her shop and asked if she was Jiang Ran. Did she have to answer, especially when this person's attitude was so bad? Even if you don't answer, I know that you are Jiang Ran, the woman said firmly. Jiang Ran still didn't speak. He waited for the woman to say what she wanted. The woman crossed her arms and finally regained some of her aura. I am Jiang Yi as in Yin. After Jiang Yi said that, she looked at Jiang Ran with an expression that said, Now you know who I am. Jiang Ran said, Oh. What's the matter? Jiang Yi didn't expect Jiang Ran to have such a reaction. She immediately put down her arms and said, What do you mean oh? What do you mean by that? Jiang Ran shook his head and said, I don't mean anything. This was the truth. Jiang Yi didn't even need to say her name. Just by looking at Jiang Yi's face, which was somewhat similar to his, Jiang Ran could already guess who she was. But so what? What did it have to do with her? An old man like Jiang Ji, as well as an elder, had chased him all the way here. Jiang Ran had to give him some face. But Jiang Yi didn't need to. Jiang Yi was so angry at Jiang Ran's attitude that she jumped. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She could only stare at Jiang Ran with her eyes wide open. Jiang Ran didn't have time to stand there and stare at her. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm very busy, Jiang Ran said directly. Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, Jiang Yi was both angry and aggrieved. I came all the way from North City to find you, and now that I've finally found you, this is how you treat me? Her last sentence even carried a sobbing tone, as if she had been wronged to the extreme. Jiang Ran wanted to laugh when he heard her words. What was wrong with Jiang Yi? Her behavior made Jiang Ran look like a scumbag. Jiang Ran only wanted to say that he was wronged. This was her first time meeting Jiang Yi. Although the inner drama was very rich, on the surface, Jiang Ran still didn't say anything. He just frowned slightly. Are you going to tell me or not? If he didn't say anything, she had to go back to work. You want me to buy a ticket now? Jiang Yi asked in disbelief. Jiang Ran nodded slightly. Yes. If you buy a ticket now, you should be able to buy one. If you wait any longer, it won't be easy to buy one. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Jiang Yi was even more incredulous. You're really asking me to leave? Jiang Ran asked strangely, what else can I do? Your grandfather has already left. Why aren't you going home? What are you doing here? Grandfather has left. Why aren't you leaving with him? Didn't he come to you to take you home? Jiang Ran's expression became serious. My home is here. I don't need anyone to take me home. But, no buts. Alright, I still have something to do. You should hurry back. After saying that, Jiang Ran ignored Jiang Yi and turned to go into the workshop. Jiang Yi stood where she was and watched Jiang Ran's back as he walked further and further away. Her facial features were almost twisted into a ball. On the way here, she had imagined all kinds of scenes after their meeting. But she had never imagined such a scene. Jiang Ran returned to the workshop and stood in front of the workbench. When he raised his head, he could see Jiang Yi standing in the courtyard through the window. Jiang Yi was still standing there motionlessly. Jiang Ran glanced at her indifferently and then looked away to continue with his work. Although he had been working with his head lowered, Jiang Ran could feel that Jiang Yi's gaze had been fixed on him. But Jiang Ran didn't really care. If Jiang Yi wanted to look, then let her look. When she had seen enough, she would naturally stop looking. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran lowered his head and continued with his work. In the courtyard, Jiang Yi was still looking at Jiang Ran. After Jiang Ran entered, he only glanced at her indifferently and then lowered his head to continue with his work. He didn't raise his head again. Jiang Yi understood that Jiang Ran really didn't welcome her and even wanted her to leave quickly. Jiang Yi rolled her eyes, turned around, and strode away. Jiang Yi was wearing small leather boots on her feet. When she walked, there would be a clicking sound. The courtyard was quiet, and the sound was especially obvious. Listening to the sound gradually fading away, Jiang Ran lifted his eyelids to take a look. He only had time to see Jiang Yi's back. The figure disappeared in a flash and entered the small door in front of him. Seeing this, Jiang Ran curled his lips. It was good that he was gone. Indeed, it was better to be small. She didn't have to worry about speaking to the young one, nor did she have to deal with him. She could just chase him away. That afternoon, Jiang Ran was still busy until it was almost dark. Only then did he close the door and prepare to leave. Just as she locked the door of the small wardrobe and turned around, she saw Pei Huai standing not too far away. Seeing Pei Huai, Jiang Ran was not too surprised. As long as Pei Huai had time, he would come to pick her up. Jiang Ran had long been used to coming here every 2 or 3 days. The moment she heard this, Jiang Ran had a bad feeling in her heart. Taking a deep breath and calming her mind, Jiang Ran asked, "Who is it?" Pei Huai still looked at Jiang Ran and said in a steady voice, "She said her name is Jiang Yi." As soon as Pei Huai said this, Jiang Ran suddenly turned around and strode home. Looking at Jiang Ran's back, Pei Huai had no choice but to swallow the second sentence. She said she is your sister. At this time, Jiang Ran, who was striding home, regretted the whole way that she didn't ride a bicycle. If she had a bicycle, she would have been home by now instead of running on the road. Fortunately, the distance was not very far. Jiang Ran ran all the way and arrived home in less than 10 minutes. As soon as she entered the gate, Jiang Ran heard Jiang Yi's voice. "Xiao Jing, what does your mother like?" "Mom likes Xiao Jing." "Then besides Xiao Jing, what does Mom like?" "She likes uncle, auntie, grandpa, grandma, dad." She also likes to cook delicious food, make clothes, and read books. Mom likes a lot of things. Then besides these? Apart from these. I don't know. Xiaojing, think about it again. You are Mom's favorite Xiaojing. You must know what else Mom likes, right? After listening to the conversation for a while, Jiang Ran took a deep breath and walked inside. As soon as Jiang Ran walked into the yard, she was spotted by Pei Jing. Mom. Pei Jing shouted happily and turned to look at Jiang Yi. My mom is back. I'll help you ask her what she likes. Sigh, Jiang Ran did not have time to stop Pei Jing because Pei Jing had already run toward Jiang Ran. After a while, he arrived in front of Jiang Ran and looked up at her. Mom, what do you like? Jiang Ran bent down and tapped the tip of Pei Jing's nose. Mom likes you. Although Pei Jing had already said something similar, when he heard Jiang Ran say this, he blushed shyly and pursed his lips into a smile. Seeing Pei Jing smile, Jiang Ran could not help but want to laugh as well. What if the child was too cute? She just wanted to tease him. But now was not the time to tease the child. Jiang Ran patted Pei Jing's head. Xiaojing, why don't you go play with Dad? Mom has something to do. Although Pei Jing was still young, he was a very obedient child. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, he nodded in agreement. At this moment, Pei Huai also walked in from the gate. Pei Jing ran toward Pei Huai. Dad, Mom has something to do. She asked me to play with you. Pei Huai picked up Pei Jing and looked at Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran also looked at Pei Huai and nodded slightly to Pei Huai. Take him out to play. Pei Huai nodded. Okay. After Pei Huai carried Pei Jing away, Jiang Ran walked toward Jiang Yi. Being stared at by Jiang Ran like this, Jiang Yi only felt uncomfortable all over, but still forced herself to nod. Yes, yes. There were some things that couldn't be said without saying them out loud. But once a word was said, the rest would be as easy as a torrential flood. You're my elder sister, isn't your home my home? I'm out alone now, staying at my elder sister's home. What's wrong with that? Don't tell me you're not worried about me staying in the guest house alone? What if something happens to me? Won't your conscience be able to live with it? At the end of her speech, Jiang Yi seemed to have gained confidence and looked at Jiang Ran triumphantly. Looking at Jiang Yi's attitude, Jiang Ran also laughed. Are you 3 years old this year? Huh? Jiang Yi looked at Jiang Ran in surprise. She didn't expect Jiang Ran to say such a thing. Jiang Ran didn't care about her expression and continued, look at your age, you're already in your 20s. Can't you take responsibility for yourself at such an old age? Do you want me to take responsibility for what you've done? Jiang Ran's words stunned Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had never thought that Jiang Ran would be so heartless as to say such words. Jiang Ran continued, besides, whether I'm your elder sister or not is another matter. As Jiang Ran finished his last sentence, Jiang Yi was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Jiang Ran looked up at the sky and said, it's getting late. You can stay here for the night. Tomorrow morning, pack your things and leave immediately. I don't care if you're staying at the guest house or going home, as long as you don't appear in front of me. After saying that, Jiang Ran didn't care about Jiang Yi's reaction. He lifted his feet and walked towards his room. After taking a few steps, she saw Pei Xianxian. She stopped and said to Pei Xianxian, Xianxian, I'm not eating dinner. You don't have to wake me up tonight. Pei Xianxian stared blankly at Jiang Ran. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, she nodded after a while. Okay. Jiang Ran stopped talking and walked quickly to his room. After entering the room, Jiang Ran closed the door. After closing the door, Jiang Ran turned on the lights, closed the windows, and drew the curtains. Finally, Jiang Ran was completely isolated from the outside world. Only at this time did he heave a sigh of relief. Jiang Ran also knew that his temper was a bit big, and what he just said was a bit too much, but Jiang Ran just couldn't control himself. On what basis? Just because she had transmigrated and used someone else's body, she had to love someone else's family, forget about the Pei family. After all, even with Pei Huai, the original owner of this body had never done anything to let down the original owner of this body. Not only that, because the original owner of this body didn't continue to go to school, They felt that they owed the original owner of this body and allowed the original owner to bully them. Treating the Pei family better was also considered repaying kindness. Moreover, after spending such a long time together, she had developed feelings for the Pei family. But what right did the family Zhang's people have, just based on their similar faces? They said that they were her family, just based on their faces. They wanted her to give her heart and soul. Did they really think that they could rely on their faces to make a living? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. His heart was also a little stuffy. Probably because she had been sitting for a long time, Xianxia felt that her limbs were a little numb. Just as she was about to move, she heard a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Xianxia frowned. She had already told Pei Xianxia that she didn't plan to have dinner tonight. Who would come to her at this time? Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Pei Huai's voice. "I'm here to bring you something to eat." Pei Huai's voice didn't fluctuate much, and his tone was the same as usual, as if he didn't know that Xianxia was in a bad mood today. Xianxia frowned tightly, but she still stood up. She knew that she was in a bad mood, and she didn't want to vent her anger on the people around her. She walked to the door, opened it, and saw Pei Huai standing at the door. Pei Huai held a tray with both hands, and there was only a bowl of porridge and a plate of side dishes. Before Xianxia could say anything, Pei Huai spoke first. "I know you may not have much of an appetite, so I only brought you a bowl of porridge. Eat a little more, it's good for your stomach. You're also a medical student, so you should know that skipping meals is not good for your health." Pei Huai had already said so. If Xianxia still didn't eat, she would be too capricious. Besides, the porridge was really good. It was fragrant and oily. Just by looking at it, she could smell the fragrance and imagine what it would feel like to eat it. Xianxia reached out and was about to take the tray. Pei Huai took a step back and avoided Xianxia's action. Xianxia looked at Pei Huai strangely. Before she had time to speak, Pei Huai spoke first. "Can I go in and talk to you?" "Talk about what?" Xianxia asked. Pei Huai just stared at her and didn't answer. However, his attitude also made it clear that he would not give in easily. Xianxia didn't want to stand at the door and argue with him. He had no choice but to turn around and enter the house. "Come in." After Pei Huai entered the house with the tray, he closed the door and put the tray on the table. "Hurry up and eat. The porridge won't taste good if it gets cold." Xianxia was too lazy to ask what Pei Huai wanted to say to him. He picked up the spoon and stirred it in the bowl before scooping a spoonful into his mouth. It was as delicious as she had imagined. Not only was it delicious, but it was also very sweet. There was probably a lot of sugar in it. When people were in a bad mood, they had to eat some sweets. That way, their irritable mood would be relieved. After drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, Xianxia felt less agitated. Then, he looked up at Pei Huai and raised his eyebrows. Although Xianxia didn't say anything, Pei Huai knew that Xianxia was asking him. "You're in a bad mood today." Xianxia was silent. This wasn't nonsense. If he wasn't in a bad mood, who wouldn't eat? Pei Huai continued. "Is it because of family Jiang?" Xianxia still didn't speak. Xianxia shook her head, straightened her attitude, and put on a serious expression. "It's not a matter of whether I want to or not, but whether it's necessary. We're no longer children. We have our own lives and families. Even if we grew up in the same family, when we grow up and have our own families, we won't be so close anymore. Besides, we didn't grow up together, and we're strangers. I already have a new life, and I don't want them to disturb me. I'm living a good life now, and I have my own ability. I'm not in a hurry to get anything from family Jiang, and I don't need their help. I don't think there's anything to be close to." The reason why Xianxia spoke out her thoughts was to clarify the matter of family Jiang once and for all. She didn't want Pei Huai to always talk to her about this matter. Or to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. These were all things that teachers would ask students to do when they were in school. She was already so old that she didn't need anyone to have a heart-to-heart talk with her. Xianxia's disgust was clearly shown on her face. Pei Huai wasn't blind. Of course, it was impossible for him not to feel it. It was precisely because he felt it that Pei Huai didn't want to leave like this. It was rare that Xianxia was willing to talk to him about her inner thoughts. I always feel that. Jiang Ran waited for a while, but still didn't see Pei Huai continue to speak. She looked at Pei Huai strangely. Feel what? I always feel that although you're right in front of me, there's always a kind of ethereal feeling. It's as if I can't grasp you even if I reach out my hand. Although you're very good to the people in the family, and you're very polite to me. But I always feel that there's still a little distance between us. Or rather, you're a little distant from us. Although you've tried your best to be very close to us. Hearing Pei Huai's words, Jiang Ran fell silent and lowered her head. Jiang Ran couldn't deny this, because Pei Huai was telling the truth. Even after such a long time, she was still trying her best to adapt to this era and get close to the people around her. However, she always felt that she was out of tune with this era. Although the man in front of her was her husband in name, he was only her husband in name. Although the two of them had agreed to get along, after a few months, they were no different from ordinary colleagues. Jiang Ran was silent, but Pei Huai continued. Family Zhang's people. I'll talk to her later. Don't worry, I'll convince her not to look for you in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Ran raised his head in surprise. She really wanted to ask how Pei Huai was going to convince Jiang Yi. Pei Huai didn't give Jiang Ran a chance to ask. As for our relationship, I think it's because of the way we get along with each other that led to our current relationship. Starting tomorrow, I will change the way we interact with each other. Jiang Ran? Wait, what was Pei Huai talking about? Jiang Ran was about to speak, but Pei Huai had already stood up, turned around, and walked out, not giving Jiang Ran a chance to speak at all. Pei Huai left so quickly that Jiang Ran didn't even have time to stop him. Looking at Pei Huai's back as he left, Jiang Ran was completely confused. Weren't they talking about family Jiang? Although his mood had changed, Jiang Ran still ate the remaining half of the bowl of porridge. It was shameful to waste food. Especially this porridge, it tasted really good. As for what Pei Huai said just now, Jiang Ran had already put it aside. Could Pei Huai change the way they got along with each other just because he said so? This was clearly a matter between the two of them, one person's words didn't have the final say. Thinking so, Jiang Ran didn't care so much. After Pei Huai left Jiang Ran's room, he went to find Jiang Yi. They had already had dinner. Jiang Yi stayed in this small courtyard to sleep tonight, but she didn't have a separate room, so she could only sleep with Pei Xianxia. Pei Huai walked to the door of Pei Xianxia's room and knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened from the inside. It was Pei Xianxia who opened the door. When Pei Xianxia saw Pei Huai, she felt a little strange. Big brother? It's so late, what do you want? Ask Jiang Yi to come out. Tell her that I have something to tell her. Oh, okay. Pei Xianxia agreed and turned to enter the room. She did not close the door. At this time, Jiang Yi was sitting at the table, holding a book in her hand and casually flipping through it. When she saw Pei Xianxia come in, she raised her eyebrows at Pei Xianxia. Who's here so late? My big brother, he said that he has something to tell you and asked you to go out. Jiang Yi frowned. Why is he looking for me? I don't know, he's at the door now. You'll know when you go out. Pei Huai waited for a while before he saw Jiang Yi come out reluctantly. When she walked to the door, Jiang Yi asked impatiently, Why are you looking for me? Without waiting for Pei Huai to answer, Jiang Yi said, I know. Is it because Jiang Ran knows that he was wrong, but is too embarrassed to come and apologize to me, so he asked you to come? Hearing Jiang Yi's words, Pei Huai sneered, Are you dreaming? What? Jiang Yi widened her eyes and looked at Pei Huai in disbelief. What did you say? I said you're dreaming. Pei Huai said as he coldly glanced at Jiang Yi. Come with me. Jiang Yi was still angry and wanted to find Pei Huai to clear things up. Hearing this, she followed him out without saying anything. When the two of them arrived at the central room, Pei Huai sat down first. Jiang Yi didn't sit down. Instead, she crossed her arms and glared at Pei Huai. Jiang Yi's current posture could be considered as looking down from above. However, it was useless. In terms of aura, she was no match for Pei Huai. Pei Huai sat there quietly and looked at Jiang Yi indifferently. His gaze made Jiang Yi feel uncomfortable all over. She hurriedly found a seat and sat down to hide her panic. Didn't you have something to tell me? Why aren't you saying anything? As long as you promise me that you'll never appear in front of her again and that you won't let anyone from your family come over, I can promise you that she won't go back and she won't take a share of your assets. Xianxia finally looked at Pei Huai seriously. What are you going to promise me? What do you want me to promise you? Xianxia rolled her eyes. Unless you promise that you'll never let her go to North City. Xianxia felt that as long as Jiang Ran didn't go to North City, she wouldn't be able to acknowledge her ancestors and fight with her for the family assets. Hearing Jiangyi's words, Pei Huai looked at her coldly. Since you said that, I think we should go and buy tickets tomorrow. What for? To North City. Old Master Jiang begged us, so we had to go and take a look. Old Master Jiang even promised. How can you do this? You just said that you wouldn't let her go back to family Jiang. Jiangyi screamed. That's because I didn't expect you to push your luck. She even promised that Jiang Ran wouldn't go to North City. Jiangyi was dreaming. Not to mention that the family Jiang was only average in North City. Even if the family Jiang was one of the top aristocratic families in North City, it was impossible that they wouldn't go to North City forever. Pei Huai stood up. Alright, you can go back. You might have to take the same train as us tomorrow. Pei Huai then walked towards the door. Jiangyi's eyelids twitched. Wait. Don't go. I promise you. Hearing this, Pei Huai turned around and looked at Jiangyi. Jiangyi bit her lip. I promise you that I won't come here again. I'll try my best not to let Grandpa come, but you better keep your promise. Seeing that Pei Huai was staring at her without saying anything, Jiangyi knew what he was thinking. Don't worry, other than Grandpa, no one wants to come to family Jiang. I'm only here to prevent Grandpa from being tricked by her. Jiangyi was too lazy to hide her thoughts now that he had seen through her. She really didn't disappoint him at all. Pei Huai didn't say anything else and strode out. Seeing that Pei Huai had left, Jiangyi shrugged indifferently and walked out of the central room as well. She then returned to Pei Xianxian's room. Pei Xianxian had already packed up and was about to go to bed. When she saw Jiangyi coming back, she asked, Why is my brother looking for you? Instead of answering, Jiangyi asked, What kind of person is your sister-in-law? Half a year ago, Pei Xianxian might have been a simple peasant girl. However, in the past 6 months, Pei Xianxian had been doing business with Jiang Ran, learning how to make desserts, and later managing the desserts business on her own. He had seen a lot of people of all shapes and sizes, and had also seen a lot of things. As soon as she heard Jiangyi's words, Pei Xianxian raised her guard. My sister-in-law? Pei Xianxian snorted. Didn't you call me big sister earlier? How did you become my sister-in-law so quickly? Jiangyi was speechless. She saw that Pei Xianxian was young and thought that she should be a little girl who was easier to coax. She wanted to find out more about Jiang Ran from Pei Xianxian. After all, knowing one's enemy was a sure way to victory. Although Pei Huai had promised that Jiang Ran wouldn't return to family Jiang, Jiangyi was still worried. However, Jiangyi didn't expect that Pei Xianxian, who looked young, was actually not easy to coax. Knowing that she wouldn't get anything out of it, Jiangyi simply turned her head and said, Let's sleep. I'm sleepy. Pei Xianxian snorted and said, Behave yourself when you sleep. Don't kick the blanket and grind your teeth. You're the one who kicks the blanket and grinds your teeth. I don't kick the blanket or grind my teeth. Me neither. Jiang Ran thought that she wouldn't be able to fall asleep, but after washing up and lying down, she realized that she had been overthinking things. Not only did she fall asleep, but she also fell asleep almost instantly. After a dreamless night, Jiang Ran opened her eyes the next day and looked at the canopy above her and laughed. It was just like the old saying, eat and drink as you please and don't take anything to heart. After lying down for a while, Jiang Ran got up, dressed neatly, and walked out. As soon as she walked out of the house, she saw Jiangyi in the courtyard. When Jiangyi saw Jiang Ran, she subconsciously wanted to greet her, but when she saw Jiang Ran's cold face, she swallowed her words. Jiang Ran was very satisfied that Jiangyi didn't come up to talk to her. As long as Xianxia didn't come over to bother her, she could still pretend that she didn't see her. She didn't have to make breakfast alone. She could go to the front and bring back whatever she wanted to eat. If she didn't want to make the trip, she could just eat in the front. After Xianxia finished her breakfast, she didn't need anyone to hurry her as she had already taken her luggage. Xiangran had just walked out of the room when she saw Xianxia coming out with her luggage. Xiangran glanced at the luggage in Xiangyi's hands and decisively looked away. She didn't even greet her and directly prepared to go out. At this time, Pei Huai just came in from the main door. When he saw Xiangran, he said, "Let's go. I'll send you there." When Xiangran heard Pei Huai's sudden words, she felt a little strange and asked, "You're sending me?" Didn't she usually go there by herself? Pei Huai nodded and said, "I'll send you there. I'll pick you up in the afternoon. I'll do this every day from now on." Xiangran? Xiangran looked at Pei Huai in shock. He almost blurted out the words, "Are you crazy?" However, Pei Huai didn't give Xiangran a chance to say this. "Let's go. The car is parked outside." Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Pei Huai. Xiangran was also stunned. What made Xiangran even more curious was the car that Pei Huai mentioned. The car was parked outside. What car was that? It was no wonder that Xiangran was curious. Pei Huai's words were really interesting. With this thought in mind, Xiangran didn't say anything else. He lifted his foot and walked outside. Pei Huai was very satisfied with Xiangran's action. The two of them walked out one after another. As soon as they walked out of the gate, Xiangran saw the car that Pei Huai had mentioned. He was surprised. Because Xiangran would never have thought that the car parked outside was a bicycle. And it was Pei Yang's bicycle. Xiangran's attitude was so obvious that it was impossible for Pei Huai to not see it. However, the two of them had known each other for such a long time. Pei Huai had long understood Xiangran's character. As long as Xiangran didn't say anything, he would pretend that he didn't know. If Xiangran said something, then he would think of a way to persuade Xiangran. Pei Huai still had this confidence. Pei Huai sat in the front and rode the bike, while Xiangran sat in the back. Sitting in the back, Xiangran didn't support Pei Huai. Instead, she pulled the seat with both hands. Pei Huai didn't say anything about Xiangran's behavior. He just rode the bike forward. However, after riding for a distance, Pei Huai started to ride in the bumpy areas. The bike didn't have any shock absorbers. If it went in the bumpy areas, the result could be imagined. Even if Xiangran had always felt that her balance was not bad, she was afraid that she would fall from the back seat at this time. A person's subconscious was not controlled by the brain. Because she was afraid of falling, Xiangran supported Pei Huai's waist. After Xiangran supported her waist, the corners of Pei Huai's mouth lifted. When riding the bike, it became normal. The bike was no longer bumpy. Xiangran's brain also regained the ability to think. At this time, what else did Xiangran not understand? Pei Huai did it on purpose just now. Xiangran gritted her teeth. She never thought that Pei Huai was such a Pei Huai. How could there be such a person? In particular, Pei Huai usually looked serious. He didn't look like someone who would do such a thing at all. No matter how much Xiangran gritted her teeth, she couldn't jump out of the bike now. What happened just now was just a small matter that didn't affect the big picture. If she really jumped out of the car seat, the two of them would probably return to the awkward interaction they had when she had just returned. In fact, in the past few months of getting along, although the relationship between the two was not very close, they got along quite well. Xiangran was quite satisfied. If they returned to their previous relationship, it would not be a good thing for her or Pei Huai. Therefore, Xiangran did not jump down. Not only did he not jump down, but Xiangran also did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he pinched Pei Huai's waist. What Pei Huai had just done could be said to be harmless. Then what she was doing now could be said to be harmless. Pei Huai didn't think much of it. To be exact, not only did Pei Huai feel that it was nothing, but he also felt that it was quite good. Xiangran did not use too much strength. His eyebrows only twitched because of the pinch. If Xiangran really used all his strength, Pei Huai felt that even with his endurance, he would have to throw away the handlebars in his hand. Xiangran did not use all his strength, which meant that Xiangran was not very angry. Xiangran was thinking about random things all the way. She didn't realize how fast time passed. By the time she reacted, the car had already stopped at the door of the small wardrobe. Pei Huai came with her on a bicycle. Of course, the speed was much faster than usual. It was also because of this that Xia Qiufeng happened to open the door. After working in the small wardrobe for so long, Xia Qiufeng had made a lot of money and successfully bought a bicycle. With a bicycle, it was no longer difficult to come from the village. It wasn't far, so it was even faster to ride a bicycle. Therefore, it was still Xia Qiufeng who opened the door every morning. As soon as Xia Qiufeng opened the door, she saw Pei Huai riding the bicycle and coming with Jiang Ran. Moreover, Jiang Ran's hand was still holding Pei Huai's waist. This time, Xia Qiufeng was directly stunned. She didn't care about any other actions. Not only Xia Qiufeng was stunned, but Yang Jingyun and the others were also stunned. After all, they had worked in the small wardrobe for so long. They didn't know 100% about how Jiang Ran and Pei Huai usually interacted, but they knew more or less. Now that they suddenly saw this scene, the shock was inevitable. They just didn't see each other for one night. Did they miss any important information? The eyes of Xia Qiufeng and the others basically fell on Jiang Ran and Pei Huai without any concealment. The two people couldn't pretend not to see it even if they wanted to. Fortunately, both of them were very good at hiding their inner thoughts. No matter what they thought, at least they still had no expression on their faces. Jiang Ran calmly sat down from the back and nodded slightly to Pei Huai. "I'm leaving. You can go do your work." Pei Huai was not a person who did nothing all day. On the contrary, Pei Huai had a lot of things to do every day. It was not easier than her at all. Jiang Ran really couldn't understand. Pei Huai was already so busy, why did he still come to pick her up and send her off every day? Although it was only the first day, with Jiang Ran's understanding of Pei Huai, he was sure that Pei Huai would do what he said. As long as she thought of Pei Huai coming to pick her up every day, Jiang Ran felt a little complicated in her heart. However, although it was complicated, he didn't have any annoying thoughts. Jiang Ran was a person who followed her heart. Since she didn't hate him and Pei Huai wasn't an obedient person, she might as well let him be. Pei Huai remained where he was. "You go in first. I'll watch you go in before I leave." It was only a few steps away. Was Pei Huai afraid that she would get lost, or was he worried that something would happen to her? Jiang Ran kept muttering in his heart, but he still nodded and agreed. There was no need to argue too much. With this time, it was better to go in quickly. In this way, Pei Huai could also walk faster. Seeing that Jiang Ran had already walked towards the door, Xia Qiufeng didn't continue to be in a daze. She quickly opened the door and let Jiang Ran in. After entering, Jiang Ran still looked back. He didn't expect that when he looked back, he just happened to meet Pei Huai's gaze. After the two looked at each other for a moment, Pei Huai nodded slightly and rode away. Looking at the back of Pei Huai leaving, Jiang Ran praised in his heart. Don't say that although he was riding a bicycle, a handsome man was still a handsome man. Riding a bicycle couldn't cover his radiance. "Sister Ran, don't look anymore. They're already far away." Jiang Ran was startled when she heard Xia Qiufeng's voice. She turned to look at Xia Qiufeng, only to see Xia Qiufeng's teasing expression. She even winked at her when she saw her looking over. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran's expression turned serious. She looked at Xia Qiufeng seriously and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get to work." Although Jiang Ran's expression and tone were very serious, Xia Qiufeng, who knew her well enough, wasn't afraid at all when she heard this. What was there to be afraid of? Jiang Ran wouldn't really get angry because of this. Although that was what she thought, Xia Qiufeng still nodded and said, "Okay." After saying that, Xia Qiufeng turned around and called out to the others, "Let's go, let's stop looking and get to work." When everyone heard this, they glanced at Jiang Ran and agreed with a smile. Then, they turned and walked inside. Although Jiang Ran felt a little helpless, she could only shake her head and follow them inside. Jiang Yi watched as Pei Huai rode away with Jiang Ran. She didn't know why, but even though the two of them were riding on the same bicycle, Jiang Yi still felt jealous. Before coming over, Jiang Yi had imagined how Jiang Ran would look like now. Jiang Yi felt that Jiang Ran had been abducted, so she definitely didn't have a good life. She didn't eat well, she didn't wear warm clothes, she didn't look good, and she lived in a small town. She was definitely rustic. In addition, Jiang Ran had already given birth to a child. She was definitely an old woman who was out of shape. As for Jiang Ran's business, Jiang Yi didn't care at all. But she didn't expect that when she saw Jiang Ran would be completely different from what she had imagined. She was beautiful, confident, and elegant. She didn't look like a woman who had given birth to a child. She thought that Jiang Ran had married a man from a small county. After meeting Pei Huai, she realized that she had thought too much. Pei Huai was born in a small county, or even a small village under a small county. But whether it was his looks, knowledge, or bearing, he was not inferior to any man she had seen before. Other than the fact that his family background was slightly inferior, no. This was not a flaw. With Pei Huai's knowledge and bearing, even if he didn't have a family to rely on, he could still become the family's support. But how did such a man become Jiang Ran's man? Jiang Yi couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried, so she didn't continue thinking about it. She didn't forget the purpose of her visit. Now that he had achieved his goal, he could leave. With that in mind, Jiang Yi took a deep breath, turned around, and strode away. Foul, why is Pei Huai so good-looking? Although before, Jiang Ran already knew that Pei Huai was very good-looking, otherwise, he couldn't be the male protagonist. But at this moment, Jiang Ran was still shocked by Pei Huai's appearance. It seemed that people who were too good-looking still had a certain advantage. Even if Jiang Ran always thought that she was a very rational person, now that she saw Pei Huai so good-looking, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. No, to be exact, she was already a little stunned. Jiang Ran's performance naturally fell into Pei Huai's eyes. Although he was happy in his heart, he still didn't show the slightest joy on his face. Not for anything else, but to prevent Jiang Ran from noticing his intentions, so that Jiang Ran wouldn't be on guard. Jiang Ran stared at Pei Huai for a while, then she withdrew her gaze, locked the door, and walked toward Pei Huai. "Let's go," Jiang Ran said. So what if he was good-looking? It wasn't that she wasn't good-looking. They were all good-looking people. She wasn't obsessed with beauty, but just appreciating each other. Jiang Ran comforted herself like this in her heart, and the movement of getting on the bike didn't stop at all. Pei Huai didn't say much. After Jiang Ran sat down, he rode the bicycle forward. Along the way, the two people didn't speak, but the atmosphere was better than ever before. Until they reached home, Jiang Ran stood up from the back seat of the bicycle with some unsatisfied feelings. It was because the atmosphere was so good that Jiang Ran was somewhat unsatisfied. Although there were some unsatisfied feelings in her heart, Jiang Ran still restrained herself and walked inside quickly. Pei Huai first went to pick up Pei Jing, and then went to pick up Jiang Ran, so Pei Jing was already in the yard at this time. As soon as he saw Jiang Ran enter the courtyard, Pei Jing ran towards Jiang Ran and called for his mother in a childish voice. Seeing Pei Jing running towards him, Jiang Ran revealed a gentle smile. He squatted down and hugged Pei Jing, who was running towards him. As soon as Pei Jing threw himself into Jiang Ran's arms, he began to complain. "Mommy, Daddy is bad." This was the first time that Jiang Ran heard Pei Jing's complaint. He only felt that it was incomparably novel. "Why is Dad broken?" Jiang Ran asked curiously. "Dad said he was going to pick you up. I said I wanted to go with him, but he didn't agree." At the end of her speech, Pei Jing even pursed her lips. Jiang Ran wasn't the only one who heard Pei Jing's complaint. Pei Huai, who was pushing his bicycle inside, also heard it. However, Pei Huai's face still had no expression. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai and raised an eyebrow at Pei Huai. Jiang Ran's meaning was obvious. He was asking why Pei Huai didn't bring Pei Jing. Jiang Ran didn't think for long because she still had Pei Jing in her arms. Pei Jing was still not very happy. He pouted and looked at Jiang Ran. "Mom, Dad is right." Pei Jing was still young after all. He couldn't really say anything wrong with Pei Huai's words. The only thing he could say was that it wasn't right. However, even if it was just these two words, it was enough. Jiang Ran touched Pei Jing's head. "Dad just doesn't want you to come along. Anyway, you can wait at home and see Mom soon. Don't you think so?" Pei Jing frowned and thought seriously for a while. Then he nodded. But Pei Jing still felt that Jiang Ran's words were reasonable. Most importantly, Pei Jing felt that Jiang Ran wouldn't lie to him. However, the young Pei Jing didn't know that in this world, there were not only lies and truths, but also half-truths. Jiang Ran didn't lie to Pei Jing just now, but she didn't say everything. Pei Huai didn't want to bring Pei Jing along, but the reason wasn't what Pei Huai said before. It was because he didn't want Pei Jing to be a third wheel. Yes, in Pei Huai's heart now, Pei Jing was a third wheel most of the time. But the facts proved that everything in this world had its purpose. Even a third wheel could shine and heat at the right time. Time passed in a flash. From the beginning of October to the end of October seemed to be the blink of an eye. During the experience, it felt as if they had done a lot of things, and their days were quite fulfilling. But when time passed and they looked back, they felt as if they hadn't done anything. Time had completely slipped away without them noticing. At the end of October, the weather was completely cold. Other people felt okay, but for Jiang Ran, the weather was really too cold. Yes, it was ridiculously cold. Before he transmigrated into the book, the winter was actually not that cold. Many places that used to have heavy snow in winter might not even see snowflakes for the entire winter. But now, there was no greenhouse effect. Antarctica had not started to melt, and the world had not started to warm. Under such circumstances, the winter was simply too cold. And at this time, Pei Jing's role was revealed, warming the bed. Although Pei Jing was only 4 years old, because children had more firepower, and he was a boy, his firepower was even more exuberant. Under such circumstances, he was like a small stove at night. Even if there was no air conditioning, no electric blanket, and no small sun, Jiang Ran could still hug him and sleep well. Pei Jing didn't know that he was being used as a tool. For him, being able to sleep with Jiang Ran every night was simply the happiest thing. After another day of dinner and chatting for a while, Jiang Ran was ready to take Pei Jing back to the room to sleep. The mother and son walked out hand in hand. Before they took a few steps, Jiang Ran felt that someone was staring at him. Following the gaze, he saw Pei Huai. Jiang Ran was already used to Pei Huai's gaze. Upon hearing Pei Jing's sudden question, Jiang Ran was completely confused. Why would Pei Jing ask such a question out of the blue? Without waiting for Jiang Ran to be puzzled for long, Pei Jing had already given her an explanation. The children in my class said that their parents always sleep on the same bed. They sleep with their parents at night. I have never slept with my parents before. At the end of his sentence, Pei Jing sounded a little aggrieved. Although Pei Jing was still young, sometimes, age was not the only thing that mattered. Looking at the aggrieved Pei Jing, Jiang Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. Given her and Pei Huai's current relationship, even if she explained it to Pei Jing now, he probably wouldn't understand. But if she didn't explain it, Jiang Ran frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, she thought of an explanation. Mom's bed is a little small. Now, only Xiao Jing and I can lie on it. Don't you think so? Upon hearing this, Pei Jing ran out and arrived at Jiang Ran's room in no time. After staring at the bed for a while, Pei Jing turned to look at Jiang Ran, who was standing at the door, and said, "Mom is right. It is indeed small." Upon hearing Pei Jing's words, Jiang Ran felt relieved and nodded. However, before Jiang Ran could say anything, Pei Jing continued, "Mom, when are we going to buy a bigger bed?" Jiang Ran? After being left speechless, Jiang Ran felt that Pei Jing's brain worked pretty quickly. If he didn't have a quick mind, how could he have thought of buying a new bed so quickly? Of course, there were benefits to having a quick mind. However, Jiang Ran had to think about how to answer him. Fortunately, Jiang Ran's brain worked pretty quickly. After thinking for a while, she came up with an answer. "Look at how small our room is. If we put a big bed in it, won't we have nowhere to walk?" Pei Jing frowned and looked around. In the end, he had to admit that Jiang Ran was telling the truth. In the end, Pei Jing nodded and did not continue to dwell on this issue. After finally coaxing Pei Jing, Jiang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It was late, and it was time to rest. At the same time, in order to avoid Pei Jing asking some difficult questions, Jiang Ran urged Pei Jing to wash up and sleep together. Pei Huai stood outside the door and heard the conversation between the mother and son clearly. Previously, he had always felt that Pei Jing was a small light bulb. Now, it seemed that this small light bulb also had a day to play its role. Although it didn't have any substantial effect, at least it had the intention. That was good enough. Pei Jing had just walked out of the room when he saw Pei Huai standing outside. He happily called out, "Dad." Jiang Ran, who was walking out behind him, stopped in her tracks when she heard Pei Jing's words. For some reason, Jiang Ran suddenly felt a sense of guilt in her heart. This was probably because her words were overheard when she was trying to fool others. However, this guilt only lasted for a moment. Jiang Ran quickly adjusted her state of mind and continued to walk out. Fortunately, after Pei Huai heard this, he did not show any strange expression. Instead, he nodded at her as if he was answering her question. Since Pei Huai had answered, Jiang Ran could not pretend that she did not see it. She could only nod at Pei Huai and point at Pei Jing beside her. "I'll take him to wash up first. You should wash up and go to sleep later. It's already very late." It was not. It was just that the weather was cold and the sky was dark early, so they ate and slept early. In fact, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening. If it was summer, the sky would only turn dark at 8 o'clock and people's nightlife would have just begun. It was not like now. It was already past 8 o'clock and it was as quiet as a chicken outside. Not only was it quiet, but there were also few lights. It was as if everyone had gone to bed early. In fact, everyone really went to bed early. Because the sky turned dark early, everyone ate early. In addition, there were no entertainment facilities or nighttime activities. Why not go to bed early? Not to mention computers and the internet, there were only a handful of people who had televisions now. Thinking of a television, Jiang Ran felt that she could arrange one. She did as she thought. Although a television was expensive, it was not unaffordable for Jiang Ran now. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Ran was not in a hurry to go to the small closet. Pei Huai was waiting to send Jiang Ran, but he saw that Jiang Ran was not in a hurry at all. He was a little curious and came forward to ask. "You're not going to the small closet today?" Jiang Ran shook her head. "I'm not in a hurry. I want to go to the department store to take a look." Pei Huai did not ask why. He nodded and said, "Then let's go." Jiang Ran, ? Looking at Pei Huai's matter-of-fact expression, Jiang Ran quickly stopped him. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to the department store. I can go by myself." "You can go do your thing." It would definitely take a long time to go to the department store. It would not be like sending her to the small closet before, where he could leave after sending her there. Pei Huai was still very busy, and Jiang Ran didn't want to waste too much of his time. But obviously, Pei Huai didn't think so. Seeing Pei Huai looking at him stubbornly, Jiang Ran sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to tell him the reason why he wanted to go over. "I just want to buy a TV." "You don't have to." Before Jiang Ran could finish his words, he was interrupted by Pei Huai. "If that's the case, then all the more reason for me to follow along." "Why?" "Pay up." In the end, Jiang Ran couldn't win against Pei Huai. He could only go to the department store with Pei Huai. Sitting on the back seat of the bicycle, even if the bicycle was slow enough, Jiang Ran wrapped herself up tightly enough. She might feel a cold wind drilling into her neck, causing her to shiver from the cold. But there was no other way. Nowadays, cars were not affordable for ordinary people. Jiang Ran had never thought of buying a car in a short time. However, after asking about the price, Jiang Ran realized how expensive the TV was. She knew that the TV was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be this expensive. The TV that she thought was too small cost a few hundred yuan. The TV that she thought was passable cost more than 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan was very valuable now. There were many people who didn't even have 500 yuan in savings, let alone 1,000 yuan to buy a TV. Jiang Ran looked at the TV and fell into deep thought. Should I buy a smaller one, or should I wait until there's a new TV? Jiang Ran was still hesitating when she saw Pei Huai walking toward the salesperson from the corner of her eye. When Jiang Ran saw Pei Huai's actions, she immediately came back to her senses and quickly followed him. "What are you doing?" "Paying." Jiang Ran said, "But I didn't say I wanted to buy it." "It's okay, I want to buy it." Jiang Ran was speechless. What he said made sense. She wanted to refute him, but she didn't know how to refute him. Also, after spending so much time with Pei Huai, Jiang Ran already had a certain understanding of Pei Huai's personality. He was like her. Once he decided on something, he wouldn't change his mind. Not to mention that Jiang Ran hadn't thought of how to persuade him to change his mind. Even if she really thought of it, Pei Huai might not listen to her. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran let Pei Huai go. Pei Huai quickly walked in front of the salesperson and told him that he wanted to buy a TV. Although there were a few salespeople selling TV, they didn't have much business. They just spent their time here every day. After all, there were too few people who could afford a TV. When they heard Pei Huai say that he wanted to buy a TV, the salespeople were still a little stunned. They all stared blankly at Pei Huai. After asking several times and confirming that Pei Huai was not joking, he hurriedly called him over. Actually, buying a TV didn't require any complicated procedures. After choosing the TV and confirming that there was no problem, he paid for the receipt and waited for the technician to come and install it. There was no Wi-Fi now. If he wanted to watch TV, he had to install an antenna in his house. They didn't need to install it themselves. As long as they paid a certain amount of money, there would be an installer who would install it for them and adjust it. After everything was done, they followed the installer back home. At this time, the benefits of having fewer buyers were also reflected. Because there were no buyers, the installers were very free. After they paid the money, they left with them. When they got home, Pei Xianxia was making snacks with a group of girls. When she saw Jiang Ran and Pei Huai coming back together with a technician and a big box of things, she was very curious. She hurriedly went up to them and asked what those things were. When she heard that they were going to install a TV, she was very shocked. Pei Xianxia's mouth was so wide open that an egg could be stuffed into it. Upon hearing this, Pei Xianxia waved her hand. "Isn't it the same for you and my brother?" Jiang Ran was speechless. She was suddenly speechless. However, she had to admit that there was nothing wrong with Pei Xianxia's words. She and Pei Huai were still husband and wife. What the two of them had was shared wealth. In the eyes of outsiders, no matter how much money they earned or what they bought, they shared it with each other. Jiang Ran didn't say much on this topic. Instead, she pulled Pei Xianxia along to watch the installation master install the TV and antenna. Before she transmigrated, Jiang Ran's TVs were all LCD TVs that were connected to the Wi-Fi network. She could watch whatever she wanted. It was really the first time she had seen a cube TV that required an antenna to be installed. Even Jiang Ran was curious. Pei Xianxia was even more curious. She couldn't wait to get into the TV. Seeing Pei Xianxia like this, Jiang Ran felt a little funny and a little sad. Or was it because the current technology was too underdeveloped? But it was also true. People had only eaten for a few years. How would they have time to develop technology? However, in the years to come, there would be earth-shaking changes. In fact, it would be very fast. She just had to wait patiently. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran didn't continue to dwell on this issue. Installing the TV wasn't slow. Installing the antenna was really slow. But fortunately, the master was already an old hand. The installation was very fast, and the debugging was also very fast. It took more than an hour from start to finish. Everything was done. The moment the TV was plugged in and turned on, Jiang Ran could clearly feel that Pei Xianxia was holding her arm tightly. It could be seen how nervous she was now. When the TV was first turned on, there were no images on it, only snowflakes. As the master continued to adjust the position of the antenna, some images would flash. First, it appeared for a second, then it appeared for a few seconds. His voice changed from a buzzing sound to a normal voice. It only took a few minutes for the TV to be ready. At this time, there were not many things that could be seen. Jiang Ran only felt a little strange because he had never seen such a thing before. But for Pei Xianxia, who had never watched TV before, this was too interesting. "Sister-in-law, why do you think someone is moving inside? Was there someone waiting inside? Are they broadcasting it while acting?" Jiang Ran, Pei Xianxia was usually very smart and quick-witted. Why would she ask such a question? But looking at Pei Xianxia's eyes that were full of curiosity, Jiang Ran smiled again. Ignorance is blameless. She hadn't seen it before, so it was normal that she didn't know about it. Nowadays, there were very few types of TV dramas, movies, and cartoons that could be seen on TV. Not only were there very few, but there was also no choice. They could only watch whatever was shown on TV. Xianxia had only been a little curious at the beginning. After watching for a while, she felt that it was boring. Xianxia found it boring, but there were many people who found it interesting. Xianxia didn't even want to go to work. She just wanted to sit here and watch TV. No matter what was shown on TV, she would be able to watch it with great interest. Xianxia felt that Xianxia wasn't really fond of it. She was just curious. She was curious about something that she had never seen before and wanted to keep watching it. This was like a person who had just started using the internet. Even if they didn't know much about it, they would still want to play it. Xianxia was very understanding, so she let Xianxia look around. She was going to the kitchen to have a look. However, Xianxia didn't expect that before she could walk out, Xianxia, who had been staring at the TV, suddenly turned her head and said, "Sister-in-law, don't go. I'll go now." After saying this, Xianxia hurriedly walked out in a panic. Xianxia looked at Xianxia strangely and asked, "What's the matter?" Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sister-in-law, this is your first time watching TV, but you can control yourself and continue to work hard. Why should I be addicted to TV? I have to learn from my sister-in-law." After saying this, she walked out with Xianxia in big strides. She didn't look back even once when she walked out. Very quickly, she went to the kitchen. Xianxia, who was standing there, was speechless. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt her face turn red. She really didn't deserve Xianxia's praise. Only she knew that the reason why she didn't want to leave was because she had no interest in this kind of TV. If she was given a computer with internet, do you think she would leave? Unfortunately, she could only think about this in her heart and couldn't say it out loud. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Just as he shook his head, he caught sight of Pei Hui beside him. At this moment, Pei Hui was staring at her with sparkling eyes. Even though Pei Hui didn't say anything, Xianxia could tell from the look in his eyes that he was thinking the same thing as what Xianxia had just said. Xianxia said, "I have to get to work." Pei Hui said, "Then I'll send you there." Xianxia wanted to refuse, but Pei Hui didn't give her a chance to refuse. Although Pei Hui had tried his best to hide his true emotions, Xianxia could still feel that he had become a little overbearing. In other words, he had always been a little domineering, but he had never shown it before. Now, it was gradually showing. Even so, as long as it was not too excessive, Xianxia generally did not care too much. After turning off the TV, the two of them walked out together. When they reached the courtyard, Pei Hui got on his bicycle and drove Xianxia out the door. On the way, Xianxia thought about the TV and then about Pei Jing. She couldn't help but laugh happily. Pei Hui, who was riding his bicycle, heard Xianxia's laughter behind him. Although he didn't know why Xianxia was laughing, he was happy that Xianxia was happy. When Xianxia arrived at the small closet, it was already late. Time passed quickly when she was busy. She didn't realize that it was already night time. Looking at the time, it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, but the sky was already dark. It would probably be completely dark before she and Pei Hui returned home. The wind became even colder once the sky turned dark. Xianxia hooked a lot of masks, hats, gloves, and scarves and equipped herself with all of them. After fully equipping herself, although the cold wind was still blowing, Xianxia didn't feel that cold anymore. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the small courtyard, Xianxia couldn't wait to jump down from the back seat and run inside. Even though Xianxia was wearing thick clothes because of the cold weather, she still looked slim from the back. Pei Hui looked at Xianxia's back as she trotted away, and his lips curled into a smile. If he didn't know the truth, who would believe that she was the mother of a 4-year-old child? She was clearly the same age as a young girl. Xianxia didn't know what Pei Hui was thinking behind her. After she ran into the courtyard, she heard the sound coming from the television. At this time, it was the time when the cartoon was playing. Although it was a very simple cartoon with only animation and music and no words, Pei Jing was still watching it with great interest. He sat on a small stool with his back ramrod straight. He raised his head slightly and looked at the television on the table opposite him with great concentration. Jiang Ran had been standing behind him for a while, but he didn't turn his head. Finally, Jiang Ran couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Jing, what are you watching?" Hearing Jiang Ran's voice, Pei Jing turned his little head. After seeing Jiang Ran, Pei Jing's face immediately revealed a surprised smile. "Mom, you're back. Hurry up and come over here. Look, look." As he spoke, he stood up and reached out to grab Jiang Ran's hand. He pulled Jiang Ran inside and pointed at the TV with his other hand, asking Jiang Ran to watch it. Jiang Ran patted Pei Jing's little head, followed him in, and sat down side by side with him. The animation shown on the TV was still very classic. Jiang Ran had also seen it when he was young. Seeing him again after so many years, he felt a sense of familiarity. When Pei Huai came in, he saw the mother and son sitting in a row. Although one was big and one was small, one was tall and one was short, the similarity between the two was that their backs were straight. Pei Huai didn't say anything to disturb the two of them. Instead, he quietly walked forward and sat on the other side of Pei Jing. Hearing the movement, Jiang Ran and Pei Jing turned their heads at the same time. When they saw that it was Pei Huai, the mother and son didn't say anything. They just smiled at Pei Huai and then turned their heads to continue watching the cartoon. The three of them watched in silence. It wasn't until 10 minutes later when the cartoon ended that the three of them moved. For some reason, Jiang Ran felt like a family of three who had just finished watching a movie. Although they didn't have a good viewing experience and didn't have cola or popcorn, it didn't matter. After getting the TV, Pei Jing would watch it for a while every day after he came back from kindergarten. It wasn't a long time, only half an hour. Anyway, Pei Jing was still young. Even if he really said something to him, he wouldn't be able to remember it. As long as no one else was present, Jiang Ran would tell him a lot. For example, in the future, cartoons might become colorful, and everyone would be able to talk. For example, television could become bigger and thinner so that it wouldn't take up space. For example, in the future, everyone could carry a phone everywhere and talk no matter how far away they were. A child's imagination had always been very good. When Jiang Ran started, Pei Jing could open his imagination and come up with many wonderful ideas. Jiang Ran didn't interrupt him, nor would he say that he was wrong. Not only did he not discourage him, but Jiang Ran would also fantasize with him. The mother and son were clearly 20 years apart, but they could talk together. Every day before they went to bed, they would whisper for a long time. With these special bedtime stories, time passed even faster. Autumn passed and winter came. The leaves on the trees had fallen at some point. The sky was gloomy, and the dark clouds seemed to be pressing down on the top of their heads. Wang Zuelan said that it was going to snow. At this time, there were no down jackets. Without down jackets, it was exceptionally cold. The temperature hovered around -10 to 20 degrees Celsius. Jiang Ran had already put on a cotton-padded jacket. It was to sew cotton into the cloth. This kind of jacket was very warm. It wasn't much worse than a down jacket. Although warmth was important, beauty was also very important. Therefore, Jiang Ran didn't stuff too thick cotton. The thickness was moderate, and the exposed fabric was embroidered. There were a variety of materials used, and the style was Chinese. This kind of jacket could be worn outside, and inside, one could also wear tight autumn clothes and sweaters. It had to be matched. It wasn't cold, and it looked better. The only drawback was that it wasn't easy to wash. After wearing it for a few days, Jiang Ran changed the way he did it. He made an inner liner and then an outer liner. This way, if it got dirty, he only needed to wash the outer liner. Having 2 inner liners was enough. He could prepare more outer liners. As soon as this jacket was made, it was liked by everyone. Not only did everyone in the Pei family wear it, but the small wardrobe also had various styles for people to choose from. Relying on this, they could be considered to have made a lot of money when winter came. Since he had made money, Jiang Ran didn't feel so bad when he bought an air conditioner for the small wardrobe. Fortunately, there was an air conditioner. Although it was cold outside, she could make clothes normally in the house. The sky was gloomy for 2 days. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, snow began to fall. snowflakes fluttered down. Xianxia reached out and caught a piece. Before he could see it clearly, it melted. Looking at the small droplet of water in his hand after the snowflake melted, Xianxia felt that it was a pity. Before she went through the book, there were many places where she could no longer see snow. Xianxia, who had never seen or played with snow, just wanted to go out and see the snow. Xianxia had just opened the door when he saw Pei Huai standing outside. Xianxia? Why are you here? At this time, shouldn't Pei Huai be sleeping in the room? Pei Huai glanced at Xianxia and handed over the thing in his hand. You kept looking outside just now. I knew you wanted to see the snow, so you must have come out. Xianxia's eyes widened a little. So you were waiting for me here? Yes. Pei Huai had already stuffed the thing in his hand into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia subconsciously took it, and it felt warm to the touch. He looked down and saw a hand warmer. This hand warmer was obviously an old item. He could tell just by looking at its shape. The hand warmer was made of brass, and it was covered with a cover, but the cover was not illuminated. The cover was carved and hollow, and the hollow was very narrow to ensure that the charcoal inside would not burst out. From the carved and hollow cover, he could see the flickering red light inside. It was very beautiful. Although he could only see the cover, Xianxia was sure that this stove must be especially exquisite. It was just that the cover outside was really simple and crude. It was not crude, but it was picked up. If Xianxia were to make it, he would definitely choose a good-looking design. Forget about embroidery. Holding the stove would make him sweat and dirty the embroidery thread. It was better not to do it and just choose a good-looking design. Xianxia thought in his heart and suddenly realized something. He looked up at Pei Huai. You made this stove cover? Pei Huai was not surprised that Xianxia could guess it. It would be strange if Xianxia could not guess it. Yes. It's not well made. You can make do with it first and make a good-looking one later. Listening to Pei Huai's words, Xianxia felt that Pei Huai's voice carried a trace of grievance. But why should she feel wronged? She was just asking and didn't say anything else. Xianxia didn't talk about the furnace cover anymore, but talked about the furnace itself. When did you buy this? Pei Huai definitely did not have such a thing in the past. Because with his personality, if he already had it before, he would have taken it out long ago. There was no need for him to wait until now. Pei Huai smiled. What a coincidence. I just bought it today, and I'm using it now. Xianxia looked at Pei Huai suspiciously. Was there really such a coincidence? Pei Huai calmly allowed Xianxia to look at him. After looking for a while, Xianxia didn't see anything, so he withdrew his gaze. Pei Huai also knew that what he made wasn't considered pretty, but it could be used. But there was no other way. Time was tight, the task was heavy, and there was no one to teach him. He could only fumble around on his own. Xianxia quickly thought of this and felt that she shouldn't have high expectations of Pei Huai. Then she smiled at Pei Huai. Thank you for your effort. Xianxia thanked him sincerely, but Pei Huai said, You don't have to thank me. Xianxia was speechless. She was seriously living her life, but he was acting out a novel with her. Wasn't he being a little too petty? Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. Pei Huai, who was standing next to her, quickly realized that something was wrong with her mood. What's wrong? Xianxia quickly shook her head. Nothing, nothing. What should she say? There was really no way to say it. Xianxia didn't think too much about it and turned to look at the snow. While she was coaxing Pei Jing to sleep, the snow was getting heavier. Xianxia squatted down to touch the snow on the ground and realized that it was already a few centimeters thick. If it snowed like this for the whole night, how thick would the snow be the next morning? By then, forget about having a snowball fight, they could even make a snowman. The more Xianxia thought about it, the happier she became. She even smiled. Seeing the smile on Xianxia's face, Pei Huai also smiled. The two of them stood and looked at it for a while. Pei Huai said, Don't keep standing. Although it looks good, it's too cold outside at night. It's easy to get sick. Xianxia was wearing thick clothes and even a thick cloak. She even held a hand warmer in her hands, so she wasn't cold at all. But even if she wasn't cold, she couldn't keep standing outside. Hence, when she heard Pei Huai's words, she nodded. Okay, you should go back and rest early too. The two of them returned to their respective rooms. Xianxia took off the cover on the hand warmer, and only then did he see the full picture of the hand warmer. This hand warmer was double-layered. There was an inner layer inside which could be used to place charcoal. There was also an outer layer of carvings, which made the hand warmer more exquisite and beautiful. Xianxia didn't know much about antiques. But just by looking at the craftsmanship of the carving, as well as the sense of vicissitudes and age that the hand warmer exuded, one could tell that it was definitely an ancient object. Perhaps it really was an antique. After all, Pei Huai was the male lead. How could the male lead get something ordinary? Xianxia stared at the hand warmer for a while before putting it down. He took off his coat and lay down to sleep. Pei Jing was lying on the bed. His face was red from sleeping, and the bed was warm because of him. Xianxia lay down, closed his eyes, and fell asleep not long after. The next morning, as soon as Xianxia opened her eyes, she felt the person beside her move. She turned her head and saw Pei Jing smiling happily. "Xiao Jing, it's so early in the morning. What are you smiling about?" Pei Jing didn't say anything. She just smiled. The snow was too thick. Xianxia had lived for so many years in both her previous and current lives, but she had never seen such heavy snow. Although she had the original owner's memories, she remembered that in the past years, there would be such heavy snow almost every year. But this was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. It was much more shocking than learning about it from her memories. Learning about something from her memories was like watching a television or a movie. Sometimes, she would forget about it after watching it. Witnessing such a scene with one's own eyes would be even more shocking and leave a deeper impression on one's mind. A gust of wind blew, bringing snowflakes with it. Xianxia, who was already feeling a little cold, felt even colder now. Her body shivered. On the other hand, Pei Jing was wrapped up so tightly that only his eyes were exposed. But she could still see the excitement in his eyes. Obviously, children also liked snow very much. Xianxia felt that if she said that Pei Jing could play as much as he wanted, Pei Jing would definitely run into the snow happily. Xianxia also wanted to jump into the snow. But after thinking about it, she decided not to. "Xiao Jing, don't look at it for now. Let's go wash up." Pei Jing nodded obediently. His voice sounded a little muffled. "Okay." The two of them went into the bathroom together. Xianxia turned on the tap to get some water, but she realized that the tap wouldn't budge at all. "Xianxia?" Xianxia tried again. She even used more strength, but it still didn't budge. At this point, Xianxia also knew that the tap was frozen. If the tap was frozen, how was she going to use the water? Xianxia was worrying when she heard the squeaking sound of shoes stepping on the ground. She turned around and saw Pei Huai walking over with a water bottle in his hand. "There's hot water in here. There's cold water in the bucket at the side. You can wash up after you mix it," Pei Huai said. Xianxia nodded to show that he understood. His hands didn't stop moving, and he hurriedly went to add water. After washing with great difficulty, Xianxia let out a long sigh. Although the snow was beautiful, the weather was so cold that it would cause a lot of inconvenience. For example, it was very difficult to wash his hands, face, and teeth, let alone take a shower. The weather was -10 to 20 degrees Celsius, and they were wearing thick clothes. It would take a lot of courage to take off their clothes and take a shower. Xianxia didn't think he had the courage to do so. Just because they couldn't be washed at home didn't mean that they couldn't be washed. They could also take a bath in the bathhouse. There was a large public bath in the bathhouse as well as a small private bathroom. The small bathroom not only had a shower, but also 2 bathtubs. As long as he spent a little more money, he could have a private bathroom. Xianxia had been there several times since the beginning of winter. He felt that it was very pleasant. At Pei Jing's age, it was common for people to bathe with their mothers. Although it had already snowed for the first time, it was only mid-November and the kindergarten was not on holiday yet. Therefore, after breakfast, Pei Huai planned to send Pei Jing to kindergarten. The snow on the road was so thick that it was impossible to ride a bicycle. They could only walk. Usually, it would only take a few minutes to walk, but now, because the snow on the road was too thick, they could not walk fast. It would take twice as long. Xianxia frowned and looked at the backs of the two leaving. In the end, she did not say anything. Although it did not matter if they missed classes in kindergarten, they could not say that they did not go to kindergarten just because it was snowing. This would give the children a bad habit and make them think that as long as they did not want to go to school, they could ask for leave at any time. It was not until the two of them disappeared that Xianxia looked away and walked to the other side. Even if the snow on the road was deep, she still had to go to the small closet. Xianxia had just told Pei Huai that the snow was too deep and it was inconvenient to go back and forth. Pei Huai did not have to rush back to send her off. After Pei Huai heard this, he just prepared a hand warmer for her and did not disagree. Xianxia put on a cloak and held a warm hand warmer in her arms. She walked forward slowly, ignoring the footprints left by others. Along the way, Xianxia observed the surroundings. Although the wind and snow were still blowing, it was not that there was no one outside. Some were in a hurry to send their children to school, while others were in a hurry to go to work. No one could ride a bicycle, so they could only walk straight. Without exception, everyone was wrapped up tightly. Basically, only a pair of eyes were exposed. Even though it was already like this, just listening to the whistling of the wind in their ears still made them feel cold. As they walked, Xianxia ran out of stamina and continued to walk slowly. Even though her arms were warm, her feet gradually became cold. She had already put on thick cotton shoes. They were thick-soled and would not be wet by the snow. But this did not mean that she did not feel cold. Not only did she feel cold, but she felt very cold. Her toes were cold, stiff, and tingling. Xianxia felt that if she didn't walk a little faster, her feet would move. She couldn't feel anything. It was just the first snowfall. Xianxia didn't want his toes to be frostbitten. Whether it was toes or fingers, it would be very uncomfortable if they were frostbitten. Not only was it painful and itchy, but it was also easy to leave a root cause that would recur every winter in the future. Xianxia herself had never had frostbite on her fingers and toes, but as a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, she had seen many such cases and treated many people. Xianxia sprinted all the way and finally arrived at the small wardrobe not long after. The closet was already open. Xianxia had just walked through the door when Yang Jingyun and the other two came forward to greet him. Xianxia originally only wanted to inform the three of them before heading to the back. But he had no objections. He saw the three people's hands. Their hands were blue and purple from the cold. Xianxia understood the reason, but it didn't mean that she could accept it. They were all her employees, and they were all paid the same salary. Some of them didn't know how to work in the warm workshop, while the other part of them were suffering from the cold. Xianxia felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. The problem with the door couldn't be solved in a day or two, but the frostbite ointment was easy for Xianxia to make. Xianxia entered the workshop, said goodbye to Xia Qiufeng and the others, and then turned and went out of the door. Xianxia went to the Chinese pharmacy to buy Chinese medicine, and took it home. As soon as Xianxia entered the courtyard, Pei Xianxian came out of the kitchen. Seeing that it was Xianxia, Pei Xianxian felt a little strange. "Sister-in-law, why are you back? Didn't she go to the small closet?" Xianxia raised the things in her hand. "I want to make some ointment, so I came back." Pei Xianxian suddenly became nervous when she heard that Xianxia wanted to make ointment. "Why do you want to make ointment? What's wrong?" Seeing Pei Xianxian's nervous look, Xianxia quickly explained, "I'm fine, I just saw that Yang Jingyun and the other two's hands were cold, so I wanted to make some frostbite ointment for them." Pei Xianxian was relieved when she heard Xianxia's explanation. But after she reacted, Pei Xianxian looked at Xianxia with bright eyes. "Sister-in-law, you know how to make frostbite ointment?" Xianxia nodded. "I saw the prescription in a book before, and I think it should be very useful, so I'll try it." "Then, sister-in-law, hurry up and do your work. Do you need my help?" Xianxia shook her head. "No, you go do your work. I can do it myself." Xianxia knew the steps of making the ointment by heart, so she didn't need anyone's help at all. In order to decoct the herbs, Xianxia specially bought a casserole pot. Fortunately, there was a stove at home, so he could save a lot of money. As the herbs were boiled, the smell of the herbs spread out. It didn't take long for it to spread throughout the entire courtyard. Although the smell of Chinese medicine was special, not every kind of Chinese medicine was particularly unpleasant. In fact, there were also some Chinese herbs that tasted pretty good. For example, the herbal medicine that Jiang Ran used today smelled very good and had a faint fragrance. Looking at the time, he added the different herbs one by one. After boiling for an entire morning, the ointment was finally ready. The ointment was thick and dark brown in color. Jiang Ran filtered out the important dregs, then took out the small boxes he had bought and poured the ointment into them. Jiang Ran thought that since he had already made the ointment, he might as well make more. Therefore, she had brewed quite a lot of ointment. She had also bought quite a lot of small boxes. When all the ointment was poured in, there were only 1 or 2 small boxes left. After the ointment was cooled and solidified, it could be used. Apply as much ointment as possible a few times a day, and the frostbite would be almost healed in half a month at most. If the frostbite was very serious, it might take a little longer, but it wouldn't take more than a month. After the frostbite ointment cooled down, Jiang Ran put the lid back on. It was just a small plastic box. There were no words or labels at the bottom. At this moment, it looked like a third-rate product. Jiang Ran put half of it in her backpack and went out with these unbranded products. As soon as she walked out of the door, Pei Xianxia came out of the kitchen opposite. "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Xianxia. "The frostbite ointment is ready. I'll take it to the shop and give it to them. I have dozens of boxes in the house. You can give them 2 boxes each. You can take 2 boxes for yourself." Jiang Ran was talking about the girls who made desserts with Pei Xianxia. Pei Xianxia waved her hand. "It's warm in the kitchen. We didn't freeze our hands." "I know you didn't freeze your hands, but this frostbite ointment can also protect your hands. After using it, your hands will become white and tender. Are you sure you don't want to use it?" As soon as Jiang Ran finished speaking, Pei Xianxia's eyes lit up. I'll use it. Sister-in-law, you're really amazing." After hearing such words so many times, she got used to it. Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Xianxia again. She asked her to hurry into the house and walked out quickly. It was still snowing outside, but the snow was very light. If one didn't look carefully, they probably wouldn't see the snowflakes falling. However, the sky was still gloomy and the north wind kept whistling. Walking on the road, his body felt fine, but his feet were ice cold. Jiang Ran could only try to walk faster so that she could feel warmer. After walking for more than 10 minutes, she finally returned to the small closet. Jiang Ran left in a hurry and came back quickly. Yang Jingyun and the others didn't know what she was doing, but when they saw her come back, they still smiled and greeted her. Jiang Ran put the heater on the table and opened his backpack. He took out some wine and frostbite ointment and put them on the table. "This is frostbite ointment. Each of you has 3 boxes. Apply as much as you can every day. You'll be fine in half a month." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Yang Jingyun and the other 2 were stunned for a moment. Then, they looked at Jiang Ran with incomparable gratitude. "Sister Ran, you left in a hurry just now. Was it to buy ointment for us?" Jiang Ran waved his hand. "I didn't buy it. I brewed it myself. But don't worry, the effects will definitely be good." Hearing this, Yang Jingyun and the other 2 did not have the slightest doubt and immediately nodded heavily. "Of course we believe in Sister Ran." In their hearts, Jiang Ran was the most powerful person they had ever seen. There was no need to doubt Jiang Ran's words. Jiang Ran smiled at the 3 of them. "Don't worry. I will definitely not betray your trust. I'll go to the back." After Jiang Ran went to the back of the studio, she distributed the remaining boxes of frostbite ointment to Xiaoqiufeng and the other 2. The 3 of their hands were fine, so she gave each of them 2 boxes. The boxes were not very small. If one person used it to wipe their hands, these 2 boxes were estimated to be enough for a winter. Jiang Ran thought so. According to the development of the matter, it was far beyond her expectations. Within a few days, Yang Jingyun and the other 2's hands had improved greatly. The previous bruises had almost disappeared. Not only that, the 3 of them also said that their hands no longer hurt and itched. On this day, Jiang Ran had just arrived at the small closet. After greeting Yang Jingyun and the others, she was ready to go to the back. But before she could go to the back, she was stopped by Yang Jingyun. Sister Ran. Jiang Ran stopped and looked at Yang Jingyun. What's the matter? What's the matter? In the past few days, Jiang Ran had not been idle. She went to find a worker and custom-made a door with a glass window. With the current technology, there was no way to make a full-piece glass door. Even if it was made, Jiang Ran did not dare to use it. Who knew if it was sturdy? If it broke and hurt someone, the loss would outweigh the gain. However, she could make a door with a glass window. The glass window would be bigger and divided into two parts. This way, people could see the situation in the store from the outside and know that there were people in the store. They would come in to buy things and it would not affect the business of the store. Jiang Ran had already told Yang Jingyun and the others about this. At this time, when Yang Jingyun called out to her, Jiang Ran felt a little strange. Could it be that she wanted to ask about the progress of the door? Jiang Ran was still thinking about this when she heard Yang Jingyun speak. Sister Ran, I just wanted to ask. Do you have any extra frostbite ointment that you made before? After saying this, Yang Jingyun blushed a little embarrassedly. My mother, my grandmother, and my aunts all want to use the frostbite ointment after knowing the effect. But don't worry, I won't take it for free. Sister Ran, name a price and I'll buy some. After Yang Jingyun finished speaking, the other two nodded vigorously. Obviously, they had the same idea as Yang Jingyun. Hearing Yang Jingyun's words, Jiang Ran did not expect this. At first, her intention was just to see her employees freeze. Why did it seem like a new way to make money now? Seeing that Jiang Ran had not spoken, Yang Jingyun's expression became nervous. Sister Ran. Did I make things difficult for you? Hearing this, Jiang Ran hurriedly shook his head. No. You're the one who made me make money. If you want it, I can bring it to you tomorrow when I come over. How much do you want? Let me know so I can prepare it. Seeing that Jiang Ran had agreed, Yang Jingyun and the other two were pleasantly surprised. They hurriedly stated the quantity they wanted. Hearing them ask for dozens of boxes, Jiang Ran subconsciously felt that there was something wrong with his ears. But looking at their expressions, it didn't seem like he was hallucinating. Just in case, Jiang Ran asked again, Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Yang Jingyun shook her head, No. We're not wrong. Speaking of this, she became embarrassed again. It's mainly because I have a lot of relatives at home. They all want it. So. Sister Ran, is it too much for you? No. Jiang Ran shook his head. I'm just afraid that you're wrong. Since you didn't say anything wrong, I'll remember it and bring it to you tomorrow. It's not expensive either, only 1 yuan per box. A box of frostbite ointment, if used by one person, was estimated to last about a month, so the price was really not expensive. After Jiang Ran went to the back, unsurprisingly, Xia Qiufeng and the other two said the same thing and also asked for dozens of boxes each. Just the 6 of them asked for 200 to 300 boxes. Although she had to deduct a part of the cost, she could still earn 100 or 200 yuan. To be able to earn so much in one day, it was really wonderful, but to make so much frostbite ointment in one night, a small pot was definitely not enough. There was also the box for the ointment. She didn't know if the department store had that much stock. In order to avoid any accidents, Jiang Ran hurriedly completed the task in advance. Then, she left the small wardrobe early and rushed to the department store. The university had already closed and the sun was out. However, the temperature wasn't high, so the snow didn't melt. In order to make it easier to travel, everyone worked together to clear the street for people to walk and ride. Therefore, Jiang Ran rode a bicycle to the department store. As she rode on the road, the cold wind whistled in her ears and blew into her skin through the gaps. It was so cold that she had goosebumps. But it was better to have a short pain than a long pain. It was worth it to be able to reach the destination early after being cold for a while. Fortunately, Jiang Ran's luck was still very good. Such a small box was rarely bought by people. There were still a lot of stock in the department store, about a few hundred of them. Jiang Ran bought all of them. This box was 5 cents each, so it wasn't expensive. After buying the box and a big pot, Jiang Ran took the things to the pharmacy. When she came out of the pharmacy, Jiang Ran's hands were already full of things. After hanging everything on the bicycle with great difficulty, Jiang Ran quickly rode back to the small courtyard. When she returned to the small courtyard, Pei Huai had just brought Pei Jing back. Seeing Jiang Ran come back with so many things, the father and son were very surprised. Although they were both surprised, the way they expressed it was completely different. Pei Jing ran up and looked up at Jiang Ran. He asked in a childish voice, "Mommy, what are these?" Jiang Ran smiled at him. "They're all medicine." Pei Jing knew about medicine. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Jing raised his hands and covered his mouth with his two small hands. "The medicine is very bitter." Pei Jing's voice came through the gaps between his fingers. "Why does Mom want to buy medicine?" "Because Mom wants to make ointment and sell it to make money." "Mom, you're amazing." While the mother and son were talking, Pei Huai came forward without saying a word. He unloaded the things on the car and carried them to Jiang Ran's room. However, he didn't take it directly into the house. Instead, he left it at the door. The stove was just outside the door. Pei Huai put down the things and said to Jiang Ran, "I'll go and bring the stove over." Jiang Ran thought so too. Although the small pot was a little small, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. It could be used to boil a lot of ointment. If he were to cook it in 2 pots, he would probably be able to finish it in one go. After Pei Huai moved the stove over, he started to make a fire. Then, he went to clean the 2 pots and put them on the stove. With Pei Huai helping to do this, Jiang Ran sorted out the herbs. They stayed up until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. The task was not over until they were filtered and put into small boxes. It seemed that the money was not so easy to earn. When they were finally done, Jiang Ran wanted Pei Huai to rest quickly. After all, the temperature outside was lower and colder after dark. But Pei Huai was not in a hurry. Pei Huai looked at the small boxes on the table and then said to Jiang Ran, "Ran, are you planning to sell the ointment?" Jiang Ran had this idea, but he did not plan to sell it on the streets. For people like Yang Jingyun and the others, who bought a lot of ointment for their relatives and friends, he could take it. He made more ointment each time and put the rest in the small closet to sell. If he could sell it, he would sell it. If he could not sell it, he would keep it. After hearing Jiang Ran's explanation, Pei Huai nodded, "That's right." In this way, Jiang Ran would not be too tired. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Jiang Ran would arrange so many things for him and tire himself out. Now that he saw that Jiang Ran knew his limits, he was relieved. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Ran took a big bag to the small closet. Yang Jingyun and the others had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Jiang Ran approaching on a bicycle, they hurried to the door. Listening to their chatter, Jiang Ran did not say anything else. He opened the bag in his hand and handed the bags inside to them one by one. "This is the amount you want." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Yang Jingyun and the others laughed. They hurriedly took out the money they had prepared beforehand and handed it to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran did not stand on ceremony with them. After a few more words, he took the bags and went to the back. When they arrived at the studio, Jiang Ran handed the ointment to Xiaoqiufeng and the other 2 girls. Finally, he could work on today's work. Seeing that they were about to enter the 12th lunar month, they had to hurry up. After all, the new year was different from other days. Even those who were usually reluctant to buy new clothes would buy 1 or 2 pieces of clothing during the new year. Now that he was more diligent and did more work, he wouldn't be flustered when the time came. Jiang Ran had told Xiaoqiufeng and the others about this before. Therefore, after they put away the ointment, they returned to their workstations. Not only the few of them in the small wardrobe, but the little girls who made desserts with Pei Shanshan also bought ointment for their families. Each of them ordered dozens of boxes. Although Jiang Ran still had more than 100 boxes left, it was not enough for them to share. They could only wait for 2 more days. It wasn't because he couldn't decoct it, but because the box containing the ointment hadn't arrived yet. Jiang Ran had already told the manager of the department store that she wanted a lot of these small boxes, and the price was negotiable. The manager of the department store also used the ointment given by Jiang Ran. After seeing the effect, he agreed without hesitation. He patted his chest and said that he would leave the box to Jiangran and that she didn't have to worry at all. Sure enough, no matter when, real ability was the easiest way to get things done. Jiangran didn't even need to think of a way to advertise. Just these people who had used the ointment and told each other about it brought her a steady stream of orders. Relying only on the ointment, Jiangran earned enough money to buy another air conditioner in just half a month. The door of the small closet had been replaced with a new one, and there were 2 large glass windows. Even if the door was closed, the store was still bright. Although there was no wind to blow in, the room was still very cold. There were no electric fans at this time, but there were all kinds of furnaces. After Jiangran selected for a while, he finally chose a satisfactory one. When it was burned, it could make the room much warmer, but it would not be smoky because there was a special vent. In this way, it could ensure that the room was warm, and the new clothes would not be stained by the smell. It was safe. Although it was not very cheap, it was much cheaper than the air conditioner. As the furnace was installed, Yang Jingyun and the other 2 girls were so touched that they did not know what to say. Seeing that they did not know what to say, Jiangran waved at them. I know what to say. Don't say anything. Work hard in the future and sell more clothes. It's better than anything else. The 3 girls nodded hard when they heard Jiangran's words. Sister Ranran, don't worry. Towards the 3 of them, Jiangran really had nothing to worry about. After all, in the past 6 months, their sales had been getting better and better, and their professional skills had also improved greatly. Jiangran felt that if he opened a branch in the future, the 3 of them could work independently in the new store. The snow in winter always came one after another. Especially in the 12th lunar month, it was normal for drops of water to turn into ice. The weather was too cold, and it was close to the new year. The students had already been on holiday, and everyone was free. They began to prepare for the new year and buy new clothes. Under such circumstances, not only did the small closet increase in orders, but even the snacks in the snack shop were particularly popular. The snack shop had been open for more than half a year. Not only their county, but even the towns and other counties far away knew about the existence of the snack shop. They knew that the snacks in the snack shop were very good, and the price was not very high. It was very suitable to buy some during the new year to visit relatives and friends. Business was good, but it was also accompanied by busy work. Others could already rest, but they were busier than usual. In order to let them work in peace, Jiangran proposed a bonus system. In other words, before the new year, they could get double their salary. Not only was the base salary doubled, but the commission was also doubled. Business was good to begin with, and the commission he received was already a lot. In addition to the base salary and commission, everything was doubled. He could earn a few months' salary in a month. This time, the people who were originally full of enthusiasm worked even harder. The kindergarten was already on holiday, so Pei Jing needed someone to accompany him every day. But at this time, whether it was Jiang Ran, Pei Shanshan, Pei Yang, or Pei Huai, they were all very busy and had no time to take care of him. Fortunately, there was still Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan. The 2 of them brought Pei Jing back to the village. While the 2 of them were coaxing Pei Jing, they were also preparing for the new year at home. The Pei family had many relatives and friends. During the new year, the house would be very lively. In previous years, they had prepared a lot of New Year's goods. This year, their family was having a good time, so they couldn't afford to prepare fewer things. As for Jiang Ran and the others, they would be busy until the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. After working tirelessly until the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, it was finally time for the holidays. Not only could the employees heave a sigh of relief, but Jiang Ran also heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Ran had been keeping an eye on these shops ever since they opened. Even when he wasn't at the shops, he was still worried about them. Now that the shops were on holiday, he could finally take a break. Pei Baoshan had also come to the county earlier today to pick them up and take them back to the village. As for the things they wanted to bring back, they had already packed them up. They were just waiting for Jiang Ran and the others to come back before they could leave. There was a tricycle and a few bicycles with a lot of things hanging on them. The few of them got on the bicycles and headed home. It was a sunny day today, but the snow on the ground hadn't melted. When riding on the road, not only did they have to be careful, but they also couldn't go too fast. Otherwise, they would fall if they weren't careful. It took them more than 30 minutes to reach the village, which should have taken them 20 minutes by bicycle. As soon as they entered the village, they saw many children running around. Adults could stay in the house, but children didn't like to stay in the house all the time. When it was snowing, they still had to run outside, let alone when the sun was shining brightly today. The children, who were originally cheering and playing, immediately stopped and looked over when they saw Xianxia and the others. Xianxia also took the opportunity to look at the children. Seeing that their noses were red from the cold, but they were still playing outside, he couldn't help but admire the children's resistance to the cold. If it were her, she wouldn't run outside if she could stay in the warm house. After entering the village, they arrived at the Pei family's house. The door of the Pei family's house was open. When Xianxia and the others got off the bicycle at the door, they saw a small figure, who was wrapped up tightly, rushing out of the courtyard. Even though he was wrapped up tightly, only his eyes were exposed. However, at this time, the only person who could run out of the Pei family's courtyard could only be Pei Jing. Like a small cannonball, Pei Jing rushed to Xianxia and hugged Xianxia's leg. Xianxia's hands were still holding onto the handlebars of the bicycle. When Pei Jing suddenly hugged her leg, she quickly steadied the handlebars. There were too many things tied to the bicycle. She was really afraid that if she wasn't careful, she would lose her balance and the bicycle would tilt again. Fortunately, she was strong, so this wouldn't happen. Pei Huai, who was standing next to Xianxia's bicycle. Then he said to Xianxia, Ran, you and bring Xiao Jing into the house. Of the house S for Jiang, Jiang for Jiang. R. Even though the sun is out, the temperature is still very low. To the end. For a while 4. And. Calm to go. Just as they entered the courtyard, they saw Wang Xuelan. Wang Xuelan smiled brightly when he saw Xianxia. You're finally back. It must have been cold on the way here. Hurry into the house. It's warm inside. They lived in a place that was neither north nor south. Although it was very cold in winter, they didn't have a brick bed. They only had a stove. In winter, every household would light up a stove. The stoves were different. Some burned charcoal, while others burned firewood. In the past, the Pei family's stove used to burn firewood. Actually, burning firewood was also very warm, but at the beginning, there would be more smoke. Another thing was that the firewood would produce sparks. If one sat too close to the stove, the sparks would accidentally splash on one's body and burn a small hole in one's clothes. However, it was different this year. Xianxia not only bought a stove for the small closet, but he also bought stoves for the small courtyard in the county town, as well as the Pei family's house in the village. All the stoves were the same and had the same exhaust pipes. They were no longer burning firewood, but honeycomb briquettes. Honeycomb briquettes were easier and faster to burn and were equally warm. Not only could they be used for warmth, but they could also be used to put pots or kettles on top. At the same time, they could also cook porridge and boil water at the same time. It was simply too convenient. Xianxia pulled Pei Jing towards the central room. When they reached the door of the central room, they smelled a faint aroma. When they reached out to push the door open, the aroma instantly became many times stronger and directly hit them in the face. It was the smell of mutton soup. It would be too comfortable to drink a bowl of piping hot mutton soup in such a cold winter. Wang Xuelan knew that they were coming back today, so he made the mutton soup in advance. He reckoned that they would be able to start eating when they came back. The timing was just right. It was almost time for dinner. After closing the door, they felt much warmer. However, Xianxia was not in a hurry to remove the scarf and hat from his body. He waited for a while until his fingers felt warm and his toes regained feeling. Only then did he remove his scarf, hat, and gloves and set them aside. After tidying himself up, Xianxia removed Pei Jing's hat, scarf, and gloves. Pei Jing was wrapped up tightly and had stayed in the house for a while. At this moment, his little face was flushed, but his eyes were bright and his face was full of smiles. Looking at Pei Jing like this, Xianxia also smiled and reached out to pinch Pei Jing's face. Xiao Jing, what have you been playing at home these days? Pei Jing snuggled up to Xianxia. When he heard Xianxia's question, he stretched out his white and tender little hand. His little fingers were like lotus roots, and he started to tell Jiangran what he did at home. Before Pei Jing could finish, the door to the central room opened again. Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang walked in one after another. After Pei Yang came in, he closed the door of the central room and said to Jiangran, "Sister-in-law, Big Brother went back to his room to put something down. He'll be back in a while." Jiangran? She did not ask why Pei Yang was telling her this. Although he felt a little strange in his heart, Jiangran didn't say much. He just nodded, indicating that he understood. Before long, Pei Huai, Pei Baoshan, and Wang Suilan walked in together. When Wang Suilan came over, he was carrying a straw basket with a lid. In winter, every household here would use such a steamed bun basket. Whether it was freshly steamed buns or freshly baked pancakes, they would be placed in the basket and covered with a lid to keep them warm for a certain period of time. If the buns and pancakes were left exposed to the air, even if they were placed in the house, they would turn cold in no time. "Ran, you have to eat more to nourish yourself." As Wang Suilan spoke, he placed a big bowl of mutton soup in front of Jiangran. "You've been so busy for the past 6 months that you've lost so much weight that you've become a bag of bones. I've always told you not to work so hard and to eat well and rest more. You promised, but you refused to do so. During this period of time, don't do anything at home. Eat well and rest well every day, do you understand?" When Wang Suilan said this, his tone was full of helplessness. Then, he became firm. "There are so many people watching you at home. You can't disobey them." After saying this, he was afraid that Jiangran wouldn't take it seriously, so he added, "Xiao Jing is also watching you. You have to set a good example for Xiao Jing." Hearing Wang Suilan's words, Jiangran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How was she disobedient? Whether it was eating well or resting well, she had actually done it. As for the matter of losing weight, it could only be said that their aesthetics and viewpoints were different. Jiangran had always felt that she had a standard figure in weight, and that she wasn't too thin. As a doctor, Jiangran was actually very concerned about her own health. If she was too fat, not only would she not look good, but it would also be bad for her health. By the same logic, if she was too thin, she wouldn't look good either. It would be even worse for her health. Her current figure was actually just right. She was very healthy. However, even though Jiangran had told Wang Suilan these things, Wang Suilan still didn't believe her. Jiangran knew that this was the mentality of all parents. Hence, after hearing Wang Suilan's words, Jiangran nodded vigorously and said, "Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely set a good example for Xiao Jing. I'll eat well and sleep well every day and be a big pig mom." As she said this, Jiangran looked at Pei Jing and said, "Xiao Jing will be a little pig baby, okay?" When Pei Jing heard this, his fair and chubby face wrinkled into a bun, and his face was full of wrinkles. Seeing Pei Jing's expression, Jiangran found it strange. What was going on? Why did Pei Jing seem unwilling? Just as she was thinking this, she heard Pei Jing speak. "Mom, will we be as dirty and smelly as the piglets at home?" As he said this, Pei Jing even wrinkled his nose, as if he could already smell it. Hearing Pei Jing's words and Pei Jing's actions, Jiangran finally understood what he was thinking. There was no piglets family in the current cartoon. However, there were many families who kept to raise pigs in the village. Hence, in Pei Jing's heart, pig babies and pig moms weren't cute names. Instead, they were dirty and smelly. Jiangran pretended to think for a while before saying, "Then let's be clean, fragrant, and soft pig moms and pig babies, okay?" Children were always easy to coax. After Jiangran said this, Pei Jing nodded seriously and replied in a childish voice, "Okay." Wang Suilan had already scooped a small bowl of mutton soup and placed it slightly further away from Pei Jing. There were side dishes in the mutton soup: radishes, cabbage, and vermicelli. Together with scallions and ginger, they sprinkled some pepper into the soup. The taste was simply too good. The mutton was tender and soft, and all kinds of vegetables were also stained with the mutton's flavor, but their own flavor was also retained. After one bite, one could say that the taste was very rich. The vermicelli was cooked just right. It was not too chewy, nor too soft to be picked up. In addition to the mutton soup, there were also freshly baked pancakes. The surface of the pancake was slightly brown, and one could smell the fragrance of the dough when one got close. After one bite, the surface was crispy, but the inside was very soft. Because it was handmade, the inside was layered, and some small air holes could be seen. It was very chewy when eaten directly. After breaking it open and soaking it in the mutton soup, the taste would be richer when it was put into the mouth after fully absorbing the soup. However, it could not be soaked for too long. If it was soaked for too long, it would lose its texture. Xianxia ate for a while and reached out to touch Pei Jing's small bowl. When he felt that the bowl was not so hot anymore, the temperature of the mutton soup should have become just right. He brought it over and placed it in front of Pei Jing. After asking for Pei Jing's opinion, Xianxia broke a few pieces of pancakes and put them into the soup. Although Pei Jing was only 4 years old, he could already use chopsticks very well. If he could use chopsticks very well, there was no need to talk about spoons. He held the chopsticks in one hand and the spoon in the other. He ate a mouthful of soup, a mouthful of vegetables, a mouthful of meat, and then a bite of pancake. His white and tender cheeks were bulging because he kept chewing, and he looked very cute. The whole family gathered around the table. After finishing the steaming hot dinner, their bodies were slightly sweaty. After eating and drinking, and with the warmth of the house, they were a little sleepy. The sky outside was completely dark, but it was still quite early. Xianxia looked up at the clock on the wall. It was not even 6 o'clock yet. The sky darkened quickly in winter. It was not even 6 o'clock, and they had already finished dinner. The sky was already completely dark. The family sat together to chat and digest the food. After a while, they could wash up and go to sleep. Thinking of going to bed, Xianxia thought of a problem. Now that they were back at the Pei Huai residence, there were only so many rooms. Where was Pei Huai going to stay at night? With this in mind, Xianxia looked at Pei Huai. Pei Huai seemed to have sensed something. When Xianxia looked at him, he also looked at Xianxia. The two of them looked at each other. After a moment, Xianxia calmly withdrew his gaze. Pei Huai could sleep with Pei Yang. Xianxia thought so, but he didn't say it out loud. She felt that Pei Huai should know what to do. In fact, Pei Huai really understood. However, no matter how much he shook his head and sighed, Pei Huai didn't even look at him. Instead, he poured himself some water and started soaking his feet. The weather was cold, so the water cooled down quickly. After a while, Pei Huai finished soaking, dried his feet, and put on his cotton slippers. When he turned around and saw Pei Yang still shaking his head and sighing, Pei Huai said coldly, "If you continue to cause trouble, you will sleep on the floor tonight." Upon hearing this, Pei Yang immediately returned to normal. "I won't cause trouble anymore." Before going to bed, Xianxia thought that since it was the holidays, there was nothing to do. He could sleep in. However, the next morning, even though Xianxia didn't set an alarm, he still woke up at the same time as usual. There was no other way. Once a biological clock was formed, it was very difficult to change it. Although it was a pity that he didn't sleep in, it wasn't bad to think about it from another perspective. If he really got used to sleeping whenever he wanted, it would be more painful when he started working. Xianxia was still thinking about these problems when he felt his cheek being gently poked. He lowered his head and saw Pei Jing looking at him with a smile. He didn't need to ask to know that it was Hu Jinyao who had reached out to poke his face. Xianxia just tapped his nose and didn't play with him. The stove wasn't hot at night. If it was early in the morning, the house would be a little cold. Lying under the blankets, he couldn't feel it. However, once he stretched his hand out of the blankets, he could feel the bone-piercing chill. Xianxia didn't want to make Pei Jing sick because of his quarrel with Pei Jing. The mother and son lay down for a while more before they put on their clothes and got up. After getting up, the first thing Xianxia did was to replace the coal stove with new honeycomb briquettes and open the air holes below. After he was done, Xianxia went out with Pei Jing. It was another sunny day, and the sun had already filled the entire yard. Because there was snow everywhere, the sunlight shining on the white snow looked even more dazzling. If he hadn't just looked at the time, Xianxia would have thought that it was already noon. In fact, it was only 7 o'clock. Xianxia felt that it was quite early to get up at this time, but obviously, not everyone thought so. Xianxia was still enjoying the dazzling sunlight when he heard a strange voice. Yo, it's different now that you're rich. Everyone in the family has already woken up, but this daughter-in-law only woke up now. Auntie, in my opinion, it's because you're too good-tempered and easy to talk to that you've spoiled your daughter-in-law like this. You should be tougher and let your daughter-in-law wake up to make breakfast for you. The voice was very familiar, but Jiangran couldn't remember who it was. He could only look in the direction of the voice. Because the sun was glaring and the man was standing with his back to the light, Jiangran squinted for a while before he recognized who the man was. Wasn't the Sutsuehua? It was so early in the morning, but Sutsuehua wasn't at home. Why did she come to the Pei family's house? Even if the villagers liked to visit each other, they shouldn't visit each other so early in the morning, right? Before Jiangran could say anything, Wang Suelan had already spoken. Sutsuehua stared at Wang Suelan in a daze. She even wondered if she was hallucinating because she had woken up too early. Was this really something a mother-in-law would say, looking at the entire village? No, looking at the surrounding villages, Sutsuehua had never heard of a mother-in-law who would treat her daughter-in-law so well. Although there were mothers-in-law who treated her well, none of them treated her so well that they would say such things. Was Jiangran really the Pei family's daughter-in-law? Why did Wang Suehua's attitude make it seem as though Jiangran was her biological daughter? Sutsuehua was still looking at them in disbelief when Wang Suelan looked at Jiangran and said, Ran, since you're awake, wash up and eat. After you eat, you can catch up on some sleep. Anyway, there's nothing to do. You'll feel warmer in bed. Jiangran agreed wholeheartedly when she heard Wang Suelan's words. In such a cold winter, the warmest place was, of course, under the covers. If possible, who wouldn't want to stay under the covers all the time? Jiangran agreed and said, Mom, I'll take Xiaojing to wash up first. Go ahead. Go straight to the main room later. Jiangran led Pei Jing to the bathroom. When she passed by Sutsuehua, she took a second look at her. Sutsuehua was still standing there in a daze. Looking at her expression, anyone who didn't know better would think that she was dreaming. In fact, Sutsuehua did feel like she was dreaming. In the end, Sutsuehua didn't even know how she left the Pei family home. It was only when she accidentally bumped into someone that she snapped out of her daze. Sutsuehua couldn't care less about other people's questions. She made up her mind to go back and take a look. She didn't believe that Wang Suelan would treat Jiangran so well. Maybe he was just putting on an act in front of her just now, pretending for her to see. The more Sutsuehua thought about it, the more certain she was that it was the truth. She turned around and walked back. But as soon as she turned around, before she could even take a step, she heard someone calling her from behind. The voice of the person who called out to him was exceptionally loud. Even though he was quite a distance away, he still felt that the voice was exploding in his ears. Sutsuehua didn't need to turn her head to know that the person calling her was her mother-in-law. Old Madame Li kept shouting, her voice getting louder and louder. Sutsuehua! 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 Get your ass back here. It's so early in the morning. You didn't cook or wash your clothes after waking up. Where did you run off to? You're such a lazy woman. If I don't beat you up for a day, you'll go up to the roof and tear down the tiles. Look at which family's daughter-in-law is like you, thinking of ways to be lazy every day. Hearing old Madame Li's words, Sutsuehua glanced in the direction of the Pei family. Although she was extremely reluctant, she still turned around and walked towards the Li family. The closer they got to the Li family, the clearer old Madame Li's voice became. Before long, Sutsuehua walked up to old Madame Li and stared fixedly at her. Old Madame Li's incessant chattering stopped when Sutsuehua stared at her like this. She looked at Sutsuehua strangely. Why are you staring at me like this all of a sudden? Li Tsuehua directly asked the question on her mind. Mom, why did you make me do this? And that when Jiangran's mother-in-law let her sleep until daybreak and even prepared a meal for her to eat and then let her go back to sleep? Old Madame Li was taken aback by Sutsuehua's sudden question. But old Madame Li quickly regained her senses. She put one hand on her hip and pointed at Sutsuehua with the other. Her voice was even louder than before. How dare you compare yourself to Jiangran? Jiangran had opened so many shops and earned so much money. She had bought her mother-in-law a tricycle, a fan, a new stove, and an endless supply of delicious food and new clothes. What do you have? Tell me, what do you have? I'm not saying that I want you to be exactly like Jiang Ran. If you can be like her in one way, I can be as good as her mother-in-law. Really? Wang Xuelan looked at old Madame Li with delight. Old Madame Li was even more puzzled by Su Tsuehua's reaction. What did Su Tsuehua mean by this reaction? Could it be that Su Tsuehua had some ability that she was unaware of? With that in mind, old Madame Li looked at Su Tsuehua expectantly. Just as old Madame Li was waiting expectantly, Su Tsuehua said, I can be like Jiang Ran. I can sleep until the sun is up. Old Madame Li was speechless. Old Madame Li almost fainted from Su Tsuehua's anger. She stuck out a finger and poked Su Tsuehua's forehead. You lazy woman. You don't do much, but you talk a lot. If you have the time to talk nonsense with me, why don't you get back to work? Hurry up, what are you standing there for? As old Madame Li spoke, she tugged at Su Tsuehua and dragged her into the courtyard. Why didn't I realize that a lazy woman like you has a talent for daydreaming? Old Madame Li kept nagging, and her voice was very loud. The villagers who lived nearby could hear her muttering even if they stayed in their houses. The Pei family was some distance away, so they didn't hear anything. At that moment, Jiang Ran had already forgotten about Su Tsuehua. Instead of wondering why Su Tsuehua had come to the Pei family so early in the morning, it was better to quickly wash up and enter the house. In this weather, even though the sun was out, it was still bone-chillingly cold. After washing up carefully, Jiang Ran applied moisturizer on Pei Jing and herself. This moisturizer hadn't been bought. Jiang Ran had made it herself. She had originally made it especially for Pei Jing. A child's skin was delicate, and the winter wind was especially chilly. If they weren't careful, they would be blown by the wind by surprise. Not only would her face be red, but that red patch would also have countless cracks, which would be painful and unsightly. In order to prevent Pei Jing from doing the same, Jiang Ran specially made him a moisturizer that children could use. This special moisturizer would not only buy this time, but it would use S's and it would spies as well. It was new, it's by surprise by seriously have a lot have an eye. By now, it wasn't just Jiang Ran and Pei Jing who were using this kind of moisturizer. Everyone in the Pei family was using the same kind of moisturizer as well. In the dead of winter, other people's skin would more or less wrinkle from the cold wind. But the Pei family's skin was getting better and smoother by the day. This moisturizer even had a faint fragrance. It smelled good. Not only could it be used in winter, but it could also be used in spring and autumn, when it was drier. When summer came, Jiang Ran would naturally be able to make M suitable for use in the summer. By the time Jiang Ran brought Pei Jing into the living room, the other members of the Pei family were already seated. Everyone looked fine except for Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang, who looked a little depressed. Jiang Ran felt strange when he saw their expressions. What's wrong with the two of you so early in the morning? Why did she look so unhappy so early in the morning? Pei Xianxia sighed when she heard Jiang Ran's question and spoke in a heavy tone. Isn't it the holidays? I originally planned to sleep in and have a good rest, but when it was the usual time in the morning, I woke up on my own without the alarm. After that, even if I forced myself to close my eyes to sleep, I couldn't fall asleep. I tossed and turned in bed for a while before finally getting up. After Pei Xianxia finished speaking, Pei Yang nodded and said, Me too. Jiang Yan thought it was something serious, so he laughed after hearing the explanation. Xianxia, you can think about it from another perspective. If you can't sleep in now, you won't feel the pain of waking up early when it's time to go to work. Don't you think so? Pei Xianxia thought about it seriously and had to admit that Jiang Ran was right. Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang's expressions brightened when they thought about it this way. The two of them were quite quick-witted. Soon, the two of them realized a problem. Could it be that Jiang Ran was saying this because she had the same problem as him? Jiang Ran knew what they were thinking when he saw their probing gazes. Although Jiang Ran didn't want to admit it, he still nodded. Pei Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect big sister-in-law to sleep in too. How long had it been since he last saw Jiang Ran sleeping in? The last time Jiang Ran slept in was before they started their business. After such a long time had passed, it felt as if a lifetime had passed when he recalled the events of the past. Even though it was only half a year ago, if one were to count it seriously, it was only half a year ago. While Pei Xianxian was thinking about this, Pei Yang smiled mysteriously. We all want to sleep in, but some people can't sleep no matter how hard they toss and turn. Hearing Pei Yang's words, Pei Xianxian looked at him strangely. Who can't sleep? It was such a cold winter, so lying in the warm blanket was a kind of enjoyment. But if she tossed and turned, the heater in the room would be shaken out. How could she still be warm? Who would be so stupid? Pei Yang opened his mouth to answer, but after opening his mouth, he fell silent. He didn't say a word for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and closed his mouth. He quietly glanced at Pei Huai and quickly looked away. Pei Yang felt that his gaze was hidden, but Jiang Ran had been staring at Pei Yang and naturally saw Pei Yang's small movements. When she followed Pei Yang's gaze, she saw Pei Huai. It was as she had guessed. Pei Huai tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. That must be because of what happened last night. But why couldn't Pei Huai sleep? Jiang Ran frowned slightly and didn't continue to think about it. He quickly looked away. Who cares why he couldn't sleep? Who didn't have insomnia? Did insomnia need a reason? When he looked over, he saw Pei Huai looking to the side. He followed Pei Huai's gaze and saw Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran was also looking at Pei Huai. Neither of them had much expression on their faces, so it was impossible to tell what they were thinking. Pei Yang looked at Jiang Ran, then at Pei Huai. Finally, he quietly retracted his gaze. Although he didn't know what Jiang Ran and Pei Huai were thinking at this time, Pei Yang still felt that it was better for him not to get involved. Because the new year was in 2 days, a lot of delicious food had been prepared at home. Therefore, even if it was just breakfast, it was still very sumptuous. In the past, although the family often sat together to eat, they basically went to the small courtyard in the county to eat together. The last time the family ate together at home was a long time ago. After breakfast, Wang Suilan went to the kitchen again. She still had to continue preparing for the new year. Some of the more troublesome things that needed to be prepared earlier had already been prepared. But things like steamed buns and blowing things up had not been started yet. It was already the 28th day today, so these things could be prepared. Although Wang Zuelan said not to let Jiang Ran help and asked Jiang Ran to just rest, Jiang Ran couldn't rest. Once a person was used to being busy, she would feel that there was nothing to do when she was completely idle. Anyway, there were many people, so even if Jiang Ran helped, she wouldn't be tired. Wang Zuelan didn't refuse again. The part of blowing things up was actually the child's favorite part. Because there were many things to be fried at once, the child could eat a little of each of them at the side. Fried crispy meat, fried pork ribs, fried fish, fried chicken, fried eggplant, fried meatballs, fried vegetarian balls. Even if she only ate 1 or 2 mouthfuls of each, she was almost full after eating all of them. She didn't have to cook specially for lunch. She used the fried fish head to stew soup, then put some frozen tofu in it. Finally, when she took it out of the pot, she sprinkled a handful of coriander. The taste was especially good. After the frozen tofu was cooked, one could clearly see the small holes on it. These small holes were filled with soup, so one had to be extra careful when eating. Otherwise, one would easily be scalded by the soup. The tofu was not particularly soft. On the contrary, it had a crispy texture and was very chewy. Together with the fish soup, it was exceptionally delicious. Steamed buns were served with the fish soup. If you don't want to eat steamed buns, you can also put noodles in them. The fish noodle soup was also very delicious. Even when they were eating, the frying pan was never empty. There were many people in the Pei family who knew how to cook now. They could take turns to eat and blow things up. If he wasn't doing it alone, it wouldn't be so tiring. By the middle of the afternoon, everything that was supposed to be blown up was finally blown up. But this was not the end. Next, he had to cook the pig trotters and pork knuckles. The pork trotters had to be cooked continuously until the skin fell off from the bones. When there was only pork trotters, they just had to freeze them and cut them into thick slices before preparing a bowl of dipping sauce. Of course, they could also eat them directly, but the taste would be a little bland. Frozen pork trotters were not troublesome to make. In addition, the weather was cold here, and they could eat it for a long time after boiling it once. They just had to freeze it outside. But even so, not every family would prepare for it. 1 or 2 pork trotters were not expensive, but if they wanted to prepare enough frozen pork trotters for their guests, it was not something that could be done with just 1 or 2 pork trotters. If they had the money to buy pork trotters, they might as well buy streaky pork and make it into braised pork. It would be more dignified and popular. The Pei family was not short of money now, so of course, they would not make a choice. They wanted everything. On the 29th, they did not idle around. They had to clean the house. Although Wang Zuelan was a very diligent and hygienic person, she usually kept the house clean and tidy. However, cleaning before the new year was not only for cleanliness, but also for a sense of ritual. The whole family cleaned up together, cleaning up every nook and cranny. They did not know if it was really clean, so they felt that the house looked brand new, or if it was because they had worked hard, so it was a psychological effect. In any case, when Jiang Ran looked at the rooms again, he felt that they all looked brand new. The weather was originally quite cold, but because they were busy, they were even sweating slightly. They did not feel any heat at all. On New Year's Eve, when they woke up in the morning, they had to paste the New Year pictures and couplets. After the red New Year pictures and couplets were pasted, the entire courtyard seemed to be livelier. The originally quiet courtyard seemed lively and lively. Pei Jing was small and could not help much, but he ran around at the side as if he could participate in the process. After pasting the New Year pictures and eating breakfast, they had to prepare the dumplings again. During the New Year, they had to eat dumplings. On New Year's Eve, they had to eat dumplings on the morning of the first day of the New Year. From the second day of the New Year onwards, they had to cook dumplings when guests came over. Although dumplings were delicious, it was also more troublesome and time-consuming. Therefore, on New Year's Eve, a large portion of the dumplings would be made and placed outside to freeze. Then, they would be stored outside. The temperature outside was -10 to 20 degrees Celsius. It could be said that it was a natural refrigerator. There was no need to worry about anything going bad. Of course, considering the texture, she couldn't make too many dumplings. It was enough to last until the 6th day of Chinese New Year. Other than Pei Jing, everyone in the Pei family knew how to make dumplings. Although Pei Jing doesn't know how to make dumplings, he is also eager to try. He wants to help with the dumpling skin. His hands were small, and his strength was not great. The shape of the dumpling skin was not very regular, but no one disliked it. Not only did they not despise him, they even praised Pei Jing for doing a good job. This was not because of family ties, but because Pei Jing was at his age. To be able to roll like this was already very good. Although Pei Jing was not very good at rolling, the dough was soft. After holding it in his hand, he could pinch it with his fingers and use it to make dumplings without any delay. Everyone had their own way of making dumplings. Therefore, the dumplings they made were all different. But this was not important. No matter what the dumplings looked like, it would not delay eating. Since they had already made dumplings, they had to eat lunch first. Although making dumplings was a little troublesome, once the dumplings were made, it was really convenient to eat them. The freshly made dumplings were not frozen yet, so they could be cooked very easily. After boiling water in a big pot, they put the dumplings in and covered the lid. Because the fire was very strong, it took a few minutes for the water to boil again, and the dumplings floated on the surface of the water one by one. In addition, they scooped cold water with a metal ladle, suppressed the boiling water, and waited for it to boil again. After 3 times, the dumplings were ready. The freshly cooked dumplings were white and plump, and the fragrance went straight into people's noses. There were also many ways to eat dumplings. They could be scooped out and eaten as soup, or they could be eaten as sour soup. In addition, they could be scooped dry, and vinegar or chili garlic could be prepared as a dipping sauce. Even if it was a family, when eating dumplings, they all had different tastes. Everyone ate the dumplings according to their own tastes. For a moment, no one in the room spoke, and only the sound of blowing and inhaling could be heard. There was no other way. The freshly cooked dumplings were really a little hot. It was said that a hasty person could not eat hot tofu. This sentence was also applicable here. A hasty person could not eat hot dumplings. Jiang Ran liked to eat spicy food, so she prepared a sour and spicy dipping sauce and dipped the dumplings one by one. After eating a few, the tip of her nose was sweating. Pei Jing sat opposite Jiang Ran. His dumplings were sour soup, but it was not very sour, only a little. Seeing that the tip of Jiang Ran's nose was starting to sweat, Pei Jing pursed his lips. "Mom, is the chili delicious?" Pei Jing had eaten green peppers before, but he had never eaten chili oil made from small chili peppers. Children were very curious about things they had never eaten or seen before, and they wanted to try it. "It is a little spicy." Jiang Ran told the truth. "I only think it is a little spicy, but if you eat it, you might think it is very spicy. Do you want to try it?" Pei Jing frowned and thought for a while, but in the end, he shook his head. "No." Hearing Pei Jing say no, Jiang Ran just smiled and didn't say anything. It was Pei Jing's decision whether to eat or not. Although Pei Jing was still young, he could still make such a decision by himself. Even if she was Pei Jing's mother, there was no need for her to make every decision for Pei Jing. After lunch, they continued to make dumplings in the afternoon. It wasn't until 3 o'clock that all the fillings and wrappers were used up. The dumplings that were made later were all taken out and placed outside to freeze. When the dumplings were frozen hard, she took them all down and put them together in the prepared container. After wrapping the dumplings, she could finally rest for a while. Pei Jing took Jiang Ran to the living room and turned on the TV. Yes, when they came back, they brought the television with them. Originally, Jiang Ran planned to find the TV installer and pay him some installation fees so that he could help install the TV. However, Pei Huai stopped her and said that he was good at pretending. Pei Huai had indeed installed the TV, and it even had a video feed. Now that there was a Spring Festival Gala, they could watch the Spring Festival Gala while having their reunion dinner. Although Jiang Ran hadn't experienced it yet, just thinking about it made him feel that it was quite wonderful. There were still 4 to 5 hours before the Spring Festival Gala started. But there was a TV station that was playing cartoons. Even though Pei Jing had watched cartoons before, Pei Jing still watched it with relish. Jiang Ran didn't say much. He just sat by the side and watched it with Pei Jing. There were peanuts and melon seeds on the table. As Jiang Ran ate, he would peel some and put them on the plate for Pei Jing to eat. Every time before Pei Jing ate, he would say thank you to his mother. Pei Jing's voice was soft and gentle, and she was so polite. Anyone who heard her words would feel their heart melt. Jiang Ran was about to continue peeling the melon seeds when Pei Huai walked in from outside and sat on the other side of Pei Jing. "You watch, I'll peel them," Pei Huai said to Jiang Ran. Peeling melon seeds was such a simple task. Why did he have to fight to do it? Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai strangely. But he felt that there was no need to argue with Pei Huai over this matter. So he nodded and continued eating. 10 minutes later, the cartoon ended. Jiang Ran lowered his head and saw that the plate of melon seeds was now filled with melon seeds. He looked at the melon seed shells at the side. They had actually piled up into a small mountain. Jiang Ran. How old was Pei Jing? If he ate too many fried melon seeds, he would get heaty. Did Pei Huai want him to eat them as food? Before Jiang Ran could say anything, Pei Huai had already said, "These are for you. Hurry up and eat them. Xiao Jing's are in his hands." Hearing this, Jiang Ran felt even more puzzled. Why did these words sound a little strange? As Jiang Ran thought this, he looked at Pei Jing's hands. He saw that Pei Jing was holding a small bowl with some melon seeds in it. However, Pei Jing's melon seeds were a little small compared to hers. The bowl was already very small, but the melon seeds in it couldn't even cover the bottom of the bowl. Was this the difference in treatment? Jiang looked at Pei Huai. Pei Huai looked exceptionally calm. He's small and eats little. If he eats too much, he'll get heaty easily, Pei Huai explained. Although this explanation didn't sound wrong, Jiang Ran still felt that something wasn't quite right. Looking again at his plate full of melon seeds, Jiang Ran asked, "Then aren't you afraid that I'll get heaty?" Pei Huai. Just by looking at Pei Huai's expression, Jiang Ran knew that Pei Huai definitely didn't expect him to ask such a question. It was very rare to see such an expression on Pei Huai's face. Jiang Ran pursed his lips and smiled before he thanked him seriously. "Thank you, but I don't like eating melon seeds like this." Jiang Ran didn't mean to be a wet blanket. What she said was the truth. Melon seeds had to be eaten by oneself. It tasted even better. If the melon seeds were exposed to the air for too long, their taste would deteriorate. Therefore, they had to be eaten as soon as possible. After eating the melon seeds, it was almost time to prepare dinner. Jiangran wanted to help in the kitchen, but Pei Huai stopped him. You don't have to go. Pei Yang and I will cook together. The two of them were going to cook dinner. Jiangran was about to say something when Wang Suilan walked in. I think it's fine. Let big brother and second brother cook together. We can just wait to eat. Since Wang Suilan had agreed, Jiangran did not say anything. Anyway, Pei Huai and Pei Yang's cooking was delicious. Moreover, most of the ingredients had been prepared in advance. All they had to do now was to put the vegetables in the pot and stir-fry them. It was not too troublesome. As time passed, the sky outside gradually darkened. A fragrant smell wafted out of the kitchen and into the house through the cracks in the windows. Even if she didn't see what Pei Huai and Pei Yang were cooking with her own eyes, Jiangran, who was proficient in cooking, could already guess it just by smelling it. When the sky outside was about to darken, Wang Suilan and Pei Baoshan came back. The two of them had gone to visit the graves of their deceased elders. Logically speaking, Jiangran and the others should have gone with them. However, Wang Suilan said that it was cold outside and asked them to stay at home. When the two of them came back, dinner was almost ready. Everyone put the dishes on the table. Pei Yang excitedly went to the courtyard. He went to the courtyard not for anything else but to set off firecrackers. Before the New Year's Eve dinner, they had to set off a string of firecrackers. The sound of firecrackers could already be heard in the village. It was almost time for dinner to be ready. When Pei Jing heard the sound of firecrackers, he covered his ears in fear. However, he could not help but go to the door and poke his head out to take a look. Perhaps all children were like this. They would be curious about new and unknown things, but they would also naturally be afraid. Jiangran walked behind Pei Jing and reached out to cover Pei Jing's ears so that he could only look outside. Actually, he couldn't see anything. Along with the sound of firecrackers, the smell of smoke also floated in the courtyard. The smell was a little pungent, but it brought back some memories for Jiangran. Before she transmigrated, when she was still very young, her family would set off firecrackers every New Year, and then they would have New Year's Eve dinner together. But later, they were not allowed to set off firecrackers. This situation had not happened for many years. Without the smell of gunpowder, it felt as if something was missing. Now, those missing feelings seemed to have returned. Although the firecrackers had stopped, Wang Suilan closed the door and asked everyone to sit down and eat. Everyone sat around the table and looked at the dishes on the table. For a moment, no one picked up their chopsticks. Pei Baoshan took out a bottle of wine and poured a glass for himself, Pei Huai, and Pei Yang. Wang Suilan also took out the fruit juice he had prepared and poured a glass for everyone else. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them. Happy New Year! Upon hearing Pei Yang's words, Wang Suilan instinctively opened her mouth to say something. But when she remembered that it was New Year's Eve and the whole family was sitting together for a reunion dinner, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Forget it, it was better not to say it. Eat. Wang Suilan waved her hand. As long as you can eat as much as you want. Mom, don't worry, Pei Yang said solemnly. Wang Suilan, what's there for her to worry about? It was still a little early for them to eat. It was only 6 o'clock. There was still more than an hour before the Spring Festival Gala started, so they did not turn on the television. Instead, they ate and talked. The whole family ate and chatted happily. From time to time, the sound of firecrackers could be heard outside. It was a festive atmosphere. Jiangran felt that they were already eating very slowly. But when they finished eating, it was not even 8 o'clock yet. They cleared the table, swept the floor, and rearranged the melon seeds, peanuts, candies, and fruits on the table. There were still 10 minutes before 8 o'clock. Jiangran, why is time passing so slowly? After sitting around the table again, everyone looked in the direction of the television. The television was already turned on. Wang Suilan's eyes moistened as she watched. She still remembered that today was New Year's Eve. No matter what, it was best not to cry. Therefore, she blinked her eyes forcefully and forced her tears back. It's been so many years. There are so many people in our family, and we finally have a group member. Wang Zuelan sighed. We can even watch television. In the past, this was something that we would never have dared to think about. Although he knew what Wang Zuelan meant by that, Pei Huai still felt like he had been stabbed in the heart. But Pei Huai could not say anything. What could he do? Who asked him not to come back a few years ago? But fortunately, Wang Zuelan did not talk too much about this. Instead, he talked about television. I've heard people say that television is good. Unfortunately, we don't have the chance to watch it. We finally have the chance to watch it this year. When the time comes, we can go out and tell others. Hearing Wang Zuelan's words, Jiang Ran couldn't help but laugh. It was normal for Wang Zuelan to have such thoughts. However, Jiang Ran felt that there was no need for Wang Zuelan to go out and announce it. There would be a lot of people coming to their house tomorrow. It was their custom to pay a New Year's visit on the first day of the new year. Regardless of whether it was morning or evening, they would go around the village and visit each family. Anyway, their village wasn't very big. It wouldn't take long for them to walk around. In the past, many people had come to their house to give New Year's greetings, but most of them just stood at the door. Some didn't even enter the house and left after saying a few words. But this year was different. They had a TV in their house. When televisions were still a rarity, whoever had a television would be the most popular family. If it wasn't for the fact that it was New Year's Eve and they couldn't spend it at other people's houses, their house would probably be full of people by now. After watching television for the past few months, Jiang Ran was already used to the lack of subtitles. Jiang Ran's hearing was fine, but when she first started watching television without subtitles, Jiang Ran felt that she couldn't understand what these people were saying. After some time, she got used to it. The Spring Festival Gala lasted for more than 4 hours and lasted until past midnight. The Pei family members didn't have the habit of staying up late. The youngest, Pei Jing, had always slept early and woke up early. 8 o'clock was actually Pei Jing's usual bedtime. However, there were many people today and everyone was watching television together. He was so excited that he didn't feel sleepy. However, as he watched, he realized that the programs on television weren't what he was interested in. Gradually, he couldn't keep his eyes open. Sensing Pei Jing's little head nodding off, Jiang Ran lifted him up and said, "I'll send Xiao Jing back to sleep." Seeing this, Pei Huai also stood up and said, "Why don't I send him back?" Jiang Ran shook her head and said, "I'll send him back. He's not heavy." Pei Huai knew that Jiang Ran was very strong. After hearing this, he didn't say anything else. Although he had always known about this, he would sometimes forget about it. Now that he saw Jiang Ran carrying Pei Jing away so easily, he realized that he probably wasn't as strong as Jiang Ran. As he thought about this, Pei Huai had mixed feelings. Jiang Ran didn't know what Pei Huai was thinking. She carried Pei Jing out of the door and realized that it was snowing again. Fortunately, the snow wasn't very heavy. Jiang Ran didn't call for anyone. She carried Pei Jing and ran a few steps back to her room. When she opened the door and entered the room, a gust of warm wind hit her in the face. Although she wasn't in the room, the stove was still burning. Not only was the room warm, but even the blankets were also warm. After dinner, they filled hot water bottles with water and placed them under the blankets. 2 hot water bags were placed in one of the blankets, warming the blankets up. Jiang Ran held Pei Jing with one hand and lifted the quilt with the other. She gently took off Pei Jing's clothes, then put Pei Jing on the warm bed and covered him with the quilt. The clothes were placed between 2 layers of blankets. This way, when she woke up the next morning to wear it, the cotton-padded clothes would still be warm and wouldn't feel cold. After putting down Pei Jing, Jiang Ran did not want to go back to watch the Spring Festival Gala. He had to get up early the next morning, and only by sleeping early could he get up early. What's there to watch? There was plenty of time to watch the replay tomorrow. With this in mind, Jiang Ran made up his mind not to go back and watch. At this moment, someone knocked on the door gently. Jiang Ran looked at the door in confusion. "Who is it?" "It's me." It was Pei Huai. Jiang Ran stood up, walked to the door and opened it. "What's the matter?" Pei Huai, who didn't really believe Jiang Ran's words, stopped doubting her after hearing Jiang Ran's last words. Jiang Ran was right, the early to bed meant the early to rise. Usually at this time, Jiang Ran would have already gone to bed. In that case, you should go to bed early. It's still snowing outside, it's quite cold, you should go back quickly. Jiang Ran nodded. Tell mom and dad to go to bed early too, don't stay up late watching TV. Pei Huai agreed, but his eyes were still staring at Jiang Ran. Being stared at by Pei Huai, Jiang Ran only felt puzzled. She had said what she needed to say, why was he still here, what was he looking at, standing here and staring at her? If Pei Huai didn't leave, Jiang Ran couldn't just close the door. Frowning and thinking, Jiang Ran suddenly thought of a possibility and said softly, you should go to bed early too. As soon as she said this, Jiang Ran saw a smile on Pei Huai's face. Seeing Pei Huai's smile, Jiang Ran knew that she was right. After hearing what he wanted to hear, Pei Huai didn't continue to stand there. After nodding at Jiang Ran, he turned and walked in the direction of the central room. Seeing that Pei Huai had left, Jiang Ran closed the door. Thinking of how Pei Huai stood at the door and didn't say anything, stubborn and persistent, Jiang Ran found it a little funny. Why did it feel like Pei Huai was getting worse and worse? Pei Huai didn't know what Jiang Ran thought of him at this time. After he returned to the central room, before he could say anything, several people in the room had already asked a few questions. Where's sister-in-law? Yeah, why isn't sister-in-law here yet? Didn't you call Ran? Where is she? Are you looking at Xiaojing? Can't you just watch for a while and let Ran come back to watch TV? Pei Huai was speechless. Pei Huai's gaze swept across everyone's faces before he slowly said, Ran said that she can't sleep in tomorrow. She can only wake up early if she sleeps early. The TV will be replayed tomorrow, so she can watch it tomorrow. Ran also told her parents not to look at it for too long and to go to bed early. Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan, who had been sitting steadily a moment ago, immediately stood up. Wang Zuelan agreed and said, Ran is right. We can always watch TV. It's more important to sleep early. That's right, that's right. Pei Yang, Xianxia, the two of you have been seen too. Hurry up and go back to sleep, or you won't be able to wake up tomorrow, Pei Baoshan said. Upon hearing this, Pei Huai looked at Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Pei Huai was still wondering if Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia would be upset that they couldn't watch TV anymore. However, just as he was thinking about this, he saw Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia stand up decisively. Pei Yang went forward to turn off the TV while Pei Xianxia started to clear the melon seed shells and peanut shells on the table. Pei Huai was speechless. He was overthinking. In this family, no one's words were as effective as Jiang Ran's. After realizing that he was the clown, Pei Huai didn't say much. He helped to tidy up the living room before returning to his room with Pei Yang. There's no need for major repairs. We'll just build another room. Then you'll have your own room. That way, he wouldn't have to squeeze in with him to sleep. The lights in the room were already turned off, but because they were lying on the bed together, they could see each other's faces. Pei Huai stared at Pei Yang without saying a word. Pei Yang felt goosebumps all over his body. Just as Pei Yang couldn't take it anymore, Pei Huai sneered. Sleep. Pei Yang immediately closed his eyes. Sleep. I'm already asleep. What I said just now was just sleep talking. Pei Huai agreed with Pei Yang's words. He was indeed sleep talking. Did he, Pei Huai, need his own room? The next morning, Jiang Ran was woken up by the sound of firecrackers. Not only was there a long string of firecrackers, but there was also the sound of the door opening. The sound of the door opening was especially loud. No matter how deep asleep one would wake up when they heard the sound. Jiang Ran had just moved when she heard Pei Jing's voice. Mom, are we going to set off firecrackers too? Of course, they had to. The first thing they did after waking up was to set off the door opening. This was a custom. Jiang Ran dressed herself and Pei Jing neatly before leading Pei Jing out of the room. As soon as they walked out of the room, they heard Pei Yang's voice. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll set off the firecrackers first. Hearing Pei Yang's words, Jiang Ran stopped in her tracks and even closed the door. The force of the door opening was relatively strong. If one wasn't careful, they would fall. It wouldn't be good if they accidentally fell on themselves. Following the deafening sound, Pei Jing pulled Jiang Ran's hand and covered his little ears. Although the sound of the door opening was loud, it didn't last long. Not long after, the sound stopped. Jiang Ran opened the door again and led Pei Jing to wash up. Wearing new clothes for the new year was not only a child's right. Jiang Ran tailored a new set of clothes for everyone in the family. He made sure that no one was the same. Not only that, Jiang Ran also noticed that both Pei Xianxia and Wang Suilon were wearing gold jewelry. The weather was too cold, and it was impossible to wear necklaces or bracelets. It didn't matter, she couldn't wear necklaces or bracelets, but she still had earrings, and rings. The shiny gold jewelry was brand new. Even if there was no sunlight, it could still reflect the light. It was particularly eye-catching. Jiang Ran had just taken a glance when Wang Suilon looked over. Ran is awake? Why aren't you wearing the jewelry I gave you before? Jiang Ran shook his head decisively. I don't want to wear it. Given Jiang Ran's character, if she said she didn't like it, she really didn't like it. She wasn't pretending. Although Wang Suilon didn't understand why Jiang Ran didn't like it, he respected Jiang Ran's wishes. Not only were there dumplings for breakfast, but there were also 6 dishes. These 6 dishes included meat and vegetables, cold and hot dishes. The family sat around the table and ate in silence. After the meal, before the dishes and chopsticks in the kitchen were cleared, people came to give New Year's greetings. Moreover, it was not just 1 or 2 people who came, but many people. The adults brought their children, and the men brought their women. Even some elderly people came. Although Jiang Ran had already expected the scene of New Year's greetings, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. The number of people who came was really a little too much. While Jiang Ran was still looking at these people, they had already started to greet Wang Suilon and Pei Baoshan with smiles on their faces. Some people also spoke to Jiang Ran. Jiang Ran could only smile back and wish them a happy new year. Jiang Ran could not be blamed. She had not returned to the village much in the past 6 months, so she was not very familiar with the people in the village. Even if she had the original owner's memories, they were only memories. It was like watching a movie or a television series. She would forget it after watching it. Although she could still remember bits and pieces, she could not remember everything. Fortunately, these people were not here for Jiang Ran. After greeting Jiang Ran, their gazes fell on the television. At this moment, the television was replaying last night's Spring Festival Gala. Most of the people present had watched outdoor movies, but not many of them had watched television. On such a small television, there were images similar to a movie. Even the sound could be heard clearly. How could they not be surprised and curious? Everyone's eyes were glued to the TV, and their voices gradually quieted down. There were clearly many people in the house, but everyone was so focused on the television that no one spoke. Jiang Ran had never seen such a scene before. While she found it novel, she also felt a little emotional. It was only in the past few years. By the time the 1990s came, people would no longer feel this way about television. Later, people continued to come over to give New Year's greetings. After they arrived, they said a few words and then started to watch television together. It didn't take long for the originally spacious central room of the Pei family to be filled to the brim. With more people in the house, although it would be warmer, the smell would be unpleasant. Jiang Ran frowned and decided to go out. She looked at Pei Jing. He was sitting with a few other children in the village. They were watching TV together. Seeing this, Jiang Ran didn't say anything. He could only turn around and walk out. Everyone in the Pei family doted on Pei Jing and liked to play with him. However, Pei Jing still needed to play with children of his own age. This was good for his growth and development. Jiang Ran opened the door and flashed out. When he was outside, he let out a sigh of relief. It was still snowing outside. The air was a little cold, but it was exceptionally fresh. Pei Huai nodded his head in agreement. Jiang Ran didn't say anything else. She turned around and walked towards her room. When she entered the room, it was warm. Jiang Ran rubbed her hands and sat at the table. Since she had nothing to do, Jiang Ran prepared to draw. After the new year, the weather would be cold for a while. But the spring clothes still had to be designed and made in advance. That way, when the new clothes were ready, there wouldn't be a rush. Xianxia had just sat down and hadn't picked up her pen when she heard a knock on the door. Following the knock was Pei Huai's voice. Ran, open the door. Xianxia sighed, but still stood up and went to open the door. When the door opened, Pei Huai stood at the door with a box in his hands. The box was quite big. Xianxia raised her eyebrows. What was Pei Huai doing? Just as she was thinking, she heard Pei Huai say, "This is my New Year's gift to you." New Year's gift? Why did Pei Huai want to give her a New Year's gift? No matter the reason, she couldn't continue to block him from talking outside the door. Xianxia turned sideways to let Pei Huai in. Come in and talk. After Pei Huai came in, Xianxia closed the door and followed him in. Pei Huai walked to the table and put the box in his hands on the table. I'm giving you a pair of shoes. Try them on and see if they fit. Shoes? Xianxia raised her eyebrows. Pei Huai was quite good at choosing gifts. He knew that she could make clothes and wear clothes made by herself, so he gave her shoes. Since Pei Huai had already given them to her, Xianxia couldn't reject him. She could only thank him politely. Thank you. With that, Xianxia walked to the table and opened the box. But to be honest, if Pei Huai hadn't said that it was a pair of shoes, Xianxia wouldn't have thought that it was a box for shoes. As the box was opened, the shoe inside was also revealed. It was a pair of white boots. Even the heels were white. Xianxia couldn't tell what material it was made of, but it looked pretty good. It was simple and stylish. There wasn't much design. It also had flat heels, which was the style she usually liked to wear. Xianxia never felt that there were coincidences in the world. Even if there were, it couldn't be a coincidence. Pei Huai must have carefully observed the shoes she usually wore and then went to buy them. However, they didn't seem to sell such boots in their county. Do you like it? Pei Huai asked softly. Looking at the shoes on her feet, what else could Xianxia say? One of them had already been put on. If she said now that she didn't need Pei Huai to help her put it on, wouldn't it seem a little? Thinking of this, Xianxia simply chose to go all out. But Xianxia still wanted to ask, why are you suddenly so? Xianxia deliberated for a while before choosing a word. Passionate? Hearing Xianxia's question, Pei Huai didn't stop what he was doing. He was still slowly putting on Xianxia's shoes. It wasn't until the shoes were put on that Pei Huai spoke. Because I realized that waiting for you to slowly approach me is too difficult. Pei Huai stood up and took a step back. Following Pei Huai's actions, Xianxia also raised her head and looked up at Pei Huai. Pei Huai stared straight at Xianxia. So, I decided to take the initiative so that you can see me. Xianxia wanted to say that she wasn't blind and could see him now. But when the words were about to come out of her mouth, she realized that Pei Huai didn't mean that at all. Pei Huai was saying that she didn't treat him as her husband. Although Xianxia didn't want to admit it, she had to. She felt that her current relationship with Pei Huai was like that of a partner, a roommate. She felt that this relationship wasn't bad, but Pei Huai obviously didn't think so. Xianxia was still thinking about this problem, but Pei Huai had already continued, stand up and walk around. Whether the shoes look good or not is secondary. The most important thing is that they fit. Xianxia agreed with this. No matter how beautiful the shoes were, if they didn't fit, wearing them was like stepping on a knife's edge. Every step was very painful. But obviously, this pair of shoes fit very well. The shoes were very soft and warm, and there was a layer of white fur inside. The student wasn't very tall, just a little taller than his ankles. This kind of short boots was very suitable for any kind of clothes. Especially since it was white and didn't have any repeated designs or patterns. Even if it was paired with Xianxia's favorite China-style clothes, there wouldn't be any problem. Xianxia stood up and walked around for 2 rounds before revealing a brilliant smile to Pei Huai. It's very suitable, thank you. Pei Huai shook his head. You don't have to thank me. With our relationship, you don't need to thank me. Pei Huai had said this before. Okay. Xianxia nodded. I won't say it again. The relationship between 2 people required the 2 of them to work together to manage it. She couldn't take the initiative now, but she couldn't be too unromantic. Pei Huai had already given her a New Year's gift. She should return the favor with a gift in return. But where was she going to find one in such a short time? Jiang Ran was still thinking, but Pei Huai had already seen through her. I'm just bored. Jiang Ran explained, if I had something to do, I wouldn't be drawing. After all, it's a holiday. Who doesn't want to rest? Then I'll take you out to find something to do. What for? Jiang Ran looked at Pei Huai strangely, not understanding why he suddenly said such a thing. It was cold and it was snowing outside. What could they do? Do you like rabbits? Pei Huai continued to ask. Hearing Pei Huai's questions that were completely unrelated, Jiang Ran only felt confused, but she still answered him. I like rabbit skin scarves, and I also like braised rabbit meat and spicy rabbit head. After Jiang Ran finished speaking, she looked at Pei Huai calmly, waiting to see Pei Huai's reaction. Most girls liked soft and furry bunnies, right? But it was definitely not her kind of liking. Jiang Ran stared at Pei Huai, and soon saw the smile in Pei Huai's eyes. That's just right. I like it too. Jiang Ran, ? I also like roasted rabbits. I'll take you to catch rabbits. Let's go. Jiang Ran didn't know how she followed Pei Huai out of the door. Only when they were far away did Jiang Ran come back to her senses. She was actually tricked by Pei Huai to go out with the excuse of catching rabbits. The two of them walked up the mountain. There was also a mountain near their village, but it didn't have a name. The trees on the mountain weren't lush, but there were quite a lot of bamboo. Jiang Ran had been thinking about these bamboos for a long time. When spring came and the bamboo shoots were out, she would definitely come a few more times to get more bamboo shoots to eat. But spring hadn't come yet, and the bamboo shoots were nowhere to be seen. She went up the mountain to catch rabbits first. But how could she catch rabbits in the middle of winter? Jiang Ran really hadn't caught rabbits before. Jiang Ran had never caught one before, so he could only follow Pei Huai. Pei Huai walked slowly and told her about the past. When I was young, I brought the children from the village here to catch rabbits. At that time, you didn't even come when I asked you to. When Jiang Ran heard this, his head was full of question marks. When did this happen? Why didn't she have any recollection of it? In order to prevent himself from neglecting this matter, Jiang Ran carefully searched through the memories in his mind, but in the end, he still couldn't find anything. Pei Huai was still talking. At that time, you just came to the house. You were very timid and didn't talk much. You liked to be alone every day. I went to catch a rabbit and called you, but you ignored me. I thought you didn't like it. When we catch them and roast them, you'll enjoy them more than anyone else. Jiang Ran was speechless. Seeing that Pei Huai didn't reach out to help her, Jiang Ran was very satisfied. She could stand on her own and didn't need Pei Huai to help her at all. Looking around, all she could see was a vast expanse of whiteness. In winter, although the bamboo was still green, the leaves on it had turned yellow. The scenery in front of her was quite beautiful, but it was really quite cold. Jiang Ran looked around, but still didn't see where to catch the rabbit. She could only look at Pei Huai. Where's the rabbit? Don't worry, follow me. Pei Huai said as he was about to walk forward, but after taking a step, he stopped and turned to look at Jiang Ran. Can you do it yourself? Because there were fewer people here, the snow was deeper and the road wasn't very easy to walk on. Jiang Ran nodded seriously. Of course I can. How could a woman say no? Hearing that, Pei Huai nodded noncommittally. If you can do it, then let's go. Jiang Ran followed behind Pei Huai. The two of them slowly walked forward step by step. As they walked, they reached the bamboo forest. Pei Huai stopped beside a thick bamboo and used his hands to dig at the snow on the ground. He was wearing gloves on his hands and his movements of digging at the snow were very fast. It was as if because he was wearing gloves, he really couldn't feel the cold. Seeing this, Jiang Ran didn't move or speak. She didn't move because she didn't know what she was going to do. She didn't speak because she was afraid that if she spoke, she would scare the rabbit away. Rabbits were timid, but their ears were very long and they could hear very subtle movements. Once they heard any movement and felt that there was danger, the rabbit would definitely run away. Their jumping ability was very good, and they could run very fast. In addition, the whole mountain was covered in white snow, which was the same color as the rabbit's fur. It was the rabbit's natural protective color. Under such circumstances, of course, it was better not to make any noise. Just as Xianxia was thinking this, she saw Pei Huai stop. "Look, rabbit hole." Rabbit hole? Xianxia's interest was immediately piqued. She stuck her head out to look at the rabbit hole. When she looked, she really saw a cave. The cave wasn't big and it was dark. Even if Xianxia tried her best to open her eyes, she still couldn't see what was inside. Xianxia wasn't discouraged. Instead, she looked at Pei Huai with bright eyes. "What's next? Do you know that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows?" Xianxia nodded. "I know. As long as one was educated, who wouldn't know this idiom? I'll go find another cave. You stay here and guard it." Most of the time, there were many things that had to be seen through but not exposed. The reason why Pei Huai would do these things was simple, and Xianxia could understand it. If she didn't care about anything else and made all these things clear, then she would really be a woman of steel. After Pei Huai came back with the things, he said to Xianxia, "You guard this hole, I'll go to the other 2 holes to get some firewood." Xianxia nodded. "Okay." Xianxia squatted down and placed her hands on both sides of the hole, staring straight at the rabbit hole in front of her. Not long after, Xianxia smelled the smell of burning straw and firewood. But soon, this smell turned into a choking smell of smoke. In order not to miss the rabbit, Xianxia didn't dare to raise her head to look in Pei Huai's direction, but from the corner of her eye, she saw the black smoke floating up. As time passed, Xianxia finally heard some movement. Something was coming towards the hole that she was guarding. At this time, it couldn't be anything else other than a rabbit. Sure enough, in the next moment, a rabbit rushed out of the rabbit hole. Xianxia's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He covered the rabbit that had rushed out. She was very strong, and at this time, she didn't restrain her strength. The rabbit only had time to struggle for a while before its body went limp. Xianxia was speechless. Dead, this rabbit was so fat, but its body was so weak. Although she knew that rabbits were weak, this was really too weak, wasn't it? Xianxia thought to herself as she pulled the rabbit by the ear and picked it up. She felt for a moment, and the rabbit still had a heartbeat. It wasn't dead, it just fainted from fright. At this time, Pei Huai walked over and took out a rope from somewhere. He tied the rabbit up and put it aside. The 2 of them had just dealt with this rabbit when another rabbit came out, and it was very fast. Fortunately, Xianxia and Pei Huai's speed was also very fast. The 2 of them reached out at the same time and almost pressed down on the fat rabbit together. After the 2 big rabbits were caught, Pei Huai opened the hole and found another nest of small rabbits. Watching Pei Huai lift the hole, Xianxia's eyes widened. Who would have thought that Pei Huai would do such a thing? Moreover, it was so nimble. With one look, it was obvious that he had done such things many times in the past. Before going back, Pei Huai put out the fire and covered it with a thick layer of snow. After ensuring that there would be no accidents, the 2 of them went down the mountain. When they went back, Pei Huai was carrying the 2 fat rabbits in his hands, while Xianxia was holding the nest of rabbits. It was obvious at a glance that this little rabbit was only 2 or 3 months old. Her body was still half-grown, white and soft, but it was a little scary. "We didn't tell our family when we came out. What if they come looking for us?" Xianxia said. Hearing Xianxia's words, Pei Huai laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about that. I've already told them." Hearing Pei Huai's words, Xianxia wasn't too surprised. Since Pei Huai was able to arrange the things she needed to catch rabbits in advance, he must have informed his family before coming out so that they wouldn't be worried if they didn't see the 2 of them. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to successfully return home. Just as they walked into the courtyard, they heard the sound of the television coming from the living room. Someone was watching the television. Otherwise, the television wouldn't be on. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Pei Jing's surprised voice. Xianxia turned around and saw Pei Jing running out of Pei Xianxia's room. He was happily running towards them. "Mom, where did you and Dad go? Why didn't you bring me along?" This was a question that any child would ask. Xianxia smiled and didn't answer the question. Instead, she let Pei Jing look at the little rabbit she was holding. Xiaojing, look. We brought back a little rabbit for you. Looking at the snow-white little rabbit, Pei Jing immediately became interested. After staring at it for a while, Pei Jing looked up at Jiang Ran and asked, Mom, can I touch it? Of course. Jiang Ran grabbed the rabbit's ears tightly. They didn't dare to move, so Pei Jing wasn't afraid to touch them. Although Pei Jing was full of curiosity about the little rabbit, when he really reached out to touch it, he was still very careful. He only dared to use his fingertips to gently touch the little rabbit's head. Then, he quickly withdrew his hand. Seeing Pei Jing like this, Jiang Ran also laughed. Pei Huai walked over and said to the two of them, Come in, it's cold outside. Pei Xianxia also came over and followed them into Jiang Ran's room. Pei Huai also went to get a large basket and asked Jiang Ran to put the little rabbit into the basket. Pei Xianxia stared at it for a while and then ran to the kitchen excitedly. When he came back, he was holding a few cabbage leaves in his hand. Pei Xianxia handed the cabbage to Pei Jing. Xiaojing, come and feed the little rabbit. Feeding small animals was also something that children liked to do. Pei Jing took the cabbage with both hands and gave Pei Xianxia a big smile. Thank you, Auntie. After saying that, he threw the cabbage into the basket. The cabbage leaf suddenly fell, startling the three little rabbits inside. They hurriedly scurried to the side. The three little rabbits huddled together tightly, not daring to move at all. After a while, probably after confirming that there wasn't any danger, the three rabbits finally dared to carefully approach the cabbage leaf. As they got closer, they twitched their little noses and sniffed the cabbage leaf. Finally, they dared to open their mouths and take a bite. After eating 2 mouthfuls, they still had to stop and test it. This time, probably after confirming that there really wasn't any danger, they immediately started eating quickly. Pei Jing leaned on the edge of the basket and stared unblinkingly at the little rabbits. When he saw that they had started eating, he was almost dancing with joy. Feed them well. When they grow up, we'll kill them and eat meat together, Pei Huai continued. Hearing Pei Huai's last sentence, Jiang Ran's eyebrows twitched. What was he saying? Before Jiang Ran could say anything, Pei Jing, who was lying on his stomach looking at the bunnies, raised his head and looked up at Pei Huai pitifully. Daddy, why? Bunnies are so cute. Why do you want to eat bunnies? Jiang Ran was speechless. Pei Huai looked at Pei Jing calmly. Is the braised rabbit meat delicious? Delicious. Pei Jing nodded. Then it's made by rabbits. Pei Jing's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed to have never known that the word rabbit in the braised rabbit meat and the word rabbit in bunny were the same. This shocked expression successfully made the few people present laugh. Jiang Ran actually didn't want to laugh, but he really couldn't help it. If he didn't take the opportunity to laugh when children were young, he wouldn't have the chance to laugh when they grew up. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran didn't suppress his smile anymore. He reached out and touched Pei Jing's head. Xiaojing, do you want a cute live bunny, or do you want to eat braised rabbit meat or roasted rabbit meat? Hearing Jiang Ran's question, Pei Jing also looked at Jiang Ran. He thought that he was bad enough, but he didn't expect Jiang Ran to be as bad as him. Asking a 4-year-old child such a question, wasn't it making things difficult for the child? Pei Jing probably didn't feel that he was being made difficult. He really frowned and began to think. Seeing how serious he was, Jiang Ran didn't say anything to urge him. He just looked at Pei Jing quietly, waiting for him to give his answer. Pei Jing thought seriously for a while before saying, Mommy, can I choose both? I can raise the little rabbits and play with them. When they grow up, I can eat meat. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran didn't say anything. He just looked at Pei Jing with a complicated expression. This child was really smart. At such a young age, she already knew what it meant to take everything without making a choice. Seeing that Jiang Ran didn't say anything, Pei Jing thought that he had said something wrong. He asked nervously, Mom, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Looking at Pei Jing's nervous look, Jiang Ran quickly shook his head. No. You're right. They've all chosen well. Jiang Ran and Pei Huai didn't think there was anything wrong with Pei Jing's choice. Only Pei Xianxia was standing by the side, confused. Pei Xianxia looked at the three of them. In the end, she only pursed her lips and did not say anything. Come to think of it, there didn't seem to be any problems. Weren't rabbits meant to eat meat when they grew up? The few of them were talking in the room, and the atmosphere was harmonious. However, an argument was about to break out in the living room. The noise was getting louder and louder. Even through the door, they could faintly hear it. Just by looking at the lingering smoke, one could tell that the people inside smoked a lot. This didn't make him that happy. They were all from the same village. Jiang Ran did not object to other people who did not have televisions and wanted to come over to watch television. However, since they were in someone else's house, they had to at least restrain themselves a little. The central room was only so big. It was not easy for so many people to squeeze into it. Not only did they squeeze together to watch television, they even wanted to smoke. It was very immoral to smoke and force the people around you to breathe in secondhand smoke. Jiang Ran's brows were tightly knitted, but he also knew that now was not the time to talk about this. As the door opened, a lot of disgust floated out. The situation in the room was also exposed to Jiang Ran's eyes. The person who had her hands on her hips and was shouting the loudest was none other than Su Tsuehua. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ran felt a strong sense of displeasure in his heart. What was wrong with this Su Tsuehua? After listening to them argue for a while, Jiang Ran knew what they were arguing about. It turned out that Su Tsuehua wanted to change the channel, but the others did not agree, so they started shouting. After knowing the reason for their argument, Jiang Ran did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did these people forget that they were in someone else's house? Wang Zuelan was also among them. She was trying to persuade everyone to talk things out and not argue. However, everyone was in a fit of anger and no one listened to her. Seeing that some people were arguing and were about to fight, Wang Zuelan quickly stepped forward to stop them. She did not know who pushed her, but Wang Zuelan's body tilted and she almost fell. It was not a good thing to fall at this time. After all, there were so many people in the house, and everyone was still in a fit of anger. If a stampede happened, the person lying on the ground would be in trouble. When she lost her balance, Wang Zuelan was also quite frightened. Her expression changed. At this moment, Wang Zuelan felt someone holding her body and giving her support. Wang Zuelan couldn't be bothered to see who was supporting him. After he steadied himself, he gasped for air, his heart thumping wildly. After finally recovering, Wang Zuelan turned to look at the person beside him. With one look, Wang Zuelan realized that the person supporting her was none other than Jiang Ran. Wang Zuelan looked at Jiang Ran in surprise. Ran, when did you come back? I just came back, Jiang Ran said. Mom, are you okay? Wang Zuelan shook his head. I'm fine. I was just careless. It wasn't an accident. She was pushed by someone. Wang Zuelan was in the middle of it and might not have seen who had pushed her. However, Jiang Ran had just stood at the door and had a panoramic view of everything in the room. Naturally, he saw it. Jiang Ran looked at Su Tsuehua coldly. Su Tsuehua, apologize to my mother. What's there to apologize for? Su Tsuehua said and waved her hand impatiently. Can't you see that I'm busy? Go away now. Seeing that Su Tsuehua was baring her fangs and brandishing her claws and still wanted to argue with the person opposite her, Jiang Ran's patience ran out. All of you, quiet down. You're here to pay your New Year's greetings. I don't mind if you watch TV for a while. As Jiang Ran spoke, his cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. However, it's the first day of the new year and you're in my house. Isn't it inappropriate for you to make a scene? Upon hearing Jiang Ran's words, some of the thin-skinned people blushed. Their heads hung low. Unfortunately, in this world, some people could realize their mistakes very quickly, but some people didn't realize it at all. Su Tsuehua was one of those people who didn't realize it. Su Tsuehua sneered. Jiang Ran, we're all from the same village. What's wrong with us coming to your house to pay our New Year's greetings and watch TV while we're at it? Do you still want to set rules for us? All this while, Jiang Ran didn't have a good impression of Su Tsuehua. Now that he heard what she said, his gaze became even sharper. Su Tsuehua, I told you just now to apologize to my mother. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Su Tsuehua asked with a puzzled expression. You almost pushed my mother down just now. If I didn't react quickly enough to catch her, she would have fallen down. Tell me, don't you think you should apologize? Hearing this, Su Tsuehua waved her hand. I thought it was something serious. Didn't I almost fall down? Didn't I not fall down? Hearing this, Jiangran didn't say anything else. He just walked towards Su Tsuehua step by step. Seeing that Jiangran was getting closer and closer to her, Su Tsuehua was a little nervous. She stuttered, Jiangran, you, what are you doing? Jiangran didn't answer. He just reached out his hand, grabbed Su Tsuehua's clothes, and dragged her out of the living room. Jiangran was a head taller than Su Tsuehua and was exceptionally strong. At this moment, he carried Su Tsuehua out as easily as carrying a little chick. Su Tsuehua was shocked by this sudden change. Her limbs flailed wildly, trying to struggle so that Jiangran could put her down. However, Su Tsuehua's struggles were of no use to Jiangran. She was still carried out of the central room by Jiangran. Standing at the door of the central room, Jiangran raised Su Tsuehua a little higher and pretended to throw her out. Her body was lifted up in the air, and there was no point for her to exert force on, but this made Su Tsuehua very afraid. Especially when she saw that Jiangran wanted to throw her out, Su Tsuehua was even more scared. She danced and screamed. Jiangran watched her struggle and scream coldly. After a while, he put her on the ground. Even though she had already been placed on the ground, Su Tsuehua still felt her limbs go weak. After staggering a few times, she was unable to stabilize her body and sat down on the snow. Su Tsuehua looked up at Jiangran. From this angle, she felt that Jiangran, who was already very tall, seemed to be even taller. Jiangran, you, what are you doing? Jiangran looked at Su Tsuehua calmly. What are you shouting for? I didn't throw you out, did I? What's there to shout for? Su Tsuehua glared at Jiangran. You did it on purpose. So what? Jiangran's "what can you do to me" expression succeeded in shutting Su Tsuehua up. So what? Yes, what could she do to Jiangran? She couldn't beat him in a fight. Curse, Su Tsuehua looked at Jiangran. She felt that if she dared to open her mouth and curse, she would definitely be thrown out by Jiangran. Realizing this, Su Tsuehua pushed herself up from the ground with both hands. Su Tsuehua patted the snow off her body, turned around, and ran out. When she reached the door, she turned around and glared fiercely at Jiangran. Jiangran was not afraid of Su Tsuehua's glare at all. On the contrary, she glared back even more fiercely. Su Tsuehua ran even faster after being glared at by Jiangran. The remaining people looked at Su Tsuehua, who had run away, and then looked at Jiangran. They finally remembered how cruel Jiangran used to be. This was a master who could send someone flying with a slap. Even if they did not see Jiangran send someone flying with a slap, they saw how easily Jiangran lifted Su Tsuehua. Su Tsuehua was an adult, and she weighed at least 100 kilograms. Jiangran picked her up with one hand, and walked so far with ease. What kind of strength was that? When they thought about how they had also caused trouble with Su Tsuehua, the skin on their bodies tightened. They did not dare to stay any longer. They all said goodbye to Wang Suilan and left. As for Jiangran, no one dared to speak to her now. When these people walked out, they all avoided Jiangran when they passed by her. Jiangran did not care about this. Since they were afraid of her, they would naturally not cause her trouble. This was a good thing. Compared to the endless troubles, Jiangran was more willing to let these people avoid him. Jiangran was willing, but Wang Suilan was not. Wang Suilan walked to Jiangran's side and looked at Jiangran with heartache. Ran, why are you standing up for her? Just let Pei Huai do it. As he spoke, Wang Suilan looked at Pei Huai. Why are you standing there? If you let Ran stand up for everything, then what's the difference between having you or not having you? Pei Huai, who had been scolded, was not unhappy at all. On the contrary, he nodded seriously. Mom, you're right. It won't happen again. He didn't have time to react. It was because Jiangran had lifted Su Tsuehua up too quickly and too suddenly. By the time he saw it, Jiangran had already lifted him up. If he had made a sound at that time and asked Jiang Ran to put the people down, others would have thought that he was not on Jiang Ran's side. Therefore, Pei Huai endured and did not speak. Wang Zuelan did not know what Pei Huai was thinking. He nagged Pei Huai for a long time until Pei Huai promised that there would not be a next time. Only then did Wang Zuelan stop nagging. Jiang Ran looked into the living room and saw that it was a mess. Everyone in the Pei family was very diligent and usually paid attention to their work. They would never leave the house in such a mess. At this moment, the living room was full of rubbish. Melon seed shells and peanut shells were strewn everywhere. In addition, there were candy wrappers, apple cores, orange peels, etc. The table was also full of these. In addition, there was a lot of cigarette ash. It didn't look like someone was watching TV here. It looked more like someone was having a meal here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so messy. Wang Zuelan saw Jiang Ran's expression and gaze and knew what she was thinking. He quickly smiled and comforted her. "It's okay, Ran. It'll be done in a while." Jiang Ran sighed and did not say much. She just helped to clean up. Seeing that the house was clean again, Jiang Ran finally felt much better. She reckoned that it would only be for a day. From tomorrow onwards, everyone would start visiting their relatives and friends. They probably wouldn't have time to come to their house. At this time, Pei Jing also came over with Pei Xianxia. The little guy didn't know what had just happened. He ran over to Wang Zuelan's side and pulled Wang Zuelan's arm. He looked up at Wang Zuelan and said, "Grandma, Daddy and Mommy brought back a lot of little rabbits. They're really pretty. Come and take a look." "Rabbits?" Wang Zuelan glanced at Pei Huai. Her gaze was clear. She finally knew what Pei Huai had brought Jiang Ran to do. Pei Huai felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Wang Zuelan like that. He coughed lightly and turned his head to avoid Wang Zuelan's gaze. Wang Zuelan couldn't continue staring at Pei Huai because she was pulled away by Pei Jing to look at the little rabbits. The little bunnies were indeed very cute. Even the two big bunnies looked soft because they had eaten too much. One basket could hold 3 little rabbits, but it couldn't hold the 2 big rabbits at the same time. Wang Zuelan discussed with Jiang Ran to kill the 2 big rabbits. They could eat some for lunch today. The leftovers could be frozen and they didn't have to worry about spoiling. Jiang Ran didn't have any objections. She even wanted to make a grill and roast the rabbits. There were still some differences between braised and roasted rabbits. One couldn't say which one tasted better. One could only say that both tasted good. Pei Huai could already guess what Jiang Ran was thinking. When he saw Jiang Ran's expression, he knew what Jiang Ran wanted to do. Anyway, the snow had become very light and could be ignored. It was completely possible to make a simple grill to roast the rabbit. Pei Huai went to set up the grill without saying a word. Jiang Ran saw it and didn't say much. She just went to prepare the sauce. There were 2 important things to roast a good rabbit. One was the heat, and the other was the sauce that was brushed on the outside. Jiang Ran wasn't good at setting up a grill. However, controlling the heat and making the sauce were things that Jiang Ran was good at. As time passed, the aroma of the roasted rabbit wafted out. Because they were roasted in the yard, there was no shelter, so the fragrance was blown out by the wind. Everyone in the Pei family in the courtyard smelled it, and so did the people living nearby. Fortunately, the door was closed. Otherwise, there would be a lot of people standing at the door to watch. Jiang Ran wasn't afraid of being surrounded, but if people kept staring at them, it wouldn't be good to let people watch them eat, right? But if they were to share it out, although the rabbit wasn't small, it was enough for their family. If they were to share it with the neighbors, each person would probably only have a few bites. This wouldn't do. No, Jiang Ran was thinking about it when she turned her head and saw Pei Jing staring at the roasted rabbit. Pei Jing's big and round eyes were staring at the roasted rabbit without blinking. His small lips were pursed and moved from time to time. Jiang Ran felt that if it was possible, Pei Jing would probably rush up and take a bite of the roasted rabbit. Although she also wanted to eat it, she couldn't help but want to laugh when she saw Pei Jing like this. Just as she was staring at Pei Jing, she saw Pei Jing suddenly turn his head and look over with a blank expression. "Mom, what's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me?" Pei Jing pursed his lips. Because of this action, his originally rosy lips became even redder. It was still glowing. At a glance, it was obvious that he wanted to eat it. Although Jiang Ran also wanted to let Pei Jing eat the roasted rabbit as soon as possible, delicacies had to wait. If the roasted rabbit wasn't cooked well, the taste wasn't that important. If he ate half-cooked rabbit meat, a child like Pei Jing would easily fall sick. Fortunately, Pei Jing wasn't a spoiled child. Although he wanted to eat it, he just looked at it and wouldn't make trouble. As time passed, the aroma of the roasted rabbit became stronger. The skin of the rabbit was roasted to a golden yellow and even dripped with oil. When the oil dripped onto the fire, it made a sizzling sound, making people drool uncontrollably. It was one thing for them to drool as they watched the scene from the courtyard. The villagers living nearby, after smelling the aroma that drifted with the wind, were also drooling. However, because of the obstruction of the courtyard wall, every family was now closed, so they only smelled the aroma but didn't know where it came from. There was no way to find the source. Fortunately, this torture didn't last long. After a while, Jiang Ran went forward to take a look and finally said the sentence that everyone had been waiting for. "It's ready to eat." When they heard this, everyone's face showed a smile. Although this rabbit was very fat, it wasn't enough for their family. In addition to the roasted rabbit, of course, there were other dishes prepared. Although the other dishes were also placed on the table, after everyone sat down, their eyes fell on the roasted rabbit. Jiang Ran originally planned to share the rabbit meat for everyone, but this job was snatched away by Pei Huai. Since Pei Huai wanted to do it, Jiang Ran didn't fight with him. Pei Huai knew how to cook. Sharing a roasted rabbit was not a difficult task for him. A rabbit had 4 legs, but because this rabbit was extraordinarily fat, its legs were also very big and could be eaten separately. Not only were the legs pulled off, but the meat on the body was also taken apart by Pei Huai and placed on a large plate for everyone to eat. Such a big roasted rabbit was shared by everyone, and in the end, only the bones were left. Even the rabbit's head was taken by Pei Yang. After a meal, this kind of person was satisfied. Obviously, he had just eaten, but Pei Yang was already thinking about the remaining fat rabbit. "I don't think it's necessary to braise it. It's delicious roasted like this. Let's roast another one tomorrow." No one objected to his suggestion. There weren't many opportunities to roast rabbits. After all, such fat rabbits weren't something that could be caught every day. He didn't know how long it would take for the 3 little rabbits to grow up. Even if he ate them again, he could only do it once tomorrow. And they didn't care how the rest of the day. The second day of the new year was the day she would return to her parents' home. However, Jiang Ran didn't have to go back to her family. Although Jiang Ran didn't have to go back to her family, she had to go back to the Wang family with Wang Xuelan. Visiting relatives was a way for adults to build relationships. For children, it was a way for them to receive red packets and eat good food. Jiang Ran thought that she was already a mother, and she was already so old, so she shouldn't accept New Year's money. However, on the night of New Year's Eve, she received red packets from Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan. Jiang Ran didn't want to accept the red packets at the time, but Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan insisted on giving them to her. Their attitude was very firm, so Jiang Ran had no choice but to accept them. However, she had never imagined that she would receive red packets again when she came to Wang Xuelan's family. Jiang Ran lowered her head and looked at the red packets in Pei Jing's hands. Then, she looked at the red packets in her own hands. She felt that she and Pei Jing were about to become people of the same generation. Hey, Ran. Wang Xuelan directly interrupted Jiang Ran's words. "Since your uncle and aunt gave it to you, you should take it. It's not a lot of money. It's just a token of their sincerity." Jiang Ran knew that it wasn't a lot of money. It was just a token of their sincerity. However, she still felt a little uncomfortable taking it. However, when she saw the looks everyone was looking at her, Jiang Ran couldn't reject it. She could only nod helplessly and put the red packets away. Just as she put the red packets away, she looked up and saw Pei Yang looking at her enviously. When he saw her looking over, Pei Yang laughed and said, "Sister-in-law. I'm so envious of you. You actually have red packets to accept. I don't even have any." As soon as Pei Yang finished speaking, Wang Suilan looked at him angrily and said, "You're about to get married, but you still want red packets?" "What red packets?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ran wanted to say that she was already a mother, but she could still accept red packets. Why couldn't Pei Yang, who was still unmarried, accept red packets? However, before she could say anything, Jiang Ran noticed another important point. What did Wang Suilan just say? Pei Yang was going to propose marriage, not to mention Jiang Ran. Even Pei Yang himself was shocked. His eyes widened and he jumped up. "Mom! What did you just say? Am I going to propose marriage? How come I don't know about this?" Looking at the agitated Pei Yang, Wang Suilan looked very calm. "Why are you so agitated?" "I didn't know before because I didn't tell you. Now that I've told you, you'll know." "Is that the main point?" Pei Yang almost stomped his feet. "Who told you that I'm going to talk about marriage? I'm your mother. Of course, it's up to me whether you want to talk about marriage or not. Why would I need someone else to tell me?" Pei Yang was almost speechless. He was so anxious that he stomped his feet. After a while, Pei Yang finally calmed down. "Mom, I'll only be 18 after the new year. I'm still young. Why are you talking about marriage? You're still young when you're 18? Wang Suilan asked back. "After you talk about marriage, get engaged, and then spend a year or two together, you'll be able to get married. How are you still young?" According to Wang Suilan, there was nothing wrong with what he said. After all, in this era, as long as people stopped going to school, most of them would start looking at each other at this age and then get married after a year or two. However, Jiang Ran still felt that it was a little too early. Pei Huai was now able to take charge of a small food store by himself. The money he earned was enough to support a small family. However, with Pei Yang's personality, he was still a child. Pei Yang was like a child who hadn't grown up yet. All he thought about was eating and playing. Even if he had the ability to earn money, he wouldn't be able to support his family. How could he get married? Not only did Jiang Ran think so, but Pei Yang also thought so. Pei Yang didn't continue to jump up and down. Instead, he sat down and looked at Wang Suilan seriously. "Mom. I'm still young. I don't want to talk about it yet, and I don't want to get married either. Let's wait a few more years before we talk about this." Seeing that Pei Yang was so serious, Wang Suilan also became serious. "Pei Yang, I didn't do this on a whim. Look at it yourself. People your age are basically already engaged. If you don't get married now, in a few years, the girls your age will already be married. Who knows, maybe their children will be too old. Who are you going to talk to when you talk about marriage? You're an older brother. If you don't get married, how can Xianxia talk about marriage? If you don't talk to Xianxia about marriage soon, all the good young men will be taken away by others. What do you want Xianxia to do then?" Pei Xianxia was originally sitting at the side quietly eating her melon. She didn't expect that she would be implicated as she ate her melon. "Mom." Pei Xianxia dragged her voice and shouted, "What are you talking about? I don't want to get married." Wang Suilan was speechless. For a moment, Wang Suilan didn't know what to say. Her son and daughter actually told her that they didn't want to get married. So she was the only one who was anxious. As the two people involved, not only were they not anxious at all, but they were also blaming her. Jiang Ran looked at Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang's expressions, then at Wang Suilan. He deliberated for a moment before speaking. "Mom, I also think that it's too early to talk things out with them." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Wang Suilan looked at Jiang Ran. Ran, you also think that they shouldn't get engaged now, but what I said just now is also the truth." Jiang Ran knew that Wang Suilan was telling the truth, but, "Mom, what you said is naturally the truth in this small place, but do you really want them to stay in this small county forever?" Wang Suilan was a little stunned by Jiang Ran's question. "Then, if we don't stay in this small county, where else can we stay? Although our county is not bad, the outside world is very big. Bay City is also a very prosperous place. Mom, don't you want to go to Bay City to take a look? Don't you want to live in North City? It's not the right time yet, so I plan to tell you about it after a while. But I didn't expect you to suddenly mention it today." If you want to arrange a marriage between the two of them, I can only tell you my plan now. A branch of the small food shop has already opened in Bay City. In the future, the small closet will also open in Bay City. When the time comes, our family can move to Bay City. When we reach Bay City, Pei Yang and Xianxia can continue to study, attend night classes, and get a degree. When the time comes, they can even marry a university student. Jiang Ran said this because in the eyes of many people in this era, university students were the kind of people who were unattainable. Wang Xuelan was shocked by Jiang Ran's words. Jiang Ran's words really shocked Wang Xuelan. Moving to North City had already shocked her. Jiang Ran actually said that Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan should marry a university student. If that was really the case, then wouldn't they have 3 university students in the Pei family? Was this really not a dream? If someone else had said this, Wang Xuelan would definitely point at their nose and say that they were dreaming. However, these words were said by Jiang Ran. Thinking back on what Jiang Ran had done in the past 6 months, it seemed like there was nothing that she couldn't do. Since that was the case, then what Jiang Ran said just now would also become a reality. At the thought of this, Wang Xuelan's heart began to beat wildly. Seeing that Wang Xuelan was silent, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan looked at Jiang Ran a little anxiously, hoping that Jiang Ran would say a few more words. In this family, Wang Xuelan might not listen to anyone, but she would definitely listen to Jiang Ran. As long as Jiang Ran could convince Wang Xuelan, they wouldn't have to worry about the marriage during that period of time. As for what Jiang Ran said just now, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan didn't believe her at all. Although the two of them didn't communicate, they both thought that Jiang Ran only said that to appease Wang Xuelan. Wang Xuelan thought about it seriously and nodded. In our family, you're the only one who has ideas. Since you've already made up your mind, then we'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan revealed excited smiles. The marriage talk had finally come to an end. Even if it was brought up again in the future, it would be at least a year or 2 later. They could talk about the future in the future. It was fine as long as they didn't mention it now. Just as the two of them were rejoicing, they heard Wang Xuelan speak again. You two shouldn't just be happy. Ran just said that you two will go to night school in the future and get a degree. So, after the new year, you two should start studying. Pei Yang, ? Pei Shanshan, ? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Wang Xuelan looked at them sternly. What's with your expressions? Could it be that I'm not right? You don't want to study? Then. Without waiting for Wang Xuelan to finish speaking, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan were already nodding their heads vigorously. Read. 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 Compared to marriage, studying was too easy. After returning home that night, Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan went to look for Jiang Ran. Seeing the two of them together, Jiang Ran knew why they were here without them saying anything. When I told Mom that I was moving to North City, I wasn't lying to her. I really plan to do so. If you want to live a better life in the future, it won't do you any harm if you don't study. Although you can already earn money and support yourselves now, studying will broaden your horizons. Who knows, maybe you'll like other things in the future. Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan looked at each other and finally nodded. They didn't know if they would like other things because of studying in the future. However, Jiang Ran was right. Studying more was always beneficial. Just like Jiang Ran. Didn't she learn Chinese medicine by reading more medical books? Pei Yang and Pei Shanshan unanimously decided to learn from Jiang Ran. Of course, learning was not as simple as just talking. It had to be put into action. There were books that Pei Huai had used in the past at home. Pei Huai was also at home, so he could teach the two of them. Jiang Ran did not just sit back and do nothing. He also taught the two of them along with Pei Huai. Anyway, in everyone's hearts, Jiang Ran was self-taught. Now that Jiang Ran knew junior high school knowledge and could teach the two of them, it was not surprising at all. While other families were visiting their relatives and friends, eating and drinking, and sleeping late and waking up late, only the Pei family was immersed in the atmosphere of learning. Wang Xuelan originally thought that if Pei Shanshan and Pei Yang did not study hard and did not have the ambition to improve themselves, he might as well quickly arrange a marriage for them and let them start a family. However, after seeing how hard the two of them studied and scratched their heads every day to do their homework, even if they worked until late at night, they did not complain about being tired. He gave up on this idea. Since her children wanted to improve themselves, as a mother, she naturally would not be a burden to her children. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan had also discussed this. Both of them felt that Jiang Ran's words made sense. They had lived for half their lives and had never been to a big city. Who wouldn't want to broaden their horizons and experience more things? They did not have the opportunity in the past, so they did not care. However, as long as they worked hard now, there was still a chance. They could not miss it. With this thought in mind, Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan also started to learn from Pei Jing. That's right, the two of them were learning from Pei Jing. Pei Baoshan and Wang Xuelan had never been to school. The two of them only knew how to write their own names and the names of the people in their family. When they wrote, their handwriting was also crooked. There were many people in the village who were illiterate like them. The two of them had never felt that this was a problem. But things were different now. Now they knew that they would not be able to stay in this small county forever. In the future, it might not be long before they go to a big city like North City. In a big city like North City, everyone was definitely educated and knew how to write. It didn't matter if they knew how to write or not. But she couldn't embarrass the children. If other people knew that Jiang Ran's parents were illiterate, what would they say? With this thought in mind, Wang Xuelan learned from Pei Baoshan. His attitude was not much different from Pei Yang and Pei Xianxia. Considering their age, their learning ability might not be that strong, but their attitudes were good. Besides, they didn't learn any profound knowledge from books. For now, their request was very simple. They just needed to know more words and write better. That would be enough. After knowing what the two of them were thinking, Jiang Ran bought them some copybooks without hesitation and asked them to practice their handwriting. If this were in other people's families, people who were about the same age as Jiang Ran might think that their parents were looking for trouble when they learned that they wanted to learn how to write. However, Jiang Ran did not think so at all. As long as one was alive, one had to have the spirit of learning. Only by understanding the meaning, structure, and origin of a word would one be able to memorize how to read and write the word more quickly and firmly. After learning how to write, one would have to practice many times to write the word well. This was a step-by-step process, and one could not be impatient. Fortunately, Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan were not people who were impatient for quick results. The two of them had not reached the point where they forgot to eat and sleep. They did what they had to do every day. After finishing what they had to do, the two of them did not weed bamboo like before. Instead, they picked up a pen and wrote. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, they had learned more than 100 commonly used words after only 10 days of learning. Not only did they recognize the words, but they also knew how to write. When they wrote, each stroke was not beautiful, but it was very neat, and one could tell what the word was at a glance. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan were already so old, but they still had such a learning attitude. Compared to them, Pei Xianxia and Pei Yang did not dare to slack off. The two of them also studied seriously. Even if they had to start work after the 15th day of the first lunar month, they did not intend to slack off. Work was work, and they did not have to work 24 hours a day. As long as they wanted to learn, there would always be time. This kind of atmosphere was actually very good, and Jiang Ran liked it very much. However, Pei Huai felt a little helpless. It was not easy for him to get closer to Jiang Ran, and he wanted to work hard to improve. Now, he had to divert a lot of energy to take care of Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian's studies. Jiang Ran also had to help Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan learn how to read, and he also had to deal with the small wardrobe. Pei Huai also had to continue working on the project. As a result, the two of them were very busy and did not have much time to be alone. At first, Pei Huai felt that it was a pity. However, as time passed, Pei Huai realized that he and Jiang Ran gradually talked more. The two of them did not spend as much time alone as before, but they talked more than before. In the past, when the two of them were together, they were silent most of the time. Even if he tried to find a topic to talk about, the two of them would not be able to warm up. But now, when the two of them were together, he didn't need to worry about finding a topic at all. Jiang Ran had endless things to say to him. The two of them would discuss the progress of Pei Yang and Pei Xianxian's studies, Wang Zuelan and Pei Baoshan's calligraphy practice, and Pei Jing's daily life. While talking about this, he would occasionally interject a few sentences about his own situation. There was no need for Pei Huai to make any inquiries. Jiang Ran would tell him what he was busy with today and show Pei Huai his new drawings. She would also take the initiative to tell Pei Huai what new dishes she was going to make. As long as they had time, the two of them would buy ingredients together and make new dishes together. If they felt that it was okay, they would hand this dish over to Pei Yang and let the small food store add this dish. If they felt that it was not very good, the two of them would discuss the shortcomings together and improve together next time. All of this happened unknowingly. If Pei Huai's attention was not all on Jiang Ran, he might not have noticed. Pei Huai watched the changes between the two of them and felt happy about it. Jiang Ran was the one who did not notice at all. And once people got busy, they would lack time to think and would neglect the subtle changes around them. When they suddenly realized that something was wrong, they would realize that the distance between the two of them was infinitely close. It was under such circumstances that Jiang Ran realized that the distance between the two of them was infinitely close. And at this time, half of spring had already passed. Unknowingly, Jiang Ran had already transmigrated for a year. In this year, she had changed the fate of the original owner of this body and the fate of the people around her. Fortunately, everything was developing in a good direction. It was just that when she had just transmigrated, she had been thinking about divorcing Pei Huai every day. Now that a year had passed, the divorce seemed to be getting further and further away. At that time, whenever she thought about the divorce, Jiang Ran was filled with anticipation. But now that she thought about the divorce, Jiang Ran felt a little disappointed. After being disappointed for a while, Jiang Ran realized that something was wrong. Since when did her feelings for Pei Huai change? When she thought about how she might not have any interaction with Pei Huai in the future, her heart felt a little empty. This realization made Jiang Ran a little flustered. When she saw Pei Huai again, Jiang Ran subconsciously wanted to look away. Could it be that he really had the charm of the male lead? Otherwise, why would she become so strange? As Jiang Ran thought about it, she couldn't control herself and secretly looked at Pei Huai. Jiang Ran felt that her movements were already very careful, but she didn't expect that the moment she looked over, she would meet Pei Huai's gaze. Jiang Ran immediately retracted her gaze. However, Pei Huai didn't let her off so easily. He leaned over and asked softly, "What's wrong? I see that you've been secretly looking at me. If you have something to say, just say it." Hearing Pei Huai's voice, Jiang Ran subconsciously leaned back and glared at Pei Huai. "If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you getting so close?" Pei Huai obviously couldn't read minds. After being glared at by Jiang Ran, Pei Huai didn't understand what Jiang Ran meant. He only felt a little strange, so he continued to ask, Ran, what's wrong? If you have anything to say, just tell me." Hearing Pei Huai calling him in such a low voice, Jiang Ran felt his ears itch and once again strategically leaned back. "Sit down." Jiang Ran glared at him. "Speak properly." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Huai was baffled. "What's wrong with me? I've been talking nicely." Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran simply stood up, turned around and walked to his room. "I'm going to sleep." Dinner was already over. What were they waiting for? Instead of sleeping now, Jiang Ran left just like that. Pei Huai was baffled. On the other hand, Pei Jing came over and asked, "Daddy, why is mommy angry?" Hearing Pei Jing's words, Pei Huai turned to look at him. "Xiao Jing, how do you know that mommy is angry?" He looked as if he was afraid that Jiang Ran would hear him. Pei Huai really hadn't noticed this before. Now that he heard Pei Jing say this, he seriously thought about it. Thinking about it, it really did seem to be the case. After knowing that Jiang Ran was secretly glaring at him, Pei Huai wanted to know why Jiang Ran was glaring at him. Thinking about what had happened before, wasn't everything fine before? Pei Huai wasn't the kind of person to keep everything to himself. Since he knew that there was a problem, he simply stood up and knocked on Jiang Ran's door. Ran, are you asleep?" "Yes." Pei Huai held back his laughter. "You're still talking when you're asleep?" "I'm talking in my sleep." "You can talk in your sleep? Why didn't I know before?" Let's have a good chat. In the room, Xianxia, who was sitting at the table, immediately stood up when he heard this. This time, he used too much strength to stand up. The chair was pushed back quite a bit and made quite a loud noise. Pei Huai, who was standing at the door, already knew that Xianxia wasn't asleep. After hearing this sound, he was even more certain. Ran, besides talking in your sleep, you're also sleepwalking? Xianxia was speechless. She wasn't sleepwalking. Without getting Xianxia's reply, Pei Huai was about to continue talking. Just at this moment, Xianxia's voice came from the room. If there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. I want to be alone today. Xianxia's voice was very serious. When Pei Huai heard it, he could only agree. Xiaojing will sleep with me tonight. Have a good rest. Xianxia just grunted and didn't say anything else. Soon, there was no more movement outside. Xianxia lay on the bed and tossed and turned for a long time, but he still couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't that she didn't want to sleep, but when she closed her eyes, she could hear Pei Huai's deep voice. Xianxia was speechless. That night, Xianxia kept tossing and turning. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. Since he slept late, he naturally woke up late the next day. Fortunately, the small closet wasn't busy now. Xianxia didn't clock in early every day. Even if he woke up late, it wasn't a big deal. After waking up, Xianxia lay on the bed for a while before getting up and putting on his clothes. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Pei Huai sitting in the courtyard. Pei Huai happened to turn around and look at her. I've already sent Xiaojing to kindergarten. Go and wash up. I'll bring the food over for you. After Pei Huai finished speaking, what else could Xianxia say? In the past, when she hadn't paid attention to it, she might not have paid attention to it. But once she started paying attention, she realized that she was slowly being devoured by a cicada. Unknowingly, she had been entangled in an invisible net. Xianxia didn't like this feeling. There could be no reason for liking or disliking someone, but it couldn't be a deliberate habit. Xianxia knew her own heart very well. She knew that she had a slight liking for Pei Huai now, but it wasn't to the point where she couldn't live without him. Pei Huai had slowly seeped into her life, giving her the illusion that she couldn't live without Pei Huai, that she was very happy with Pei Huai around. Xianxia didn't like it. Pei Huai didn't actually spend too much time washing the dishes until he came back. But when he came back, he could clearly feel that Xianxia's mood was different. Xianxia was still sitting there quietly. Even her posture hadn't changed. But he could tell that she had distanced herself from him. Pei Huai stood there for a while before he walked over and sat opposite Xianxia. He didn't sit beside her like before. The moment Pei Huai sat down, Xianxia raised her head and looked straight at him. It's been hard on you during this period. Pei Huai shook his head and said, It's not hard at all. It's good that you don't think it's hard. I haven't been to North City in a long time, and I want to go there and take a look. I'm going to apply for leave for Xiaojing and bring him along. You don't have to pick up and fetch Xiaojing, so it won't be hard on you for the next few days. Pei Huai's face was expressionless when he heard Xianxia's words. After a while, Pei Huai asked softly, Why did you suddenly make this decision? Because I'm used to it, not because I like it. After that, Xianxia stood up and walked out. Xianxia knew that what Pei Huai had done during this period of time was not wrong. However, she did not like this feeling. If Pei Huai really liked her and wanted her to be with him, he could say it out loud. But Pei Huai didn't say anything. She didn't even know what Pei Huai was thinking. Did Pei Huai really like her, or did he just think that the two of them could go on like this? He felt that the 1-year period was almost up, so he wanted her to form a habit in advance. That way, when the 1-year period was up, she would be reluctant to leave. Xianxia didn't want to think too much about Pei Huai, nor did she want to speculate maliciously, but she wanted to calm herself down. It was not difficult to leave this place and go to North City. Pei Yang was in charge of the snack shop, Pei Xianxia was in charge of the snacks, and even Xia Qiufeng was in charge of the small wardrobe. Xianxia only needed to let the three of them know and make the necessary arrangements for them. Then, she could leave with peace of mind. That night, Xianxia told the Pei family about her plans to go to North City. This news came too suddenly and everyone in the Pei family was shocked. Only Pei Jing's little face was filled with surprise after the initial shock. Mom? You're bringing my mom along? Pei Jing nodded and said, yes. As long as I'm with mommy. Children's requests were simple and direct. However, Jiangran liked this kind of simplicity. He liked this kind of directness even more. Jiangran stroked Pei Jing's head and said to Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan, who looked worried, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I've already been to North City once. I know how to take a car. Besides, Brother Chen is there. You don't have to worry about anything when we get there. Wang Xuelan and Pei Baoshan looked at Jiangran with hesitation. In the end, it was Wang Xuelan who spoke up. Ran, of course we don't have to worry about you, but this decision of yours is really a little sudden. That's right, sister-in-law. Pei Yang couldn't wait to speak up. Didn't you say that you were going to take Xianxia and me to North City? Why are you only taking Xiaojing with you now? Pei Baoshan added, it's not safe for you to go alone. Besides, you're taking Xiaojing with you. Let Pei Huai go with you. Jiangran had decided to go to North City precisely because he didn't want to see Pei Huai. Of course, he couldn't let Pei Huai go with him. Hence, Jiangran shook his head without hesitation when he heard Pei Baoshan's words. Dad, Pei Huai is busy with his project. He won't have time to go with us. Actually, Jiangran didn't need to refute. Pei Baoshan had already thought of this point. He couldn't let Pei Huai go with them. Pei Baoshan's gaze shifted and landed on Pei Yang's naked body. Then let Pei Yang go with you. Without waiting for Jiangran to object, he said, I know. Ran, you're strong and have the ability to protect yourself. Although Pei Yang doesn't have much ability, he's tall and strong. When he goes out, he can deter those who have bad intentions. Jiangran looked at Pei Yang. Pei Yang hurriedly gave Jiangran a bright smile. Sister-in-law, I think Dad is right. Take me with you. I'm not good at other things, but running errands and carrying things are definitely my forte. Needless to say, Pei Yang's last words really moved Jiangran. That is, if you leave, what will happen to the food shop's business? There's a chef. It doesn't matter if I'm around or not. Then who's in charge of the accounts? Don't we have Big Brother? When you and Xiaojing are not at home, Big Brother will be free. When the time comes, just let Big Brother come here. Hearing this, Jiangran wanted to give Pei Yang a thumbs up. To have such an idea, this young man's brain was very flexible. Most importantly, he actually dared to say it out loud in front of Pei Huai. How bold of him! Jiangran gave Pei Yang a look of appreciation. Pei Yang did not understand the meaning behind it. He only thought that Jiangran felt that he was useful, so he wanted to bring him along. Pei Huai did not say a word from beginning to end. This matter was decided just like that. After eating, everyone returned to their rooms. Jiangran also began to pack. This time, she really meant to leave. She had to buy a ticket to leave the next day. Tonight, she had to pack her things. Jiangran returned to her room. Pei Huai went directly to Pei Yang. In the room, Pei Yang was packing his things. His face was full of excited smiles. Hearing the footsteps, Pei Yang did not pay much attention. He did not stop what he was doing. It was not until Pei Huai came to him and reached out to press on his clothes that he raised his head. Big Brother? Are you happy that you're going to North City? Of course I'm going. Before he could finish speaking, Pei Yang stood up straight and stopped talking. The smile on his face disappeared as he looked at Pei Huai seriously. Big Brother, what are you talking about? How can I be happy? He was very happy, but he couldn't say that. Seeing that Pei Huai didn't say anything, Pei Yang could only speak up himself. Big Brother, aren't you so busy that you can't leave? But don't worry, with me around, I'll definitely protect sister-in-law and Xiaojing. It's good that you have this awareness. Pei Huai only said this one sentence before he turned and left. Pei Yang watched Pei Huai walk out of the room before he let out a sigh of relief. He's finally gone. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Pei Yang went to the small food shop and told them that he was leaving. Jiangran went to the train station to buy train tickets. It wasn't the spring festival this season, so there weren't many people taking the train. Therefore, the matter of buying tickets went smoothly. With the previous experience of taking the train, Xianxia bought 3 tickets. Anyway, he didn't lack money, so he didn't want to suffer. He bought 3 tickets, all in the same carriage in the same direction. He bought 3 bunks for the upper, middle, and lower bunks. The tickets were for that night. After packing their things in the afternoon, they went directly to the train station. Naturally, Pei Huai was also the person who sent them to the train station. When it was time to board the train, Pei Huai looked at Xianxia. You suddenly want to leave because you think that I have ulterior motives. You want to go out and calm down. You want to see yourself and me clearly. I respect your decision. Pei Yang is young and inexperienced. This time, he probably won't be of much help to you. You can let him experience it since it's not a holiday. Xiao Jing has always been very obedient and smart. She probably won't make you worry. Alright, it's almost time. Get in the car. From beginning to end, Xianxia looked at Pei Huai without saying a word. Pei Huai was smart, so it was not strange that he could understand why she wanted to leave. The only thing Xianxia found strange was that Pei Huai knew the reason why she wanted to leave. Why did he still let her leave? Even if Pei Huai asked her to stay, she wouldn't change her mind, but Xianxia couldn't figure it out. He could only look at Pei Huai with a complicated expression. I'm leaving. Xianxia held Pei Jing's hand and was about to board the train. Xiao Jing, say goodbye to your father. Pei Jing immediately waved his little hand. Goodbye, Daddy. After that, Pei Jing turned around and quickly followed Xianxia onto the train. Watching the mother and son leave without hesitation, Pei Huai felt helpless in his heart. He really didn't know what to say. Was he a failure as a father and a husband? Pei Yang looked around the carriage, his eyes full of curiosity. Sister-in-law, is this what it's like inside the train? When I picked you up and sent you off, I could only look from the outside and couldn't see inside. So this is what it's like inside. Sister-in-law, how's it like to sleep on this bed? Xianxia glanced at the bed. You'll know when you sleep. She was indeed someone who was riding a train for the first time. Because it was her first time riding a train, everything felt new and exciting. After this excitement, Pei Yang would know what it was like to ride a train after sitting on it for a long time. This was a sleeper. If Pei Yang had taken a hard seat, he would probably know the pain of riding a train by now. Not only was Pei Yang excited, but Pei Jing was also very excited. His big round eyes kept looking around. Mom, why does the train move? Pei Jing looked up at Xianxia. There's no one on the wheels. Xianxia was speechless. Look, smart kids were indeed different. Pei Yang asked how it was like to sleep on the bed, but Pei Jing asked why the train moved. But if Xianxia had to choose, she would actually prefer to explain how it felt to sleep on the bed. Although this was what she thought, she still had to answer Pei Jing's question. After Xianxia answered this question, Pei Jing's eyes were still full of confusion. It was obvious that a little kid like him wouldn't be able to understand such a profound question right now. But this wasn't important. What was important was that Pei Jing wasn't sleepy at all. He lay down and looked at the scenery outside. While looking, he had different questions to ask. What could Xianxia do? She could only answer. After answering Pei Jing's questions with great difficulty, the sky had turned dark. They had eaten dinner before boarding the train. Now that it was dark, they didn't have to eat anymore. Since it was dark, they could sleep. Right now, there were only the 3 of them in this carriage. They just didn't know which station they would reach and which other people would board. The matter of people coming up was unavoidable. Xianxia only hoped that the people coming up would not be as strange as last time. Otherwise, it was already very uncomfortable to take the train. For a long time, and it would be even more uncomfortable to get along with strange people. Fortunately, Pei Jing was not a troublesome child, and his work and rest had always been very good. After the excitement passed, Xianxia said that he was going to sleep. He was obedient and prepared to sleep. It was still spring, so the temperature was neither hot nor cold, which was just right. At night, Pei Huai slept on the top bunk, while Xianxia and Pei Jing slept on the bottom bunk. The middle bunk was used to store things, which was quite convenient. Because there was no one else in the carriage, the 3 of them slept well that night. He slept until dawn, but the train was still moving. If it were any other time, Pei Jing would have already packed up and gone to kindergarten with Pei Huai. When they arrived at the kindergarten, there would be many children of the same age playing together. There would also be teachers who would play games with them and tell them stories. Their days would be fun and happy. Unlike now, when it was really boring. Looking at Pei Jing's listless smiling face, Jiang Ran tapped his little nose and said, "Xiao Jing, let me tell you a story." Upon hearing that Jiang Ran was going to tell a story, Pei Jing immediately became interested. Story? What story? Jiang Ran had already thought that a child as old as Pei Jing would inevitably feel bored if he stayed on the train all the time. Hence, Jiang Ran had already prepared a storybook before boarding the train. Once they were on the train, she would take out the book and tell Pei Jing stories when Pei Jing was bored. Upon seeing Jiang Ran take out the storybook, Pei Jing immediately looked at Jiang Ran eagerly and said, "Mommy, please tell me. I will definitely listen carefully." Pei Jing was indeed very obedient like this. Jiang Ran stroked Pei Jing's little head and said, "Okay." Jiang Ran opened the book and started to tell the first story. The first story was about the ugly duckling. Pei Jing listened very seriously. However, no matter how serious he was still a child. When he heard something that he did not understand, he would ask his own doubts. Although the story kept getting interrupted, Jiang Ran did not feel annoyed. No matter what Pei Jing asked, Jiang Ran would answer seriously. Because the two of them would ask and answer questions, sometimes they would even talk about other things. It was not a long story, but it took more than an hour to tell it. Just as Jiang Ran finished the story, Jiang Ran opened her teacup and was about to drink some water to moisten her throat when the train slowly came to a stop. This was the first time the train had stopped since they woke up in the morning. Pei Jing's dark eyes immediately looked outside. "Mom, the train has stopped. Are we there yet?" Jiang Ran shook his head. "No, it's just that there are other people who want to get on the train, so the train stopped." Pei Jing was a little disappointed when he heard that they hadn't reached the destination. He only replied with an "oh," but his eyes were still staring outside. There were many people standing on the platform, and they were all walking towards the train. Not long after, a few people also came to their small private room. Jiang Ran knew that sooner or later, someone would come to sleep on the 3 beds opposite them. It was already very rare to have a good night's sleep and a peaceful morning. Jiang Ran looked at the newcomers and found that there were 3 of them. The 2 young men were about the same age as Pei Huai. The other one was slightly older, looking to be in his 60s. Part of his hair had already turned white, and there were wrinkles on his face, but his back was still straight. After the 3 of them came in, the old man sat directly on the bed, and the other 2 took the box and set it down. After setting the box down, the 2 of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at Jiang Ran and Pei Jing. When they saw Pei Jing, the 2 of them frowned. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows. What was the meaning of this? Jiang Ran picked up the storybook that had been set aside and started to tell Pei Jing the story again. Just as she started to tell the story, she heard the person opposite her say, "You." Jiang Ran stopped and looked at the man who had spoken. The man's words were stopped by the old man. "Xiao Wang, be quiet." The man called Xiao Wang looked at Jiang Ran as if he wanted to say something. His brows were tightly knitted together. It was obvious that he wanted to say something, but he couldn't because of the old man. After the old man stopped Xiao Wang, he looked at Jiang Ran and said, "It's okay. You can continue." Jiang Ran glanced at the 2 of them and calmly looked away. No matter what, Jiang Ran had lived for 2 lifetimes. Because of his profession, he had seen all kinds of people. The relationship between these 3 people, from the moment they came in, Jiang Ran had already seen through it. Among the 3 of them, the old man was the leader. The 2 young people beside him were obviously in charge of the old man's safety and daily life. It was obvious that the old man's status was not ordinary. When Xiao Wang saw Pei Jing, she instinctively frowned. Obviously, she didn't like Pei Jing very much. Her dislike was not directed at Pei Jing, but at Pei Jing's age. Moreover, she had just started to tell the story when Xiao Wang spoke again. It was obvious that he wanted to stop her. From all these, she could tell that the old man's health was not good and he needed some peace and quiet. Since Jiang Ran could tell, she couldn't pretend not to know. She was out and on a train. Making things convenient for others was also making things convenient for herself. The last time she had been on the train, she had not been able to rest well because she had met some bad people. This time, she didn't want the three of them to become bad people in other people's eyes. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran looked at Pei Jing and said, "Xiao Jing, let's keep our voices down when we talk. Don't disturb others, okay?" Pei Jing was a very well-behaved child. After attending kindergarten for such a long time, he was more polite than before. After hearing Jiang Ran's words, she nodded obediently. Okay. When he spoke, he lowered his voice. He lowered his voice and spoke with an accent, which made him sound obedient and cute. Jiang Ran stroked Pei Jing's head and began to tell Pei Jing a story. Jiang Ran deliberately lowered his voice and slowed down. This small carriage was not big. Even if she lowered her voice, it was impossible for the person on the opposite bed not to hear it. However, he couldn't remain silent for the sake of the other party. Jiang Ran and Pei Yang were adults and could restrain themselves. However, Pei Jing was still young. It was too difficult for him to keep quiet. Jiang Ran felt that for her and Pei Jing to be able to reach this step, it was already the greatest effort. Jiang Ran didn't look at the three of them. Naturally, she didn't see the smile in the old man's eyes, nor did she see Xiao Wang's slightly relaxed frown. Jiang Ran told Pei Jing another story. Of course, she had to answer Pei Jing's various questions. The story continued for more than an hour. By now, it was time for lunch. Jiang Ran also got down from the bed and took out a jar from the middle of the bed. In this jar were the pickles she made herself, and there was also a jar of sauce. When these were opened and eaten with the rice later, it would make the taste of the dishes, which were not very good, much better. The taste of the pickles and the sauce was very domineering. As soon as she opened it, the smell filled the entire private room. The old man sitting opposite her and the young man beside him looked over at the same time. Being stared at by the two, Jiang Ran's expression was still calm. Whether it was in her previous life or in this life, she had been stared at for a long time. Being stared at by the two of them, of course, she was incomparably calm. Not long after, Pei Yang came back with the dishes. There was rice, vegetables, and steamed noodles. Although it wasn't very tasty, they had pickled vegetables and soy sauce to accompany it. The originally ordinary dishes became delicious. The sauce seemed to have been marinated and fried with sesame oil. When frying, there were also diced pork belly with fat and lean meat. The smell was not to mention how fragrant it was. Even if it was a bowl of boiled noodles, with a spoon of such sauce, the taste of the bowl of noodles would instantly become delicious. Jiang Ran and the other two ate very quietly, but the smiles and satisfaction on their faces could not be hidden. Of course, this was also because the three of them did not intend to hide at all. Pei Jing looked at Jiang Ran and smiled at Jiang Ran every time he took a bite. Anyone who saw Pei Jing's expression, even if Pei Jing did not say anything, could more or less guess what Pei Jing meant. At this moment, the old man spoke. "Comrade, can you sell some of your sauce and pickles to us?" Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Ran looked at the old man. The old man had a warm smile on his face, and he gave off a very peaceful feeling. The two men beside the old man obviously wanted to say something, but for some reason, they did not. Their expressions were extraordinarily complicated. Jiang Ran's gaze swept past the two of them and finally landed on the old man. "It's just some soy sauce and pickled vegetables. Why are you still talking about buying?" Jiang Ran said and handed over the two jars. When Jiang Ran and the others ate, they used another clean spoon to scoop the sauce and pickles into their bowls. Therefore, at this time, Jiang Ran directly handed the jar over without any psychological pressure. If the other party still disliked it, then it was better not to eat it. The old man didn't mind at all. After receiving it, he scooped some for each of them and put it into his lunchbox. The old man's lunchbox was filled with steamed noodles. After the old man scooped some, he looked at the two people beside him. "Do you want some?" Hearing this, the two of them nodded and went forward to scoop some. However, after tasting the soy sauce and pickled vegetables, the old man and the two young men could only agree with what Pei Yang had said. In this small car, no one spoke for a period of time. Everyone was engrossed in eating seriously. Everyone ate their food cleanly, not leaving a single bit behind. They had all gone through tough times and all of them knew that they had to conserve food. They would buy as much as they could eat and eat as much as they could. They would definitely not waste food. Jiangran had wanted to wash the lunch boxes, but Pei Yang refused. Sister-in-law, before we came out, Big Brother told me to take good care of you and Xiao Jing. You can't snatch these from me. Otherwise, if Big Brother finds out, he will definitely teach me a lesson. Jiangran really wanted to say that it would be fine if Pei Huai didn't find out. However, when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he didn't say it out loud. Pei Jing was still at the side, he couldn't say such things in front of the child. He couldn't alienate the child. Anyway, it was just washing the lunch boxes. It wasn't a heavy task. Pei Yang had done it a lot at home, so Jiangran didn't want to snatch it from him. Pei Yang took the lunch boxes out and Xiao Wang also took the lunch boxes out. The old man wiped his mouth and smiled at Jiangran. Little comrade, are you going to Bay City too? Are you going home or visiting your family? Jiangran thought for a moment. You can say that I'm visiting my family. He had known Shen Bing for so long and had also worked with him for so long. Although they weren't related by blood, it wasn't wrong to say that they were family. The old man didn't probe further with this vague answer. He only said, Bay City is pretty good. It has been developing rapidly in recent years. I also heard that a small food shop has opened in Bay City. The snacks they sell are very delicious. They don't lose out to the old snack shops at all. When you go to Bay City, you can buy some and try it. Upon hearing this, Jiangran looked at the old man with a half-smile. Old comrade, did you see the boxes in our bags? When they came, they had also brought snacks. They were in boxes with the name of the small food shop printed on them. When they opened their bags to take out the pickled vegetables and soy sauce, it was normal for the old man to see their snack boxes. It was just that he saw it. Why did the old man say such things to test them? Jiangran didn't like to beat around the bush with strangers, so he simply said it directly. Seeing Jiangran speak so straightforwardly, the old man only smiled. Yes, I saw it. But I don't know if this is the one. Jiangran nodded. Yes. Then you are indeed visiting your family. Jiangran didn't answer. He just looked at the old man quietly. Being stared at by Jiangran, the old man rubbed his nose in embarrassment. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to eat a little. I've heard the name of this small food store for some time. I didn't think it would be delicious before, but now. It's delicious. Pei Jing said in a childish voice. My mom's snacks are delicious. The children in our kindergarten and the teachers all like it. Suddenly hearing Pei Jing's words, the old man looked at Pei Jing. You like it too? Of course I like it. I like everything my mom makes. What a good child. What's your name? My name is Pei Jing. The old man was obviously very talkative. Even with a child like Pei Jing, he seemed to have endless things to say. The most important thing was that the old man's words wouldn't annoy the child. At least Pei Jing had been answering the old man's questions properly. Jiangran didn't intend to stop the two people from talking. He just sat aside and watched quietly. In the afternoon, Jiangran didn't let Pei Jing take a nap. They couldn't have a good rest on the train. If they slept too much in the afternoon, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. It was better to hold on and try to sleep well at night. Fortunately, Pei Jing was very easy to talk to. As long as Jiangran played with him and didn't let him sleep, he didn't have any objections. On the contrary, he played happily. In the evening, they ate porridge with pickled vegetables and steamed buns. It was enough to make up for it. However, Jiangran still asked Pei Yang to take the money and go to the kitchen to ask for a few boiled eggs. Jiangran and Pei Yang could eat simple tea and plain tea, but Pei Jing was still growing. Even if they were on the train, the nutrition of 2 eggs a day was still enough. The boiled eggs on the train were sold at 20 cents each, which was relatively expensive. Pei Yang made a trip there and bought 12 of them. Since they were eating, they couldn't possibly let the other 3 watch, so they bought their share as well. After the old man took the eggs, he smiled and thanked them. He didn't immediately take out the money and say that he would pay. In this regard, Jiangran was quite satisfied. Today, the old man got along well with Pei Jing. If the old man helped to buy eggs and immediately paid, it would be too clear. In fact, there was a certain amount of pressure to get along with such a person. Jiangran liked to get along with a little more relaxed. He didn't want to have too much pressure. After dinner, they slightly digested the food. At around 8 p.m., the train was quiet. The sound of snoring came from other boxes, but because of the distance, they couldn't hear it very clearly. It didn't affect their sleep. Everyone lay down and fell asleep in a short while. The next morning, as soon as Jiangran woke up, he smelled the food. After he sat up, he saw that the old man was already eating porridge. Awake? Hurry up and take Xiaojing to wash her face. We can eat when we come back. Jiangran subconsciously glanced at the upper bunk. Pei Yang was still lying on it, sleeping soundly. He raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was only a little past 6 o'clock. She bought breakfast and was eating it at this time. Her schedule was really, Jiangran knew that the old man had asked someone to buy them breakfast because of what had happened yesterday. This was their way of expressing their gratitude, so Jiangran didn't reject it. She took Pei Jing to wash up and then came back to eat. Halfway through their meal, Pei Yang woke up. When he turned around, he saw that Jiangran and the others were all eating. Pei Yang was so excited that he almost fell off the table. Everyone below heard the noise made by Pei Yang and looked up at the same time. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Pei Jing looked at Pei Yang with a pair of big eyes full of curiosity. Pei Yang waved his hand. I'm fine, I'm fine. Jiangran looked at Pei Yang in amusement. Since you're awake, hurry up and wash up. Are you hungry? We can eat when you come back. Hearing Pei Yang's words, Jiangran knew that Pei Yang had misunderstood and hurriedly explained to him. After hearing Jiangran's explanation, Pei Yang knew that the old man had asked Xiao Wang to buy breakfast today. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He thought that he had woken up too late and didn't take good care of Jiangran and Pei Jing. If he didn't take good care of Jiangran and Pei Jing, and Pei Hui found out, he would definitely be severely punished. Pei Yang's mind was in a mess, but he didn't slow down at all as he ate. It didn't take long for Pei Yang to finish his breakfast and clean up the lunchbox on the table. He took it out to wash it. For the rest of the time, they got along quite well. Although the old man chatted with them from time to time, he didn't introduce himself, so Jiangran didn't know his name and didn't know what he was going to do in Bay City. It didn't matter if he didn't know. Jiangran wasn't a very curious person. Although the journey wasn't considered torturous, who would be willing to stay on the train all the time if they could get off? After all, they could only stay in this small carriage on the train. When the train finally arrived at the station, Jiangran and the others revealed relaxed smiles on their faces. However, they didn't immediately stand up and walk out. The train had arrived at the station, and many people were anxious to get out. This was the most crowded time. They waited for a while until most of the people had alighted before they started to walk out. They had packed their things in advance, and now they could get off the train with their things. The moment she stepped out of the train and stood on the platform, Jiangran felt both physically and mentally refreshed, as if she had come back to life. After half a year, she came to Bay City again. However, it was different this time. The last time she came, it was for the opening of the snack shop. This time, Jiangran wanted to buy a house. She wanted to buy a suitable small courtyard and settle down in Bay City. This way, Pei Jing could go to school in Bay City, and the rest of the Pei family could also come to Bay City. As Jiangran was thinking about this, he didn't hesitate in his steps. After getting off the train, they bid farewell to the old man. It was Pei Yang's first time in North City. Everything was new to him. Even when they looked at the train station in front of them, their eyes were full of admiration. Sister-in-law, this train station is much better than the one at home. Sister-in-law, where should we go after we leave the train station? Sister-in-law, you haven't been here for so long. Do you still know the way? Sister-in-law, we brought so many things to Bay City. We won't be targeted by anyone, right? Sister-in-law, in my opinion, we should have waited for a while and written a letter to Brother Chen so that he could come and pick us up. Sister-in-law, Jiang Ran stopped and turned to look at Pei Yang. Being stared at by Jiang Ran all of a sudden, Pei Yang immediately shut up. However, after a while, Pei Yang said carefully, "Sister-in-law, do you think I'm talking too much?" Jiang Ran nodded. Although Pei Yang was talkative, he still knew his place. After exiting the train station, Jiang Ran took Pei Jing and Pei Yang to the bus stop. After getting on the bus, Jiang Ran heaved a sigh of relief. When they got off the bus, they were close to their destination. Knowing that Pei Yang was very curious about Bay City, Jiang Ran let Pei Yang sit by the window after getting on the bus. Pei Jing sat on his lap. The uncle and nephew did not discuss in advance, but their eyes were fixed on the outside without blinking. The voices of the two of them were actually not loud, but Jiang Ran was sitting right next to them, so he still heard what they said. So many buildings. So high. So many people. And so many cars. Although the two of them were more than 10 years apart, at this moment, the two of them had a very common topic and were talking about everything together. Since the two of them knew to lower their voices when talking, Jiang Ran did not stop them and let them talk non-stop. Coming to Bay City again after half a year, Jiang Ran did not have any special feelings in his heart. The development of Bay City was quite fast. After not seeing it for half a year, he felt that everywhere was quite novel. The bus stopped and went all the way. It took almost an hour to reach their destination. After getting off the bus and standing by the side of the road, Pei Yang's face was full of confusion. "Sister-in-law, where are we going next?" Jiang Ran smiled at Pei Yang. "Let's go to the snack shop." Outside, hearing such a familiar name made Pei Yang feel a lot more at ease, and the confused expression on his face lessened. "Let's go to the snack shop." "Then let's go, let's go." They had brought a lot of things with them this time. At this moment, Jiang Ran and Pei Yang were carrying a big bag on their backs, and Pei Yang was carrying 2 suitcases in his hands. Jiang Ran held Pei Jing's hand in one hand and a suitcase in the other. Judging by their attire, it was obvious that they were not locals. However, in a place like North City, there were always people from other places coming over all year round. The pedestrians on the road just casually glanced at them and then looked away. After walking for a while, Pei Yang realized that no one was staring at him, and there was no malice in their eyes. Only then did he truly relax. Jiang Ran noticed Pei Yang's relieved look. He smiled in his heart, but didn't say anything. This kind of thing had to be adjusted by himself. She wasn't Pei Yang. No matter how much she talked to Pei Yang, she couldn't really replace Pei Yang. She couldn't really stuff all her thoughts into Pei Yang's head. In the end, Pei Yang still had to rely on himself. Fortunately, Pei Yang did not disappoint her and adjusted quickly. It didn't take long for Pei Yang to adjust his mentality and become the handsome young man again. His brows were brimming with confidence. After walking for a while, they saw the sign of the snack shop. The sign of the snack shop was really too eye-catching. Anyone who came here would be able to see the sign at a glance. Some people entered the snack shop empty-handed, while others came out with a lot of things in their hands. Just by looking at the flow of people, one could tell that the snack shop's business was very good. They stood there for a while. Jiang Ran was just about to led Pei Yang and Pei Jing inside when they saw a person come out of the snack shop and walk quickly towards them. Ran. Why are you here? When did you get on the train? Why didn't you tell me?" Jiang Ran looked in the direction of the voice. Who else could it be but Chen Bing walking towards them? Jiang Ran smiled at Chen Bing and said, "I suddenly decided to come here, so I didn't tell you. I know the way. Don't worry, aren't we here in one piece?" Chen Bing was obviously not so optimistic. "It's good that you can come here in one piece," but Chen Bing didn't continue the rest of his words. It was better not to say anything that wasn't auspicious. Although Chen Bing didn't continue, Jiang Ran could guess what he wanted to say. But Jiang Ran really wasn't as weak as Chen Bing thought. Jiang Ran had no choice but to smile at Chen Bing. "Big brother Chen, you see, we're tired from the journey. Let's go in first and talk later." Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing patted his head in annoyance. Yes. Look at my memory. Come on, let's go in." With that, Chen Bing took the suitcase from Jiang Ran's hands. The suitcase in Jiang Ran's hands was the biggest and heaviest of the three. Pei Yang originally wanted to say that he would carry it, but after trying, he had to give up. It wasn't that he couldn't carry it, but that after carrying this suitcase, he didn't have the hands to carry the other suitcases. But in Jiang Ran's hands, such a heavy box seemed to be weightless. He could easily lift it up. It was because of Jiang Ran's relaxed expression that Chen Bing thought that there was nothing special in the box and that it wasn't very heavy. However, when he really took the box from Jiang Ran's hands, Chen Bing's expression changed. It was too heavy. But Jiang Ran had been carrying it the whole time, and his expression didn't change. Only then did Chen Bing realize that Jiang Ran was not an ordinary girl. Let alone a little girl, even if it was a few strong men, Jiang Ran could easily deal with them. Realizing this, Chen Bing was speechless. Chen Bing carried the box with both hands, half carrying it, and finally brought the box to the backyard of the snack shop. The front of the shop was full of people, and it wasn't convenient for them to talk, so they went to the back. The backyard was still neat and tidy, and it could be seen that it was maintained very well. They went into the living room and sat down, and Chen Bing immediately poured water for each of them. "Why is Pei Yang with us this time? Where's old Pei?" Pei Yang smiled at Chen Bing. "My big brother is still busy with the project, so he can't come, so I'm here." Chen Bing heard and nodded. The project is indeed very important, so it's normal that he can't come. "We'll go straight home in a while. Wash up and rest, and then we'll have dinner together tonight." After eating Pei Yang for a few days on the train, she wanted to eat something delicious now. Hearing the conversation between Chen Bing and Jiang Ran, Pei Yang was immediately interested. "Boiled meat? What boiled meat? Sister-in-law, brother Chen, is boiled meat delicious?" Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang in amusement. "Of course it's delicious." Chen Bing stretched out his arm and put it on Pei Yang's shoulder. "Of course it's delicious. When your brother and sister-in-law were in North City, the three of us went there often. Think about it, if it wasn't delicious, would we go there often?" Hearing their words, Pei Yang was relieved. Whether it was Jiang Ran, who was good at cooking, or Chen Bing, who loved delicious food, the place they went to often must be delicious. If it wasn't delicious, the two of them wouldn't go there often. As for his brother, Pei Yang just chuckled. His brother didn't need to be a reference. As long as it was a place his sister-in-law went, no matter how bad it was, his brother would definitely go with her. Of course, his sister-in-law wouldn't go to a bad place to eat. They rested in the room for a while. Seeing that it was almost time, they took their things and left the snack shop. They first went to the small courtyard rented by Chen Bing and put their luggage in the room. Jiang Ran and the others simply washed their hands and faces. Then they went out together to eat. At first, Chen Bing suggested that they take a bath to relax. However, Jiang Ran refused. After eating boiled meat, it was inevitable that their bodies would be stained with the smell. If they took a bath now, they would probably have to take another bath when they came back after eating. It was better to take a bath after eating. It would save them a lot of trouble. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing felt that it made sense and led them out. Soon, they arrived at the boiled meat restaurant. Jiang Ran didn't expect that the owner of this restaurant would still remember her after she hadn't been here for so long. After seeing her, he greeted her warmly. Since he had greeted her, Jiang Ran couldn't not give him face. She smiled and said a few words back. They came early and there weren't many people in the restaurant. After entering the restaurant, Chen Bing walked to the place where they often sat. After Pei Yang sat down, he took a deep breath. "I smelled the mutton soup. It smells really good. I'm so hungry now. I feel like I can eat a whole sheep." It was impossible to eat a whole sheep, but some slices of mutton slices was still possible. Not long after they sat down, the copper pot was served, followed by the dipping sauce and the freshly sliced mutton. The soup in the pot was soup could be drunk directly. If it was winter, drinking a sip before a meal would warm up the body immediately. There was no need to warm the body. "Pei Yang, if you're full from the soup, how are you going to eat the meat later?" Pei Yang straightened his back and said, "Don't worry, brother Chen. It's just a bowl of soup. I definitely won't be full." Pei Jing also spoke up at this moment, "I won't be full either. Hearing Pei Jing's childish voice, Chen Bing laughed out loud again. Now that the soup had been drunk, it was time to eat the meat. 2 plates of mutton were poured in and soon, the soup was boiling. Pei Jing was still young, so he couldn't eat too much meat at one time. Especially at night, if he ate too much, it would be easy for him to digest it. Fortunately, Chen Bing was very familiar with the boss here and asked him to cook a bowl of mutton noodle soup for him. The thin noodles rolled in the mutton soup, their color gradually becoming lighter as they absorbed the soup. When it was ready to be served, a handful of chopped green onions and coriander were sprinkled in to make it even more delicious. Originally, Jiang Ran had prepared these noodles for Pei Jing to eat. But when the noodles were served, everyone's eyes fell on the noodles and they couldn't look away. Chen Bing's gaze swept across everyone's faces and finally suggested softly, "Why don't we cook another bowl? Each of you can have another bowl?" As soon as this suggestion was made, it received the approval of everyone present. After a while, the noodles were served to them. After eating the meat and vegetables, and finally finishing with a bowl of noodles, the meal was considered complete. After dinner, the sky outside was already completely dark. Back at the small courtyard rented, Jiang Ran washed up first. When he came out, he dried his hair while waiting for Pei Jing. When Pei Yang was bathing, he brought Pei Jing along with him. The 2 boys, one big and one small, took a quick shower and came out after a short while. Pei Jing, who had just washed up, had a blush on his fair face. Although his hair was no longer dripping water, it was still wet. Jiang Ran wiped his hair with a towel and asked, "Are you sleepy?" Pei Jing shook his head and said, "No." It was a lie to say that he wasn't sleepy. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a big yawn. She was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes, but she still looked at Jiang Ran. "Mom, I'm not sleepy at all." "Mom, is this where we are going to live in the future? Is this our home in Bay City?" Home, hearing Pei Jing's question, Jiang Ran had mixed feelings. After a while, when Pei Jing's eyelids were about to close, Jiang Ran opened his mouth in a low voice. "You'll have a home." Didn't they come to Bay City this time to have a home in Bay City? After a night of silence, Jiang Ran woke up early the next morning. Coincidentally, it was a sunny day. It was still early, but the sun was already shining brightly. It shone through the gaps in the curtains and left mottled shadows on the walls. "I still miss Grandpa, Grandma, and little aunt," Pei Jing continued. Jiang Ran stroked Pei Jing's head and said, "Wait a little longer. When we have a home in Bay City, we can bring Grandpa, Grandma, little aunt, and the rest over." "Mom, when will we have a home?" "Wait," Jiang Ran thought for a moment and gave an accurate answer. "If everything goes well, it will be very soon." At this point, Jiang Ran sat up with the strength to dress herself and Pei Jing neatly. Then she took Pei Jing out. As soon as they opened the door, they smelled the aroma of food. Just by smelling it, Jiang Ran knew that Pei Yang must be cooking. Pei Jing wanted to run straight to the kitchen, but Jiang Ran pulled him back. "You have to wash your face and brush your teeth before you eat." Pei Jing didn't cry or make a fuss when he was pulled back by Jiang Ran. He looked up at Jiang Ran and gave her a bright smile. Then he followed Jiang Ran to the bathroom. After the 2 of them washed up, they went to the kitchen. Pei Jing had already prepared breakfast and was scooping rice. Seeing that Jiang Ran and Pei Jing had arrived, Pei Yang quickly said, "Sister-in-law, Xiao Jing, come, let's eat." The food was brought to the table in the living room. The 3 of them sat around the table and Pei Yang said, "Brother Chen went to the restaurant early in the morning and told us to rest well today." Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang and asked, "Are you tired?" Sitting on the train was just tiring. After a good night's sleep, he wouldn't be tired in the morning. Pei Yang was at the age when he was full of energy. How could he be tired? When he heard Jiang Ran's question, he immediately shook his head. "Of course I'm not tired." Pei Yang looked at Jiang Ran and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you have any plans for today?" Jiang Ran nodded and said, "Yes." "What plans?" "Let's talk after dinner." Although Pei Yang was a little unhappy, he still ate faster. Not long after, the 3 of them finished their breakfast. Pei Yang didn't need Jiang Ran to do it. He cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks by himself. "Sister-in-law, can you tell me where we are going today?" Jiang Ran didn't intend to play riddles. Seeing that Pei Yang was so curious, he stopped teasing him. I came to Bay City this time to see if there are any suitable houses. I want to buy a house. It's best if it's a Sihiyuan with more rooms. That way, we can all live in it. It would be even better if there was a small garden. I could plant some flowers and grass there. As Jiang Ran spoke, Pei Yang's expression became more and more shocked. It wasn't until Jiang Ran finished that Pei Yang opened his mouth in disbelief. Buy a house? Pei Yang gulped. Sister-in-law, why do you want to buy a house in North City? We don't live in North City. Because we don't have a house in North City. That's why we don't live there. Jiang Ran said, after we buy a house, we'll live there. Do you think I was just fooling around with Mom when I said those words to her? Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Pei Yang also remembered Jiang Ran's words. Although he knew that Jiang Ran would definitely fulfill his promise. But wasn't this too soon? It only took about 10 minutes to walk from the small courtyard to the small food shop. This was the peak period of the small food shop. To be exact, the small food shop's business was especially good. It was the peak period all day long. It was just that sometimes, the peak period was the highest. However, the small food shop was fully staffed now. Even if Chen Bing came, he would only look after it and not help. Seeing that Jiang Ran and the others had arrived, Chen Bing immediately walked forward. Didn't I tell you to rest well at home today? Why are you here again? Jiang Ran smiled at Chen Bing. I'm here today because I have something to tell Brother Chen. You've been here for more than half a year. You should have some understanding of Bay City. Do you know if there are any houses for sale here? It would be best if it's something like a courtyard house. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing immediately became interested. Ran, are you planning to buy a house in Bay City? Are you going to stay in Bay City permanently? That's great. If you come over, we can open a branch. Bay City is so big, we can open a few more branches. Jiang Ran was speechless. Jiang Ran had always thought that he was a workaholic. He didn't expect that Chen Bing was also a workaholic. In fact, he was even more of a workaholic than himself. Jiang Ran smiled helplessly. We haven't bought a house yet, and you're already thinking about opening a branch. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Chen Bing smiled embarrassedly. Damn. Haven't I been thinking about opening a restaurant? I just said it casually. Buying a house, right? You don't say. I've been in Bay City for more than half a year, and I know a lot of people. There are also agents who specialize in helping people sell houses. Since you want to ask, I'll take you there to take a look. Jiang Ran looked at the busy shop. Let's go later. At least wait until the peak period is over. Chen Bing also nodded. Anyway, buying a house was a big deal. It wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Naturally, he didn't mind this short period of time. Although there was a small food stall at home, it was still very different from the one in front of him. Pei Jing looked at the people coming and going. He only felt incomparably curious, and kept watching with a pair of big eyes. Pei Jing looked at the door and tugged at Jiang Ran's clothes. Mom, I want to go out and play. With so many people coming and going, it was indeed a little novel, but to a child, it was really not that interesting. It was indeed difficult for Pei Jing to sit here all the time. Jiang Ran looked out of the door and saw grandparents playing outside with their grandchildren. Those children were about the same age as Pei Jing. No wonder Pei Jing wanted to go out to play. It turned out that he saw a child. Pei Yang immediately stood up and said, Sister-in-law, sit here and wait. I'll take Xiao Jing out to play. Okay. Don't go to the road. Be careful of the cars, Jiang Ran instructed. Although Pei Yang was carefree, he was still very reliable most of the time. After agreeing solemnly, Pei Yang held Pei Jing's hand and walked out. Jiang Ran rested his chin on his hand and looked at the two of them. As he looked, he saw a girl with long hair walking towards them. Jiang Ran blinked. Was it such a coincidence? He had just arrived in Bay City and he had already bumped into Su Ruyun. No, he couldn't say that. After this idea popped up, Jiang Ran quickly rejected it. No matter how capable Su Ruyun was, she couldn't have received news that they had just arrived in North City yesterday, right? Besides, Pei Hui hadn't come. Even if Su Ruyun had received news, she didn't have to rush over so quickly. As Jiang Ran stared at the door, Chen Bing walked back after finishing his work. Seeing that Jiang Ran was staring outside, Chen Bing also stuck his head out to take a look. Chen Bing let out a cry when he saw who it was. Why is it her? Again? Upon hearing Chen Bing's words, Jiang Ran shifted his gaze and looked at Chen Bing. What's wrong? Chen Bing sat down opposite Jiang Ran. He scratched his head and said, it's that long-haired girl outside. Do you still remember? When we opened for business, she came over and insisted on working here. She said she was Old Pei's junior. Upon hearing Chen Bing say so much about what he knew, Jiang Ran frowned slightly. I remember. Chen Bing immediately got to the point. It's her. After you left, she came over every few days. When she came over, she even bought things. We're open for business and people come and go every day. If we really told her not to come in front of other customers, it wouldn't be good for the shop's reputation, right? So I can't say anything. I can only pretend to be mute. Upon hearing Chen Bing's last sentence, Jiang Ran raised his eyebrows. Why do you have to pretend to be mute? It's because of her. Every time she comes over, she asks me about Old Pei. She asks me when Old Pei will come to North City again. If you ask me, it's good that Old Pei didn't come to North City this time. Otherwise, if she found him, it would be another problem. Chen Bing glanced at Jiang Ran cautiously. Ran, please don't be angry with my words. Old Pei is also quite an outstanding man. It's normal for girls to like him. Such an outstanding man is your man. It's useless for others to like him, right? Don't get angry over this. Anger is bad for the body. Big brother Chen, are you speaking up for Pei Huai? Jiang Ran said, looking at Chen Bing with a faint smile. Chen Bing could only smile sheepishly. Well, I'm on pretty good terms with Old Pei, aren't I? Besides, I'm just telling the truth. What Chen Bing said was indeed the truth. Jiang Ran just asked this question and didn't show any disdain. Otherwise, Jiang Ran would have stood up and left. Even so, Jiang Ran didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he turned to look outside. When he looked, he realized that Su Ruyun had walked up to Pei Jing and was squatting there, looking up at Pei Jing. Pei Jing's back was facing the shop, so Jiang Ran couldn't see the expression on his face. He could only see Su Ruyun's gentle smile. The shop was noisy, and there was a glass window between them. Of course, Jiang Ran couldn't hear their conversation. It didn't matter even if he couldn't. Jiang Ran wasn't very curious. Jiang Ran was looking at them with his chin in his hand when he saw Pei Jing suddenly turn around and walk into the shop. Pei Yang was shocked when he saw Pei Jing's actions. He couldn't care less about anything else and immediately ran after Pei Jing. Su Ruyun, who was still squatting there, looked stunned. She was also a little angry. Even though Su Ruyun's actions were very subtle, Jiang Ran still saw it. She pursed her lips. After a while, Pei Jing ran into the house and headed straight for Jiang Ran. Seeing Pei Jing running in front of him, Jiang Ran smiled and said, Xiao Jing, what's the matter? Pei Jing glanced at Su Ruyun, who was outside the window, and said, Mom, I bumped into a strange auntie. Before Jiang Ran could reply, Chen Bing, who was standing beside him, asked curiously, Strange auntie? What strange auntie? Upon hearing this, Pei Jing looked at Chen Bing and explained in all seriousness, Mom told me that if I bumped into an uncle on the street who was smiling strangely and wanted to touch me, that would be a strange uncle. The one with long hair outside was an auntie, not an uncle, so that would be a strange auntie. Hearing Pei Jing's explanation, Jiang Ran didn't know what to say for a moment. In that case, there really wasn't anything wrong with this explanation at all. Chen Bing asked curiously, Xiao Jing, what did the auntie say to you just now? She said that I was very good-looking and cute. Then she wanted to touch my face, so I ran away. Mom said that if a stranger said that to you, it would be strange and that you should run away quickly. Chen Bing immediately looked at Jiang Ran. Pei Yang also looked over. Being stared at by the two of them, Jiang Ran just wanted to wave his hand and shake his head. No, she didn't, that wasn't what she had said in the beginning. But before Jiang Ran could explain, Su Ruyun had already walked in from outside. Their table could be spotted by anyone who came in with just a glance. After all, it was right next to the window. Hence, Su Ruiyun stood at the door and scanned the room before spotting them. When Su Ruiyun saw Jiang Ran, she was obviously stunned for a moment. Her eyes were filled with disbelief at first, then they were filled with surprise. She quickly walked over. When she got closer, Su Ruiyun also saw Pei Jing. Su Ruiyun's eyes moved back and forth between Pei Jing and Jiang Ran. After a while, she opened her mouth. When I saw this child outside just now, I thought he was very good-looking and looked a little like senior brother. I didn't expect him to really be senior brother's child. That's right. Su Ruiyun smiled embarrassedly. What I'm about to say might not be nice, but don't say it if you don't like it. Jiang Ran directly interrupted Su Ruiyun. Ah? Su Ruiyun looked at Jiang Ran in surprise. She didn't expect that Jiang Ran would suddenly open his mouth and say such a sentence. Jiang Ran didn't care how shocked she was and continued, since you know what you're going to say next won't be nice, why do you still want to say it? I'm a straightforward person. I don't like to say unpleasant things, so don't say it. I don't want to hear it either. Su Ruiyun listened to Jiang Ran's words, but her expression became more and more complicated. Obviously, Su Ruiyun didn't expect that Jiang Ran would say such a thing. Jiang Ran, who didn't play by the rules, made Su Ruiyun not know how to deal with him for a while. Su Ruiyun stared at Jiang Ran for a long time. She was standing, while Jiang Ran was sitting. She was looking down at Jiang Ran. But for some reason, Su Ruiyun felt that she was much shorter than Jiang Ran in terms of momentum. This feeling was very bad. Su Ruiyun turned around and was about to leave. Before she left, she whispered something. Although she said it in a low voice, Jiang Ran and others heard it clearly. Senior brother is humble and polite. He always listens to other people's opinions seriously. If there's something wrong, he'll correct it. If there's nothing wrong, he'll encourage it. How could he marry such a wife who never went to school? Su Ruiyun shook her head, sighed, and continued to walk forward. She walked very slowly. It was as if she deliberately walked so slowly, waiting for someone to call her. But the reality was destined to disappoint her. From the moment she turned around, no one would call her. Su Ruiyun walked out step by step, and soon realized this as well. At this time, Su Ruiyun's back was facing Jiang Ran and others. The expression on her face naturally could not be seen by Jiang Ran and others. But even if they couldn't see it, Jiang Ran could guess a little. Jiang Ran leaned on the chair and quietly watched Su Ruiyun walk away step by step. Su Ruiyun walked very slowly. It was as if she was walking on the tip of a knife. Every step required a lot of strength to take. But no matter how difficult it was for her to walk, there was only a few meters to the gate. No matter how difficult it was for Su Ruiyun, she still quickly walked to the gate. When she stood at the gate, Su Ruiyun stopped and turned to look at Jiang Ran. She just happened to meet Jiang Ran's eyes. Being stared at by Jiang Ran like this, Su Ruiyun felt like a clown in front of so many people. The feeling of shame welled up in her heart. Su Ruiyun immediately withdrew her gaze and strode out. Knowing that Su Ruiyun had gone far, Pei Yang opened his mouth. Sister-in-law, who is this person? What did she say about my big brother? Is that really my big brother? Even if Pei Huai hadn't been home for years, Pei Huai's brother, Pei Yang still knew about Pei Huai. The quality of being humble and polite, Pei Huai did have it. However, if there was something wrong, he would correct it, and if there wasn't, he would be forced to do so. Was this a joke? Looking at Pei Yang's curious face, Jiang Ran still didn't want to explain. Fortunately, there was still Chen Bing beside him. There was no need for Jiang Ran to hesitate to explain, as Pei Yang had already given him an explanation. Oh, that. I think she's your big brother's junior in university. She's always calling him senior. She's also been coming here for the past 6 months. Although Pei Yang was young, it wasn't as if he didn't know anything. As soon as he heard Chen Bing's words, he immediately became alert. Always running this way? Why are you running this way? What is she planning? Chen Bing smiled but said nothing. Even if he really guessed it, as a man, it was not good for him to talk about the little girl behind her back. No matter how obvious the girl's behavior was, she had never said it herself. If she denied it, he would become the person who started the rumor. Although Pei Yang asked this, he didn't really want to get an answer. Even if Chen Bing didn't answer, Pei Yang already knew in his heart. Jiang Ran didn't know what Pei Yang was thinking. Jiang Ran didn't really want to know either. After all that had happened, the peak hour in the shop had passed. They could go out now. Big brother Chen, there aren't that many people now. Let's go. Chen Bing heard Jiang Ran's words and quickly agreed. Okay, I'll go and let them know. Let's go now. Chen Bing left quickly and came back quickly. After Chen Bing came back, the few of them got up and walked out together. When they went out, they were surprised to find that Su Ruyun, who had been out for a while, didn't leave. Instead, she was standing at a spot that they couldn't see from the shop. Su Ruyun probably didn't expect them to come out so quickly and be seen like this. She looked a little awkward. However, the awkwardness only lasted for a moment. She quickly regained her composure and showed a gentle smile. Why did you come out? Is something the matter? Su Ruyun said as she touched her hair. Then, she pretended to ask casually, oh right, why didn't I see senior brother? My big brother is in his hometown. He didn't come. Pei Yang's face was stiff and his voice was cold. He had already said it so bluntly. This girl should have left by now, right? However, Pei Yang was wrong. After hearing this, Su Ruyun didn't leave. Instead, she walked quickly toward them and looked at Pei Yang nervously. Why didn't senior brother come? Pei Yang's expression turned colder. What does it have to do with you? Su Ruyun opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Looking at Pei Yang's cold expression and Jiang Ran's indifferent face, Su Ruyun realized that she had said something wrong. We, all of us, are classmates, miss senior brother. Senior brother's results are excellent. He shouldn't be wasting his talent in a small place. He should come to North City to develop, that's enough. Pei Yang interrupted Su Ruyun. Don't keep calling him senior brother. There are at least a few hundred students in your North City University who are in the same field as my big brother, right? There are so many people here, why do you only call my big brother senior brother? You still have to care about where my big brother is developing. What does this have to do with you? Even if my brother goes to university, he's still my parents' son. It's only right for him to be filial to my parents. He can also farm at home. Why must he come to North City to develop his career? Where my brother lives depends on where my sister-in-law lives. What does it have to do with you? Don't say that you're being kind. My big brother doesn't need your kindness. There aren't many university students in our village, but even the girls in the village who haven't gone to school know that they should stay away from married men. It's impossible for them to follow behind them and talk nonsense in front of their wives and children. They even call them senior brother affectionately. My sister-in-law doesn't say these things because she can't be bothered with you. Otherwise, do you really think you're a big shot? My sister-in-law and I are different. I'm my big brother's biological brother. I can't watch my big brother get involved in any rumors. Otherwise, what if my sister-in-law doesn't want him anymore? If you're really a university student, then you should know what etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame are, right? After Pei Yang finished speaking, Su Ruyun's face was as pale as paper. Her thin body was also trembling slightly. No matter what Su Ruyun was thinking, Jiang Ran looked at Pei Yang with shock in her eyes. Jiang Ran didn't expect Pei Yang to have such a sharp tongue. Although Pei Yang was usually very talkative, being able to talk and being able to say such words were two completely different concepts. Being stared at by Jiang Ran, Pei Yang patted his chest and promised Jiang Ran, sister-in-law, don't worry. I will never let Big Brother have any women around him. I will definitely not let Big Brother do anything to hurt you. If he is really touched, I will definitely tell Mom and Dad about this and break his legs. With that said, Pei Yang glanced at Su Ruyun, who was next to him. But if she is a shameless person who keeps circling around Big Brother, then I don't mind tearing her face off and stepping on it. Jiang Ran nodded. I understand your intentions. Let's go. Pei Yang had just said everything that should be said and shouldn't be said. People in this era, especially young girls who grew up in big cities and hadn't experienced much, would definitely be ashamed to show their faces after hearing Pei Yang's words. She had said everything that should be said. If Su Ruyun was still stubborn, then she would be the one who would be embarrassed in the future. But that wasn't necessarily the case. If she and Pei Huai were separated, a young girl like Su Ruyun might really have a chance. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ran sneered. She held Pei Jing's little hand and walked forward. Only Jiang Ran knew what she was sneering at. But in the eyes of others, Jiang Ran was sneering at Su Ruyun. Even Su Ruyun felt that Jiang Ran's sneer was directed at her. Seeing Jiang Ran holding Pei Jing's hand and gradually walking away, Su Ruyun bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes were full of unwillingness. Why, Pei Huai was such an outstanding person. Why did he belong to Jiang Ran? What did Jiang Ran have? Wasn't she just good-looking, had a good figure, opened a shop and transferred some money? Was she worthy of Pei Huai just because she had these? Pei Huai went to university and received the best education. Jiang Ran, who didn't go to school much, was not the same as Pei Huai at all. The two of them couldn't say the same thing. Jiang definitely didn't understand Pei Huai's ideals and ambitions. Why was she so proud now? Wasn't it because she met Pei Huai earlier? If that wasn't the case, then Su Ruyun's Su Ruyun was still standing in the same place, but Jiang Ran and others had already gone far. After turning a corner, she couldn't see them anymore. On Jiang Ran's side, after walking a distance, Pei Yang was still carefully observing Jiang Ran's face. Seeing Jiang Ran's expressionless face, Pei Yang thought for a while and carefully opened his mouth. Sister-in-law. Don't be angry. If she dares to come again in the future, I will definitely scold her away. Suddenly hearing Pei Yang's words, Jiang Ran was slightly stunned. Then she smiled and shook her head. You just said that. She probably won't come again in the future. After all, she was still a young girl. She wasn't that thick-skinned. How could he still run over after being pointed at by someone and scolded like that? Of course, if Pei Huai was here, Su Ruyun would still come. But the current situation was that Pei Huai wasn't in North City. Even if Su Ruyun wanted to complain, she couldn't find him. When Pei Yang heard Jiang Ran's words, his expression became a little puzzled. Sister-in-law, since you know that she won't come back in the future, why are you still unhappy? Jiang Ran shook his head. I'm not unhappy. It's just that there's nothing worth smiling about. That's why I'm not smiling. When Pei Yang heard this, he looked at Jiang Ran with an expression that said, I don't believe you. Whatever you say. Seeing his expression, Jiang Ran shook his head helplessly but didn't say anything else. Once a person had set his mind on something, no matter what others said, he wouldn't believe them. Since that was the case, why waste his breath? Wouldn't it be better to use this time to rest his mouth? The few of them walked forward for about half an hour before stopping. Chen Bing pointed at a shop in front of them and said, This is the real estate agency. I know someone here. I'll call him out to talk. Jiang Ran nodded and let Chen Bing go inside to call for someone. Chen Bing went in quickly and came out quickly as well. Behind Chen Bing was a man in a suit and glasses. At this time, suits were still mainly light gray. They were also the kind that was relatively wide and looked loose on the body. In any case, it wasn't the kind that Jiang Ran liked. However, they were only here to buy a house, not to go on a blind date. How the other party dressed didn't have much to do with Jiang Ran. Chen Bing pointed at the man in glasses and said to Jiang Ran, This is Lu Chang. With that said, Chen Bing pointed at Jiang Ran and said to Lu Chang, This is Jiang Ran. Just as Chen Bing finished the introduction, Lu Chang smiled and nodded. Hello, Sister Ran. Jiang Ran was speechless. Why did he have to address her in such a strange way? Although Jiang Ran thought so in his heart, he still nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you with today's matter. Hearing this, Lu Chang hurriedly shook his head. It's no trouble at all. Sister Ran, what kind of house do you want? Tell me what you want, and I'll find it for you. As for the requirements of the house, Jiang Ran had already thought about it. I want a courtyard house. It's best if it's a little bigger. After all, there are more people at home. If it's too small, we won't be able to live in it. Hearing Jiang Ran's words, Lu Chang looked at Jiang Ran differently. Now, many people wanted to live upstairs. There were not many people who still wanted to buy a Sihiyuan. However, at the same time, not everyone could afford a Sihiyuan. Jiang Ran was still so young, but he said that he wanted to buy a Sihiyuan. Either his family was rich or he was capable. No matter which one it was, it didn't matter. More importantly, if this deal was successful, he could get a lot of commission. With this thought in mind, Lu Chang looked at Jiang Ran in a different way. I do have a few Sihiyuan. Why don't we go take a look? Oh right, Sister Ran, do you have any requirements for the price? If that was the case, then he could introduce the house to Jiang Ran without any worries. As long as this deal was done, the intermediary fee would definitely be substantial. Thinking of this, Lu Chang became more and more excited. Why don't we go directly to the house? Lu Chang suggested, even if I tell you a lot, you won't have the concept if you don't see the house with your own eyes. So, let's go directly to the house and see it with our own eyes. It's better than what I said, don't you think? Who said no? Jiang Ran looked at Lu Chang with appreciation. She had to admit that this Lu Chang was quite smart. He knew what was the most time-saving method. Seeing that Jiang Ran agreed, Lu Chang said, Sister Ran, wait for me here for a while. I'll go in and get the key and the information. Let's go together. Jiang Ran nodded and Lu Chang ran in. Seeing that Lu Chang ran away, Chen Bing said to Jiang Ran, Ran, what do you think? I found a good person, right? Jiang Ran nodded, yes, he's not bad. Just by looking at his words and actions, she knew that he was a capable person. Perhaps they would be able to settle the matter of the house today. Thinking of this in her heart, Jiang Ran's mood became even better. Not long after, Lu Chang ran out again. By the way, Rongjia, Brother Chen, the places we're going to are quite scattered. If we walk, it'll take a lot of time and it'll be too tiring. So, I applied for a car. We can drive there later. There was a car, it was a big deal to have a car at this time. After Lu Chang drove the car over, Jiang Ran knew that she was overthinking. Although there was a car, it was completely different from the car she imagined. Jiang Ran thought that even if it wasn't a car, it should be a van, right, just like Chen Bing's car. But now, Lu Chang drove an open-air tricycle, the kind with diesel. After staring at the car for a while, Jiang Ran nodded to the other side. Alright, having a car like this was better than walking. What's more, what era is this? It was already very impressive to have such a car as a means of transport. How many people can't even afford a bicycle? There were small benches in the car. After they got in the car, each of them found a bench to sit on, and Lu Chang drove the car away. When a diesel-burning tricycle was driven, not only was it loud, but it also smelled bad. The only good thing about it was that it was quite fast. Sitting on it was much easier than walking. After driving for about 15 minutes, the car entered an alley. This kind of alley was actually quite common in North City. The courtyards in such alleys were generally not very big. They were basically 1 or 2 courtyards. Although Jiang Ran thought so in his heart, he didn't say anything. After the car stopped, he got off. Just by looking at the situation in front of her, Jiang Ran knew that there must have been more than one family living here in the past. There should be a lot of people living here, and then everyone built a shed and a simple stove in front of their house to cook. Although such a courtyard house still had the appearance of a courtyard house, the inside was almost destroyed. If they really bought it, in order to live comfortably, they definitely couldn't just make do with it. The places that should be repaired must be repaired. At that time, it would cost a lot of money to repair it. If there was no other choice, Jiang Ran didn't want to choose here. Although Jiang Ran didn't say these words, Lu Chang had been in this business for a while. Just by looking at Jiang Ran's expression, he could guess a thing or two. Lu Chang laughed twice. Sister Ran, it seems that you are not satisfied with this courtyard, but it doesn't matter. This is only the first one we see. There are several more, and I guarantee that each one is better than this one. Jiang Ran nodded. Since you said so, let's go. Chen Bing and Pei Yang didn't express any opinions. The two of them completely listened to Jiang Ran. As for Pei Jing, he was just a little person. If he lost, he would not have any objections to joining in the fun. Since Jiang Ran and Lu Chang had already discussed, they went out of the courtyard. When Lu Chang locked the door, Jiang Ran and the others got on the tricycle. Just as they sat down, Lu Chang came over and rode the tricycle to the next courtyard. Probably because he felt that Jiang Ran didn't like this kind of courtyard, the alley that Lu Chang took them to this time was much wider and cleaner than before. Although they hadn't entered yet, just standing at the gate and looking at the gate, Jiang Ran knew that this courtyard was definitely better than the previous one. After all, in ancient times, the gate was the face of the door, and it was very important. Lu Chang quickly found the key, opened the lock on the gate, and invited them in. When Jiang Ran just entered the courtyard, he felt that his eyes were bright. This courtyard was located in the north and faced the south. There were 5 main rooms. There were 3 rooms on the left and right sides, and the rooms were connected to the main room by a corridor. There was also a cross-shaped path in the open space of the front yard. In the 4 empty spaces, there were flowers and trees, as well as stone tables and chairs. He walked inside and stood at the entrance of the main building. Looking to the left and right, he could see a moon door on each side. Past the moon gate was the backyard. There was a garden in the backyard. There was a pond, a rockery, and a row of houses at the back. This was a proper small courtyard with 2 entrances. Not only was the house well preserved, but even the landscape trees in the courtyard were clearly aged. Jiang Ran liked this courtyard very much. In ancient times, the back room was where the servants lived. However, the situation was different now. He could completely modify the back of the house. However, when Jiang Ran arrived in front of the back room and saw the height of the room, she frowned. Lu Chang had been watching Jiang Ran's expression. When he saw Jiang Ran frown, he quickly explained. Sister Ran, in ancient times, the back room was a scary place to live. At that time, it was scary. Because of their status, the house they lived in couldn't be too high. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. Hearing Lu Chang's explanation, Jiang Ran nodded. She also knew this, but she was so happy that she forgot about it. End of chapter 390. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.